On the heavenly battle arena, two armed players stood motionless opposite each other, exchanging a couple of phrases before starting. The first guy player was introduced by the system as Dean with a swordsman class from the second rank. The second player was a girl and she was announced as Nagi, who was also a swordsman but with an available first rank. For a few more seconds, the opponents exchanged glances, and after a moment, player Dean rushed to attack the girl who remained motionless. Dean quickly drew his huge sword for a crushing blow to Nagi, who had already prepared for a counterattack and held out her defenses. The girl powerfully pushed her opponent, who flew far back, and launched a huge flaming ball of fire at him, increasing right in front of his eyes. Dean managed to put up a defensive shield, but the impact was so strong that he was thrown back a few meters. As he flew backwards, he had time to watch, as in the light of the paralyzing lightning, Nagi summoned her next powerful flaming sword move. The fiery strike flew off the girl's sword in the same second and headed straight for Dean, crashing into him like a sharp blade. The guy on the bus named Zanhev finished reading a page on his phone and cursed unhappily, clearly unhappy with this turn of events. He thought he'd read a chapter for nothing just because he'd heard somewhere what an interesting storyline it would be. But in the end, it didn't live up to his expectations at all. The guy went to the comic discussion forum and posted his opinion, in which he expressed his confusion about the victory of the strongest player over the main player and what he would have done himself. At the same time, somewhere completely different, someone somewhere else only laughed at this bold commenter. The unknown person thought that since the guy had already left such a funny comment, let him not be disappointed afterwards. And while tapping something on the tablet screen, he said that if he was so confident, he would try something right now. Zanhev, still on the bus, saw the first likes on his comment and thought with a chuckle that it was a good start. The unknown person wrote back that the story was more revealing of the main character's development, and the guy wondered in bewilderment why he was being so ridiculous in explaining the point of the comic. The guy cheerfully thought it was ridiculous to write off the plot reveal. And anyway, this forum was designed to be relaxing. While this kid on the bus was fully immersed in the discussions on the forum, a girl came up to him and asked him to move his bag from the seat next to him. Zanhev stared at the girl with huge eyes in complete shock and just stared at her silently out of confusion. He couldn't help but recognize the cute girl named Yoon Hae-so, but he continued to stare at her for a while in surprise. After a few seconds, Zan picked up his backpack and the girl sat down next to him, also watching something on her phone. The guy felt rather awkward and didn't know whether to pretend that he didn't know her, even though he didn't, or vice versa. He silently continued to stare at Yoon Hae-so, who was his classmate, and although they weren't the least bit close, she still sat next to him. The girl was quite popular in their class, but with Zan-hee next to her, they had absolutely nothing to do with each other, nor could they. All the guys took turns getting off the bus, and Yoon Hae-so suddenly held out her pack of cigarettes to the guy, asking him to take it. Zanhev stared at the cigarettes with wild surprise, because he doesn't smoke, and he didn't need them at all. The guy and the girl were standing by the schoolyard, and he was trying to find the right words to explain that he didn't need them. Yoon Hae-so smiled and said that she had just been summoned by the class teacher and was asking him to hold them temporarily and return them at lunch break. Zanhev was confused by what he heard, but still decided to ask the popular classmate why she had asked him. The girl, after a bit of silence, cheerfully stated that it was because they were friends. Sometime later, at a school break in one of the classes, a loud clatter of noisy kids could be heard. While everyone was having fun and goofing around, Zanhev was pondering why he had taken this packet and what he should do with it now. He was also thinking that she was a little too fussy and could have kept them for herself, and why a high school girl would want cigarettes in the first place. He heard his classmates talking about the popular comic book he had read on the bus earlier. Yoon Hae-so heard something about a flaming sword and attacks, and laughing loudly wondered what it was about. Zanhev looked at the girl surrounded by other guys hanging out on their phones and labeled them as the main characters of his class. He silently clutched the pack of cigarettes in his hand and, looking askew at the popular guys and thinking about the bad timing, decided to give it to her at lunch. Zanhev was still listening with interest to his classmates' arguments about the latest flaming sword-crushing move in the comic book. One of the popular guys spoke highly of the last chapter, while another asked for a normal explanation of what it was about. Suddenly, a guy in the company of the main characters of the class heard someone clarify with them if the player was the one they were talking about now. Zanhev, for some reason, decided to intervene in their elite conversation and informed everyone that he, too, had recently read it. He went on to talk about the very flaming sword that appeared in the last chapter of the comic and heard only weak agreements in response. The guy continued talking, giving his point of view on the plot, and the guys listening to him looked at each other in confusion. Zanhev was like a bucket of ice water, because after such an ambiguous reaction, he was not sure that they were discussing the comic book. He instantly realized that it wasn't about what they were talking about, but the fact that he had interjected himself into their conversation. even though he wasn't even close to any of them. Zanheev immediately blushed and crumpled in place from nerves, apologizing for interrupting their conversation so unexpectedly. Yoon Hae-so immediately recognized the guy and thought the worst of him, sincerely considering him a loser. Taking a serious look, one of the guys in the company asked the first friend if he was socializing with this Zanheev and heard a negative answer. The guy turned to one of the girls with the same question and saw a negative nod of the head. The last victim of the interrogation was Yoon Hae-so, who was asked in the most menacing tone by the guy if she was communicating with him. Zanheev's mind immediately flashed back to a fresh memory when she had said they were friends at the schoolyard. But what the guy heard wasn't what was in his head at all, but that Yoon Hae-so, it turns out, doesn't even know him. Zanheev was silently moving away from the company, listening to their heated discussion about today's lunch of delicious rice prosecco, calling it appetizers and salads with rice. Suddenly, something heavy-hand fell on the guy's shoulder, and behind his back, someone questioningly asked if he read comics and forum. The unknown guy proceeds to tell Zanuhev that he reads it all every week so he doesn't miss anything. The stranger named Kim Taewon didn't have time to introduce himself to the guy as he was leaving the classroom rather hurriedly. Zanhev visibly awkwardly walked past the popular company of the class protagonists, not even raising his head in embarrassment. Kim Taewon only calmly looked at the whole ridiculous situation from the sidelines without saying another word. Zanhev just stood aloofly in the corner of the school stadium during gym class, watching the others play and have fun. He involuntarily cursed in his head and thought of it as the strangest situation that had happened to him in recent times. The guy was angry at Yoon Hae-so, who was only doing everything for her own benefit, and decided one thing for himself. No matter what their relationship was, it was no longer his business. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by the very popular head of their class, shouting loudly for a ball to fly towards him now. Zanhev froze with anticipation and just stared at the ball flying right at him, hearing his classmate ask him to cover the goal. The guy was already in no mood, and now there was also this ball, definitely adding to the depressing atmosphere. In his head, he had already kicked it a few times, but in reality only rushed towards the ball with a menacing look. A second later, the ball had already flown past him, and Zanhev quickly realized how he had once again gotten into an awkward situation with the same guys. A classmate standing on the goal watching the running Zan was sure he would kick it away, but the ball had already been caught by their net. The boys on the other team shouted triumphantly about their victory and cheerfully announced that their opponents would be charged ice cream for their defeat. Zanhev awkwardly and embarrassingly turned around at the goal with the ball caught in it and said something inarticulate and inappropriate for the situation. At the same moment, he heard a bunch of insults from a classmate for such an act and began nervously apologizing for everything. An angry classmate named Lin Shu was coming straight at him, and Zan was already visibly frightened before he passed by with a direct address to goalkeeper Kim. Lin switched to running and in parallel shouted, asking how it was possible to not block such a simple shot. Kim, who is the goalie, only cheerfully said that he was distracted by the webtoon, which is what the guys called the forum comic among themselves, and was reprimanded by the guys for it. The guys pounced on the classmate, asking him to take his mind off all this nonsense for at least one half of the game. They continued to yell at their buddy as Zan stared in amazement at the unfolding scene. Already in the toilet of the school bathroom was the very same pack of cigarettes that Zan had been keeping from Eni. Zan sat in the toilet, busy reading the webtoon, not realizing what it was that could have distracted Kim from the game. After a little more forum reading, he realized that he wasn't any better, because he was sitting here hiding instead of gym class. The guy again remembered his mistake, which he obviously could not forgive himself for. He pounded his fists on the toilet door with a loud bang, burning with shame at his failure. Zanhev regretted it, because he had a great opportunity to prove himself, but he couldn't do it. While he was wallowing in regret, familiar voices were heard in the restroom, talking about ice cream and his failure. Zan quickly realized that his classmates had come inside and were discussing the soccer game that had ended in a very sad way for them. He didn't understand why PE was over so quickly, but he wasn't about to come out of his hiding place right now. Outside the door, Lin was telling someone that it was just about time to discuss a recent incident. When asked by another classmate what the discussion would be about, Lin replied that it was about Zanhev's intervention. They started discussing how the guy had jumped into their conversation this morning, and that he always does that, which is very annoying. One of the guys asked Kim Taewon why he always covers for this Zaina, for example, even today. Lin put his arm around Kim and informed him that the whole reason is because they went to middle school together with Zan. Zan continued to eavesdrop on the conversation with bated breath as someone asked if they were close, to which he heard Kim reply that they weren't at all. Tevin responded by putting his hand on Lin's shoulder, much to his surprise, and continued talking. Kim explained to all the classmates standing with him that he just felt sorry for him and nothing more. At that moment, the bell for the next class rang, and the guys started cheerfully saying that if they were late for Korean, the teacher would beat them with a pointer, and quickly got ready to leave. As the guys were walking out into the hallway, they heard some strange noises coming from one stall, and turned around for a moment. Lin told his buddies that there was clearly someone huddled in the restroom, and it was probably Zan calling it weird. Zanhev, huddled in the restroom door, finally exhaled quietly. The guy thought how good it was that no one from the company had noticed him, and he could already go out rather to class. As it turned out, not everyone came out of the restroom, and Kim remained standing there, loudly insulting the hidden Zan. Taewon stood exactly behind the door where the startled boy had been, clearly having heard his classmate's message. Those words caught him off guard, and he indulged in some reminiscing. Kim Taewon had been a very good and close friend of Yoon Hae-so for several years now. The guy groggily plopped down on the floor, thinking sadly that there were enough defeats in real life as it was, and you didn't even need to read comic books for that. Clenching his hands into fists, Zan decided he'd had enough of all the bullying. He didn't want to feel left out anymore, and he wanted to be noticed by someone too. Somewhere in a parallel universe, a guy heard Zanhev's wishes and decided to do something for him in that case. He pressed something quickly on his control panel, and in the light of the electric lightning discharges, shouted that the guy should try this. Zanhev immediately noticed the change in his condition, specifically looking at his hands, which were shaking and trembling. For a moment, he couldn't see anything, and only heard a loud noise where someone seemed to be announcing some rules. The rules kept saying that an unknown person would appear, and at the same second, a surprised Zanhev moved into the heavenly arena in the middle of the battle. The guy didn't understand what had happened to him, and more importantly, how and why he was here in a place very familiar to him. The girl fighter named Nagi, remaining completely calm, indifferently asked who such a person appeared in front of her. A few minutes earlier, when Nagi had struck Dean with her flaming sword, he had fallen to the ground with a clatter. When it was announced that according to the rules of the game, the fighter Dean could no longer continue the fight, and the results showed Nagi's player winning, the stands squealed. Two spectator players discussed the fight, saying that it was just another boring fight and they only wasted a lot of money on it. The girl, however, replied to him that not really, because Dean managed to break through Nagi's wall of deep flames, even though he lost in the end. The spirited girl noticed the displeased face of her interlocutor and pounced on him with an explanation. She began to tell him that this was the first time in the history of battles that someone had been able to break through the defense of the blue flame wall. After a bit of silence, the girl added that he had now seen the historic moment with his own eyes. He asked how this was possible, and heard in reply that Naga was of the first rank, so it was the first time. The girl cheerfully added with genuine excitement that it was an unwavering defense that no one had ever been able to overcome. The wall of blue flame that rose majestically beside Nagi and shimmered from pearlescent to bright blue was one of the strongest defenses. Everyone present in the heavenly arena knew that this was her hallmark. At this moment, suddenly, some kind of noise rose up in the heavenly arena, and everything near the Naga player seemed to shake. The golden-haired girl in the spectator stands was shocked by what she saw, and jumped up from her seat to get a better look at what was going on there. From such an unexpected turn of events, her lollipop, which she had been chewing throughout the game, even fell out of her mouth. The girl was very upset, as she had left the most delicious part of the lollipop for later, but never had time to eat it. Her companion looked at the sky arena in amazement, and asked why she was telling him about the first time someone broke through the defense. The girl stood up from the floor in bewilderment, leaving the lollipop there, and asked again what she was talking about, noticing her buddy's gesture towards the arena. Oni shifted her gaze to the indicated side and noticed next to Nagi her wall, except there wasn't really a wall there, but a punctured wall, with an unknown guy standing in place in front of Nagi. The commentator informed everyone present that something amazing was happening as some unknown guy appeared in front of the invincible Nagi. He also added that it all happened in the very center of her protection spell. The wounded Dean watched the unfolding action lying on the ground of the battle arena and thought that this simply couldn't be happening. How was it possible that the wall of blue flame that he, the great warrior, had worked so hard to destroy, had stood? Dean, who was not just a fighter but a second-ranked fighter, was only able to barely snag that wall, and all of a sudden, some striving guy appeared and destroyed the great defense in an instant, without even making any special effort. Everyone turned their attention to the guy who had appeared out of nowhere, asking a lot of questions. Zanhev, on the other hand, wasn't just surprised. He was shocked at what was happening, and it was clear from the look on his face. He looked around at the stands and the arena in fear, and couldn't understand how this could have happened to him and if it was true. The boy began desperately trying to remember recent events, but other than sitting himself down in the restroom, he couldn't recall much of anything. Zan gingerly looked behind him and began frantically going over the familiar image of the armed girl player in his mind. After a moment, he realized who was standing in front of him now. and where he had seen her before. Nagi, remaining completely calm, again asked the boy to identify himself. Zanhev still remembered sitting on the bus on his phone, reading the latest released chapter of a new comic book with passion. According to his calculations, if he wasn't mistaken, just one of the characters from the popular webtoon The Player was standing in front of him. The guy, of course, didn't believe in the reality of what was happening and decided to play along since he was here for the time being. Zan, proudly folding his arms across his chest, answered the girl's question as to why she was so interested in the identity of this body. He slowly approached her and proceeded to tell her that he thought it was all some sort of conscious dream, and he was so nervous and worried for nothing. Nagi warned him not to move, and the system showed her skills as a swordsman class known for using the element of earth. Zanhev confidently asked her what such a thing would happen if he moved, surprising Dean, who was still lying on the ground, by doing so. The commentator didn't miss the opportunity to clarify, and said menacingly that Naga's power increases from the connection to the earth. At this time, Dean was wondering if he was missing a good chance right now to get closer to his rival. Nagi, seeing the unknown man walking straight at her without any alarm or apprehension, warned him not to tread another step. Suddenly, the commentator announced that the stubbornness between the players would soon end, and after his words, magical blue feathers flew into the air. The girl called for a new protective wall of blue flame to appear, which appeared at once. The audience was very surprised by such an unexpected power of the girl, and with open mouths watched what would happen next. Dean, who had recently wanted to get closer, was already thinking only about how she had so much strength and whether she ever got tired. The spectators shouted from the stands that such power even scares them a little, and here she was, the true wall in all its glory. They scrutinized the guy and concluded that he was definitely finished, because even his appearance didn't cause any fear. Zanhen listened with bated breath to everything that was shouted by the spectators, and already began to think about what kind of wall they were talking about. Lying in the arena, Dean noticed the strange expression on the guy's face, and hesitantly asked if he was okay. Zan felt a sudden whiff of a refreshing breeze and wondered if there was a reason for it. Nagi only stood her ground confidently and decided that the guy just wasn't going to back down, but she wasn't a timid person herself. The girl took it as a challenge and reached for her sword, for it was he who appeared through her protective wall and thus announced the battle. Nagi took a fighting stance and pointed her majestic sword directly at the guy who had been brave up to that moment. Dean was scared for a moment himself because if Nagi drew her sword, then she is feared, but the other question was how such a thing was possible against this insignificant kid. The onlookers began to shout that they rather wanted to see his strength already. Zan himself shrank back in fright at the sight of what he thought was a huge knife. The guy quickly realized and admitted his mistake, telling his rival about it, but she didn't even want to hear about it, as everyone was already expecting a show from her. Zan squirmed and hid inside himself, thinking that no matter what kind of dream it was in any case, the knife was a clear overkill. On the other hand, the only thing that resounded through his mind and body was that he shouldn't be afraid and refuse to fight, because he was already here. The morning picture of the mist ball immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and he decided that he couldn't be a failure even in his dreams. Otherwise, how could he go on living? Zan dared to look into Naga's eyes and decided firmly that he would not be afraid anymore. The thought that it was just some ridiculous dream kept running through his mind, and he went on the attack, shouting that he was not so simple. As if convincing himself, Zan shouted again, only much louder, that he was not as simple as she thought, and he would win. The guy with the crazy eyes ran straight for the sharp sword Nagi had displayed with his fists. Dean lay back and thought the guy had some stupid battle tactic, while Zan himself pondered the possibility of the reality of all that was happening. The guy's actions seemed very rash and stupid to everyone, but they were just spectators waiting for a bloody massacre. As Zanhev quickly ran towards the girl, he kept his eyes on her long and most likely sharp sword. He also noticed that the majestic sword in her hands was motionless, much like the girl herself. For a moment it seemed to him that she had no intention of destroying him, and he thought that she might have changed her mind. He continued to run towards the sword and decided that the girl would just parrot it for a bit and definitely let it live. That very second, just as Zan reached his destination, he ran into that very sword and was struck by it in multiple places at the same time. It was as if his body began to fall apart into several pieces and disappear into some kind of flickering black and blue light. Dust rose up around the players in the heavenly battle arena, and the spectators shouted and demanded an explanation for what had just happened. Player Nagi, who was standing in a shroud of thick smoke, called out a commentator to explain to the spectators what had happened in the arena. After a second, the girl looked menacingly towards the announcer and asked him to announce the results of the battle, and he quickly realized that it was better not to joke with her. For all the worried spectators in the stands, The commentator loudly announced the guy's apparent inability to continue the fight. Only his arm peeked out in the pile of rocks formed by Zane's powerful impact on the ground, and the announcer declared Nagi's victory in this fight. The unknown man who had sent the guy to the battlefield was watching everything happening on the screen of his tablet and was not happy with this ending. He found it too boring and emotionless, fundamentally different from what the kid had promised, whimpering alone in the restroom. The unknown man smiled evasively and decided that such an ending was not satisfactory to him and simply would not be tolerated, and planned something insidious. He quickly clicked something on his gadget and selected the player Zanhev on one of the panels. At this time, Zanhev felt as if he was floating in weightlessness and began to slowly come to his senses and figure out where he was and what was wrong with him. Seeing nothing but emptiness around him, he quickly decided that he had simply died. He flew onward and sadly thought that this time it was the end, and perhaps it wasn't even a dream at all. Zanhev was still mumbling something while he was conscious, and the girl sitting next to him started to ask what was wrong with him. Seeing the guy's half-open eyes and slow return to life, she began to tell him to come to his senses and get up. When Zanhev finally came to his senses, he opened his mouth in surprise and saw a strange girl sitting in front of him, greeting him after his sleep. The mysterious stranger sat next to him and scrutinized the guy, noticing his surprised face and thinking how silly and ridiculous he looked. The long-haired girl was trying to get Zanhev to talk to her in some way, and every now and then she addressed him in various ways, but it was as if he didn't understand her. While the girl was wondering why the guy didn't answer her, he had time to take a quick look around and ask uncertainly what kind of place he was in. Suddenly, at that very second, his voice was bound by a powerful force, like an embrace of flame, depriving him of the ability to free himself. The boy immediately coughed and began to feel himself suffocating while the stranger held him in a vice and said that she was being kind and looking after him, who had come here without asking. The girl squeezed the lad's throat even harder with her fiery strength and went on to say that after all this, how dare he ask her about it and question her at all. She raised him high above her head in rage and squeezed the fiery noose around Zane's neck harder and harder with each passing second. The boy seemed unable to not only move, but also breathe when he heard from the angry stranger that it was time for him to disappear. Just as the girl was about to finish him off, she heard a familiar voice behind her back ordering her to stop. At the same time, the noose around the guy's neck slowly disappeared, and he started coughing loudly, greedily gulping for air. Zanhev fell to the floor with a clatter and coughed loudly for a while longer, holding his neck as someone else approached him. That same unknown guy began to apologize for the girl he said had just recently been born. The guy approached the astonished Zanuhev and greeted him in a friendly manner, saying it was nice to meet you and calling an inaudible name. A second later, the stranger coughed and apologized for mispronouncing information about himself. He cheerfully threw his huge sword over his shoulder and introduced himself as Aso, the god of this world where they were now. The girl behind her back shouted to her lord to let her go, encased in his power, and began to say that this guy had started their fight first. The girl's lord calmly asked her to moderate her ardor and calm down before she finally lost her representative. Aso was silent for a short while, obviously thinking about something, and then he said he would look into it. Zanhen saw him reach for his sword and remembered his words on some god, deciding to find out what he was going to do. Aso loudly stuck his sword next to the terrified guy into the ground, and all he could hear was pleas for mercy and pitiful pleas not to hit him. The stranger started to say that apparently the guy didn't fully realize the whole situation, and he would now try to explain otherwise. Aso, looking simply into the guy's frightened eyes, called him by name and asked him to listen. He quickly stood up and picked up his sword, slinging it back on his shoulder, and informed Zan that he had been chosen for this special place. Zanhev listened in surprise and just wild shock as a guy unknown to him until today invited him to become his player. He was dumbfounded by the offer and wondered if it was just the name of a webtoon, but in response he received a sneer asking if he had read the information carefully. Zanhev didn't understand what it was all about or what else it said, so he decided to ask the so-called god of this world himself. Aso, realizing that the surprised guy is out of the loop, decides to simplify his life a bit and give him some answers, calling on the help of his powers. Oni quickly searches for something he needs in his tablet and agrees to bring him up to speed a bit. Aso points out where to look and asks the guy to pay close attention to everything, since he's going to show it once. A broadcast of sorts begins and Zan sees a huge column in front of him which Aso calls the Sky Castle Terrarium. Next comes piles of gold and weapons with various equipment and an explanation that this dream castle is full of riches and a sweet sense of victory. Likewise, there are also such characters who of course want to immediately ascend to this magical castle. Aso goes on to explain that there are many such wannabes here in his world, and they are simply called players. Zanhev, having listened carefully from the beginning, was a bit surprised that they were called just that, and even interjected it. ASO went on to say with a smile that it was exactly as he understood it, and there was more to it. He asked the guy to remember the player Dean had seen lying in the game arena after the defeat earlier. ASO also gave the example of the victor of the battles, the one who had defeated him so handily, a girl named Nagi. After a moment, the self-appointed god of this world leaned as close to the boy as possible and said that he too was now among the players. Zanhev's face immediately changed from surprise to fear, and he crumpled in an attempt to say something, but he couldn't seem to find the right words. The boy, gathering his courage, asked ASO if he would be a player like those people in the heavenly arena, and heard an affirmative answer. ASO also added that the guy should recognize how cool it was, but all he heard in response was a timid attempt to explain something. Zanhev began to realize the seriousness of the situation and jumped up from his seat and started yelling loudly like a madman why he had chosen him. ASO didn't understand this reaction to all his explanations and the unique opportunity to prove himself, and simply asked him what he was talking about. Zanhev began to yell loudly that he had not asked for such a thing, and wondered why he was doing all this, since he did not want to fight those monsters again. As he ran closer to ASO, he continued to yell like a madman that he had the right to decide his fate like that. And why did he think he would do anything about it? ASO remained completely calm and simply asked the guy to answer his own question, who actually decided his fate in such a way. He clarified who exactly had made such a promise or had already forgotten, but the guy only looked at ASO in bewilderment, not quite sure what he was talking about. As ASO left, he reminded Zane of his comment on the webtoon forum, "I'll wipe her out," and said that he was really quite brave, even though Nagi was already in the terrarium. He added that this was why he needed to become a player to begin with, but Zan was still shocked that this was all happening over some ridiculous comment. ASO turned back to the upset guy and asked if he'd written it after thinking hard about the meaning and words. Zanhev didn't know what to say because he couldn't even think that such a thing could be real in real life. ASO, seeing the puzzled look on his face, laughed out loud and said that it was all a joke. Zan hesitantly asked if he was joking, but he heard that no one was forcing him to stay here and do anything. ASO argued that he could give up right now, because after all it was up to him, but there was a but. He looked enigmatically at Zan and asked him if he was really ready to go back to his reality right now. At that moment, Zanhev seriously thought about his reality, what good things awaited him there, and whether he expected them at all. The boy sadly remembered his world, full of fools and foolish people who ran to insult him at the first opportunity and put him down for nothing. Zan sat silently and thought for a while about Aso's unexpected but interesting proposal. The god of this world came closer to him, and after giving him some time to think it over, asked him if he was ready to go back. Zanhev had already realized that this world, though it was his reality, was clearly not for him, and he didn't belong there. He turned to the god, but the god quickly interrupted him, saying that Zan could just call him Mr. ASO. The boy corrected himself and asked Aso-san what he would get as a reward if he could rise to first place. Aso cheerfully replied, clapping the lad on the shoulder, that he could get what he himself wanted and desired. He could already see the clear approval of his offer on Zan's face and held out his hand in a friendly manner. Zanhev, no longer hesitating, extended his hand in return and informed him that in that case they had agreed on everything. ASO drew a large circle around Zan with his sword and said that he would now use magic to send him to the tower with the others. He also said that this was the only time he would save him and would not be able to do it a second time, warning him to be careful there. Aso-san had already swung his hand with a stream of magic to perform the move as a surprised Zan yelled for him to stop. Aso didn't understand why he did that, because he wanted to do one cool thing, but Zan wasn't interested, because he didn't want to go to the tower empty-handed. The Lord looked at the guy in bewilderment, who indignantly went on to say that such an irresponsible thing to do, and also calls himself a god. Zan added that even novice trainers get their first Pokemon, and asked ASO to give him something. ASO was about to say that he had nothing to offer him when he heard someone's disgruntled voice. That voice turned out to be the girl who had tried to strangle him before the god intervened, saying that she had been quietly listening to them the whole time. When the long-haired girl came out of her fiery confinement, Zanhev also immediately realized who was standing in front of them. She had a malicious attitude and asked with a menacing look why this foolish kid was treating the Lord like some kind of friend. Zanhev quickly realized that she was not to be trifled with, and was visibly frightened because he could sense such malicious energy from the girl. He thought that this atmosphere was very familiar to him, remembering his popular classmates, or rather the main characters of the class. The girl used one of her powers, forcibly twisting and bowing the guy to herself, and ordered him to behave normally. Zanhev, not in control of his body, began to quickly agree with everything the girl told him, much to Aso's amusement. The Lord, after looking at the boys for a while longer, laughed loudly and got their attention. He laughed nonstop, saying in short intervals that they both looked very funny and ridiculous. Moments later, when the girl left the guy alone and removed her charms, ASO said that a great solution had occurred to him. He repeated Zanahev's request to take something with him to the tower, so that he wouldn't go there empty-handed. The boy stared at the Lord in amazement as he came closer and closer and finally embraced the long-haired girl. Mr. Aso cheerfully shouted to Zanu that he could take the long-haired girl with him. The girl was shocked by such an offer from her lord and stared at the guy in silence. Zanhev was no less stunned than she was by such words from the god of this mysterious world. The guy stepped back a couple of meters in fury and started shouting at the same time as the girl that it would not happen. The Lord's ward began begging not to bring her down to earth with this inconsiderate man, and he in turn began yelling that he didn't want to go anywhere with this mad woman. Aso-san took turns listening to both of them complain to each other and tried to calm them down somehow, saying that everything would be fine. After a second, he pushed the girl into the circle drawn around Zan earlier, saying that he had already made up his mind. The ward had not expected this turn of events and fell right into the circle, still trying to persuade the Lord to change his mind while he was already speaking his farewell speech. ASO chuckled merrily as he looked at the frightened players and wished them a good time. As a farewell, he called out that the girl's name was Escalibra and said about his unique sword that might come in handy too. Escalibra didn't seem to care at all what he would give them, just as long as he didn't leave her with him to her fate. Aso-san only cheerfully added that upon their return to him, they would each be charged an ice cream cone. With a snap of his fingers, he put his power into action and started moving the guys who were inside trying to figure out what was going on. Zanhev felt the changes in his body again and the intense tingling like the lightning last time, and thought he could have thought of a simpler way to do it. Escalibra was experiencing new sensations and cried out in surprise, disappearing behind a pall of thick smoke. The boy looked around him and, not noticing the girl, began to call out to her, thinking what a stupid name she had. Escalibra looked at her hands in horror, not understanding anything, because she had never experienced anything like this before. The girl landed on the ground with Zan and looked at herself from head to toe and yelled like a mad woman as to why she looked so strange. The boy didn't say a word, but just silently looked at his newfound partner in her dress and thought that she had even shrunk somehow. Zan noticed the growing anger on Escalibra's face and asked her to calm down, calling her a child, which caused an even stronger surge of negative energy. The girl was simply furious and lashed out at Zan, blaming him for everything that had happened to her, making her first punch at his face. Mr. Aso was watching everything happening already from his monitor and remembered that he forgot to tell them something. The guy tried to calm his partner down by asking her what this place was and who lived here since they had already gotten here. Mr. Aso was not going to let them go and had prepared something interesting for them because he thought that their stay there without trials would be boring. Right behind the players, a huge evil monster that had been prepared by ASO as a training quest appeared at the same second. Escalibra still couldn't calm down and shouted that she didn't care at all where they ended up, because she was small now. The girl was even more annoyed by Zan's silence and asked him why he was silent, unless of course he was scared of her. She hadn't yet noticed the monster behind her, which Zan had already seen and rushed away, shouting to the girl to run away. Somewhere nearby, one of the locals was watching the guys and had already cursed the guy for warning his partner. Zanhev stood staring in surprise at the explosion in front of him and immediately called out to Escalibra. The girl had already approached Zan, and he worriedly asked her if she was all right, hearing back that she just hadn't noticed him right away. The guy started asking loudly who was hiding there and why he attacked them for no reason. The unknown man in the wild animal costume snapped angrily because he was unhappy with the questions of the players who had gotten into them. In a second, both guys were surrounded on all sides by numerous warriors in identical clothing, asking what they were doing here and who they were. One of the players, introduced to the system as a red wolf from the Munch class, said that they would pay for breaking into this place. Zanhev, who had never been caught in detailed packs, was visibly scared, unlike the brave Escalibra that existed within the system. The partners heard someone first ask them if they were ready, and afterward commanded the others to grab the girl first. The armed local players rushed like mad towards Excalibur to fulfill their ringleader's hopes. Zanhev kept repeating in consternation what they should do now, to which his partner asked him to shut up, saying that this was why she didn't like the land. The girl still couldn't stop being angry with Zan and yelled insults at him first, and then something to hold on to tighter. The guy looked at his partner in bewilderment and didn't understand what exactly she was asking him to hold. At that very second, the whole place lit up with bright flames, blinding all the players standing nearby. Zanhev immediately eyed everything cautiously, but after a moment he began to recognize the many in front of him. Through the disappearing flames and smoke, something very similar to a flaming sword began to appear in the hand of the surprised guy. The players who wanted to attack them stopped and began to consider what was wrong with them and who they might actually be. Zan saw the powerful weapon in his hands after a moment and decided that he could now defeat anyone. One of the attackers gave the command to leave and looked at his sword and began to speculate. Watching everything with special interest, chuckling snidely, was Aso-san on the screen. The mighty weapon in young Zan's hands after a short while turned into a very ordinary sword, shaking along with him. Everyone nearby on the field, including the boy himself, were discussing amongst themselves what had suddenly happened to him and where all the power had gone. The system explained that the sword was an extension of Excalibur and was called a sword with a soul or simply personality. This legendary sword grows stronger with its owner and has unlimited abilities in battle and beyond. Aso-san, who is the operator of the system, continued to say that it was now understood that the sword had taken over the characteristics of the current owner. All Aso-san had previously said meant only one thing. The sword was now as weak and trembling as its owner. The system presented the guy as a Zanahev player with an apprentice class and a rookie rank, and he thought he was definitely finished now. Excalibur, hearing all the explanations the master had said through the system about the sword, made her simply wildly terrified. The girl collapsed to the ground and hugged her knees, thinking only of how insignificant and powerless she was now, and it depressed her more and more every second. Zan gently approached the girl and began to ask what they should do now, but Excalibur wasn't going to do anything else. She wanted to be alone and head back home. The leader of the locals, who were still about to attack them, coughed loudly, as if to remind them of his existence. He loudly addressed his partners about how stupid everything had gotten, because they were wondering what they were, but it turned out they were just trash. The leader finally said that since it had turned out that way, they would pay for sneaking into the Red Hood's territory. Zan was at a loss to repeat what the leader had said, while the other players were dreaming of a quick, bloody massacre of their enemies. At this point, the kid heard someone suggest that they should do their peeps first, and decided it was just a bunch of psychos. Zan, though he was at a loss, but he clearly realized that if he was destroyed here, no one else could do it for him, which is why it was urgent to get out of here. While the guy was having a conversation with himself in his head, he noticed Excalibur walking past him forward and called out her name. The girl was already in a rage as she approached the players who had just insulted them and was about to do something about it. She was very angry that the enemies had put her on the same level as this loser, and started showering them with insults and something else. The enemy team quickly sensed what changes from the fragile Excalibur, against whom even just standing was hard, and realized that she was one of the players. Aso-san, smiling, noted that the girl was able to retain some of his strength after all. Excalibur pointed her hand at the enemy army and told them with all the anger in the world to rest in peace. In that second, a massive explosion came from her, blinding everyone around her and pushing them off in different directions. The commander of the attackers watched her abilities with bated breath, saying he had never seen anything like this before. One of his subordinates shouted that now was not the best time to admire and needed to run, while the girl went into lust for destruction mode with a grimace of terror. Excalibur heard the opponent's intentions and shouted that it was too late, but this outcome did not suit Mr. ASO at all. The god of this world quickly pressed something on his control panel, and in that second, the girl's power was completely gone. Excalibur immediately became angry, because she didn't understand what was going on, because this shouldn't be happening. At the same time, she raised her head and smiled shyly, noticing the entire armed squad of opponents looking at her. The commander of the enemy fighters menacingly commanded them all to start destroying the outsiders, and they obediently agreed. Zan Hen didn't understand why the girl couldn't use her power anymore, because he was going to get out of there quickly. The guy stopped and decided to go back, because now he just couldn't leave alone, and as it was, he just had to help. A moment later, the armed army commander first froze and then trembled as if struck by lightning. The same thing happened to Zanhev, but for him, it was already a very familiar feeling. This action affected everyone except Excalibur, and she decided that they were all trembling out of fear of her. The girl turned to Zan irritably and said that there was nothing left for them to do but fight, and asked him to take on one or two of the smaller warriors. While she was yelling, she didn't even immediately notice that her partner had magically disappeared somewhere. The girl yelled so loudly that it seemed to be heard by the players even from the tower. Zanhev was already running away quickly through the forest, still hearing the loud insults from his partner. He thought that he wasn't quite out of his mind to fight them, as he realized that he wouldn't have a bone in his body after such a battle. As he ran forward, he realized that the screams had stopped, and for a moment he thought that the girl had been captured by the enemy. Zan remembered how he had thought that something was bound to change in his life after entering this world. He decided to quickly put those thoughts out of his head and not to think about useless things, because she was strong enough and he would only hinder her. The guy fell to the ground face down with thoughts that in the end a weak and coward like him just ran away. He lay there thinking that there was nothing to be thought of with this. He'd already made up his mind and done everything himself. After all, if you think about it, what could he, being an ordinary schoolboy, unlike the rest of the characters in this webtoon. Zanhev couldn't think of anything better than just feeling sorry for himself and thinking about how bad things had gotten, and that there was nothing he could do about it. For a moment he thought he was sitting alone in the school restroom again, thinking about his fate as a loser who didn't fit in with anyone. Standing up and sitting on his knees with his head down, Zan truly believed that this was best for everyone. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice and looked up to hear someone asking him if he was running away once again. The next was a very familiar insult he heard while he was standing leaning against the school restroom door from Kim Tavan. At that moment, Zan had an inexplicable urge to prove the opposite to everyone, but he didn't know exactly how to go about it yet. Meanwhile, the captain was talking about the exhausted Excalibur and her fatigue, although he thought that such a pathos and self-confidence girl could give something worthy. The enemy team had cornered Excalibur with no energy, talking about how weak she really was. The girl might be tired, but she did not give up her position in the conversation, replying that there was no way she should be saying such words to someone whose subordinates did everything for her. She couldn't stop thinking how much this commander annoyed her, as he stood over her and said that he even felt a little sorry for the life of such a little girl. The commander was already swinging his fist for a decisive blow, and the girl was only thinking about how nice it would be if she could use her power. Suddenly, from nowhere, Zanhev himself appeared in front of Excalibur and covered her with himself. The commander noticed him at the same time as the girl, though their emotions were different from that. He didn't hold back his strike. The commander threw a powerful punch, raising dust around him and causing a bright flash of blinding light. The commander was already standing proudly after the attack, hoping for his victory over two players at once. The girl immediately perked up and jumped up under Zan's body, collapsing on top of her, screaming, asking why he even came back if he kept running away like the last loser. She couldn't calm down and kept asking the guy why he was here, adding that she could have done it without his help. Zanhev, who had just received a hard blow, simply asked her in response that she couldn't even be a loser anymore. She noticed the barely held back tears on his face and stopped yelling, quickly changing her expression and tone. Excalibur asked him to move away and let her stand up, saying that it was basically not illegal to be a loser. Unexpectedly, the girl reached out her hand to Zan and asked him to hold her hand to help him stand up. The guy was still looking at her in surprise, not realizing if she was serious, hearing further the suggestion to try again. Zanhev realized that Excalibur was being serious and accepted her offer to try again, holding out his hand to her in return. Suddenly, a blinding stream of light descended on the players with the announcement that they have passed. The commander of the enemy army was genuinely surprised as he tried to understand what this power was and how it could even be possible. Zanhen stood bravely in front of everyone with a burned vest on his forearm and a mighty sword in his hand. The guy promised to definitely rise to a place of honor among the players. Excalibur thought angrily that she had only given her partner half of her power. Seeing how powerful the guy was, the girl was furious that he had grabbed all the god power left in her. Zanhev offered Excalibur's sword power first, but she still gave him a chance to prove himself, and now he was standing in flaming light before his opponents. One of the enemy army told the other not to hide behind everyone, but to move forward since he was so huge. They were already trying to reluctantly move closer to Zan, but the commander ordered them all to move back immediately, adding that he would handle him on his own. The commander said menacingly that he hated most of all those who only knew how to rely on their useless bling. He went on to say that that was why he had created his own thieves guild, but Zan thought he was just talking nonsense. It was as if the commander was seriously focused on something and asked his worthless partners to look closely at the use of true power. He summoned his best techniques and magic skills for the coming battle to emerge victorious. The subordinates shouted praises to their great commander who never doubts himself, and quickly dispersed so as not to disturb him. The leader menacingly told Zan that he was not at all interested in what this supposedly mighty sword was called, because to him it was just a knife. He also added, raising a huge stone, that if he couldn't get close to his opponent, it wouldn't do any good. The commander brought the block of stone right above Zan and said that he would die quietly right now and he would sell his precious sword. The boy stood calmly and watched the huge stone rapidly approaching him. A moment later, Zanhev swung his majestic sword towards the flying block of stone. The guy turned towards the enemy team, showing his superiority with all his appearance. The commander clearly did not expect such a turn of events and froze in surprise with wide-open eyes. He and his subordinates tried to see in the light of the bluish glow what was going on. Zanhev was not as simple as they all thought, and surprised them greatly by delivering a devastating fiery sword strike. The enemy army scattered from the powerful attack in different directions, trembling and shaking from such a blow. The brave kid stood in a fighting stance after the first and such a successful strike in his rather dull life up to that point. After a second, he raised his head and his face showed signs of fatigue from the sudden force that had come upon him. Zanhev only managed to utter what he could, and was no longer able to keep his exhausted body on its feet. The P-boy plopped down on the ground, where he made a good hole with his sword. A few meters away from Zan himself, the entire enemy team lay motionless and without signs of life, crushed by his majestic blow. The in-world system announced the successful completion of the elimination of the Red Hooded Thieves Guild. Meanwhile, Aso-san watched the whole event and laughed merrily, finding it quite an amusing sight. He watched the broadcast on his cell phone screen, was very happy that it had become much more interesting and unpredictable. Aso relaxed back on the couch and exhaled deeply, tossing his cell phone far behind his back. The Lord seemed to have already thought of some plan of action and was about to put it into action. He sat in front of the chessboard, folding his hands in front of him, and thought how good it was that finally all the necessary candidates had been assembled. Aso decided with a satisfied smirk that finally it would begin its next move. Somewhere in one of the universes, an unknown person was traveling somewhere on a go-kart in a harness with a creature that looked like a fluffy cloud, leisurely traveling somewhere. The cheerful and cute fluffy creature was referred to by the intra-world system as a Mokiko. Behind the tightly clutched reins sat a certain old man, silently driving his cart. The old man turned out to be 86-year-old Julius II with the profession of a coachman who had recently experienced a crisis in his peaceful life. The cause of this crisis occurred about 30 minutes ago, when he was calmly brushing his Mokiko and was about to return. But something happened. The old man was standing by his faithful pet, minding his own business, when he heard an unfamiliar voice asking his grandfather for a ride to the village around the tower. The old man snapped back, saying, "Let them look for their own grandfather to give them a ride to wherever they needed to go." Suddenly, the old man heard something that made him interrupt and distracted by the travelers. A formidable Escalibra with a sack in the skin of a beast, dragging a barely alive Zan along the road, was walking towards Julius and answered that she personally had no grandfather. The girl stopped in front of the old man and asked if it was impossible to get on the wagon without her grandfather, to which the frightened Julius quickly said that it was not necessary, he would drive them anyway. The old man invited the uninvited travelers to get into his wagon and hovered for a while, waking up after the girl called him loudly. Escalibra pulled Zan into the cart and settled herself in, telling the old man to hurry up and get them where they needed to go, and the man moved off apologetically. The old man was furious, but he didn't show it in any way, and only thought that if he were 50 years younger, he would have pointed her out. He stealthily watched the worried girl who was desperately trying to bring her partners to their senses. Escalibra was shaking Zan by the collar of his shirt and accidentally snapped something there while the old man thought he would just stay out of anything. The girl stared silently at the guy lying unconscious and with no visible signs of life. She figured Zan hadn't moved once yet since he'd lost consciousness after his devastating blow. Escalibra gently reached out to touch her partner's head, sincerely hoping he wasn't dead. It was as if the girl was clarifying to herself that she wasn't particularly concerned about his fate, but her continued stay here and the possibility of returning back to the god. While she was immersed in her musings, the guy jumped up with the words, "Squid fried rice," and got a fist to the head in surprise. Zan startled the girl and she casually punched him, asking if he really didn't remember anything. The guy revealed that his last memory was of taking her hand, and the next thing he knew, it was darkness, which made his partner laugh, who thought he'd be good for it. Zan added that despite everything, he still remembered something about something incredibly cool and powerful happening to her. Escalibra asked him to forget about it because if he couldn't remember exactly how he'd done it, it was no use. Zan sincerely apologized for it, and the girl thought that it really could just be an accident. A moment later, Escalibra still decided that it couldn't be an accident. After all, her power couldn't be used just because of some luck. The girl thought that even though outwardly he looked like a nerd, he did what he had to do in the moment that required maximum output. Zanhev didn't completely destroy any of the enemy opponents, only crippling them and leaving them alive. This guy was able to somehow, in some incomprehensible way, completely control the majestic power of a god. As the girl continued to ponder, her partner shouted to her that he remembered something else, immediately drawing all of her attention to himself. Zan began to mumble and squirm, saying that it might not be particularly important, but the girl wanted to know what it was about. She pressed him to talk about it, and he remembered that he had missed something the moment she reached out to him. Zanhev timidly looked straight into the girl's eyes and thanked her for believing in him after all, no matter what. Escalibra had expected anything but that and looked at her partner confused. The guy held out his hand to her and tried unsuccessfully to say her name, which pissed her off, and she shouted that he couldn't even learn her name. Zan replied that he remembered her name well, but it was so ridiculous and strange, to which the old man thought they were too loud and wanted to return to the village as soon as possible. The spirited girl seemed mad with anger and started shouting that he himself had a strange name, but Zan only defended himself against her swinging and said that his mother had named him that. The boy didn't seem to be listening to his crazy partner anymore and stared off in surprise. He asked her to look forward, but she kept yelling and threatening that if he didn't shut up, she would beat him up right here and now. The guy interrupted her again and told her that this was not the right time at all, and he wasn't talking about that at all, forcing his partner to turn around after all. The guys saw a narrow path in front of them with a few more wagons going in a single row towards some kind of entrance. The old man's wagon and his partners were approaching the village at the tower entrance. At the front of the narrow path, guards stood at the main gate and took turns letting the wagons pass, writing something down on paper. Zanhev quickly realized that it was some sort of checkpoint and why he panicked. The guy immediately looked around at the things he'd gotten here with, which included only his cell phone and gel pen, and wondered what he should do now. He started saying that maybe he should get a part-time job if they accept minors, which made the girl laugh a lot. The guy hadn't paid attention to the things in the wagon before, and now, looking at his partner, he asked if she had stolen it all from those thieves. When Zan nodded in the affirmative, he immediately gave up looking at the contents of the sack full of gold and said he didn't have to worry about the money. He praised the girl, saying that he had never thought she would be capable of such a thing, but she didn't see it as a big deal and asked him to listen to what she had to say from now on. Escalibra had already started making their plans, saying that first they would find a place to eat a nice meal. At that moment, everyone heard a loud shout that it was them and turned around to see the old man telling the guards to capture them immediately. The old man did not hold back and told the strict guard that the two men had threatened him and forced him to take them here. Escalibra began to shout back that there were no threats, and she was just asking him, which he immediately agreed to. Zan got scared that she might have actually threatened the old man and started yelling that he was unconscious in the first place, and therefore also a victim. The girl was not going to tolerate such insolent behavior and kicked him in the face with all her might. The guards were watching and said there was no need to pretend, as they knew they were in on it. One of the guards pulled out a wanted flyer that had a member of the Thieves Guild on it and said that here was proof that they were from the Red Hoods. The old man started shouting that he recognized the petty thieves right away, but they tried to fight back, saying they had nothing to do with that guild. In that second, they both realized how awkward they looked, for they were wearing the stolen clothes of the Thieves Guild after the battle. The guard came closer to his partners and said that he immediately thought the cloak looked very familiar, and shouting, asked if they had lost their fear. The chief quickly commanded all the armed guards to surround the wagon with the brazen thieves. Escalibra quickly looked over to the frightened Zan and realized what an awkward situation they were in. The boy felt something in his body again and looked at his trembling hands in confusion. A mysterious stranger was watching everything that was happening from a bird's-eye view. He was standing on a high cliff, proudly folding his arms across his chest, and was about to check something right now. Zanhev continued to stare fearfully at his hands and remained motionlessly silent. The tourist passing by heard some noise at the gate and became interested in the showdown, figuring there were just some intruders. Escalibra heard them calling them children and was about to catch them, but she felt even a little sorry that they had no idea who they were actually messing with. The girl quickly thought about her partner, or rather, whether he was going to run off again in a panic attack and leave her alone. Escalibra suddenly noticed how the guy started shivering and shaking again, and became frightened. Zanhev, meanwhile, was trying his best to regain his composure and calm down a little. He was determined that he would not run away again. Even though he was ashamed that he wanted to hide, he would not do it again. Zan looked back at the guards and thought that they were stopped simply because they were mistaken for criminals. But if everything was explained normally, they would be fine. The head guard menacingly commanded the smaller ruffians to keep their hands behind their heads and slowly climb down from the wagon, to which Zan shouted agreement. The boy turned to Escalibra not to be afraid or worried because he had an idea. Even though it was scary, he asked her to leave the matter to him. Zan didn't even have time to finish his thought to his partner when he saw her abruptly fly upwards out of the wagon. The maddened girl told the guards that they were in trouble today, for they had no idea who was in front of them, and began to hurl threats at them. Zan resented the stubborn and unyielding girl who could not be bothered. While he was judging her reckless actions, she had already attacked one of the guards. Standing on him, Escalibra loudly announced that the first one was ready, and felt a kind of power, incomparable, of course, with her past power, but also very good. The girl decided that even without the god power that Zanhev had used, it would be quite enough, and called the rest of the guards over to her. The head guard shouted to the steel ones that she wasn't one of the players, and they should all attack her together to deny her the opportunity to destroy them alone. Excalibur was interested in what the soldier had said about the players, and recalled that Mr. ASO himself had said something about it as well. Armed guards with spears ran forward with an attack, while the girl said that although she didn't know much about these players, she would show them something else. Excalibur was throwing off her animal cloak as she walked, and told them that she was much stronger than some of the players, according to a secret only to them. The head guard, who was hit in the face by the cape, shouted that he couldn't see anything and only heard some warning from a subordinate. Excalibur took advantage of the moment of surprise and snatched the spear from the temporarily sightless guard, jumping away from him sharply. The girl quickly located the point she needed and took aim, swinging the sharp spear. She deftly swung the weapon straight at one of the guards blocking their path. The spear reached its target in a flash, and the guard shuddered in pain and twisted in half. The weapon hit across right into the soldier's stomach and threw him far back at high speed. Excalibur thought at this moment that they were weaker than even that red-hooded guild, and if it continued like this, it wouldn't be that hard to reach the first rank. The guards looked at each other warily and prepared for another attack, still thinking that the enemies were planning something against them. A guard shouted to one of the team members to quickly run out and get Mr. Rang here. While he was telling this to the soldier, the girl was already flying at him with her fists in a fury. Excalibur menacingly asked which other Rana they were talking about and ordered them to bring him straight to her. While the guard tried to defend himself, the girl went on to say that perhaps she could at least have a normal conversation with him. At the same time, Zan tried to call her distraught partner to talk her out of it, but he couldn't pronounce her difficult name. Suddenly, the girl was distracted from everything when she heard someone call her Kaylee and tell her to be careful. Excalibur was too late to notice, and there was no way she would have been able to dodge the blow behind her from the already armed guard preparing to attack. The girl quickly realized how this could have ended, if it weren't for one thing. She heard a loud call to battle from Zane, calling her by her abbreviated name Kaylee, and was forced to respond. In front of the astonished guards who were already swinging to strike, the girl began to vaporize and move to another place. A moment later, she was already a battle buddy in Zan's hands as a majestic sword. But even here, Excalibur couldn't calm down and started shouting at the guy who had called her out for being a hero without permission, and clarified that she too had seen the attackers behind her. The sword girl managed to add that everything was fine and under control, but Zan interrupted her and said that wasn't true at all. She started shouting, asking why he suddenly thought he could cross her and know anything at all about it, being a common loser. The guy calmly replied to her that it was precisely because he was a loser that he understood everything, and asked if she knew what the most important thing about it was. The girl asked in bewilderment what he meant, and Zan told her it was the look. He began to explain that just as prey catches the gazes of the predators surrounding it, in the classroom you can tell who the biggest fish are by their eyes. Zanhev shifted his gaze from his sword and stared ahead, saying that his underdog instinct told him only one thing. In front of his partner stood a huge, stern-looking man surrounded by a serpentine dragon, and the guy seriously added that this man was really dangerous to them. Excalibur, unaccustomed to herself, listened attentively to her partner and agreed with him. The girl wanted to say something else, but suddenly noticed something very strange. Excalibur looked under her feet and saw the ground split in half. No one standing nearby understood how it happened that the ground had split apart. A second later, an intra-world announcement announced that Mr. Ran had entered the battle, and everyone who was there shouted to quickly run away. Mr. Ran, gathering back his endless dissection belt, said that next time there would be no such thing. Zanhev thought with delight and admiration that it was cool to just cut the ground with some cloth like that. Excalibur began to shout from her sword that the guy should quickly gather himself and not be afraid of anything, to which Zan replied that he was not afraid of anything and was fully prepared for the fight. The girl warned her partner to be especially wary of that cloth of Mr. Rand's, because if it wrapped around him, he was definitely finished. Zan grudgingly said that even a toddler would understand that, but all he himself could think about was how scared he was. He kept thinking that now he wouldn't even be able to escape and would have to fight, and Excalibur was so heavy. He couldn't understand how the god ASO could control it so easily. As if it weighed nothing, it was hard to stand with it. The boy stopped halfway and seemed to be thinking about something, looking at Ransan. Kaylee quickly reminded her partner that with his level, he would be able to use it for no more than 2 minutes, and told him to stop thinking so much and start acting. Zanhev was still hesitant about this decision and decided to clarify if it was mandatory to fight him. The sword girl became angry and yelled that it was the dumbest question she had ever heard, because they had been through so much already, and he still didn't understand anything. Zan quickly interrupted her, saying that wasn't what he meant at all, and honestly admitted that he was really afraid to fight, but that wasn't the point. He just really didn't understand why they should get into a battle. Excalibur still didn't understand what the hell her partner was talking about, and he tried to explain it to her. Zan began to say that their main goal was to get into the tower and find Nagi there. But if they got into a fight now, it was unlikely that they would be able to get into the city around the tower. He also added that even if they were to get lucky and defeat Ran, he would shut down again like last time and the game would be over. Excalibur still grudgingly wondered what he was going to do then, if he wasn't thinking of just dropping dead here right now. It seemed that Mr. Ran had grown tired of his opponent's idle chatter and decided to move to action. Excalibur immediately sensed something wrong and looked straight towards the enemy. A huge hand had formed from Mr. Ran's endless belt of cleavage, and was already moving towards the guys while the girl shouted to her partner to look forward. The gentleman began to list the crimes they had committed, namely attacking a checkpoint and obstructing duty. A huge hand hung in the air above Zan as Ran finished listing their crimes, ending with an attempt on the guards' lives. A moment later, the endless belt was already swirling around the boy, who was surprised out of his wits. Another second later, the cloth completely wrapped Zan's body tightly with no way to get out of it. Mr. Rand began to menacingly read out their rights and duties, according to which they had the right to remain silent. He next said that if they disobeyed, authorized player Rand had the right to take the following action. The Lord clutched his cloth even tighter and informed them that he had the right to enforce the annihilating reprisal. All this time, Zanhev stood motionless with his sword in his hand under the effect of the endless belt. The bound fellow quickly realized that something was wrong and something very strange was happening. Zan. He saw no one but Mr. Rand at this time, as if there were only the two of them left in the world, and pitch blackness all around. The guy had a good sense that the atmosphere was very heavy in the presence of this lord, and he understood how the players became after raising the tower. Suddenly the lad interrupted his thoughts at the word players and tried to remember what ASO had said about it. Escalibra inquired about his partner's condition, but he only replied that there was no way he could move. In that same second, the infinity belt broke into small pieces and flew apart, freeing Zan from his captivity. Mr. Rand said menacingly, warning him not to even try to resist, let alone free himself. He went on to say that according to their law, he must punish him for all that he had done. Escalibra began to call out to her partner and try to say something, but he only shouted to her that he knew everything himself. She did finish, clarifying that now was not the best time to quarrel over nothing, or they would both be killed. The girl, once again looking in the direction of her opponent, said that they just had to fight. At the same instant, the sword majestically ignited a powerful flame in Zan's hands in a light of paralyzing lightning and blinding light. Escalibra felt a powerful surge of energy and strength and couldn't contain her elation. Mr. Ran, who had remained completely calm until that moment, went into a stage of mild anxiety from the power he had just seen. The distraught Zanhev felt his body overflowing with energy, and realized that this was the god power that Escalibra had spoken of earlier. He silently looked at his mighty sword and was certain that they would definitely win with it. Zanhev pushed himself powerfully off the ground in a high jump and looked at the people standing below in surprise. The guy didn't understand what they were doing there, and why they were still standing there and not dispersing. Escalibra interrupted his partner's musings, asking what he was doing, since no one stopped such a powerful force that way. Zan was already flying downwards from the decline of his power as Kaylee told him to stop doubting, unless he wanted to die before they finished him off, of course. The guy didn't attack as he was afraid that other people would get hurt, but Mr. Rand still didn't understand why his opponent wasn't attacking. Rand was already flying towards Zan and said that he had no idea what he was up to, but he had clearly missed his only chance to win. The Lord had already swung his fist towards the boy for a strike. Zan knew he wouldn't have time to dodge and just took the powerful blow that made his head go black. The boy went flying down from the blow and fell to the ground with a thud. The guys watching nearby sympathized with Zan, or rather with his fall from such a height, and discussed among themselves whether he had survived at all. Mr. Ran, while still in the air, thought that Zanhev was definitely dangerous. He looked at the guy who had fallen from such a height and managed to survive, and thought of him as a challenging opponent. Mr. Ran wasn't going to wait for the guy to come to his senses, and was about to deliver the next crushing blow. Zanhev was still and unconscious and lying on the ground with no visible signs of life. Escalibra angrily thought that she had undersighted him, as she had never even imagined that such a thing could happen. Meanwhile, Mr. Rand didn't waste a second and had already launched his webbing towards his partners. Escalibra immediately realized that she wouldn't have time to get out or save her buddy, and simply closed her eyes to face the approaching end. A short time later, the girl opens her eyes to see why nothing has happened so far. Escalibra saw the old man's Mokiko in front of her, appearing out of nowhere, and called out to her, calling her curly-haired girl. The fluffy cloud stood flat in front of her partner and didn't move, mooing merrily. Mr. Rand froze with surprise, as he had in no way expected to see a Mochiko in his path, and asked why this animal was here. The guys looking out from behind the bushes were also trying to figure out why the Mochiko was defending her partners and interfering in the fight at all, since it was the first time they had seen such a thing. Escalibra sat down next to the Mochiko while the guys shouted that now the fight was unlikely to continue, because even with all the severity of Mr. Rana, he would not do such a thing. The girl continued to sit next to the animal and thought what a strange atmosphere there was here. It looked very much like Mr. Rand wasn't going to just stand there and calmly observe everything, because he was probably preparing to attack. Mokiko continued to persistently stand in front of the girl and guy and repeated her MO. The Lord couldn't take it all anymore and told the animal to shut up immediately. Mokiko mewed loudly as Rand launched his endless belt of dissection straight into Escalibra, knocking her off her feet and throwing her back towards the guy. The unconscious girl quickly flew toward her lying partner from the hard blow. Mokiko continued to moo loudly as Mr. Ran commanded his subordinates, who had already fled to follow orders, to send the partners to jail and punish them according to the law. Escalibra along with her partner Zanhev were thrown into one of the cells behind bars. Both players were in the local village at the tower entrance prison. Someone laughed very loudly upon hearing the simply unbelievably rambling story. The unknown man asked Ransan again if the Mokiko had blocked him while protecting the criminals, and heard a quiet assent in response. He further questioned if he had accidentally attacked the innocents. Otherwise, why on earth would the Mokiko stand in their defense? But Ran was sure they were criminals since they had attacked the main gate. Mr. Ran, after a bit of silence, added that he still had something else as evidence. He held out the tie he had found in the wagon, which Kaylee had earlier accidentally broken the clasp on while bringing Zan to his senses, and said that he had never seen such tailoring before. Ran caught the unknown man's attention, adding that there could be no mistake, and there was definitely something wrong with them. The unknown man turned out to be Dean, who had fought Nagi and said he hadn't even hoped to see the kid again. Mr. Ran was very surprised and asked if he knew him, to which he heard an explanation that he was the same guy who broke through Nagi's wall of blue flame. Mr. Ran couldn't believe his ears, and Dean confirmed everything to him once more. After a bit of thought, Dean informed Ran that, as it was, he'd just have to visit him in person. The local jail was multi-story and securely barred behind an iron gate with an alarm system. At the windows of one of the cells behind the bars, two furry mooks stood mooing and mooing. Zanhen and Escalibra had already come to their senses and were sitting silently on opposite sides of the cell. The boy decided to break the silence and speak first, saying that this was a boring prison. The guy went on to say how she was incredible in battle and defeated so many guards, and that player Ran wasn't as tough as he initially thought. Zan had said that if he had executed his attack better, they would have definitely won, but none of that seemed to interest the girl at all. Escalibra leaned against the cold wall of the cell and sighed loudly. Zanhev visibly became nervous and worried, as he was already very familiar with this kind of situation. The guy was sure that his partner was furious, and now he would definitely be finished. Zan even had time to think that it was logical, because he would have hated himself for such a thing. In his mind, he quickly recalled the picture of the time when he had risen mightily above everyone else, full of strength and energy, and was sure that if he hadn't been stuck there, they would have won for sure. Zan didn't even notice the rage filling his mind and body, and began desperately banging his head against the wall with thoughts that he'd better end it all himself right now. While the guy was indulging in self-deprecation, he was accosted by a bewildered Escalibra. The girl hesitated for a moment, but a few seconds later she apologized. Zan changed from anger to surprise and stared at his partner, not fully realizing what he had just heard. The guy immediately rushed to Kylie's side and began repeating her words, asking what she was apologizing to him for. Escalibra was really very depressed, and only said that either he was a fool since he didn't understand anything, or he just wanted to comfort her. The girl added that she is just accepting reality. After all, she was the one who got into the fight first, so she is the one who needs to apologize. She asked her partner if he understood the meaning of what she said. Escalibra seriously stated that she would not limit herself to just words, but would take full responsibility, which surprised Zane even more. After a minute, the girl asked him to hit her once, pointing her finger at her cheek. The boy stared at Kaylee in shock and asked her if she'd just asked him to hit her, to which she nodded approvingly. Zan thought he was beginning to understand a little bit why she was always lashing out at everyone, since she didn't have any options in her head other than to solve everything with a fight. He wondered what words he could use to convince her of that decision. Zan decided to do things his way again and called out to her affectionately, calling her Kaylee. She looked at the guy with surprised eyes again, just like the first time, and he asked for permission to call her that. Zan began to explain that her name was too long and complicated for him, and when he tried to call her, he kept stuttering, so instead of fighting, let her give him permission. Escalibra was still silently staring in amazement at the guy who kept saying that if she didn't like something, she could always say no. Kaylee turned away and replied that she didn't care at all and would allow it. The important thing was that they worked things out. Zan was about to get excited when he heard the girl say that they still had something to work out. Kaylee pounded her fist on the wall menacingly and told him that the most important thing was to get out of here quietly. Armed guards stood at the entrance gate to the prison corridor with the cells. The guys had been there for quite some time, and one of them had even dozed off. The guard quickly woke up when he heard a familiar voice asking him if his work was too tiring. They were startled to see Mr. Ran and Mr. Ding in front of them, looking at each other in surprise. The guards began to quickly apologize for dozing off at their post, but Mr. Ding asked them to relax and report on the situation around them. Mr. Ran said that the only thing quiet and empty in these fools' heads was their heads, which really scared his subordinates. Dean asked to leave all this worthless chatter and asked where those criminals who were caught this morning at the main gate were. The guard began to quickly say that they have them and now he will show everything. But no sooner had he finished than suddenly everyone heard a loud bang and turned around at the noise. The prison cell where the partners were imprisoned already had a huge hole in the wall. The guard started begging to be destroyed, but Dean was only interested in the power with which such a huge hole in the wall could be made. Mr. Dean looked somewhere in the distance and said that because of all the commotion, there was nothing left for them to do but one thing. Dean motioned to the guards to catch them again, as the partners quickly raced away from the prison. An exhausted Zan, lying on the girl's shoulder, asked her to be a little slower as such a strain was too much to bear after using the force. While Kaylee was asking him to be a little patient, Mr. Ran was already standing in front of them with a strange power emanating from his hand. Excalibur stopped abruptly in horror in front of her foe, and Zan flew to the ground. She tried to move, but realized she couldn't, and felt a tremendous heaviness throughout her body. The boy, though, lay powerless on the ground. He could feel his body welling up as if poured with lead, and he wondered what that power was. Zan quickly tried to move his fingers and realized that his hands were moving normally, which meant one thing. Mr. Ran approached the boy in a crouch, but Zan continued his musings. Zan realized that it wasn't his body that had become heavy at all, but his clothes, preventing him from even being able to move. Ran sternly told them to give up, as he had already tagged their belongings, which meant for the next few hours total control over them. The boy angrily explained that they were not from the Thieves Guild and had simply come here to climb the tower. Mr. Ran thought about the guy's words for a moment, especially what he said about the tower. He replied that here, the village around the tower was full of insects just like them, seeing the glow of the terrarium and immediately dreaming of going there. Ran, looking at an exasperated Kaylee, continued that even if they were telling the truth, they all the more need to surrender immediately. The Lord proudly explained that the tower was a place for players like him, not for those who couldn't even fight back decently. Finally, he added that they would never be able to climb the tower. Suddenly, Mr. Dean appeared in front of Zan out of nowhere, surprising him greatly. Dean cheerfully inquired if he was the same Zanhev who had destroyed the wall of blue flames. The guy, of course, immediately recognized Dean, and couldn't hide his intense surprise. Zan quickly remembered the most unpleasant way Dean had lost his arm in the last battle. Mr. Dean cheerfully said it was a pleasure to finally meet him. The guy was still staring at him in shock when he told him his name, Dean. Mr. D explained to Zan and his partner that he was the king of this village around the terrarium tower. Zan's only thought at this time was that they couldn't even deal with one player, and now another one had shown up, and with what status? The partners' whole bodies ached from the opponent's force, but the guy still bravely asked what they were going to do to them. Dean looked him over in silence for a few moments, as if he was pondering the question himself, and chuckled loudly. The Lord looked down at the guy with Kaylee lying on the ground, and cheerfully asked what he was really going to do with them. The partners didn't have time to hear anything anymore as they were hit hard by a huge hand, blacking out their consciousness for hours. Zanhev was in some room surrounded by caring women tidying up his appearance. There were several other kids on his bed, taking turns shouting their admiration for the guy, who had just opened his eyes and was staring in shock at everything going on around him. The kids started asking the guy where he came from and why he had such strange and stupid clothes. Suddenly, behind Zan's back, Kaylee called out to him and offered him something to eat, saying that the food here was very good. Zan started to ask her what was going on and where they were, but she calmly sipped her drink and said that she didn't understand anything. Zan started shouting to his partner that now was not the best time for such antics, and that they should run away from these monsters as soon as possible. At the same second, the guy heard a familiar voice behind him, which turned out to be Ran, asking if he was accidentally calling him a monster. The Lord informed Zan that since he was already awake and alert, let him get up and follow him. Zan was still staring at him in bewilderment as he told him that Mr. Dean was already waiting for him at his place. The boy didn't want any more trouble, so he got up and obediently followed Ran up the long staircase somewhere. He sincerely didn't understand why Ran was so calm and didn't even look in his direction, even though he was ready to smash him on the wall a while ago. Zan was unhappy with the long climb up the stairs and resented Kaylee for not going with him, for without her he felt he was just an idle schoolboy. He was snapped out of his musings by Ran, informing him that they had arrived, stopping in front of one of the rooms. The gentleman politely opened the door in front of Zanhev and told him to go inside. The boy saw the brightly colored room but still somehow hesitated to enter it. At the very window, Mr. Dean himself was sitting on a couch with the curtains fluttering in the cool breeze. He turned to Zan with a sly smile and sort of summarized that the guy had come to see him after all. Dean began to tell how the still, until recently unfamiliar guy had really surprised him last time, and not only him. He, getting up from the couch and approaching Zane, asked who so unexpectedly breaks the wall and runs away, to which he heard a request for forgiveness for the ruined wall. Lord Dean clarified that it wasn't that at all, but that the wall wasn't that easy to break. He decided to find out all at once and debated whether he had handled Naga's wall of blue flame the same way. Zan was very tense about the topic of conversation, especially when Dean put his hand on his shoulder and told him that his only downside was that after all his heroics, he fainted. Dean was more interested in what it was that he had that ability than anything else. It seemed that with this question, Mr. Dean caught Zainhev off guard, or rather cornered him. The boy began to think quickly how to react to all this and whether he should tell him the truth. He thought that his story about being the king of the city didn't sound like a lie. Otherwise, why would Mr. Rand be subject to him? Zan realized that if he mumbled, Dean would sense something amiss and get angry. So he decided that it seemed like the best choice was to tell the truth. The guy was still questioning whether he could tell everything, including the fact that all his mighty power was just a gift from the god Aso. Zane also had thoughts that Dean might simply not believe it all. After a few minutes, Mr. Dean asked the guy what he was so serious about, and if he didn't want to tell him, let him not tell him, which surprised the guy who didn't know it was possible. Dean cheerfully said that no one would forbid him from answering any way he wanted, and until he became a player, hiding his abilities was pretty wise. Zan asked in bewilderment why he had to ask such questions then and heard that Dean was just curious. The boy was now completely confused and wondered why he had called him over then. Mr. Dean replied that he had some business for him but gave him their stuff to start with. Zan began to gently ask that if Dean gave him their stuff, could it mean the same thing? The guy excitedly and with a deep exhale heard Dean confirm that all charges against him and Kaylee had been dropped. Dean said that an old man had come in and explained to them that they were not members of the Red Hoods Guild, much to Zane's surprise, since he had heard the old man accuse them himself. Dean replied that he didn't know of any such thing. He had only heard that the guy had prevented the deaths of many innocent people. That was the reason why Mr. Dean wanted to meet with the guys. But when he got to them, they had already fled. Zainhev laughed loudly after a few seconds, which caught the Lord's attention. The guy began to think over everything Dean had just told him and put it all together. Zan was proud and insanely happy that his hesitation on the field was not a blunder at all, but actually saved people's lives, and it was even noticed. Mr. Dean, of course, didn't know what Zan was thinking and was looking at him very strangely. He quickly realized with a caustic smile that this guy was not at all as simple as he seemed. The king of the city turned to the guy to clarify if he still wanted to go up to the tower, which brought Zan out of his musings. Dean wasn't going to be left without any information at all, and clarified exactly why he needed to do so. The Lord asked him to tell him his reason for this sudden desire. There were actually quite a few people wanting to get into the tower, but Dean was interested in this particular guy's purpose. Zan hesitated and mumbled, wondering whether to tell the Lord the truth. He realized that he had nothing more to lose, and answered honestly that he wanted to take the first place in the ranking among the players. Mr. Dean didn't expect such an answer from the seemingly quiet boy, and was even more surprised when he seriously said that he wanted to break Nagi. Both boys simultaneously remembered Nagi's player with all her mighty power, and Dean thought he had gotten the answer to his question. A sepulchral silence hung in the master's room, and the guys looked at each other in silence. Zainhev pondered what he might get for such an answer, whether Dean would approve of it or punish him for it. The Lord interrupted the boy's thoughts by calling his name loudly, and he responded immediately. Dean asked Zane if he wanted to see what was right outside his window. The guy was a little confused by the strange question and didn't dare to answer for a while. Zan didn't say anything and just silently walked to the Lord's window, looking carefully at all the buildings and the Sky Tower terrarium itself, which was just visible from here. Dean asked the lad if he could see something like a fence in front of the tall buildings, made of sharp and sturdy sky blue steel. The Lord explained to Zan that everything outside of that fence belonged to the Avalon Guild. As it turned out, this guild was under Nagi's leadership, and Dean said quietly that it all had a gorgeous view. Zan looked around the buildings with bated breath and in wild shock once more and thought about how powerful it was to have this all in his power. At that very second, the dazed guy realized how ridiculous his statement about the Naga player sounded. He thought of his rival and looked up at the tower. Then his own words about how he was going to break her came to mind. Zan immediately realized that it wasn't Nagi herself that was to be broken, but much, much deeper and bigger. He envisioned a bunch of people connected to her and her power, and more specifically, people who would have to be overthrown before she realized anything. The weary lad was alarmed at the outcome he had just come to. He was now defying all of these people at once. Clenching his hands tighter into fists, Zan began to think about whether he could handle such a difficult task. He remembered himself at school, where he couldn't do anything even in his small class. His musings were abruptly interrupted by Mr. Dean suddenly placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him that he would need reliable backup. Dean seemed insanely happy about the new venture and the new ally. Unlike Zan, who was still in a state of incomprehension, the Lord had announced in all seriousness that he would help the boy climb to the top of the Tower of Heaven. Zan couldn't believe his ears and asked several times if he understood him correctly, to which Dean nodded his head several times and expressed his sympathy for his goals and objectives. Dean added that it was in his best interest too, since their goals were somewhat similar. The Lord hugged Zane tightly around the neck in a brotherly manner, not even giving the guy a chance to breathe properly, and began to ponder aloud where they should start the operation from. Just then he bounced up sharply and broke out into a grin, shouting that he remembered something. The Lord addressed the guy by name, saying that they had missed an important point. Seeing the incomprehension in Zane's eyes, Dean clarified if the guy had already registered as a player candidate. After discussing all the details with Dean, the guy exhaled heavily and walked out the room, thinking about how tired he was and glad he was finally out of there. Zan was happy with one thing. He now knew how to get up into the tower, and he was loud about it. Behind Zan's back, who had completely forgotten about him, stood a stern Meister Ran, who sternly asked if he really hoped he could do it. The guy immediately remembered that Ran had been standing and waiting for him here at the door all this time. The Lord didn't miss the opportunity to speak up and began to say that he had warned him as he didn't have the necessary strength to climb the tower. He also added that instead of heeding his words, he was throwing bold promises left and right. Mr. Ran, after a brief pause, went on to ask Zan if he was confident that he could really defeat a player like Nagi. Hearing no denial or apology, Ran began to insult the guy, warning him not to be so cocky and stupid. The master started to raise his hand already, to show Zan his level of fighter again right now if he so desired. Suddenly, an embittered Excalibur flies between Ran and Zan with lightning, throwing the Lord's arm back. She sparks to a halt at the staircase railing and said menacingly that she was sorry for her blunder. Kaylee instantly turned frantic and started yelling at the insolent Ran that she wasn't interested in his status or his lousy words, and he had no right to tell them what to do. The girl said that he would regret all his words because very soon they would become much stronger than his, and she would make him apologize. At the same moment, Zanhev himself joined the hostile conversation, agreeing with his partner. The guy started shouting loudly that they would definitely become strong and climb the tower. He finished his speech by adding with a slight hesitation that they would eventually defeat the Nagi as well. Zanhev kept his crazy eyes on the vile Mr. Ran, as if to show him that he was wrong about them. Ran only calmly said that they completely misunderstood the words he said, and he had no idea why Mr. Din liked them so much. He had no choice but to agree with everything he had just heard, but as he left, he lastly said that he would keep a close eye on them. Mr. Ran also added that he wondered how long they would last, and where their insolence would lead them in the end. Ran, having made his point, fairly walked away, leaving Zan and his partner alone in the corridor. Zane and his partner were alone in the corridor for a while, staring at the departing Ran in silence and with undisguised anger. As soon as the gentleman disappeared from their sight, the guy immediately fell to the floor, exhaling loudly and rejoicing that he finally left, to which Kaylee asked him to get up now. The girl was fired up about their new goal and wanted to get strong soon so she could paint the beautiful face of this vile and arrogant type. Zan, still lying on the floor, eyed Kaylee warily and didn't dare to cross her, quietly agreeing with her. The guy decided to still tell her what Dean had told him and beckoned his partner to the nearest window. He pointed her to the tower and all that was behind the hedge and told her that was the place they needed. But Kaylee already knew that because it was obvious to her. Zan was recalling in detail the place Mr. Dean had mentioned for further down the list of players. Meanwhile, somewhere at the gates of the main Sky Tower terrarium, a girl surrounded by many different creatures stood at the gates to announce the first obstacle. She waited for a while for everyone to gather, and when she noticed a sufficient number of willing players, she greeted everyone. All present greeted the girl in return, and she solemnly announced the beginning of the selection of candidates for the players. The partners watched the buildings and the tower from afar, trying to find the right path. Zan annoyedly told Kaylee that they were doing badly since they couldn't even find the location of the exam. The girl angrily asked the guy how he was even going to get up to the tower if he couldn't even find the exam location, but Zan only thought it would be easy. The guy quickly remembered Dean telling him that if they couldn't find their way for a long time, to just let them follow the people. But Kaylee didn't understand what people they were talking about. Zan recalled something to the effect that they should immediately realize as soon as they saw them, but began to puzzle over whether this could be another test. At the same time, the girl heard some footsteps behind her back and words of permission to destroy someone there. Kaylee started to listen and noticed an embittered guy walking forward who was answering someone that it wasn't passing time yet. The girl saw the guy walking by and talking as if to himself and thought he looked like a psycho. At the same moment, Excalibur stopped her gaze on the strangers and silently began to look at them. A moment later, she asked Zan if these were the kind of people he had in mind when he spoke of the details of their journey. Zanhev didn't immediately realize what he was talking about, but when he too noticed what his partner was seeing, he fell silent. Somewhere in the corner of the street, a bunch of guys were sitting around discussing the energy of the god-sharpened sword and the upcoming election. More people were walking by, talking amongst themselves about being focused and working hard to get on the list. One of them was begging someone named Xander Khan to be patient a little longer for the realization of his plan. The partners observed a pattern of rather strange types going in the same direction, most likely the right one for them as well. Kaylee hesitated and offered to give up and go home, but Zan told her to pull herself together and put all doubts aside. Suddenly, someone's heavy hand fell on the daredevil's shoulder, pushing him away. Zan looked back and saw a stranger in a plague doctor's costume in front of him. Or perhaps it wasn't a man at all. This unknown man, along with the rest of his kind, asked Zan to get out of the way, and the man, quickly apologizing, stepped aside and excused the strange company forward. Escalibra had already prepared her fists and asked her partner if she should deal with him for this. But Zan immediately calmed her down and stopped her. Just like that, the partners didn't notice themselves finding the place where the player's Obro exam is being held. Kaylee said it looked pretty quiet, and she'd blow half the place apart if they looked like that guy with the beak. And for once, Zan cheerfully agreed with her. The guy noticed those plague doctors amongst everyone again, and thought how strange it was that even these weirdos wanted to get into the players, and were standing in the selection of candidates. Escalibra noticed someone coming up on stage, and Zan figured they were about to explain the conditions of the exam. A girl named Momo, who was the examiner and part-time player, announced to everyone that most were already in. The partners listened as Momo asked for permission to start the selection and started talking about the exam to select the C players. Zan recalled a conversation with Dean, who told him about the criteria for selecting players, adding that there was nothing special about it. The gentleman clarified that one simply had to show one's specialness, thereby attracting the examiner's attention. Dean was sure that it would be a cakewalk for someone who could tear down walls with one punch, and asked him not to worry about it. The master reassured and encouraged Zan, telling him that there was nothing to worry about and he could walk around and watch. While Zan was reminiscing, Momo was already in the midst of the selection process and managed to turn someone down, informing him that he had been knocked out. The girl passed by many candidates and said one word to all of them one after another. "You're out." Zan hadn't even imagined or thought that there would be such a tense atmosphere here, while Kaylee wasn't surprised at all and said that it was a common thing. The guy pondered that if she was a player like Dean and Ran, then she was bound to have some sort of criteria for selecting players. Zan began to quickly think about what exactly those criteria should be so that he wouldn't drop out before he even realized anything. Meanwhile, Momo walked up to one simply huge guy and sternly told him that if he kept making the examiner look down on him like that, it would all end right now. The guy didn't quite understand her well, or maybe he just didn't hear her, to which the girl yelled to him to bend over and he started sighing heavily. He started oohing and awing and eventually apologized, but Momo wasn't going to let it go and asked if he wanted to fight her. The flustered guy started to refuse and crumple, but the two seemed to be onto something and said she understood him. Momo got the attention of everyone behind the huge guy with a loud announcement. When they were ready to listen to her, she simply said briefly that they were all eliminated and heard instant multiple outrages. The angry candidates took turns shouting various kinds of appeals and requests to Momo, pressing pity or simply threatening her. The girl was already backing away when she heard someone's voice, who said that he agreed with the outraged and wanted to know by what standards she selects players. Momo suddenly did a sharp acrobatic stunt, raising dust all around, and said that she certainly had standards. At this time, Mr. Dean was having a snack and got choked up from the sudden explosion. Mr. Ran rushed to help his boss up and asked what was wrong with him, hearing back that he had died and been resurrected at the same time. Dean stood up on his own and cheerfully said that it looked like the explosion was just at the exam location. Momo didn't just do an acrobatic stunt. She summoned a giant monster to her aid, saying that everything was going in the wrong place again. The girl was a player from the Golem trainer class and said that since they were so eager to know the criteria, she would say it once. Momo went on to say that the level of player candidates could be determined by the player examiner herself. Some of the guys were outraged by this information because basically she could make up anything she wanted on the fly. The girl heard some unflattering remarks against her and suggested that everyone should come to her and deal with the issue. Momo added that those who didn't want to do so, let them leave right away and the rest of us would get back in line. The player candidates began to quickly divide into those who left and those who quickly took their place in the row. The girl sighed unhappily and said that it was always like this. Forever they all needed to be sure to see the difference in levels with their own eyes. Momo suddenly interrupted her speech when she heard someone shouting loudly that she was a slacker and sitting there just smiling. Concerned, Zan was already trying to calm down an infuriated Kaylee, who was yelling that she was really trying to keep quiet, but her whole selection was starting to piss her off terribly, and she didn't even consider them for candidates. The guy was worried that there was going to be trouble from his partner now and tried his best to shut her up, but she got even more pissed off. Kaylee also said that if the selection of the players they were so eager to become was treated in a detailed manner, Then she never once fell for it all. The girl couldn't calm down and asked her partner what he thought about it. Zanhev had already frozen from surprise, fright and surprise, because he noticed something right behind Kaylee's back. The girl turned around and right in front of her saw Momo asking if she would like to be taught a lesson. Momo asked them to approach her and specified that if they could touch even the ends of her hair, she would give them credit for the exam. Escalibra lit up at such an intriguing offer and gladly accepted, asking if she would keep her promise. Momo walked the shortest distance possible to Escalibra and glanced menacingly at her. An in-world announcement announced the challenge to Zanhev and Escalibra to Momo. The other candidates watching all of this laughed and shouted that they were completely stupid for daring to do such a thing. Some candidates just watched silently and drew conclusions in their heads. Either way, positively or negatively, this whole situation affected the other candidates. Momo started to ask Kaylee if she was going to attack her, or if they should stand like this all night. To which her opponent told Momo to attack herself if she wasn't afraid. Momo couldn't believe her ears and questioned if the girl was sure of her decision and wanted to die right now. To which Kaylee responded by calling her arrogant and insolent. Zanhev tried to intervene and calm both girls down, wanting to settle things peacefully. While the guy was talking about his peaceful intentions, something behind him seemed to explode with a deafening rumble, scaring Zan badly. The other candidates anxiously started looking around and around for the source of the explosion. Meanwhile, while they were all talking amongst themselves, the golem simply fell to the ground with a resounding thud, just as everyone present thought. Someone next to the golem said that if they wanted to eliminate it, they had failed miserably, and it had unraveled their praised player evaluators. Sitting on the fallen golem was a guy who Kaylee had seen earlier and thought he was weird, and it seems he was, because he stated that their criteria was terribly boring. The guy was addressing the examiner, saying that he would eliminate whoever needed to be eliminated on his own. Both girls simultaneously thought that there was definitely something wrong with this crazy guy. The guy appealed to some Zundarkin again, asking him to destroy them all. Momo addressed the guy directly, saying menacingly that he was pathetic for thinking about the unfairness of his exclusion from the players. She added that all she had to do was show her abilities to any of the candidates. But since that was the case, now it was time for her to get down to business. Suddenly, Zanhev ran past the girls, surprising them both. He asked his partner to help, otherwise many others would get hurt. Escalibra didn't want to leave Momo unanswered, but agreed to help Zan and told her rival that she was very lucky today. The girl ran to her partner and asked him to give up her seat to go about her business. Zane, who was running, was suddenly stopped by some strange guy in a hoodie and asked him to move over, saying he had already done enough damage. The stranger got ahead of the guy and yelled to wish him luck while Zan tried to catch up and stop him. The hooded guy walked straight towards the angry monster flying at him. The stranger was completely calm and seemed to be doing his usual thing. The crazy guy, determined to destroy everyone, commanded his beast to run at everyone to attack. The red-headed beast quickly accepted the boss's order and moved further towards the enemies. At that moment, as the monster was already flying towards the hooded guy, there was a blinding flash. A second after the flash, the surroundings became indistinguishable, and all the candidates saw the monster shatter into small pieces from the powerful impact. The hooded candidate with the name Pastis continued to chew gum like nothing happened and said it was the easiest thing to do. Kaylee was furious as she was just warming up for the coming battle, and Zan was thrilled with the power he saw and was trying to figure out his ruse. Momo turned sternly towards the guy who had made this whole mess right at the screening. The guy was cursing loudly at himself and his dead beast for their misfortune and couldn't believe it had happened. Pastis asked the rebel if he had done enough damage or if he needed to add more, which caused the guy to react angrily. The rioter began to ask who he even was, and a certain pink-haired girl replied that the guy was as much a candidate as he was. The pink-haired girl walked closer to the guy and asked him not to be so stubborn and just leave, to which the guy yelled at her not to order him around and shut his mouth. The girl was surprised at such a menacing tone and said that it wasn't an order but just advice. After all, he makes his own choices. She advised him to look to the sides, where other indignant candidates were already standing, ready to brutally fight him right now. The rebel slowly looked around at all the angry guys standing there and quickly realized that he was not going to do any good here. He yelled at the top of his voice that he was going to show them all that he was worthless. It seemed as if he would never shut up with his threats and curses, but the situation was saved in time by the guards who took him to prison. The candidate stood and listened to the inadequate guy's cries for a while he was taken away from the selection and discussed his strange behavior. Kaylee said that the guy was nothing, but Zan was glad that they had managed to avoid the examiner's attention. Suddenly, someone behind Zan's back raised his hand and asked for permission to ask a question, which attracted the guy's attention. It was the same plague doctor who had asked Momo what they should do now. Should they get back in line and take unwarranted exceptions, Or would there be more assignments? Zanhev was even a little scared that this strange type had reappeared from behind and just as stealthily. The candidates were slowly starting to resent waiting in line again, but they weren't going to back down. Some of them didn't seem to understand anything anymore, especially how to get a pass further now. Conversations went on between the guys that row B had just passed because he had enough money and they were still standing, and some passed even by the most ridiculous criteria. Zanhev, listening to all this, realized that the situation was heating up, and if it continued like this, nothing good would come of it. And also the examiner had disappeared somewhere so badly timed. After hearing all the talk about the selection and herself, Momo said loudly that, judging by their conversations, they obviously had something to say. In front of all the candidates on that very huge golem stood Momo. The partners were surprised and angry at the same time that the stone monster had survived after all, and the girl herself had gotten close to them stealthily. Some of the candidates were furious when they saw her and started shouting that she no longer dared to do whatever she wanted, and they would no longer tolerate such treatment. Momo seemed to be amused by all this, as she stood on the golem and smiled broadly. The girl stood majestically, and there was complete silence for a while. Zan saw the still disgruntled faces of the candidates and began to fear for their actions. But Kaylee asked him to just stay close and not move away. The candidates were determined and clearly had no intention of backing down. She lined up a new row on her own and waited to see what Momo had to say to that. Time was passing, and no one present still had no intention of leaving the selection. From the expression on Momo's face, it was obvious that she was very pleased with the picture before her. After a little more silence, the girl hurriedly reassured everyone, asking them not to worry so much, because they had all passed the selection. The candidates changed their faces at the same second, and sincerely did not understand what had just happened. Momo began to explain that the main criterion for selection was resistance, standing your ground no matter what is the main quality of a player. Golem added that if they just followed other people's rules, they weren't worthy of being players, so resistance was the first criterion for selecting candidates. Momo looked at everyone and asked if anyone had any questions, but it was obvious that everyone just agreed with her decision, no matter what she was saying there now. Only the pink-haired girl out of all the candidates didn't mind asking Momo a question. She had no way of understanding how they all passed if there were so many of them. Momo heard the girl and immediately agreed with her, saying that she was right. She added that the number of those who had passed was much higher than she had realized, but the reason for that was quite simple. Momo, looking at Kaylee and Zane, clarified that among all of them, there were those who bickered the most. In view of such circumstances, the girl had one condition for them, after fulfilling which, she promised them a personal letter of apology. Momo asked for the names of the most insolent candidates, and they took turns calling out their names loudly. The girl looked approvingly at both of them, and seemed to be thinking of a further plan of action. Momo asked her partners to surprise her with at least one of their abilities. She specified that if they met her expectations, they would all be in for a surprise. Momo immediately revealed her cards and said that the surprise would be the acceptance of absolutely everyone present into the players. The focused Zan, unlike the cheerful Kaylee, took this as a challenge of maximum responsibility. The guy turned to his partner with full readiness to ask if she was ready. Escalibra, without a second's thought, quickly and with genuine excitement replied that she had been ready for quite some time. In the same second, a bright blue flash of light lit up in front of everyone present. Some candidates were even a little scared, hoping that these lightning bolts were not dangerous to their lives. The pink-haired girl and the hooded guy were also surprised by such strength of their partners. They began to guess that for all its power and strength, it was very similar to a weapon that had a soul, or what they called personality. Zanhev, having merged so powerfully with the Excalibur into one, a second later was already hovering in the air confused, not knowing what to do next. All the candidates waited in anticipation for a further show of force. Momo, noticing that things were not going any further, grimaced and said that she was giving them exactly 5 seconds. Kaylee and Zane began to bicker, blaming each other for their inability to show their majestic strength to everyone right now. Momo started counting down, finally pissing off Kaylee, who knew it could take Zane much longer to gather her thoughts. Kaylee started furiously yelling for her partner to come up with something already, maybe some unexpected trick or something, and Zan asked her to be quiet. The guy worriedly thought that he didn't have any trick in store and was actually relying on Kaylee, but now he himself didn't know what to do. Suddenly a thought seemed to pop into his head and he asked his partner to wait a little longer. Kaylee heard Momo's countdown and said she was ready to go herself and figure something out on the spot. The partners had already heard the countdown ending, and Zan whispered to Kaylee to just rely on him. The report was finished, and Escalibra seemed to come out of the sword and looked at the guy hopefully. Zan cheerfully thought he had completely forgotten one thing, as he was overwhelmed by the crazy string of events and decided to show his reality. Zan stepped forward to Momo and held out his trump card for her to see, saying that this was his specialty. Momo questioned the guy if it was his specialty, but it wasn't clear from her face if he pleased her or not. The guy showed Momo his cell phone, confirming his answer. The candidate stared at the guy's device with surprise and in mild shock. Even those who didn't seem to be interested were attracted to Zan's feature. Escalibra wasn't surprised at all, and even on the contrary was upset that he had traded their power for some obscure device. Zanhev, noticing the many interested looks on his face, began to explain what this device could do. Suddenly, Kaylee was furious at Zan, saying that he had asked her to trust him, but he couldn't even explain what this thing was, and it was useless. The girl started shaking the poor guy with all her might, yelling that if she knew what he was going to pull, she would never have gone for it, because now no one would take them in. Kaylee continued to rage at the guy and insult him when Momo informed them with a smile that they were accepted. Escalibra stopped choking and coddling Zane, stopping and shifting her gaze to Momo. The guy started to ask if they were accepted, why she didn't even finish listening to his explanation of what he was holding. Momo was very surprised and asked why she needed any explanation when she could see everything perfectly well herself. Zan was already surprised himself and shouted, asking how she knew about the smartphone. Momo clarified if she remembered their names correctly, and jumping off the golem, said that she would never have thought to see the thing in person. The girl said she would keep her promise in gratitude, but Zane wasn't interested in that anymore. He wanted to know how she knew about the smartphones. While the guy was shouting with demands for some kind of answer, Momo turned to all the candidates. The girl loudly announced that on behalf of the player, Momo, all the candidates present here were accepted. Zan didn't want to settle down, and tried to make his way through the crowd with one goal in mind: to find out where she heard about the phone. The girl said that if he had any questions, he should look for answers on his own. Momo was not going to answer his question, and only informed him that they would see each other at the final exam. The girl was leaving back to her room, announcing to everyone that she had passed the selection and leaving a curious Zan there guessing. Meanwhile, the partners had made their way back to Mr. Dean's domain. Dean listened to Zane's story about smartphones and stared at him in bewilderment, not sure what he was talking about. He reminded the guy that, as he already knew, he had recently dropped out of the competition and didn't know much about the new things of the world. The Lord clarified that if there was anything else he wished to share, he would ask him, but Zan politely declined. He left Dean's room and thought how much he helped them with everything, and it was awkward to ask for anything. Zan couldn't get the thought out of his head that if Momo had heard about smartphones, then maybe there was or is someone else here besides him. It was a shame that every time he remembered reality, he was scared, and he had promised himself he would be different. Zan walked down the hallway and mentally berated himself for such ridiculous thoughts. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that when he passed the stairs, he passed a mysterious man with his face covered. The stranger took advantage of the situation and quickly jumped through the open window. The boy jumped over the high fence and dashed away through the alleys. Mr. Dean was sitting on the windowsill in his room and cheerfully told Rand that it looked like they had taken a bite. He asked Rand to find out as much as he could about smartphones, and he nodded obediently. Meanwhile, in the alley, an unknown guy was telling someone that puppy had actually messed with Dean. He went on to say that it made it hard for him to get out of there undetected, but he succeeded because of his high class. In a dark alley, the Plague Doctor gang stood in the dark alley and thanked the guy for a job well done. The guy reminded the head of the gang of their arrangement, and the guy said he remembered everything and would pay him half if he got the right item. The chief of the Plague Doctors, looking into the guy's incredulous eyes, said that he promised him he would fulfill his part of the deal. The guy agreed and asked him to trust him, not to worry and wait for him to fulfill his part of the bargain. Suddenly the guy abruptly turned around and froze in place, already suspecting what had just happened. A powerful hand flew into the mysterious guy with a closed face, piercing through him. The guy let out one last curse and said that this was what he expected, as the Plague Doctor pulled his hand out of his dead body. The gang of Plague Doctors, having done their job, were moving away from the alley, leaving him here. The chief said that the location of the smartphone was still unrevealed, and someone urgently needed to get it to him. He also set a condition that everyone who met them on their way should not be spared. By pity, the chief meant to destroy them immediately, even if it was someone like Zane Hev. The gang watched the windows of Mr. Dean's building from the alley for some time longer. One of them reported that Dean was still nowhere to be seen and their path was clear. The head of the gang reported that now was as good a time as any for them. After a bit of silence, he informed everyone that they would move out at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Dean called Zane Hev back to him for another conversation, and maybe not just him. Dean handed the guy some paper and he studied it carefully. There was no explanation or clarification on the sheet, just a figure of 6 million, and Zan asked what that meant. The gentleman calmly replied that it was his and Kaylee's account, which didn't just surprise Zan. It shocked him. Dean explained that it was a bill for injuring the city guards, repairing the prison walls, and other minor expenses, not counting food and lodging, which he'd kindly decided to exempt them from. Zan inquired of Dean as to the whereabouts of the jewels they had on them at the time of their imprisonment, and learned that their red-hooded masters had found them the same day. The master informed the lad that if they would work for him for 2 or 3 months, the debt would be completely closed. Zan was completely mortified by such news, and thought he hadn't gotten one step closer to Nagi yet, and Dean was still going to find out about the smartphone. The Lord snapped the guy out of his anxious musings and informed him that he had one more way. Dean added that this way implied in himself to pay off the entire debt within only 1 week, which interested Zane very much. The lad informed the gentleman with genuine excitement that he would do anything to pay it off sooner. The streets of the village around the tower were filled with children running around with a ball. Zanhev and Escalibra, accompanied by Mr. Ran, were walking somewhere along the streets of the village. The boy grimaced as he thought about how he never thought he'd ever have to drag Ran around and how awkward it would be. Kaylee couldn't take it anymore and quietly wondered to her partner how much longer they would have to follow this upstart. But he didn't know. The girl was angry at the guy for not even elaborating on that point, but Zan said he hadn't even had time to ask since it had all happened too suddenly. The guy also reminded her that they were here mostly because she couldn't hold her own at the main gate, and so now they would have to be patient. Mr. Ran walked ahead of his partners and listened to their pointless bickering. He was tired of listening to their arguments and reminded them to follow him in silence. Zan quickly agreed and covered his mouth with his hand over his and Kaylee's mouth, who was still trying to break free and say something. Ran heard his partner's nasty mooing and thought he would never understand why Mr. Dean tolerated them. He remembered a recent conversation with his boss when he was about to send his partners out on patrol, much to Ran's surprise, and asked him to calm down as he had his reasons. Dean also added that he would certainly like to keep an eye on them himself, but he would be out of town for a while. Mr. Ran had already guessed what the boss meant by "won't be in town," and asked hopefully if he had understood him correctly. Dean nodded approvingly, and exposing his missing limb, said his left arm was ready. Once again, he politely asked Ran to keep an eye on his partners while he went to the 15th floor to get his arm, after which he could take care of them himself. Mr. Ran thought the further he walked, the more he thought that he did not share his boss's views about the two men. He could hear the boy's silly and ridiculous swearing behind his back and tried to understand why Mr. Ding was so worried about them. Mr. Ran was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice that he had crashed into something. It turned out that he hadn't hit something, but someone. Some boy was already lying on the ground from the collision with him. The boy was very upset when he saw that his hot dog had fallen out of his hands and was lying next to him. A second later, the boy shifted his gaze higher and looked to see who had caused his fall. His partners had noticed the situation and were already talking about how the kid was in trouble, since the sauce from his hot dog was already on Zan's clothes. Zan was sure that things were bad because Mr. Ran's temper was too fiery and he wouldn't let it go. Mr. Ran stared at the boy for a moment, and then he simply walked forward in silence. The partners were quite surprised by Ran's behavior because it was not like him at all, and even strangely, Zan's friends began to run up to the boy, and Zan decided to ask him how he was doing, though Kaylee was sure that he was fine because Ran hadn't touched him. Instead of defending their friend, the boys started yelling angrily at the boy, asking how he dared to hurt Mr. Ran. The girl started cursing at the boy that he should have watched his step, but Zan decided to intercede and said it would be a good idea to ask him how he was feeling. The boys heard Zan's words and turned around and said that it was none of his business at all, and since the boy was alive, it was no big deal. Kaylee walked over to the girl and called Ran a fool and said she was very surprised that even the children were protecting him here, making the little rebel very angry. They got into a heated argument with insults and threats about Mr. Rana, and Kaylee couldn't stand it and asked what he was so good at. The girl did not back down and proudly stated that Ran always takes care of them and helps them. This statement seemed to confuse the partners, as they had no way of imagining it. Zan and Kaylee quickly caught up with Mr. Ran, and the guy said that he was very popular with the kids. Ran didn't seem to understand what he meant and asked if he was making a mean joke, but Zan just nodded in the negative. He added that he was completely relaxed about himself, but that he had to worry about his high popularity. Zan didn't immediately realize what he was talking about, but a second later he understood, because he felt himself surrounded by a herd of small moccasins. The guy tried to free himself, but to no avail, and Mr. Ran laughed loudly, causing Kaylee to ask for help instead of laughing. As Zanhev sat all upside down surrounded by the little beasts, Ran said he should be proud. The Lord, as he walked closer to the mochi, added that they were intelligent creatures from the heavenly terrarium and very rarely approached anyone on their own. Ran also said that these creatures are even difficult to just touch by trying to put your hand near one of them. The master was very surprised when the little Mokiko let him pet himself. After thinking about something for a bit, he said that he had guessed just that. Ran explained that it seemed that the fact that the Mokiko had saved him from him last time wasn't an accident at all. Zan plucked up his courage and asked Ran if he could ask him some questions. Seeing that Ran didn't express refusal in any way, the boy gently asked if he had become a player in order to protect the city. The Lord, holding up his endless belt of cleavage, explained that he was nothing without that power, and he wanted to live up to the expectations of those who valued him. Ran raised his eyes to his partners and the children playing nearby and repeated that he was doing this to fulfill expectations. Adopting a rather stern look, the Lord added that he became a player in order to punish evil on behalf of the weak. Zanhev stood confused amidst the mochi beside Mr. Ran. After a bit of silence, the guy said that, as expected, it was hard to understand him. Ran was already walking away, and only replied that he didn't expect the guy to understand him at all. Kaylee cautiously approached her partner and gently asked why he looked so strange. He didn't even look like himself somehow. It was as if Zan didn't hear Escalibra and was completely immersed in his own thoughts. The boy pondered that he didn't think they were weak at all, and Ran was probably thinking wrong. A moment later, there was a massive bright explosion behind the hedge, drawing everyone's attention at once. Zan began shouting in horror that a fire was about to start, and Kaylee remembered that it was at the side of the market where they were going. Mr. Ran looked on in horror at everything that was happening, and seemed to begin to guess something. A gang of arsonist plague doctors stood menacingly at the beginning of the village square. The chief of their gang ordered everyone to go on the offensive and leave Zanahev to him. People were rushing like mad through the streets trying to avoid explosions and attacks. Zan quickly asked some guy running by what was going on here, and the guy replied that some crazy guy was walking around the village setting things on fire. The guy wondered why someone would intentionally go around setting the streets on fire when there was a rank 2 player here defending the village. Zan quickly asked Ran where Mr. Dean was now and learned that he was temporarily unavailable. The boy voiced his displeasure about that, and Ran said that that's why they picked a time when he wasn't available. Ran gave Zan his first mission, which was to alert the guards and bring them here immediately. Zan wondered what he would do then, but Ran thought it was a silly question. A second later, the Lord had already powerfully pushed himself off the ground in a high jump, bringing out his endless belt of cleavage. Zan began shouting after him that it was foolish to go alone, and Kaylee asked if he wanted to follow him in that case. The boy quickly wondered what he should do after all and decided to listen to Ran. He told Kaylee, who had no choice, to hurry up and call the guards sooner, saying he knew of a shortcut. At this time, Mr. Ran was already rushing towards the intruders at breakneck speed. As he flew, all he could think about was that because he was doing nonsense and thinking about the wrong things, all of this had happened. He remembered the guy jumping out of the window and decided that even then, he knew perfectly well that there was bound to be a problem. Ran didn't understand why he didn't do anything, and decided to himself that he had failed in his duties. As he flew forward quickly, he didn't immediately notice that there was something in front of him and paid attention when there was already an explosion. The powerful blinding flash from the explosion thundered in different directions. Someone approached the gentleman and, calling him by name, asked if he was the head guardian of the village at the foot of the tower. The unknown guy informed Ran that he had shown up too late and was too late. The leader of the attacking gang, along with his subordinates, was going to search for the man they needed. He decided to test if his strength was not so powerful against his opponent and struck the first blow. His subordinates immediately scattered to the sides of the gang leader. The ringleader directed even more fiery force energy towards Mr. Ran. He was desperately trying to set Ran's endless dissection belt on fire, but he was having no luck. The ringleader was busy with his business and missed the moment when the attack on his men happened. He looked around him and saw that Ran had taken down 2 of his subordinates with a single blow, who were already unconscious on the ground. The chief quickly thought that he had hoped for the great strength of these guys, and told Ran that he was worthy of his title of guardian. Mr. Ran didn't seem to listen to him at all, and was only preoccupied with one mission: to punish the culprits. He quickly gathered all his strength into a fist and formed a kind of sharp spindle in the air with his cloth. The leader decided to use the power of flame and formed a huge fireball. The 2 rivals' forces met right in the middle and destroyed each other. Mr. Ran was determined and wasn't going to retreat or give up. He ran straight at his opponent with all his speed, making a turn around him. A moment later, they were once again staring at each other with embittered gazes. The leader didn't even have time to do anything before Ran flew towards him at breakneck speed. Mr. Ran slammed powerfully into his opponent and threw him whistling backwards, leaving a trail of sand and dust. With a quick jerk, he pushed off to return to his starting position. Landing precisely in his chosen spot, Ran gathered renewed strength for his next attack. He pushed off again powerfully and rushed towards the enemy with words of his impending demise. Suddenly, from nowhere, Mr. Ran was attacked from behind by the subordinates of the ringleader, grabbing him by his clothes. Mr. Ran did not hesitate and destroyed all his attackers with one boa constrictor, although he lost half of his suit. The ringleader, who had fallen into the stone wall without being able to get out, said that he had apparently lost. He clarified that he had no idea that Mr. Ran was able to control something other than his endless slashing belt. Ran wasn't going to listen to the ridiculous remarks against him and simply asked him to name the target of their attack, as he would destroy him otherwise. The ringleader smirked and clarified that even if he did say something, there was no way he would let him live. The last thing the ringleader said was to address Guardian Ran that it was his defeat. Meanwhile, the head of the Plague Doctors informed someone that they had already completed their objective. Zanhev and Escalibra stood in front of him, not realizing what was going on here, or why there were familiar faces in front of them. The head questioned the guy if he was the same Zanhev, and as if to greet him in a friendly manner. The guy looked closely at the Plague Doctor and quickly realized that he had seen him before in the exam. Escalibra hid behind her partner's back, and quietly informed him that she had a bad feeling. She also added these guys had already surrounded them on all sides, and that certainly didn't bode well. Zan apologized to the head of the gang and said that they had orders, and they were obligated to bring the guards as soon as possible. The guy started to quickly say that they would love to chat next time because they were in a big hurry right now. But the gang leader interrupted them. The Plague Doctor explained that there was no reason for them to meet next time because he had set the fires this time. Zan angrily asked the leader why he had done that, and he replied that he just wanted to talk privately and without witnesses. The Plague Doctor added that no one would be able to come up here, not Ran, Dean, or anyone else. Zan realized that there was no point in beating around the bush and bluntly asked what he needed from him. The head said that the guy was quick to pick up on the gist of the conversation, and he liked it. He held out his hand to Zan and threateningly told him to give him the smartphone immediately, and then he would let him live. Meanwhile, in the terrarium's sky castle on the 15th floor, work was simmering. Someone said that all the connections were working well and without unnecessary interruptions. A girl from the mechanics class named Marie Kienos was walking with a mug of hot drink and saying that things were not as bad as he had imagined. Across from the mechanic girl sat Mr. Dean and agreed with her words. Some kind of special device had been attached to the place where his left arm used to be, and Dean said that he just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. Marie clarified that she had already sped things up as much as possible and was more interested in the village, but Dean didn't believe that she was suddenly interested in life outside. The girl admitted that she didn't really care, but she was worried that he'd pass out again, so she asked, to which Dean told her not to worry. He said he thought it was a very good time to ask something too. Dean asked the girl if she had ever heard of a thing called a smartphone, which really piqued Marie's interest. The girl replied that even if he had heard of it, it was indeed a hot topic, but Dean only rushed her to answer on the subject. Marie said that she had only heard rumors about him, like he could help awaken some special ability in you or something. The girl added that it would be best not to mess with the item at all, while a terrified Zan stood before the head of the enemy gang. The boy looked around and around, noticing the Plague Doctor's men everywhere, and realized that they did it on purpose, as if to hint him not to even think of running away. The gang leader once again asked Zane to give him his smartphone, and then he would let him live. The guy knew that the psycho who set the whole village on fire would never let him live once he handed him the smartphone. Zan wasn't exactly sure what to do next yet, so he decided to stall for time, slowly checking his pockets. A second later, the guy was already flying backwards quickly from the Plague Doctor's strong kick. The head warned Zan not to even try to play with him, saying that he wasn't stupid at all. As Kaylee rushed over to her coughing partner, the head clarified that next time he would punch to kill. Escalibra instantly erupted in a fit of rage like a match, pleasing the Plague Doctor, but Zan did his best to stop her. The guy was still trying to get to his feet after the blow and told his partner that he was fine, and they would do as he asked them. Kaylee was still against it, but Zan wouldn't stop telling her he was fine. Looking into his partner's eyes, the guy seriously asked her to trust him one more time. Kaylee didn't bicker anymore and simply said she understood, helping him up. Zan quickly thought that if engaged in a fight, he would be fighting to destruction, which was why he should avoid it until someone came to help. He decided not to lead him into unnecessary actions and simply pulled out his smartphone. Suddenly, their already tense conversation was interrupted by someone asking what they were all doing here. A little girl approached the Plague Doctor and asked him if he had seen the fire, since he was talking in an incomprehensible way. Zan immediately recognized the girl who was so fiercely defending Mr. Ran. The gang leader asked the girl who she was and how she had gotten here. The girl replied that he must be a fool for not realizing the obvious things, such as the fact that she came here on her own feet. The Plague Doctor cursed loudly at his subordinates, who are not even able to block the road properly. The girl asked the head if he was hot in his rather tight mask. While the girl was still saying something, the Plague Doctor had already fired a charge at her. Zan immediately dashed towards her and quickly grabbed the girl, carrying her away from the blast. The Plague Doctor announced that the negotiations were over, and he would take the item he needed from his dead body. Zan carried the girl to a safer place and, calling loudly to Kaylee, told her to run forward. The boy threw the phone in the direction of the plague doctor and yelled to catch it. Excalibur gladly accepted the challenge and quickly dashed after the smartphone. The plague doctor wasn't prepared for this turn of events and loudly cursed. Kaylee is ahead of her opponent and manages to catch the phone in the air deftly first. The girl doesn't miss the opportunity to immediately insult her crow-faced foe by cheerfully asking him if he wants to take something away from her, running away from him to the front of the line. While Excalibur was running fast and shouting nonsense to the plague doctor, the enemy's subordinates were already waiting ahead of her. A gang of thugs simultaneously attacked the girl, grabbing her tightly and giving her no chance to escape. The little girl watched everything happening with fear and excitement, and was visibly worried for Kaylee. The plague doctor ordered his men to break Excalibur's hands for starters, so that if she wanted to use the smartphone, she wouldn't be able to do so. The subordinates threw the girl to the ground and began to step on her hands, still clutching the phone tightly. The plague doctor turned to Zan, saying that he was too pathetic and cowardly since his plan was to abandon the girl and run away himself. The boy was completely unaffected by these words, for he already had a plan of further action ready. A scalding flame suddenly appeared under the feet of all the enemies present, forcing them to disperse. While Mr. Ran was finishing up his business, he noticed a bright flash from afar that looked like a powerful explosion. Ran turned around in surprise at the sight and wondered in bewilderment if it could be Zanahev's power. The plague doctor frightenedly wondered if this was the smartphone power that everyone was talking about so much. He quickly looked at the phone, but he didn't see any change in it, and was even more confused as to where this guy got this kind of power from. The plague doctor thought of the guy's power known as the Light of the Chosen One, and began to slowly back away. The little girl kept her eyes on Zan as she watched Zan mastered the player's mighty power. Zanhev was already standing there with a majestic sword in his hands, and said that with this, it would only take one swing to take him down or anyone at all. The little girl curiously asked if he was a player like Mr. Ran, to which the guy asked her to move farther away, as it was dangerous here. Zanhev gathered his thoughts and seriously stated that he would end things here now. The plague doctor still wouldn't calm down, and began to persistently ask where he got such a powerful force from. Excalibur couldn't even resist even using his sword to comment on his silly questions. The partners simultaneously replied to the enemy player that it was none of his business, and none of his concern at all. Zanhev rallied together with Kaylee to deliver a powerful blow to the enemies, blinding everyone around them, and leaving behind a huge trail of fire. At this time, a pink-haired girl was standing somewhere and scrutinizing the area. Suddenly seeing a bright explosion, she exhaled a sigh of relief with the words, "Finally found it." Mr. Rand stood with the unknown fighters, and they all understood that what had happened would be the basis for great changes in the life of the village. The unknown men came to the Lord, and said that they had come with a warning. The unknown men were from the first guild, and explained that from this point on, the situation was under the control of the Avalon Guild. Rand said in a frenzy that this was utter nonsense because while he was trying to handle the situation, they were all standing by and watching. The guild replied that such a statement was fundamentally wrong, as they had entrusted the whole matter to him as the guardian and trusted in his abilities. They also said that the damage caused by the fire was enormous, and it was not just their village, which was why they had been sent here. One of them clarified that they had come on a mission, and the only one resisting everything at this point was him. The guild wasn't going to get any more excited and simply reiterated that from now on, the matter belonged to the full control of the Avalon Guild. They clarified that it wasn't a suggestion at all, but a confirmation of further action. After the guy's powerful sword strike on the enemy, the plague doctor fell to his knees. The enemy, unconscious and without any movement, sat silently with his head down. Zan figured he had passed out, and this was the first time since he got here that something had gone wrong. The lad quickly gathered himself as it was too early to relax and asked Kaylee how she was doing. The sword in the guy's hands was silent, as if it had never been animated with him. Zan looked worriedly at the sword and repeated his partner's name a few more times. The little girl decided to ask Zan if he was okay, to which he told her not to worry. The boy became worried about why Kaylee wasn't answering him, and decided that it might have something to do with her trauma that the plague doctor's men had managed to inflict on her. Zan thought about the fact that he had relied on her every time he used his power, so now it was his turn to take care of her. The boy led the little girl behind him, telling her to get out of here as soon as possible. Zan was completely immersed in his thoughts until he heard a strange sound. The plague doctor, who had come to his senses, was flying at him at breakneck speed. Zan had time to put his sword out as a defense and fight back strongly against the enemy. The plague doctor with the mangled face asked the guy threateningly how he dared to do such a thing to him, and he also said a lot of insults and threats. Zan thought only about how he had dodged the blow in time, or perhaps it was his opponent who was inattentive, but in any case, he had to answer to it. The mask fell off the plague doctor's face and he shouted at Zan to give him his sword immediately. Without waiting for a response, the distraught player rushed into another attack on Zan. The little girl had been there the whole time and watched in horror. She remembered the guy's words and took the opportunity to quickly run away. The plague doctor, for some reason, was not going to let her go so easily and reached for her, asking her where she was going. The monster quickly switched from Zan to the girl and was about to catch up with her while the guy yelled at her not to turn around. Zanhev threw another hard punch at the plague doctor, thus saving the girl and yelling at her to run even faster. The boy was pleased with himself this time, hitting the target accurately and preventing the enemy from grabbing the defenseless child. Zan saw that the plague doctor was still in pretty good shape and gave him a second powerful attack in a row. The boy was sure that this time it was going to work and knock the enemy opponent out of his strength. Zan was very surprised to once again see the resurrected plague doctor in front of him, who was still not backing down. The gang leader was still asking Zan to give him the smartphone as he really needed it. The plague doctor was saying things that didn't make much sense to the guy, like the fact that he had to pay someone back. The only thing that interested Zane at that moment was that this psycho was like a zombie, rising back to his feet time after each attack. Suddenly at the same moment, Zane felt very bad. His legs and arms were not obeying, his head was dizzy, and there was a strong desire for nausea. The guy could no longer see his opponent well, thinking only about how much he was throwing up. Zan could no longer stand on his feet and fell to his knees, holding his sword tightly in his hands, which began to instantly transform back into his partner. A wave of regret and remorse came over the boy that it had happened again, even though he had tried so hard. He clutched Excalibur's hand tightly and apologized to her for not being able to handle it alone, and he wasn't even able to move a finger right now. The only thing Zan didn't regret was seeing the little girl manage to escape, and he really hoped she got out of there safely. The frustrated boy thought about the unfairness of himself and Kaylee's relationship. Zan so desperately wanted to protect her like she had protected him last time. The boy stood thinking over the sad situation, shedding bitter tears, and suddenly froze. In the pall of thick, dissipating smoke, Zan suddenly thought he saw the Mokiko's fur. He immediately thought it was inappropriate for the situation, and that he was probably just imagining it, or he was going crazy. Suddenly Zan heard the voice of a pink-haired girl asking if he'd given up so easily. Out of nowhere, a girl with a small Mokiko on her shoulder appeared in front of him and said that despite the situation, he could still smile. Zan seemed to be expecting anything right now, but definitely not to see this girl, who of course he recognized immediately. The pink-haired girl had a very memorable appearance, and besides, she didn't stand on the sidelines during the exam. The plague doctor appealed to the girl that if she did not want to die, then let her leave, but she was clearly in no hurry. The girl offered to end the idle chatter and get down to business, for she had already seen all of his abilities. She honestly admitted that everything she saw was, to put it mildly, not very good. And to be more precise, it was not good at all. The girl suggested to the plague doctor to give up all his worthless attempts to take away other people's things. With her suggestion, she further enraged her rival, who began to shout and threaten in a rage. The plague doctor lit up in a second and asked if she had come here for his power. He gave the rivals one last caustic look and promised to come back again. The plague doctor made a few turns around himself and powerfully kicked the ground where he stood. At the same second, a large explosion occurred next to him, blowing a huge hole in the ground. The pink-haired girl realized that the plague doctor had an underground escape route, which was quite clever. She turned to Zanhev and told him that he should watch and learn such techniques, but all she saw were two bodies lying on the ground. The girl quickly realized that they were both unconscious and completely passed out. The plague doctor had fallen through a hole in the ground into the city sewer. The infuriated ringleader was simply furious and yelled at the top of his voice for Zanhev to remember that his name was Mezcal. He promised himself to one day destroy this insolent fellow and take all his mighty power. After all his fiery speech, Mezcal quickly strode down the underground passageways. Somewhere in the same sewers, leaning against one of the walls, stood a man from the headquarters of the Avalon First Guild. With his arms folded across his chest, he was languidly spending time there, as if waiting for someone. The Avalonian even spent some time at his phone out of boredom. When long ago, there was a time when one little boy had nothing. The boy even had to live on the streets and watch the happy and carefree childhood of other kids, envious that they had such trivial things like care and love. He envied such simple things that others took for granted. It was for this reason that all the horror and lawlessness that he began to do began. The boy was simply taking this warmth and affection from other children, robbing their mothers of their lives right in front of their eyes. A second later, seeing the fresh blood on his hands, he was madly regretting what he had done. The boy would always justify that he didn't wish any harm to anyone. but just wanted to take a closer look. He stood and watched in silence as the children wept next to the bodies of the mothers who had passed away from them. For a while it seemed that these children's cries and screams did not stop for quite a long time, and were simply unbearable. From all this began the terrible journey of a bloodthirsty boy named Mezcal. He took everything from people to the end for survival, and immediately repented for what he had done, promising himself that it was the last time. The boy grew up, and no matter how many years and time passed, he could never forget those eyes, the very first eyes. He was sure he was under some powerful curse that he would never be rid of, but also along with the torment of his conscience. In a moment of intense remorse and regret, a stranger approached the growing boy and told him that he was very sorry that God had forsaken him. The unknown man asked the boy to calm down and not to cry, saying that he was just like him and promising to provide Mezcal with everything he needed. He immediately turned to Mezcal with one request, that he needed him to bring him one important item. In the middle of the sewers, the two players moved towards each other. Mezcal pulled a cell phone out of his pocket and began to scrutinize it, thinking that he was able to do it, after all, no matter how badly he himself was hurt by it. He was very happy that he could finally repay that man. Mezcal sat down in one corner of the sewers and began to examine an unknown object. Suddenly, a powerful fire projectile flew straight at him, exploding right in his body. Someone was loudly telling him that it was a stupid decision to try to hide in the sewers, that someone was from the first guild and added to Mezcal that it was the most suitable place for a rat like him. Mezcal started yelling that it was that person's item and he should protect it at all costs. The guildman was surprised that the man could somehow resist his strong attack. He clarified that then the nickname Cockroach suited him better than Rat. Mezcal noticed the look the guy was giving him and shouted not to look at him like that. For some reason, this really offended him, and he became enraged, lunging towards the guildman. The guy didn't like this behavior from Mezcal and offered to hold out against his magic. Directing all his strength at his opponent, the guy said he would let him go if he survived. There was a powerful explosion, after which hardly anyone could stay alive. At that moment, the guy noticed something very familiar to him from the place of his victim. Next to Mezcal's lifeless hand lay the very smartphone of Zanahev. A familiar face stood in front of the pink-haired girl and her partners. The pink-haired girl was an elemental class with an unknown rank named Kina Lilith, who of course recognized the Avalon Guild member. Kina said that she had already informed them of her refusal of her invitation to join their guild. The Avalonian was angry at such a brazen statement, but Kina's henchmen advised her to be careful of guild members. Following the one member, the rest of the Avalonians appeared along with Mr. Ran and asked Kina to retreat. As they talked about the safety of the village, Ran figured they would say any nonsense just to justify themselves. Kina was not going to retreat, for this was not defense, but leaving innocent people to die. The Avalonians didn't even try to deny it. They just started talking more nonsense. They said that the ones she was so protective of now were the cause of this mess in the village. The Avalonians suggested that Kina should step aside if she really wanted to prove her innocence. Rand didn't like what was going on right now at all, and he even thought it had something to do with his master. It didn't matter at all how Rand thought or what he thought, because in Dean's absence, he was the representative of the village. Rand realized that if he did it his way, he would break the agreement between the Avalonians and the village, and it would attack. He looked hopefully at Connie and realized that she was his only chance to save these guys. Connie turned to the Avalon girl in a purposely ridiculous manner, and the girl was getting terribly angry with her. The girl was about to take a shot when someone interrupted her, ordering her to stop. In front of everyone stood that brave little girl. The Avalonians looked at the girl in bewilderment and began to ask who she was. One of the Avalonians asked the girl to look around them carefully. The Avalonians were standing on a rooftop, and all the open space around them was surrounded by someone. The main one of the guild members asked everyone present to name the organization they belonged to. The guys said there was no organization, but if they were interested, they would name themselves. They introduced themselves as players, candidates, and just friends of Zanahev. An in-world announcement said they were player candidates from Group C who had recently been selected. The hooded guy reported that the guy they were hunting here had recently helped them all. He added that if they realized what he meant, they just couldn't pass it up. Kina thought that this little girl had done a great job gathering everyone here. Kina's minion was informing her to be careful as something was coming. Suddenly, in the same second, there was a bright, powerful explosion right in front of her. Beside Kina, a powerful stream of fiery light burst out of the ground, making a huge hole. The player candidates quickly realized that the Avalonians would not give up so easily. Calling out something to help, the Avalonians loudly commanded for everyone to be at the ready immediately. Into the hand of each Avalonian from the fire stream came a certain roll of paper. The candidates realized that this was how they were delivering letters, which was quite impressive. The Avalon girl began to loudly inform everyone that it was an order from the captain. They read the text that they were to temporarily stop following the original plan. Everyone heard that no one had the right to touch someone who had a smartphone. The main one from the guild informed the girl who was fundamentally disagreeing that it was time for them to leave. She was terribly angry that it had turned out this way but had no right to disobey. There was no way the player candidates expected the Avalonians to obey orders and leave so easily. Finally, one Avalonian asked them not to jump to conclusions and promised to meet. He added that their meeting would take place very soon at the candidate's exam. Mr. Rand, paying no attention to anyone, was thinking about something seriously. He couldn't calmly digest the whole situation that had happened and clenched his fist tightly. All around the village around the tower, fires were being put out and thick puffs of black smoke could be seen afterward. Mr. Dean, having finished his business, would return to the dilapidated village a week later. Dean had expected much, but certainly not such a warm welcome from the settlement. The Lord squeezed his new mechanical hand tightly and wondered who had done this. It had been a little over 1 week since the fires had started. The villagers had all started working hard to quickly rebuild everything after the gruesome attack. Zanhev, along with his partner, were recovering quickly at the local hospital. The guy didn't even think he could survive after everything, and figured it was Kaylee having that effect on him. Escalibra stared out the window without interest, and silently agreed with everything Zan said. It seemed to Zan that Kaylee was still depressed about passing out with him then. On the other hand, he could understand her. Because if he had been with his old master, this wouldn't have happened to her. Kaylee asked Zan not to think so much, then embarrassed him. The partners saw Pastis come to them on behalf of the entire group of candidates. He approached Zane and said that they were obligated to help him after he had gotten them all through the selection process. The boy remembered that fateful day and the psycho named Mezcal who had attacked him. Zan didn't understand why he was going to destroy him, even though he was a candidate himself. He was just as curious about who attacked the village and who benefited from it. Pastis was also interested in it, but the strangest thing was that all the participants of the mayhem simply vaporized, leaving only their clothes behind. In the end, they all knew only the leader of the attackers, and Zan began to speculate. Pastis snapped him out of his musings and hugged him and Kaylee tightly, telling him that the most important thing now was their recovery. They appeared to be the only ones risking their lives for everyone, but this friendly attitude didn't please Kaylee at all. Zan could hear Kaylee's indignation and Pastis's teasing, but his thoughts seemed to be on something else entirely. All he knew was that Nagi was there, but no more information about the place. Zan inquired of Pastis if there were often fights in the tower at all. Pastis was a bit surprised by this question, and said that he didn't know anything about the tower at all. Zan asked him to tell him a little about what was going on there, but Pastis refused. The boy didn't understand why he didn't want to share what he already knew. Kaylee was wary when Pastis reminded him that they were still candidates. Pastis clarified that in all things related to the game, they were enemies. That was the reason he didn't want to tell Zanu anything about the tower. Also, Pastis asked him not to take offense and started to say that this is how life is, as he was hit by a door. Dozens of other candidates rushed into the chamber with visiting partners. They started shouting words of wishes at the same time, and Zan asked them to take turns speaking. Trampled by the candidates, Pastis remained lying on the floor and informed everyone that he was now a patient too. He saw someone else's feet at the door and told them that Zan had another visitor. Zan yelled in shock for everyone to get out immediately because if they initiate him in so many ways, he would never recover. Mr. Rand stood at the entrance of the chamber and interrogated Zan about what this was all about. The boy, along with the rest of the candidates, turned around in surprise at the Lord. Zan seemed to be the most surprised of all and kept his eyes on him, asking why he was here. The player candidates looked at Rensan in silence and were sure that they would be punished for their past antics. About 3 hours ago, something happened at the outer wall of the village around the tower. Lord Ran, having arranged the dummies for practice, was deftly performing his usual tricks. He was very angry and needed somewhere to expend his energy as he was unable to do anything at the critical moment. The most frustrating thing of all was that he had previously declared himself capable of anything. At this moment, Ran hated himself more than anything else in the world, for he had failed to live up to expectations. He stood there and thought about the Terrarium Celestial Tower and the players. Mr. Rand quickly realized that from this moment on, he hated everything about the tower. He thought about comparing the beautiful flowers that attracted insects so strongly to humans. Humans were also strongly attracted and drawn to anything that had to do with the tower. Rand knew that there were a lot of people who wanted to enter the tower to fulfill their dreams. But after getting into the tower, they became just ordinary trash who were always taking something from others. Those others were usually weaker players, candidates, or just residents. Rand had always known that he, along with the guards of the city, hated this trash. As a result, he was standing in a chamber packed with a bunch of unknown people who protected Zan. These unknown people were some of the people he hated so much, but were still his saviors. Zan was surprised when Mr. Rand knelt down and asked him what was wrong with him. Rand realized that he might have looked foolish, but still thanked everyone present for saving the village. He expressed his sincere respect for this act as both a keeper and a player. Connie entered the chamber next and apologized for being late. as she couldn't find the flower room for a long time. She got in just as Ran was kneeling in front of a crowd of people and was surprised, to say the least. None of the people present could explain to her what was going on here. Ran remembered Zan saying he couldn't understand him, except now he couldn't understand the guy himself. He realized that now all he had to do was to accept him, or rather not only him, but all of them. Mr. Ran was a man of honor, and so for him it was the only way to pay him decently. Ran showed up to see Mr. Dean and apologized for his tardiness. Dean said it was okay, and he was just about to check out his new arm. He made a huge and long hole with the new mechanism and reported that he had overdone it a bit. Suddenly, Zan found his smartphone on his nightstand, surprised that it hadn't been stolen. Kina Lilith had put the phone there and reported that they couldn't find anything by the type of fingerprints on it. As it turned out, the phone was found in the sewers, and on that the girl decided she had paid off her boyfriend for the exam. Kaylee began to tell her partner that everything was very suspicious, as first everyone wanted to kill each other for this smartphone, and now they just dumped it and brought it here. Zan thought that maybe this wasn't the smartphone everyone was looking for at all, but still didn't let go of the thought that someone else from his reality might be here. Suddenly Zan, while looking at the phone, started talking loudly about something that was simply impossible. Zan Hev right now, someone was calling his phone from an unknown number. The flustered guy clutched the phone tightly in his hand and didn't know what to do next. He remembered the promise he had made to himself and decided to answer the stranger. Someone on the other end of the line was very happy that the phone had been successfully placed in the right hands. Kaylee heard someone's voice on the phone say that it wasn't a good idea to throw away such important things. Since there was no response from Zane, the person on the phone asked if he was okay. All the guy could get out was some attempt to find out who was talking to him. The voice on the other end of the line asked if he thought he was the only one here. The unknown person turned out to be Kim Taewon of the Avalon Guild with an unknown rank, who offered Zan a meeting. Zanhev thought that the smartphone was the only thing connecting him to the real world. It was through the smartphone that he hoped to find a person from his world here. When the guy came to the meeting, there was no way he expected that the smartphone would lead him to him. Zanhev, of course, immediately recognized his high school friend Kim Taewon as the player standing in front of him. Kim had been waiting for his buddy on the bridge, and for some reason he didn't think Zan would come to the meeting alone. Zanhev was genuinely surprised to see Kim here and asked how he had gotten here. His school friend replied that he was the only one who had met the god Aso. Zanhev immediately realized that he wasn't fooling him and had probably been here for a long time. Kim Taewon looked friendly and then slowly made his way towards his old buddy. He informed the still surprised Zan that they had a more urgent problem in front of them right now. Kim walked very close to his buddy and put a hand on his shoulder, asking about the phone. Zanhev was even confused for a while, just like he had been earlier in school. The guy quickly pulled himself together and started yelling that it was just a misunderstanding. Kim asked if he really had to clean up all his messes in this world. Zanhev was still looking at Kim with surprise and even some fear. The guy didn't know what else he could say to him, and just quietly apologized to him. Kim Taewon told his old buddy that he hadn't changed a bit and was exactly the same as before. He quickly removed his hand from Zan's shoulder and said that it was all too pathetic. Kim clarified that it didn't matter if he was trying to imitate him or impersonate him, because this sort of thing had happened before. He paused for a moment and asked Zan for something in return for such an act. Kim seriously asked his old buddy not to come to the players' exam. Zanhev immediately said that he was asking too much and he wouldn't be able to do it. Kim Taewon, who was used to winning, was surprised by this response even stopped. Zan quickly gathered himself and seriously informed Kim that he would go up to the tower. The guy clutched his cell phone tighter and said there was something else. A second later, Zan's smartphone was thrown right off the bridge and was already floating in the water. Zan proudly informed his old buddy that he had never tried to parody him. Kim just grinned and asked him to calm down, because he wasn't the main character in the story. Zan replied that it didn't matter to him, since he was going to go up to the tower anyway. Kim was about to leave and told the guy that he had changed after all. He added that he would do his best to make sure he couldn't climb the tower. Zan noticed Kim's red glow and realized that he too had received the power of a god. At the same moment, from nowhere, Mr. Rand jumped right on top of Kim. He anxiously turned to Zan and informed him that he had arrived just in time. Ran ordered the boy to head back to the castle as his mate was worried about him. Kim greeted Ran and said that he was a character that he used to like. Ran informed Kim that he had to answer to the law for using amplification against civilians. Kim arrogantly replied that he wouldn't be able to overpower him because he didn't have enough rank and strength. Ran quickly thought how easily the lad tore his mighty cloth. The Lord pointed another cloth towards Kim and asked him to stop his silly jokes. Rand didn't understand how this Avalonian was dodging his attack so easily, but simply asked what he was up to. Kim noticed the alarm in his opponent's eyes and said he was surprised early on. Mr. Rand put all his efforts of wielding the canvas and ordered the lad to keep his wits about him. Kim only deftly dodged all the techniques and said that he had learned all his manipulations long ago. Being one step away from Ran, Kim informed him that this skill was completely useless if the opponent could get so close to him. It seemed that Mr. Ran already had a plan for his next action, and he was about to put it into action. He deftly grabbed a new cloth, throwing it at his opponent, and told Kim not to judge him by himself. Kim dodged again and replied that squeezing the cloth to increase its speed wasn't a bad decision. A second later, he added that such an attack was still not enough. Mr. Ran was terribly angry at the arrogant guy and flew quickly in his direction. He swung and delivered his next strike to Kim through the canvas. At this time, Zan approached him and asked him how he knew where they were, but Ran only quickly replied that it wasn't a good time, as they weren't done yet. Kim told the gentleman that owning a canvas to that extent was quite impressive. He took a tighter hold of the phone and informed him that they were about to look at something else. The canvases glowed red, and Kim cheerfully asked if he was doing the right thing. Zan and Ran were enraged, and the former started yelling that it belonged to the master. Kim had already prepared to attack and asked the guy how he wanted to be beaten. At the same moment, out of nowhere, Mr. Dean appeared in front of Kim and asked if he was a recruit. Kim immediately recognized Dean's second-ranked player and said that he was exactly the same as he was on Webtoon. Dean was already confident in his words, judging by the way the guy ignored his question. Kim was a little worried about not noticing Dean right away and decided to be more careful with him. While Kim Tae-won was indulging in his thoughts, Dean was already at his back. Kim didn't wait any longer and used the power of the canvases with his reinforcement against the Lord. Dean deftly caught the cloth and asked if he had asked Ran's permission to use his skill. Kim stated that he didn't see a big problem with using his power for a little while. Mr. Dean smiled evasively and said that someone definitely lacked good manners. Kim thought that Dean was very close to her and only dreamed of defeating him. Mr. Dean was already standing right in front of the confused guy and slapped him on the forehead. He added that there was nothing he could do in this situation and would have to fix his upbringing with a beating. Dean threw the guy back with a slight movement of his hand, leaving a bright trail of fire. Everyone heard some sort of cracking sound, but Dean motioned for the guy to get up as this was just the beginning. Kim got up and cheerfully said he was good on his feet, even without warning. Ran asked the Lord not to move so far away, but he said it was fine. Dean turned on his rival and looked menacingly at him with some sort of plan. He approached Kim and suggested that he continue what they had previously started. Kim wasn't sure what Dean was saying, but just in case, he said that in that case, the village might be destroyed. He figured he had no plans to stop this fight anyway, but now he wasn't going to lose sight of it. At that very second, Mr. Dean's entire body lit up with a bright red light, and Kim stared at him in horror. Dean came closer and closer to Kim and told him that he might as well go crazy for daring to say such things about his village. The frightened Kim realized at that moment that he couldn't even move. At that moment, other members of Avalon came to Kim's aid, and Ran immediately rushed to Din's defense. Mr. Dean said that he would explain everything, but he was in a very bad mood. The Avalonian, on the other hand, said that their team leader had heard him and suggested that he follow him to leave the area peacefully. Kim shouted at him not to embarrass him, as he had no goal of escaping from here. Suddenly, Kim heard something he would not have wanted to hear at all. It was an order from the vice captain. The Avalonian explained to Dean that their new recruit was not yet familiar with the rules and agreements between them. Rand sternly asked him if he thought they would turn a blind eye to the matter so easily. The Avalonian informed him that they would pay any amount of money for the damage caused, as advertised by the vice captain. Kim Tae-won realized how much trouble he was in and stood pathetically apart from everyone. Zan Hev, who remained on the bridge, had also heard everything and was trying to digest it all. Mr. Dean thought for a moment and looked around carefully at everyone present. Dean rudely told everyone to get out of here and added that Zan had two tiresome friends. The master turned to Zane Hev, saying that he has terrible taste in choosing people. Kim asked Dean goodbye if he had stopped his regrets about choosing unfortunate people like some, alluding to Zane. On that tense note, all the players peacefully went about their business. Dean didn't even glance in Zan's direction, quickly walking past him away. Zanhev was very tense and upset about the situation that had happened and regretted it. Above the castle village around the tower was pitch darkness and complete silence. Everyone living there had long ago laid down to rest, and not a single sound could be heard. Only somewhere in the distance, even more likely on the street, someone's quiet whisper of regret could be heard. At a time like this, there was only one person working at the loom on a new cloth. While Ran was sewing a new endless dissection belt, he heard someone's heavy sighs. The Lord quickly gathered himself and went outside, seeing Ran there with his head down. The guy didn't even immediately realize how Ran was here with him so quickly. Ran began to tell Zan that he was already strong and not to act thoughtlessly. Zan sadly replied that it wasn't him who was strong, it was Kaylee, and added that the fact that he hadn't hit him once proved it. The boy stood up and motioned for Mr. Ran to help him. Ran surprisingly asked Zan to attack him without too many questions. Zan immediately accelerated and moved towards the deftly dodged Lord. The guy turned around and once again ran to attack Ran, but he once again recoiled and even managed to land a punch. Ran got hit pretty hard, and he gritted his teeth hard from the pain. The boy ran to attack the Lord again and once again missed. This went on for some more time until Zan finally got tired and fell off his feet. Rand said that it was already dawn, and that should be enough, asking the lad to get up. He also added that using his body without a clear plan wouldn't make any difference. Zan said that he was completely useless and was nothing without Kaylee. The boy dug his fingers into the sand in exasperation and asked Rand if he should scrap this stupid idea of becoming a player. The Lord calmly asked Zan if he had come here by chance to complain. The boy was lying on the ground without strength and said that his only wish was to become stronger. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice that insultingly ordered him to stop whining. Standing in front of Mr. Ran and Zan was Escalibra, who was clearly not in the best of moods. Her partner glared menacingly at the boy, and he only asked what she was doing here. Zan asked Kaylee how she knew he was here. It was only dawn. The guy quickly wiped away his tears and noticed the girl's face, anxiously asking what was wrong with her. Escalibra could barely hold back a flood of tears, something no one had ever seen before. She cried and said that the real loser wasn't him at all, but her. Zan looked at his partner in bewilderment, and she asked him if he didn't think so, why he went to fight alone. She was sure it was because she had broken her arm last time, and he had deemed her useless. Kaylee started to accuse him of lying to her, but Zan tried to calm her down, saying he didn't mean to hurt her. At this time, Mr. Rand stood nearby the whole time and listened to the guy apologizing to a crying Kaylee and trying to restrain himself. Rand couldn't listen to this heartfelt scene of the partners anymore, imperceptibly emptying a stingy tear. He exhaled deeply and called out to both of them, saying that this was the first time he had seen such a sight. While they were both crying and ready to kill each other, Rand announced that he would be working with them. He noticed the surprise in their eyes and clarified that he would work with them to make them stronger. Dawn passed, and a bright morning came, in the light of which the partners furiously thanked Rand. At one of the local coffee shops, the guy asked the others if they had heard the rumors about smartphones yet. The rumors suggested that the smartphone was being used by a man from Avalon, but the candidates were sure it was Zan. One of them said that's why the Avalon man came to meet Zan to find out why he was impersonating him. Guy added that it was only his theory and things could be completely different. Guy noticed as he met eyes with a girl he had been thinking about for a long time. He decided to seize the moment and said that it was stupid to impersonate someone else. Guy was getting to the point that Zan probably wouldn't even show up for the final exam, which would be reasonable. Kina Lilith got tired of listening to this nonsense and stood up, letting everyone know she was leaving. The others turned to her in surprise, and she added that she didn't have time for idle chatter. The boy, so eager for attention from Miss Lilith, was left to fly in his dreams. The whole gang of candidates stood up following the girl and thanked the guy for lunch. Pastis quickly caught up with Kina and followed her, keeping a little distance. Suddenly, he asked if she liked Zan, taking her by surprise. It didn't take long for the girl to catch on and quickly grabbed Pastis by the scruff of the neck, who was already yelling that it was a joke. She immediately let go of the guy, who began to quickly adjust his clothes. Kina explained that she didn't like people who jumped to conclusions. She also added that they didn't have time to sit around and gossip at all. Pastis quickly realized that the girl was right and immediately agreed with her. Mr. Rand stood with his partners on the cliff opposite the tower. It was less than 10 days until the players' pre-testing began, and Rand hoped they were ready. He informed the boys that they would begin special training starting today. The partners looked up at the tall tower with delight and admiration. Rand had brought them here because it was the best view of the tower, and Zan asked why the training would be held here. Rand replied that they would find the answer for themselves once they had experienced it for themselves. He quickly turned to them and made a bright line with the cloth at their feet. The master asked them to try to step over that line. Kaylee clarified if she understood correctly and they should just step over it. Zan stopped her and told her that if she was going to do it, she should only do it with him. The girl could no longer hear her partner as she stepped over the line, and it was as if she was paralyzed. Escalibra fell to the ground with a clatter, and Zan immediately rushed to her. Rand remained completely calm and motioned for Zan to tread next. The boy realized he had nothing more to lose and rushed forward. He felt something like an electric shock with his whole body. It felt as if his body had been split into several parts. Zan compared the sensation to when he had been struck by Nagi in battle. The boy came to his senses as Mr. Rand approached him. Zan tried to stand up and wondered if this was the right place. Rand explained that they reached this place as soon as they crossed the line. He also said that this was the domain of the terrarium Sky Tower. Rand began to explain that it was an area under the tower's influence, though it was outside, and was called a dungeon. As it turned out, the master didn't bring them here just to get them used to the pressure of the tower in case they passed the exam. The main reason was the most important characteristic of the terrarium itself. Rand said that the meaning of total annihilation didn't apply in the tower. He went on to say that in exchange for reaching the limits of the body's ability, they would pay a price. The partners were surprised to hear that they would have to pay some sort of price. Rand briefly clarified that they would lose a small portion of their memories. It didn't seem like such a big deal to the partners, and they decided it was nothing. The master said that everyone initially thinks that, but they don't really realize what they're losing. Ran added that it was for cases like this that it was better to experience it once than to explain it. The partners watched in amazement as Ran walked to the edge of the cliff and asked what was there. The guys carefully approached the precipice and peered into it, seeing a bunch of red eyes. Ran informed them that this was the forest of the vanquished, those who had ignored the full significance of the consequences. He could already see the fulfilled eyes of his partners, but he continued speaking. The master specified that they would be their opponents for the duration of the training. Unexpectedly to the boys, Ran pushed them off the cliff, telling them lastly to try their best to survive. He also shouted that inside the forest he had left them marks in the form of cloth. The condition of surrendering the training was to find them and bring them back as soon as possible. Mr. Ran was left alone to stand on the cliff and watch the boys. He wanted to make sure that they would develop and advance in these final days. If they couldn't pass this level of difficulty, it would be best for them to just give up. The partners fell in with the humans who never managed to become players. These monsters didn't look like players or humans anymore. Zan started yelling for Kaylee to get up soon or they wouldn't survive. He saw that she needed time, so he asked her to transform quickly. Kaylee started to transform and Zan wanted to deal with the freaks as soon as possible. The boy also remembered that they needed to find the hidden cloth for the Lord as soon as possible. Excalibur was already a sword, but not quite the sword everyone was used to seeing. Ran, looking at them, thought they had failed, but didn't give up hope. As Zan ran away from the maddened crowd, Ran thought that if they still hadn't realized their own potential, he was no help to them. Zan ran forward at breakneck speed, and all he could think about was why everything was going to hell right now. Excalibur was still exhausted from the fall and was not feeling well. Suddenly she woke up and thought she had dozed off for only a second. The girl quickly apologized to her partner and cheered him up. While Kaylee was unconscious, she had a strange vision. She didn't immediately realize where reality was and where she was now. One thing the girl knew for sure was that she was an Excalibur, which meant a legendary and divine sword. Kaylee sat and pondered on what her true purpose was. She pondered that perhaps it was just waiting here for something or someone. The girl was even frustrated by such sad thoughts. Excalibur sat alone on the mountain of weapons and looked somewhere in the distance. She missed the god and wished he would start listening to her. Excalibur did not want to believe that the god had forgotten her. The girl sadly bowed her head over the entire instrument she was dutifully guarding. After a moment, she slapped herself sharply on her cheeks and decided not to think about it. Kaylee firmly decided that when she saw God again, she would be sure to ask him for it. She calmed down again and said that she would always wait for God here. The girl looked sadly into the distance again and didn't worry if he was a little late. She knew that this happened to her often and she wasn't used to it. One thing the girl decided for sure was that next time she would ask him to give him her name. Kaylee didn't want to be called just Excalibur anymore, she wanted something else. The girl wanted a name of her own that no one could forget. Kaylee was pulled out of her deep visions by Zane's loud call, begging her to wake up. She finally came to her senses, but she didn't understand why she was the only one who had blacked out. Zanhev was standing in front of an army of sinister monsters, holding a stump of a sword. Kaylee quickly apologized to her partner and he finally exhaled. The guy asked her to turn into Excalibur one more time as he didn't want to give up. He also told her that they would overcome everything if they did it together. In that same second, in Zane's hands, a piece of sword turned into a legendary divine weapon. Excalibur asked her partner if he was ready to give his best. The girl in the guise of the sword lit up with a bright flame and said it was time to do it. Zan inwardly lit up with his partner and was ready to make history. Kaylee warned Zan to hold on tight, as they would get out of here faster than their enemies got bigger. The guy started to feel nauseous and said he would never get used to it. Zan was already exhausted, and as he looked at Kaylee, he noticed something interesting. The girl's hair, though it had grown back a bit, was very noticeable. He remembered the glory of the god. The legendary sword grows with its master, and finally realized what it meant. Mr. Dean sat next to Ran and cheerfully told him that it was cool. He slowly approached Ran and decided to ask him one interesting question. Mr. Dean asked why Ran decided to leave the guys in this god-forsaken place to die. The partners had been in the forest of the vanquished for quite some time. After 56 hours, they found a resting shelter in one of the caves. Zan, while here, concluded that during all this time he had not felt hunger, only intense fatigue. The fatigue was eventually replaced by an overwhelming sleepiness that restored and healed them. The lad thought that this was one of the peculiarities of the defeated people. As long as they take shelter for rest, it's the best time for Zan and Kaylee to find cloth. Zan turned around to the girl and realized he didn't want to wake her up since she was sleeping so sweetly. The guy realized that he might as well sleep longer too and recover. He stood looking at the sleeping collie, remembering his recent dream. Zan had first dreamed of his partner sitting in the distance with long hair. The next morning, Kaylee noticed that Zan hadn't gotten much sleep and looked really bad. The boy almost blabbed that he had seen her in a dream last night, but he shut up just in time. Zan didn't know if he should tell Kaylee that he had dreamt about her because it was kind of awkward. They got into a small argument on the topic of attacking the defeated in case they were attacked. If suddenly they couldn't make up their minds on how to proceed, they would only hit one target. Zan finally realized that this was one of the conditions for successful use of the Force. Kaylee sat with her feet dipped in the water while Zan complained of fatigue. The boy had dozed off right there after a bad dream because of the girl he had dreamt about. He asked the girl how she knew how long he had slept, and Kaylee explained that she had learned to time herself when she was alone. Zan thought back to his dreams and realized that they weren't really dreams but her memories. Kaylee heard some mumbling and wanted to know what he was talking about, but he quickly changed the subject. The guy was very glad that they were finally finding out how long he could use his power for. Zan wanted to know even more about controlling and manipulating the power. The lad realized that after they got into this forest, there wasn't much he didn't know about either of them. Escalibra also didn't understand much about her own abilities. The girl noticed that the guy looked very agitated and asked what was wrong with him. She also added that she thought Ran had sent them here to make Zan realize for himself who he really was. Either way, they were going to do their best and do their best. Zan climbed up a tree and saw some open space in the center of the forest, and thought that was where the cloths were hidden. The guy was already excited and said it was easier than he had imagined. Kaylee cheerfully agreed with her partner, not noticing the huge monster behind her back. A second later, the guy spotted the scarecrow with a yellow bandage on his arm. A startled Zan immediately realized that it was the very cloth they needed. He reacted quickly and warned his partner of the impending danger. The monster, giggling loudly, had already approached Zan himself, taking him by surprise. He placed his claw hand on the guy, blocking Zan's view, and then it all began. After a while, someone's hands were firmly clutched into Mr. Rand's collar. Rand said he didn't even expect the guy to stay down for so long. He asked the angry guy if they had met the right monster down there. Zan shouted in rage that it wasn't fair to tie the cloth to the monster itself. The guy started accusing him and yelling that he had no idea what happened to Kaylee. Mr. Rand didn't seem to care at all about these words and simply asked if they were going to surrender. Zan didn't want to talk to Rand anymore and got ready to leave, calling his partner with him. Rand wasn't going to let the guy go that easily and grabbed him, asking him what he was going to do when he got there. The Lord asked if he would just run away from that guy again. Zan replied that he thought that was the best solution for everyone at that moment. He started to say that the monster was strong and too fast, and there was nothing else for him to do. Rand clarified with the guy if he really didn't have any way to win. Kaylee stood up for her partner and started yelling that they had studied their abilities in detail. The Lord asked the girl if they had learned everything they needed to. Escalibra didn't seem to quite know what he was talking about and clarified. Zan tried to lead his partner away from there, but she hadn't finished her sentence yet. Rand informed his partners that he wasn't in a hurry to go anywhere and would listen to them. Kaylee noticed the guy walking away quickly and asked him to wait for her. Zan wondered briefly if he was being too arrogant because he didn't have the same abilities as the others. He tried to push those thoughts away, but then he thought that he just needed to be more confident in himself. The test the Lord had prepared for them was aimed at making them stronger. Zan remembered the monster and thought that they wouldn't have gotten a trial they couldn't handle. When the monster crept up behind his partners, Zan just silently walked towards him. Kaylee was very scared for her partner and started asking him what he was doing. The monster asked the guy if his head was okay or if he had already lost his mind. He decided to growl ominously and very loudly to make the picture clear. The guy just greeted the monster and said his name was Zan Hev. He went on to say that it was a pleasure to meet him and bowed politely. The astonished man had in no way expected such a turn of events and laughed out loud. He, pouring out a ringing laugh, said that he never expected anyone to think of such a thing. The man asked if there was a reason he wanted to talk to him. Zan calmly replied that he had decided that he was exactly who they should talk to. He added that otherwise the Lord's cloth would not have been tied so neatly on him. A second later, the monster's appearance shattered, and a completely different person stood before Zan. The boy was extremely surprised, but the girl said that he turned out to be right. She looked at Zan cheerfully and was even glad that he was so smart. The girl untied the yellow cloth from her hand and calmly handed it to the still surprised guy. She replied that she was just running an errand, that if the guy talked to her, she would just give him the cloth. Zan decided that in that case, he had passed the training, but immediately wondered if that was too easy. An angry Kaylee was already approaching Zan, asking what kind of nonsense he had thought up without warning her. The guy cheerfully thought that after all he had endured, he was one step closer to victory. Meanwhile, the girl was already pulling out her swords and said that this cloth was to be delivered to the Lord. She looked directly into Zan's eyes and said it was time to end this. Escalibra, as well as Zan himself, didn't expect this turn of events and called out loudly to the guy. The girl in that second started to turn back into a monster and attacked the guy. The monster's eyes lit up red, and she asked Zan a very sad question. She looked into the guy's eyes and asked how many of her children he had ruined before he showed up here. The monster girl menacingly told Zan that all the people here were her precious children. Scraps of his cloth reached Ran-san, and he realized that it had already begun. Immediately after, Mr. Din joined Ran and asked if he wanted to explain anything to him. Just then he asked why Ran had sent his partners to this godforsaken place. Ran didn't doubt himself in the slightest and calmly replied that it was all for training. Mr. Dean didn't seem to quite understand the meaning of what he had heard about some kind of training. Ran explained that the partners had wanted to get stronger and he'd granted their request. Dean immediately asked that if that was true, he had told them all about the forest. He began to say that once upon a time, everyone in this forest was just regular people, and they ended up there for one reason. A long time ago, this place was sacred, and now it was just a place cursed by the tower. Dean wasn't completely sure if this was a good idea, but Rand somehow didn't doubt it. Mr. Rand calmly said that he had faith in his partners and their abilities. He also added that if they failed, he would die with them. Dean realized that it had been a very long time since he'd had such an easy conversation or argument with Ran. He got ready to leave and said he wasn't going to ask him anything else. Ran had nothing to do but simply thank Mr. Dean. Lastly, the master was going to say one more thing about Ran's statement. He specified that Ran should not say that he was going to die with the guys anymore. Ran only silently thought that it was for the complete trust of these two. Meanwhile, in the forest of the defeated, Zan was still pinned to the ground by the monster girl. She still couldn't calm down and asked how many of her children he had already destroyed. The girl added angrily that it was unlikely he would know the exact number because killers don't count their victims. Zan couldn't stand it and shouted back that he hadn't intended to destroy anyone and they had attacked. The girl didn't want to believe it and was convinced that he had attacked first. At that moment, Kaylee intervened and said that the girl was making a big mistake. The monster, on the other hand, clarified for Kaylee that if she took one more step, her partner would get hurt. Escalibra was forced by those words to stop on the spot at that very second. The girl inquired if they were going to the tower by any chance. She also clarified that there were many like them and they all ended up staying here. The girl convinced her partners to give up, because since she had caught them, she would not give them the opportunity to go up to the tower. Suddenly she heard Zan calling for Escalibra in a hoarse voice. The boy could barely speak, but still hissed to his partner that she was their target. He quickly tried to put his arm out for Kaylee, but it was immediately caught by the monster. Suddenly, Zan yelled like a rabid man at the top of his voice to the entire forest of defeatists. The monster girl warned him not to move, and for that, she took away his finger. She looked menacingly at Zan and told him that his forearm was next in line. Zane was in unbearable pain and thought it was a trap from the start. He realized why she had destroyed him last time so he wouldn't feel the pain and come back to her again. Zan also realized how well she had thought it out and wanted to get away from her as soon as possible. The girl cheerfully said it was really nice not to bleed to death over some tower. She looked at the guy's missing finger again and clarified something. The girl said that even though he wasn't bleeding, he felt the pain in full force. She was sure the boy was scared, because he thought he would end up dead. Kaylee listened as she continued to say that they would lose their memories forever. The girl ended her intimidation by saying that they would eventually turn into monsters like them. That's why she asked Zane and his partner to just give up and the deed was done. The girl asked them to go back to Ran and tell him that they didn't want to go to the tower anymore. She was about ready to hear Zane agree, but she saw something else in his eyes. The boy gripped the monster's hand tightly around his neck and began to speak. Zan menacingly told the girl that he wouldn't give up even if he had to die. Kaylee seemed to be not just surprised by such words, but shocked. Meanwhile, the Terrarium Heavenly Tower was home to the First Guild of Avalon. At the very top of the tower was a hall where one of the members introduced himself as the guardian of the Avalon Guild to a certain man in a chair. He respectfully greeted the guild's vice-captain, Van Ziemund of the 8th rank. Van started to tell the keeper that he was the guy who looked after the newcomers. The keeper paid his respects again and spoke of providing him comfort. Wang ordered to take care of the trial for the players, which would be held soon. He saw the smartphone at the keeper's side and asked if it was the same thing everyone was talking so much about. The custodian nodded approvingly and said that they had recovered it. He added that after doing some research, there wasn't a drop of energy left in the item. At this time, someone entered the hall and said that it was just junk and no one uses it but him. Kim went inside with his phone and clarified that if they were interested, it was his ability. He went on to say that his ability is to copy absolutely any ability. Kim also added that there was one condition for it to be used successfully. After a bit of silence, the guy cheerfully said that he would keep it a secret for now. The Guardian tried to stop the insolent guy by saying that he wouldn't tolerate his antics anymore. Kim Tae-wan thought he was too important and didn't even pay attention to the Guardian's threats. At that moment, the vice-captain stood up and inquired if it was the same Kim Tae-wan. Van Ziemund informed him that he was looking forward to his performance. Kim smiled back, but tried to get a good look at the vice-captain's face himself. He quickly realized that it was some special technique that prevented him from being seen. The guy wasn't really interested in that, as he was more interested in finding out where Dean was now. Kim quickly remembered how the master had put him in his place by humiliating him in front of everyone. He wanted to prove that Dean had made the wrong choice and that his humiliation had been for nothing. Kim promised himself to smear Zane against the wall in 5 days at the test trial. He truly believed that no one cared about his God-given power. At this time, in the Forest of the Defeated, the fight between the monster girl and her partners continued. Defeated was surprised and didn't understand why Zan was still resisting. She couldn't stop telling him to surrender. But the guy only calmly replied that he had heard that word many times before. Zan also added that many people hated him and still do. The girl was a little surprised at first, but quickly gathered herself and started insulting Zan. While she was calling different but so familiar words to the guy, his finger was recovering. Zan, keeping completely calm, said that he had heard it more than once and let her come up with something more interesting. At the same moment, the guy took control of the situation and grabbed the monster. She clearly didn't expect this turn of events and screamed loudly. Zan sternly asked her if she really thought he would give up. He added that even if he was in a heap of trouble, he would still show her what he could do. Monster Girl saw the change in the guy and couldn't believe it was super regeneration. She quickly remembered how dangerous it was and jumped backwards away from him with all her might. Kaylee was shocked that the vile creature itself jumped back from her partner. She was of course happy about this outcome, but she noticed something wrong with her partner. Kaylee noticed some incredible changes in Zane and realized that she had never seen this before. There was no way she wanted to believe he had any abilities of his own. After a moment, the guy turned around and calmly beckoned her to move on. Zan held out his hand to Kaylee in a friendly manner, as if making an invitation. Kaylee seemed to hesitate for a moment and just stood there looking at him. A second later, she pushed all doubts away and accepted with genuine excitement. Her partner quickly transformed into Excalibur and was already in Zane's hands as a sword. The monster girl sat back and watched Zan's techniques. She continued her incomplete transformation into a huge monster and said she wasn't going to sit idly by. Guy called his partner by name and she interrupted him, saying she knew everything. Inside the legendary and powerful sword, Kaylee's eyes lit up with fire. She looked forward with Zane and said that their target was all these monsters. With each attack, the monsters seemed to get smaller for a moment, but after that, new ones came. Zan was getting pretty tired by now and stopped to rest while Kaylee inquired about his condition. She shouted for him to let her out in her original form to support him. Surprisingly, the guy wasn't about to give up and refused her offer. He informed her that it wasn't over and they weren't done with all the business. Zan was unhappy that even with all this effort, he lacked determination. The guy was too kind and just couldn't make up his mind to destroy them completely. He realized that they were once just like him and imagined himself in their shoes. Zan informed Kaylee that he was truly sorry for all his failures. The boy rumbled to the ground and thought he was lost, defeated and broken. Just when Zan thought it was the end, this happened. Half dead and lying on the cold ground, Zan felt a light touch on his cheek. He raised his head with all his might, but he couldn't see anything. He thought he saw the monster that wanted to destroy him. This girl for some reason looked very strange and sad, and he even thought he saw tears. Once upon a time long ago, this forest was only entrusted to one single person. That person's long blonde hair was rapidly developing in the wind. It was the same monster girl before the transformation, admiring the moonlight. At that time, it was her only joy in life. But one day the time came, and she too learned what loneliness was. Some unknown guy appeared to her, and she wondered who he was. At the same time, someone was lurking near the tower near the forest in an ambush. 2 unknown people were discussing her, clarifying that she wasn't exactly a normal person. Another one of their companions suggested that they shut up and just follow him. Suddenly, the guy realized he was lost and had forgotten where to go next. He was already frustrated and was sure that the others had found the girl earlier, but suddenly he noticed her. The girl came to the clearing from the forest and sternly asked not to insult her. The guy announced that he had brought more friends with him, and the guys looked among themselves. He called his friends closer to the girl, for they wanted to become players sooner rather than later. Only the girl knew that she had no thought of teaching them. She didn't know whether it was her reluctance or lack of talent, but she didn't want to do it. At the same time, the girl enjoyed watching these people train, though she couldn't admit it to anyone. But deep down, she knew how much she missed the people. It was hardest in those moments when she heard their loud laughter and cheerful voices. It was only in those rare moments that she felt truly happy. While she was flying in her dreams, the guys were already thanking her for her successful training. There was no way the girl wanted to believe that the guys would leave her so soon. She even cried when she realized that all good things end so quickly. One of the guys, seeing the upset girl, offered to go to the tower with them. Though she was flattered by such an offer, she couldn't leave the place. One of the boys said that it was time for them to leave and the teacher could not go with them. The companion replied that he just didn't want to leave the girl here all alone. Suddenly the guys froze, watching as their friend rushed to hug the girl. He hugged her tighter and tighter and promised to take her high up to the tower. At the end, he cheerfully added that they would definitely survive there and come back to her. Such words touched the girl, and from then on she considered them her children. She told them to take care of each other and come back safe and sound. The boys promised her to do everything, and she realized that she was alone here again. This is how she was left waiting for her children to return back to her. For days and nights, she sat in a clearing in the center of the forest opposite the tower. She hoped that they had climbed high up the tower and hadn't gotten into any trouble along the way. She had no way of knowing why they needed the tower after all. They could have just stayed with it. Even if they didn't become players, they could just stay with her here as her children. The girl didn't even mind if they surrendered, but it would be better if they survived. Her long and deep thoughts were interrupted by some strange and unexpected sound. The guards from Avalon had brought some bound men to the cliff. They took turns bringing them to the edge of the cliff for one purpose only. The boys, who never became players, one by one flew quickly into the abyss. The girl thought sadly that these guards were thoughtlessly throwing everyone down here. She just wanted them to be safe even if they didn't reach their dreams. The girl sadly thought that it was even okay if they became players. To her, the most important thing was that they would come back to her alive. At the same moment, she saw her children and quickly realized what had happened to them. She rushed to hug them and sobbed, not realizing how this had happened. The girl was on her knees and thought that she had only hoped for something in vain when she had let them go to the tower. She was very sad and hurt that they had disobeyed her and this had happened. Zan pulled the girl out of her memories and said that he was really sorry. He saw her tears and very sincerely asked her not to cry. Kaylee, unaware of everything that was happening, rushed to her partner's defense. Kaylee quickly rushed to Zan and began to pull him back from the monster. This was how her new expectation for the next guys began. It had been exactly 3 days since everything had happened to the partners. Soon after Zane's recovery, the teacher began to train them intensely. The motive behind the training was quite simple. If they were caught, they would be destroyed. Zan couldn't help but admit that the entire 3 days were quite challenging for them. Their partners had been defeated over and over again, and these 3 days seemed to be the most difficult of their lives. The girl was very pleased with the diligent students as they were making the most progress among all of them. She stood in front of the exhausted boys and said that this was all she could teach them. The teacher added that they had done a good job, and the two looked at each other silently. After a second, the partners rushed towards each other with fury. They cheerfully hugged each other and were insanely happy to end all this horror, saying words of thanks to each other for their joint labor. As they continued to exchange pleasantries, the girl interrupted them. She clarified that this was a lesson in survival against a superior enemy. The girl cheerfully added that they should never forget that what matters most is not winning, but surviving. The teacher said something else, and Zan realized she was hinting at repeating the training. The girl chuckled merrily and summoned an endless belt of dissection. She quickly grabbed it and suggested her partners find out for themselves now. Tired to the point of horror, the partners watched in shock at what happened next. A second later, the ground exploded violently and a stream of bright flame appeared from it. Something horrible appeared from the ground and asked the guys if he was remembered here. Zan and Kaylee were more tired than afraid, but they didn't even want to think about what they were going to do next. Mr. Ran appeared in the monster's place and said that he would show them the real hell now, since it was 4 days away from starting. A while later, Mr. Ding said that the day had crept up quite unnoticed. A large number of candidates were standing at the gate to enter the player's trial. One of them cheerfully asked if everyone had had time to rest and eat, for the start would be soon. Not all the candidates were happy with someone there mumbling something, but Pastis said it wasn't bad to have someone cheering them up. Kina quickly realized that he said that for a reason, but because he was worried. The guy immediately started asking who she was looking out for, even though it was obvious. Kina immediately flamed up and slapped Pastis for such ridiculous jokes. The guards announced that the final exam would begin shortly and have everyone ready to enter. Pastis still said he didn't see his partners anywhere, but Kina offered to mind her own business. Kina, after briefly thinking, took off ahead to the entrance and said she would go first. Pastis was already running to catch up with her, but suddenly stopped and froze in place. At the entrance, scaring even the guard, there was a simply huge candidate standing at the gate. Kina politely asked him to step aside as everyone was asked to get ready if he wasn't deaf. The unknown man wasn't going to step aside and only said that women didn't belong here. Kina wasn't going to back down either and informed him that she was giving him 5 minutes to get out of her way. The cheeky candidate only smirked merrily, not believing her words were serious. A second later, he laughed out loud and said that she was only caught here because of her luck. He also added, looking at her buddies, that she was quite proud of the trash here. One of her friends offered to help her, and Pastis said that she was always trouble. This unknown man was the only surviving candidate from Group B. This candidate with long black hair was called Bloody Mary. Pastis suggested that everyone stay in their seats for now, for they didn't know how he would behave. He meant that if they made a wrong move now, they would make a fuss that could turn against them. Bloody Mary thought that Kanye hadn't even moved after all the threats. One way or another, he still needed to lower the number of candidates before the exam. He was already flying at them, calling them trash and saying that he was about to massacre all of them at once. Candidate Sanan saw him trying to attack Connie and rushed to her defense. Connie shouted at him to stop, as there was no way he could be attacked first. It was too late. Sinan landed a strong blow on Bloody Mary's face. Sinan continued to menacingly insult and intimidate his opponent. Kina was simply furious that he had fallen for such an obvious provocation. The thing was, he couldn't be accused of attacking first now. Bloody Mary had already grabbed the guy's leg and started saying that he wasn't the first to attack. He also added that everything he was about to do was his defense. Bloody Mary swung around and made a strong kick at poor Senis. He even managed to laugh already and said that it had only been 5 seconds. Bloody Mary walked closer and closer to Senis and asked what he intended to do next. Kina was watching everything that was happening and realized that there was nothing more she could do. She decided to play by his rules and turned to her opponent, asking him to attack. He lunged at her in a rage, saying that this was exactly what he expected. Pastis guessed why he was so brazen, as the whole reason was to pressure him. Someone loudly announced for everyone to quickly get ready to fight. At that very second, Bloody Mary pulled out her huge weapon in the lightning light. Not everyone immediately realized that it wasn't lightning coming from him, but just at him. The candidates watched the lightning that suddenly appeared out of nowhere with bated breath. Pastis quickly guessed and said that it was not lightning at all, but someone else. Everyone immediately saw the unknown person descend from the sky next to Bloody Mary. Connie simply couldn't help but recognize the familiar figure of one person she knew well. The girl followed the guy closely, and when he turned around, she recognized Zane Hev. Some time ago in the Forest of the Defeated, a teacher had given Zan a gift. The girl cheerfully said that he did a good job, and it was her graduation present to him. She also added that she had kept this cloak for a very long time, and he would see for himself its power once he used it, since it was made of the same fabric as her clothes. The boy still couldn't believe he deserved such a generous gift from his teacher. Kaylee was even a little jealous of Zan, saying that all the cool stuff goes to him. The girl immediately rushed over to hug Kaylee and apologize for not giving her anything, saying she would still give her a piece of delicious cake. She clearly realized how stylish Zan had become, for even standing next to him she could feel his power. She told him that they would have to leave for the tower very soon. She called Zan closer to her, saying that she had one more gift for him. The boy was a little surprised and confused to hear such words from his teacher. He quickly walked over to the girl and she gave him a motherly kiss on the forehead. Kaylee did not expect such a turn of events and became furious in a second. The girl only said with a smile that they could definitely say goodbye now. She grabbed Zane firmly by the collar and told him that this was his last gift. The girl with all her might threw the bewildered boy somewhere upstairs. She clarified that she had thrown him straight to the test site, and that he would return later and take Kaylee with him. The teacher wished him luck and told him to be very careful. Meanwhile, Momo was sitting quietly on one of the roofs of the tower and noticed a bright light. She decided it was just another little warm-up before the test. Momo turned to the gentlemen judges, asking if this was an overly fervent workout that perhaps should be stopped already. Zan didn't understand why he felt absolutely nothing from such a hard blow. He assumed it was because of his new cloak, but suddenly he felt something strange under his feet. When the thick smoke cleared a bit, he noticed he was standing on someone. The guy quickly jumped off of him and started apologizing, asking if he was all right. Zan was beyond alarmed as no one answered him, and he thought he had destroyed him. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by someone calling him loudly from behind. Connie shouted for him to leave sooner rather than later, as this monster was very dangerous. A second later, the Bloody Mary stood up and was already preparing to strike back. Zan didn't hear Connie's warning and just stood in front of the enraged foe. The candidates began shouting loudly for Zan to immediately turn back around. A second later, there was a bright, powerful bang, something akin to an explosion. Connie couldn't believe her eyes as the guy remained standing in his spot. Bloody Mary was also quite surprised as to why the guy didn't even move. He decided to get a little closer to him and ask him just one question. Looking straight into the guy's eyes, the rival asked him who he really was. Zanhev answered him nothing and just turned away and whistled loudly. The candidate stared at the guy and his opponent in bewilderment. Bloody Mary was already looming over Zan, asking who he thought he was. He lunged at the guy in a rage, loudly shouting all sorts of threats at him. Bloody Mary flew straight at Zane at breakneck speed. His huge weapon practically touched the head of the calmly standing guy. A moment before, Zan managed to summon Escalbera to his aid. Near the entrance to the main trial, there was another massive fire and lightning explosion. Zan stood triumphantly over his defeated opponent with sword in hand. The boy asked him why he was attacking him so suddenly without giving him a chance for a different outcome. Zan clarified that if he didn't destroy him, he wouldn't be able to participate in the test. Connie was still standing there in wild shock watching the powerful Zan. She was desperately trying to understand what had happened to him in those 10 days. It was as if Zan heard the thoughts of all the candidates present and turned around. The boy miscalculated his strength and took a turn too abruptly, stepping on his cloak and falling. Seconds later, he jumped up and corrected his new piece of clothing. He chuckled to himself and realized that the garment was a bit long for him. After a second, Zan added that it was even more comfortable to fight in loose clothing. Suddenly, Kaylee appeared out of nowhere and started shouting loudly at him. The candidates watched in silence as the girl reprimanded him for such an act. Kaylee said that he called her out in the middle of the fight, and her heart went out to her heels. Connie laughed and said that overall they hadn't changed one bit. Pastis quietly asked the other candidate if he had ever seen Connie laughing. Connie asked her partners how much longer they would act like children after all they had been through together. She proudly walked past them and asked if they knew that the trial was about to begin. Getting closer and closer to the gate, Connie clarified for everyone that she would go there first. Her partners watched in silence for a while as she walked farther and farther away. A second later, voices were heard behind her asking them to wait. The candidates ran closer to the gate and watched as it slowly opened. Everyone watched with bated breath and expected to see something incredible. Zanhev was the most excited to finally get so close to the tower. From the window of the terrarium's sky tower, a massive explosion was seen. The vice captain wondered what it could be, as it was definitely not his apprentice's ability. One of the guardians asked if they should go to investigate, but was turned down. The vice captain said they couldn't miss this interesting show. He rose from his chair and indicated that he would go to see it all in person. Van Ziemend added that this was the last time Dean was runner-up. The candidates waited anxiously for the gates to fully open to go inside. The doors slowly opened, attracting more and more interest. When the gates were fully opened, they saw the other candidates inside. Aside from the competitors, everyone noticed the incredible views so close to the tower. Zanuhev alone was somehow uneasy about the whole thing. The guy was cautiously looking around himself with some trepidation. For some reason, it seemed to him that everyone there was looking only at him. Looking around carefully, Zan noticed a familiar silhouette in the crowd. Just then, Momo walked up and addressed everyone with a greeting. After pausing for a moment, she offered to begin by explaining the rules of the test. Kim Taewon was a newcomer who was supported by the Avalon Guild with all his might. When Momo first saw him, he had destroyed an entire Avalon regiment with his own hands. The Guardian explained that it was their job to determine if he was a good fit, and also added that he used to be sure of many things, unlike today. Zanhev was the only person capable of standing up to Kim. All this time, Kim was proudly accepting all the praise for him. The Guardian noticed Kim heading somewhere and reminded him that using the attack was forbidden. Kim Taewon brashly walked forward, ordering the others to disperse. The guild members weren't happy about this guy's behavior and weren't about to move away until they saw his menacing face. None of them expected to be treated like this by some new recruit. They all silently and quickly parted, giving way to the proud Kim. Kaylee quietly asked her partner if it was the guy she thought it was. Zan quickly apologized to the girl, saying he'd talked to him for a bit. The old high school buddies walked leisurely towards each other. Kim cheerfully said that Zan had changed a lot and could even look him straight in the eye now. Zan didn't keep quiet and replied that he hadn't changed at all, and was acting like a little kid, using his antics and stupid ponces. Kim didn't expect to hear that from Zan and asked him to repeat what he had said. He never waited for a response and quickly swung around to strike. Zan got a little nervous, but he wasn't going to back down and was about to use force. At this time, the examiners approached them and Momo ordered them to stop. She clarified that she didn't care what they were doing, but let them do it outside of the test arena since it was under her responsibility. Momo didn't want anything to happen here, so she asked what their problems were. Kim Taewon glared angrily at Zan, hoping that he would give up first. At that moment, he sensed someone's presence and turned to look up. Standing on the balcony of one of the buildings was the vice captain himself watching them. Kim immediately realized that he was not to be trifled with, and putting on his hood, walked away. Momo looked at the boy and asked if he was the same Zanhev. One of the examiners put her arm around him and expressed her admiration for him. The girl scrutinized him and complimented him. She squeezed his muscles tightly and said that he was tougher than he looked. Lastly, she added that it still wasn't enough to beat everyone from Group C. Momo asked Lulu to stop acting like that and give her the floor. Lulu recalled how Momo skipped everyone in the qualifier because of Zane's heroics, and added that she won't let her do that again. Another examiner agreed with her as it would lead to an imbalance within the players. A judge named Bibi was creepily angry that Momo allowed a test in which the competitors cooperated. She didn't share her views and said that even if Zan was some kind of special, it wasn't fair. Momo didn't like this behavior of the examiners and reminded her that she could beat them both. Zan was surprised by this atmosphere and couldn't even think that the judges were capable of behaving like this. Eventually, Momo gave up and told Lulu to do as she saw fit. Lulu giggled merrily and said that she knew Momo would support her in the end. She started examining Zane again and saying some strange things. The girl asked if all the candidates had now heard and understood everything. She announced that now, under Lulu's responsibility, there would be a test for Group B. The girl looked at the candidates and clarified that there would be a one-on-one battle. Van Ziemend watched everything going on from the balcony for a while longer and said it was time to move out. The vice captain was pulled out of his thoughts by someone's voice, who greeted him politely and called out that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Sir Sirius of the Division Guild stood in front of Van and couldn't believe that the vice captain had been sent to such a shabby competition. Van Zeeman thanked Sirius for such a high opinion and informed him that he was representing the Avalon Guild. Sirius replied that he had been amazed at the last competition when Nagi had defeated that redneck Dean in shabby gear. Sirius noticed the vice captain moving away and thought he had just ignored him. He started looking at the newly arrived other candidates, and Van noticed that he had finally shown up. Sir Sirius's face changed in a second and asked menacingly if he had the right to be here. Mr. Dean, keeping his composure, asked Sir who then was allowed to be here. Sirius sternly replied that only the heads of the big guilds had a right to be here, not idiots with no headquarters. Dean smiled wryly and said that in that case he was in just the right place. Sir Sirius was clearly unhappy with that answer and tried to clarify why he suddenly thought he had rights to be here. He heard Dean repeat his words about the right place and couldn't believe he had a guild. Dean introduced himself as a second-ranked Red Wing Guild master and said he would fit in perfectly with their little alliance. Sirius got even angrier and yelled that he couldn't believe that his guild could have been approved by anyone. The vice captain approached them and greeted Dean and said that he was the one who had endorsed her. Dean told Van that he couldn't even believe he was out of the castle and asked if it had been hard for him to settle in. Van Sigmund replied that it was nothing to worry about and that he accepted his guild as an apology. He was also surprised that Dean, who was used to playing alone, was starting his own guild. Dean indicated that he looked forward to the day when they would face off in battle again. The candidates overheard Dean's conversation with Van, who was already speculating on who would fight him next. The boys held their breath for a while and listened intently to the conversation, thinking about their own. Lulu came closer to the candidates and asked if everyone was ready to start. The girl once again decided to remind them that the next tournament would be under her responsibility. She announced the start of the exam, where the candidates performed one-on-one for further elimination. Lulu cheerfully asked for permission to announce the rules that they only had 24 hours to do everything. She also added that they could use anything they wanted in combat. The deciding criterion for making it through the tournament was survival. If the winner was not determined in time, both candidates would be disqualified from the court. Momo wondered if those were all the rules, and Bibi quickly said that she honestly liked everything a lot. Kaylee didn't quite understand about separating the candidates and asked Zane if they would be separated too. Momo was about to talk further, but the guy raised his hand and said he had one important question. The girl quickly said that even a monkey would understand everything here and announced the start by tapping the ground with her foot. The whole place lit up with blue flames and lightning sparks flew, through which Kaylee shouted loudly what was going on. The candidates immediately realized that the ground beneath their feet was collapsing and splitting into small pieces. Zan complained that it was too sudden and wished they had warned about this kind of thing beforehand. As the boy held his head, he realized he could hear Kaylee mumbling in surprise nearby. The girl wondered what place they were in, but suspected they were somewhere inside. Zanhev, along with Kaylee, stood directly in front of the terrarium and stared at it with bated breath for the first time at such close range. The partners were puzzled to notice a flying little Mokiko, wondering if they had teleported correctly. They were very surprised that the Mokiko was talking, but he explained that he was created with artificial intelligence in his image. Momo informed the candidates via an in-world announcement that she had something else for them. The girl said it had to do with the place they now found themselves in. All the candidates were moved to a virtual zone based on the real locations of the terrarium. Momo wished everyone good luck and said to improvise, adapt, and overcome. Lastly, the girl added to show them all they could do. This was necessary so that everyone would have an idea of the future players as they were being watched by the guild heads. A prerequisite for survival was the need to join a guild, which this test would help them find. With that, Momo concluded her speech and once again wished everyone good luck. The in-world announcement loudly announced the start of the test to screen players in the one-on-one tournament. Zanhev was a bit worried and anxious about the upcoming tests. Nagi, who was an inspector and a rank 1 player, was also present at the final exam and looked at Zan carefully. Zan went to look around a bit and even wondered if they were in the terrarium. He decided to discuss this with Kaylee and asked her if she could see anything. Zan saw her looking out for something and peppered her with questions, but she asked him to shut up as it was interfering with her concentration. Kaylee spotted something and reported it to her partner, but he was very surprised that she could see something so far away. The girl was pointing his finger at some distant place between the rocks. She also noticed that the place was some other color and suggested that it might be connected to something. Zan tried to focus and figured it was a desert, but wasn't sure if the areas were connected to each other. Now Kaylee was pretty sure there was another candidate with them. Zan suggested she finish everything here and move towards the desert, but warned that they might meet a rather strong opponent. Suddenly they heard a voice behind them asking how the two of them ended up here alone. The voice clarified that this seemed to be a one-on-one battle, and did not involve them being together. Zan quickly turned around with interest to see who had come to them. Standing in front of the partners was a candidate they already knew named Senus, and Zan realized he was their opponent. Kaylee was also surprised by this for some reason, and questioned the guy if she had gotten it right. The girl looked at Zan and immediately noticed a strange expression on his face. She inquired as to what was wrong, and learned that this was the candidate he was most uncomfortable talking to. Senyos immediately started the conversation with insults, asking why he had come to the test in the first place. He said that the other candidates were risking their lives to get into the players, and he was screwing around with some smartphone. He also couldn't help but notice Kaylee standing next to him and was surprised that she was with him. Senyos shouted at Zanu in a rage that this test was not for cheesy people like him. He continued to hurl threats and insults, and Kaylee began to get angry. Zanhev, who already knew his partner pretty well, immediately noticed this and tried to stop her. He calmly told the girl that it was fine and he didn't care at all about what he said. Senyos wondered if they were done exchanging pleasantries and warned him to stay away from the girl named Kina Lilith, since she belonged to him. Zan didn't even seem to listen to him and said that he was very glad that he was his opponent, surprising the guy with that. He quickly gave Senes his first blow and said it would be easier for him to pass the test without feeling remorse. Zan clarified that he would be able to destroy such insolent and vile types without regret. After saying that, he quickly delivered another powerful blow to his opponent in a blaze of blue lightning and sparks. Kaylee didn't expect such a thing from her partner and looked at what had happened with admiration. Zan cheerfully called out to the girl and informed her that it was time for them to move out into the desert. Kaylee clapped the guy on the back in a friendly way and told him that he had really grown up. As it turned out, there was a D group at the qualifier in addition to the A, B, C groups. They were participants in the last test and failed it. But the interesting thing is that the reason they failed was not because of their skills. It turned out that they failed because they broke the rules. It was all about the fact that they started destroying each other out of boredom while waiting. The most important reason was that one of the candidates destroyed the examiner. The symbol of Group D became the sign of the troubled forever and was put away from everyone. A guy in a hat sat on a rock and announced that he was one of these troublemakers, and his name was Jem Hook with a martial artist class. Jem Hook, noticing Pastis, suggested that he just give up, as he can't beat up those who are too weak. Without waiting for a response, Jem immediately launched a rock at the guy. Pastis deftly caught the stone and wondered what he suggested he do. A second later, he easily crushed the rock and said that the guy was talking too much. Jem Hook decided to show something else and created a small flame right in his hand. The guy quickly extinguished it and said he couldn't do that, because he was just trying to scare the guy into giving up. Pastis replied that he was just wasting his energy, which pissed him off. Jem Hook began to slowly get up from the rock as if he was going somewhere. After a moment, there was no longer a trace of Geum on the rock, quickly pushing himself off of it. There was a massive explosion in the desert, and both guys were thrown into the air from it. Jem thought it was a good tactic, but he was wrong as the sand began to rapidly stay. As he tried to move farther away, sand shots were already flying behind him. Jem quickly realized that it was his opponent's pranks and told him that it wouldn't work. Pastis only smiled cheerfully as he was confident in his strength and decided to convince Jem of that as well. He quickly launched several sand shots at his opponent who wasn't expecting it already. Pastis was a bit nervous and watched his opponent's reaction, realizing that it was working. Surprisingly, Jem Hook wasn't going to back down so easily and caught all of his attacks. He quickly crushed each sandstone in turn with a ringing crunch. Jem opened his water bottle and asked his opponent if they would continue to keep throwing pebbles without even counting it as an attack. Pastis quickly thought that his opponent was too quick to deflect his attacks, but it was also important that he wasn't attacking at full strength. He tried to calculate the radius of his defense, judging from the stones that flew off, equal to about 1 meter. Pastis quickly realized that he wouldn't lose if he kept his distance, but he didn't know how to win. He realized that he had no other choice but to use his abilities, but he saw the Mokiko watching him, through whom he was broadcasting live, and he didn't want to show his strength to everyone at once. The guy realized that the less people knew the better for him, but he had no choice. Jem noticed that Pastis was thinking about something and asked why he was letting himself get distracted. After a second, he said to keep an eye on his opponent, already standing directly in front of Pastis. Pastis, of course, was very surprised to see his opponent move so quickly. He remembered his conditionally designated safety zone and decided that everything was fine for now. The only downside to all this was that Jem himself thought quite differently. He deftly jumped up to Pastis and threw his first powerful punch, knocking him to the ground. Pastis flew far backward from his opponent's fist at breakneck speed. He was finally able to slow and stop and was on his knees, coughing. Jem approached the guy, marveling at his punch, and clarified that he hadn't expected such a thing himself. He cheerfully said that one more punch and the guy would be finished, though he didn't even want it to be over so quickly. Jem was getting closer and closer to Pastis, and he clarified that he immediately recognized his strategy. He knew that there was one major factor in a player's battle that helped win. The most important one was to be able to identify the opponent's ability in time. Based on that, also understand what he could do with that ability. This skill was what determined the winners and losers among the players. Pastis was terribly pissed off at being the first to get hit, and was listening to all of this from his opponent. In the case of finding all the conditions of the ability, you could consider that victory was already in your pocket. Meanwhile, Pastis desperately wanted to know what Gemhook's ability was. He picked himself up and rushed towards his opponent, but something strange happened. It turns out that Gemhook's ability was to slow down everything around him, which activated when he drank his liquor. Since Pastis didn't know this, he couldn't understand why such a change was happening to his body. Gemhook couldn't help but seize the moment and accelerated for his next strike. He struck the frozen opponent with all his might with his fist, throwing him back again. Gem also realized that he shouldn't drink too much of the potion as there might be trouble. The potion had an intoxicating effect, and the stronger it was, the stronger the slowing power was. This ability certainly had its minuses and pluses, such as the opponent not understanding its essence. As the guy tries to figure out what Gem's ability is, his first conclusion shoots down the rest. Gem didn't know that Pastis comprehends the conditions of the ability 3 times to properly understand it. This trait was the basis of combat, and no player could dispute that. Gem decided not to give a single opportunity for his opponent to win. He moved on a new offensive to quickly determine the loser and the winner. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Gem heard someone's voice yelling at him that he was doing everything wrong. He looked up and saw a strange creature in the sky, glaring menacingly at him. Gem had no way of knowing what it was, and he had an idea that it could be the embodiment of his ability. He didn't understand why it had activated now, or what it wanted him to do wrong. Gem didn't ponder this for long, and decided he didn't care. He decided that whatever it was, he wouldn't pay much attention to it. The guy thought that if it was in the area of his ability, he had the advantage. Pastis decided not to wait another second, and when he saw his opponent reach for his bottle, he rushed towards it. He deftly snatched the potion bottle out of Gem's hands, clearly not expecting this. Pastis was already quite standing with the bottle in his hand, about to carry out what he had planned. The guy was abruptly thrown back a little, so the opponent wanted to snatch his potion. Gem was terribly angry with Pastis and prepared to attack, not knowing what he would do next. Pastis was not confused and began to quickly open the bottle when he heard Gem shouting. He noticed that his opponent was constantly sipping on the potion and figured it had something to do with his ability. After drinking the potions from the bottle, Pastis prepared to act and warned his opponent about it. He also added that all the conditions of the ability had been gathered, and the next move could begin. Gemhook decided that he had even overestimated his opponent too much. He cheerfully asked Pastis what he was going to do now. Gem was now absolutely certain that the C candidates were complete fools. He leisurely approached his opponent and said that his potion from the bottle was not an ability. Gem shouted at Pastis, saying that it was the basis of the ability, but the latter was too far from understanding the point. At the same moment, Gem's open palm falls out and Pastis realizes he's doing the right thing. The opponents play out the first and most likely their last game of rock, paper, scissors. Gem at this point realizes the epicness of the situation. Pastis, on the other hand, realizes how cleverly he had thought it all out, and even successfully executed it. The creature that appeared earlier in the skies finally shouted right. Pastis' ability was conditional and worked on the principle of the game of rock, paper, scissors. It copies the rules of that game 1-to-1, and the opponent is clueless about anything. According to the game, it is she who determines the outcome while the opponents choose the right position for themselves. The final decision was not made by Pastis, but by this creature that appeared, who was the referee. Gem quickly wondered what was the reason for his wrong outcome. Pastis had to fully understand and comply with all the terms of the alien ability, which he did by drinking Gem's potion. After that, it was necessary to play a game where Pastis' scissors fell out and Gem's paper fell out. According to the rules, scissors always cut, meaning paper wins. At this point, Gem realized that he couldn't even move, and that it was slowing him down. On Pastis' side, all the conditions had been met, and that meant only one thing. The guy was on fire in a second and went into a frenzy, shouting insults at his opponent. He asked the already terrified Gem how long he needed to hit him to destroy him. Gem quickly realized that he wasn't the only one who could quickly determine another's ability, and one should never underestimate an opponent. Pastis struck his opponent hard, knocking him aside and sipping more potion. Pastis reiterated that the main factor in determining the winner was understanding another's ability, which he did as he watched his opponent explode. Meanwhile, somewhere in the other area of the challenge was winter weather. Connie Lilith found herself in a snowy forest and had already managed to get eerily cold there. She noticed that the sun disappeared right after the match started, and a blizzard appeared. The girl didn't know for sure if it was of the terrarium variety. She definitely realized that she needed to find shelter immediately. 24 hours to compete wasn't a lot of time, and one had to hurry, as the heat from her minion was limited. Lilith wasn't sure what she should do in this situation and just went ahead. She decided to take it easy and not stop, as she knew what to do in case of danger. The girl calmly walked forward and suddenly noticed someone's footprints in the snow. She tried to guess whose they were, but there were too many footprints. Lilith turned to her minion for advice, and he asked her if she could guess. The minion began to say that he was clumsy, but he didn't think he was bad. He also added that Zanhev was a bit disappointing, but he wasn't bad, maybe special and a bit lucky. Lilith got angry at the minion when he then started talking about how he guessed she liked him and how fast she had grown up. The girl started yelling in rage that she couldn't stand jokes like that, but he only laughed and said he loved her reaction to it. Lilith decided to return to the original question and pointed to the footprints again. The minion suggested that it could be a trap, as it was done rather sloppily. It even seemed to him that whoever had done this was just taunting them. He sensed Lilith's emotions and said that she wasn't the only one who viewed her opponent as prey, judging by this trap. The girl asked the minion if he understood what she was thinking right now. He looked at her carefully, and as always already knew the answer to her question beforehand. Lilith wasn't going to hide or stand aside, but formidably declared war. At that very second, a bright flash exploded in her place, reaching even to the heavens themselves. A nearby Avalon participant behind the trees did not immediately realize what had happened. Meanwhile, in another area, Kaylee was resting peacefully and regaining her strength. The girl was sleeping peacefully while her partner was practicing diligently. Zan was faking some pretty cool stuff like one-handed push-ups or double somersaults. The guy was already a little tired and sweaty, deciding that would be enough for now. At times like this, he always remembered how his teacher warned him to practice even if he won, and sometimes he felt like she was watching him. Kaylee came out stretching and asked if he was done, and he wondered if she had slept well. She replied that he'd been practicing long enough because she'd managed to even get some sleep by now. After a minute doing a little warm-up, she added that she had managed to get enough sleep. Finishing warming up, Kaylee was alert and cheerful, saying how well rested she was. Zan watched the girl carefully and asked what she was doing, hearing something about a little warm-up. While the partners were having a nice conversation, someone was surreptitiously watching them from the cliff. The stranger was glad to finally track down his opponent and cheerfully said he was busted. Zan quickly shouted to his partner, and she replied that she felt it too, but couldn't see anything. An exasperated Senis reappeared in front of the guys and announced something. Zan and Kaylee froze in place with surprise and stared at only one thing. A huge annihilating pillar was flying at them from the direction of Senis. The pillar crashed into the ground with all its might, making a huge hole in the ground. On the rock stood and watched the wounded and crippled candidate Senas. The first match had come to an end, and the examiners, looking through the screens at the broadcast, were discussing something. Momo said she would go announce the results, and Lulu was glad that she would do it for her. Bibi didn't miss the opportunity to be silent and shouted after Momo to make everything fair. An hour had passed from the start of the test, and the first battles of the final exam were finally over. Momo walked down the hallway and thought about the results, deciding that it proved that the test wasn't so bad. She smirked cheerfully and thought it was time to announce the results to everyone. Momo was already quickly visualizing the guild leader's face from such a sight. Mr. Ding knew that the limit of people who could join a guild in one test was 3. He also knew that if you took the extra, you wouldn't be able to take the right one, so this was something that needed to be closely monitored. He knew that the first step was to watch the battles carefully and understand the ability of the candidates. This was what the most important and real mental battle between the guilds was all about. Momo came out to everyone and politely asked for permission to announce the first winner. The guild leaders stood in languid anticipation on the balcony and were already anticipating the results. The girl couldn't even begin to announce as there was a real chaos going on, though she wasn't surprised. Momo didn't understand just why they weren't listening to her at all and looking somewhere else. While she had the destroyed gem hook on her tablet, there was something else on the big broadcast screen. The girl watched and didn't understand what was going on there and how such a thing was possible. In front of Zanhev stood a whole and unharmed Sanus after his destruction. Everyone there knew that everyone had a role from birth. Some people had more significant roles than others. Each person had a definitive vessel that set them apart. This vessel did not at all mean something that was the same for everyone or monotonous. Vessels literally differed in the amount of power they could hold. Not everyone was lucky enough to be born into at least a similar vessel to Senyos. The boy knew for a fact that he had been born in a royal vessel, and he was proud of it. Senyos had grown up surrounded by training and trials and was ready to leave home. He was endowed with every possible knowledge and ability from this vessel. At the end of his long training, a special wreath was placed on Senyos. The wreath meant to seal his power and strength for the moment until a certain time. The vessel said that it hid his full power and asked if he was going to go into the world. Senyos was going to the world and was sure he wouldn't even need his full power. As he left, Senyos said goodbye to everyone, that he would bring back his father's lost treasure, and was met with cheers of triumph. He also added that the whole world would surely hear the name of the Monkey King's son, Senyos Dason. After saying goodbye to everyone, Senyos said that he was going on a journey and would surely return soon. Vessel Father only nodded approvingly and said that he would look forward to their next meeting. He added that he would return when he became a real man. Senyos began his great journey and went through many cities. From that moment on, he found loyal companions and just people close to his heart. Senyos has not only found the support of friends, but he has also found one that he wants to protect himself. He remembered how many things had happened to him during that time. There had been both bad and good. One thing he was certain of was that he had never once needed his full strength in any challenge. Next, Senyos went on to say that one mysterious man had appeared. This man came out of nowhere, and no one knew anything about him, but he understood many things. Senyos stood with his wreath of full power and clarified that this particular person made him very angry. There was no way he could or wanted to believe that Zan was the reason he had to use his full power. Senyos chomped on an apple loudly and remembered that he had only brought 3 with him, though he didn't expect to need them at all. He realized that even though he hadn't used the entire vessel, it shouldn't happen again. The boy tried to find a silver lining, such as the need to show the villains what he could do. He stood proudly on his huge destroying pole and wanted everyone to finally realize something by now. More than anything else, it was Zanu Hev who wanted to prove to Zanu Hev that he was not the protagonist here. While Senyos was standing there daydreaming, something happened, and he was very surprised when he noticed it. The guy was swept backwards by a sharp stream of powerful energy without even being able to stand on his feet. In a shroud of thick, dissipating smoke, 2 people slowly rose up, helping each other. Zan Hev was already standing in front of the shocked Senyos a second later with his legendary sword in hand. The guild leaders watching the broadcast started a heated discussion about what was happening. They knew what kind of clan Senyos belonged to and what he was capable of, but they were surprised that he was defeated with a single brutal blow. Mr. Dean was also as surprised by what was happening as the others, and asked Ran what he had done. Ran calmly replied that he hadn't done anything special except theoretical knowledge about some things. He also added that the guy originally had that power and he just helped teach him how to control it. In other words, what Ran meant was that this was just the beginning of his maturing. Zan Hev firmly grabbed his opponent by the throat as he lashed out and insulted him. He also said that he was somewhat confused himself, but he wouldn't be stopped by that anymore. Zan didn't really know what he had done to Senyos, but he had to accept one fact. Senyos was weaker than Zan, and it was obvious, especially their current situation proved it. Senyos couldn't calm down and yelled insults and threats at his rival. Zan, in his usual manner, remained completely calm and only took a deep breath. In the next second, the boy swung his mighty sword and said that he had warned him. He made a powerful crushing blow at his opponent, dissolving him into thin air. Zan was left standing with Escalibra in the pall of smoke left by his attack. Meanwhile, the monster girl in the past and the partner's teacher in the present was very interested in how their test was going. For some reason, she was sure that this test was easy for them and they would pass it without a problem. Even though the partners were clumsy, but they were taught by her and they had to pass everything perfectly. After all, she had given them a rather generous gift with her advantage. Zan Hev stood silently at the scene of the recent battle like a mesmerized man, thinking about something. Escalibra once again tried to call out to the boy, shouting for him to finally wake up. Zan only managed to utter her name and fell to the ground with a clatter as she desperately called out to him. Kaylee began yelling for him to get up sooner, for they had been waiting for this moment since the beginning of their brutal training. The girl leaned closer to the boy and saw something strange, stopping her shouting and frozen with surprise. There were bright blue veins protruding on Zan's face, but Kaylee didn't understand why they were getting bigger. The girl decided it was some sort of overreaction, and maybe it was worse than she thought. At the same moment, a blue glow appeared behind her partner's back. Kaylee turned around in fright at the noise and tried to figure out what was going on. Zan Hev felt the familiar sensation of falling into nothing again, like when Nagi had attacked him. The guy found himself in a place where he saw a man he already knew well in front of him, which was the god Aso. Aso greeted the greatly surprised guy in a friendly manner and asked him to stand up. Zan ran back the same second, ignoring Aso's friendly remarks. He started looking around quickly and asked where Kaylee was, and Aso was even a little surprised that the guy gave Escalibra a nickname. Aso laughed at that and said she didn't need to be here at all. The god decided to clarify that Zan was here because he was the only one who died. Aso said he didn't even know whether to congratulate him or not, but the fact remains. He even apologized for that and clarified that Zan died in the damaged terrarium. Zan realized that it did happen after all, but Aso informed him that it wasn't exactly a death, but something like that. Either way, if Zan had any questions, it was safe to ask them. Zan thought for a moment and immediately remembered Kaylee's sad story. The boy had quietly asked Aso-san why he had done that to the girl. Zan waited intently for an answer to his question, but no one said anything. God Aso seemed visibly surprised at such a strange question from Zan. He said it wasn't the best time to ask such questions, but the boy clarified that it was his own suggestion to ask anything. Aso didn't quite understand exactly what the question was regarding the girl, but he said that he wouldn't answer it. He clarified that he would give him what he forgot to give him last time anyway. Suddenly, some unknown power and energy spilled all over the guy's body, emitting discharges of lightning. Mr. ASO was satisfied with his work and didn't even expect such a response from Zan. He came closer and said that he didn't even think the guy could cheat like that. But Zan didn't understand the meaning of the word. He started to ask what ASO was talking about and what it meant, but only felt a new rush throughout his body with even more force. ASO clarified that they didn't have much time and needed to get to the main thing. The Lord smiled evasively and started talking about his next demise. The guy will have to pay the price. That was the last thing ASO said in farewell before Zan left that place. Zan Hev went back to the test site and sat silently, still reeling. The girl, noticing her partner conscious, immediately rushed over to him. Kaylee began to shout that she thought he was dead, but he himself did not know what had happened to him, and asked where he got his cloak from. The girl didn't immediately realize what he meant, but after a moment she replied that she had nothing to do with it, and the cloak had done it herself. She explained that when he fell, the cloak suddenly glowed and put itself on him, and afterward he woke up on his own. Either way, Kaylee was sure that she was the one who had saved him and let him be thankful for that. Zan quickly thanked the girl and began to discuss their future plans. Kaylee asked if they would go to the desert, but the boy was already reluctant to go there. He sadly told her that the training had helped them a lot, but this time they had to use all their strength, and so it shouldn't happen again. The guy remembered the strange place again, and the god Aso's words about the next demise and paying some kind of price for it. Kaylee looked at her distraught partner and wondered what she could do to cheer him up. She started patting him on the back cheerfully and told him that he was being too hard on himself because when they got the power, it would be enough. The girl lit up at the idea and tried to convey her playful mood to her partner. Kaylee did a great job as Zan yelled out that there really was no point in worrying about nothing. He remembered that they only had 24 hours, and they would get everything done here. Zan launched a lightning discharge at the first rock he could find with genuine excitement, and cheerfully watched along with Kaylee. Meanwhile, in the area of Kin Lilith's trial, flames erupted and the forest was rapidly burning. Lilith's minion was helping her carry out her plan in response to the trap set for her. The girl was a summoner of spirits and was more serious than ever. The Avalon participant watched the whole thing from the tree and didn't understand why the girl used her powers if she just wanted to see her reaction. She was very angry that Lilith had used her power so thoughtlessly and started insulting her. A girl from Avalon named Trima was preparing to launch a magical arrow at Lilith, but the girl quickly turned around at the noise. Lilith rushed towards her rival with all her legs, clearly realizing a few things. She knew very well that in order to win, she needed to grasp 3 important rules. As Lilith ran, she was already clearly aware of what she would do next. The important 3 things were realizing herself, her surroundings, and her position in the hunt. Lilith quickly reached her opponent and stopped, scrutinizing her. She was trying to figure out whether she was an illusory wolf or an ancient spirit. While she was scrutinizing her rival, she struck her first blow with a magical arrow. It all happened because one of them had managed to take their prey by surprise. Lilith quickly turned around to look at the enemy, but there was no sign of him at that spot. All of this was the hunt that had already begun on the part of the embittered Trima. While Lilith was assessing the damage she had done, she didn't notice a pack of magical wolves running at her. The girl heard an enraged roar and quickly looked back in its direction. Lilith saw nothing but large trails of fire all around her. At this time, Trima hid in one of the treetops and watched the confused girl. Around Lilith, a huge area of the forest ignited in a second with bright fire, scorching all living things. Trima descended and was behind Lilith's back, calling out to her and laughing. When Lilith turned around, she didn't see anyone else, as Trima had disappeared in an instant. The girl was at a loss to understand who had played such a cruel joke on her. Trima called out to her and told her to stand as if paralyzed, for they had just started. She added that Lilith didn't even have anywhere to run away since she was already surrounded everywhere. Trima was sure that there was nothing easier than catching a wounded victim. She had already set her dogs on Lilith and was going to destroy the girl slowly and with gusto. Trima knew that in case your position was revealed, provided your opponent didn't already know hers, one thing had to be done. That thing was to confuse your opponent by giving false information about your ability. When you give false information to others, you gain new abilities. Trima was certain that it was necessary to utilize these opportunities. As soon as the right moment appeared, attack the victim without wasting a second. Lilith had been supporting her minion for a very long time. Trima knew that just throwing around force wasn't going to solve any problems. It was just exactly what Trima had been waiting for from Lilith and trapped her into doing. It was a well-known fact that most minions held on for exactly 1 day after being summoned. The stronger the spirit was, the greater the consumption of summoning time. Lilith's energy decreased accordingly. In other words, if there was a battle between minions where the only requirement was to last longer than the opponent, the weaker one would win, which was how Trim saw Lilith. It had been 6 hours since she had been wounded, and Lilith must have had a hard time keeping her minion going any longer. That meant only one thing. Once the minion was gone, so would Lilith herself. Trima was looking forward to Lilith's defeat to show who was in charge. Even if you can summon a minion but don't realize your capabilities, you're doomed. A player's true strength consisted not only in the strength of the minion, but also in the judicious use of their own abilities. Trima honestly believed that this was what made her different from Lilith. While she was reasoning, she noticed that the girl had found shelter in one of the caves. It was no use hiding to recover and rest, for the hunt was not over. Trima appeared there with her minions and was sure that Lilith had trapped herself. At that very second, Trima's minions squealed loudly after a series of gunshots. The girl heard someone ask her who else of the two of them was trapped. From the depths of the cave, Lilith and her minion emerged menacingly into the glow of hellfire. She thanked Trima for coming here and for a good match. Lilith stepped even closer to Trima and announced with a snide smile that the hunt was over. Trima couldn't understand how her rival had managed to keep her minion alive for so long, since she was sure the summoning time was over. Lilith, puzzled, slowly repeated Trima's words about the summoning time. She asked her rival in bewilderment what she was talking about. Trima cried at the realization of her own helplessness and thought it was all complete nonsense. She was still saying it was impossible afterward as Lilith delivered her devastating blow. A minion called out to Lilith and reminded her not to get too carried away. At that second, there was a massive explosion in the cave, having the strongest blinding effect. Momo asked everyone to turn their attention to the fact that most of the tournament's fights were over. She wanted to let everyone know how the final exam, which was being discussed by the judges, would go. Intoxicated with victory and the potion from the bottle, Pastis lay quietly on the ground and rested. Zanhev never stopped training hard with the help of his faithful partner. Kina Lilith, having defeated her opponent, sat silently with her minion in the cave and warmed herself by the fire. Some of the candidates were less fortunate and were about to be sent elsewhere. Kitty from the Night Demon Guild noticed that a couple of guys had appeared, vying for a spot on the team. Another guild leader said that she had her eye on someone as well. The girl's name was Luis, and she was from the North Street Guild, betting on the candidate Pastis with his conditional ability. She specified that his ability was rather useless, but if he was trained, the result would be incredible. In any case, she felt that among all the candidates, only one was the most deserving. This girl was called the Missing Avalonian, and many people wanted her for themselves. Kitty remembered that the girl's name was Kina Lilith, and was impressed by her incredibly gorgeous snowball fight. She was sure she would definitely take her in, since the Avalonians' plans had failed. The Avalonians didn't conquer the tower for beginners, they just gloried in their title of elite squad, which was rather unfair. They all realized that there was a shortage of people now, and Avalon needed to betray the old ways and start taking care of the newcomers. Suddenly someone's voice sounded behind the girls' backs, telling them about a very interesting topic of their conversation. The girls froze on the spot in surprise, already knowing who was behind their back offering to join their conversation. Avalon's vice-captain hadn't advised them to call their newcomers babes. The girls tried to smooth things over and replied that it was just a metaphor. Just at that very second, he gestured to the screen and said that here was just him. Van Zickman invited the examiners to look at it themselves. He felt it was necessary for everyone to understand the kind of people who were getting into Avalon. Kim Taewon politely asked one of the candidates if he had seen Zanhev. He was interested in a detailed description of Zan's ability, which the guy must have seen. Kim clarified that if the guy told him everything, he would let him die peacefully. Before he could do anything, someone's sword flew into the poor guy. The candidate before still hoped to somehow survive, but now he realized that this was the end. From the annihilating effect of the sword, he began to quickly vaporize from the test site. The unknown man asked Kim if he was low enough to laugh at someone he had defeated. Kim Taewon, who clearly didn't know who was in front of him or what it was, menacingly asked what was going on here. The unknown candidate quickly realized who was in front of him, as it wasn't hard to guess everyone's familiar Avalon cloaks. He said that in that case he was glad to meet him, and did not want to attack him so as not to feel weak. After saying that, Kim quickly launched his sharp dagger at the unknown man. He clarified that if he didn't want to fight him, it was to his advantage, because he hadn't tried so many things yet. The unknown man deftly caught the dagger thrown at him, and asked Kim if he was good at sword fighting. Unexpectedly for Kim, the unknown man had already attacked him, leaving a fiery sword mark. The unknown man agreed with Kim's words that he was good with a sword. He clarified if the man was capable of anything else other than idle chatter. Kim Taewon at this time was falling apart at the meeting point with his opponent's sword. A second later, his body began to vaporize, leaving behind only smoke. John Doe stood at the scene of the battle and looked at his vanished opponent. After his first victory, John Doe's henchman immediately came to him. The unknown one was thinking about something, but quickly interrupted his thoughts when he heard some sound. He looked deep into the hallway from the room and saw a bright shining flash. A second later, Kim Taewon appeared in the hallway, quickly running somewhere forward. The unknown man took a step for a powerful push followed by a leap. He focused carefully on the desired target and quickly moved forward, pushing himself off the floor and making a powerful jump that made the walls of the building collapse, the guy tried to catch up to Kim. Kim Tae-won, on the other hand, was running away with only one hope of escape. He didn't manage to run very far, as the unknown man quickly caught up with him and attacked him with a sword. Kim managed to fend off the attack and put up his vibrating smartphone in defense. As it turned out, the vibration reflected the ability and thus knocked the unknown man back with his own attack. He flew off to the side but was able to quickly slow down and stop. The unknown man rose from his knees and looked straight into Kim's eyes, saying that it was the last skill. He clarified that it was the lightsaber used when paired with the golem in the exam. After that, he realized that Kim's skill was to mimic other people's abilities. Nu also clarified that it wasn't hard to guess how his toy in his hands helped him in this. Unknown said that given his talentless skills, he could use one ability at a time and perhaps expected too much. While he never believed Kim was just a boy with a toy, it really did feel like some child's play. The unknown man ran up to Kim and grabbed his smartphone, telling him that he had had enough. He started threatening Kim and asked him to remember just one thing. The candidate said there were no second chances in a real battle, and hit Kim hard. Tae-won powerfully flew back from such a cool punch and sealed himself into the wall. Kim knelt half alive in front of his opponent, fuming from the blast of the attack. The unknown man announced that he was taking his toy away and offered him something to say last. He looked proudly at the Avalon newcomer and realized his superiority. Not long ago, this unknown stood silently in front of the blazing guild. That night, he realized that he had lost everything and cried with anger and regret. While he was crying, someone nearby asked him if he wanted to turn back time. The unknown man looked at the man in bewilderment, who was already offering to make a deal. The man wanted to negotiate with the unfortunate fellow. The unknown man scrutinized the device that replicated someone else's abilities. He had had such thoughts before, but he couldn't even think that such a thing really existed. A Mokiko flew up to the opponents, broadcasting live, but Unknown quickly destroyed it. An in-world announcement announced that there would be a disqualification for damaging property. The guy turned to Kim and said the fight was over and it was time for another. He looked at the Avalon newcomer and ordered him to answer his questions. Kim cheerfully asked if he was ashamed to mock a defeated enemy. For such a cheeky joke, Kim instantly received another punch in the face. The unknown man repeated that the fight was over and he just had to answer questions. He asked if he knew where Zan Hev had come from, which surprised Kim. Tavan stared at the guy in bewilderment and asked him what he meant. The unknown man slapped Kim again, saying that he didn't know what he was talking about. As Tavan lay there and recovered, John Doe offered to move on to the next question. He looked menacingly at Kim and asked where he himself had come from. Kim was clearly surprised that this was all the rival was so eager to know. He also clarified that if he had known about it before, he would have quietly told him everything, but he didn't understand why he would. Kim, smiling evasively, asked if he wanted to chat with ASO. The unknown man said that he should be the one to answer his questions, not the other way around. Kim started saying insults and even threats despite his position, all because he had a trump card up his sleeve. And in that second, a rank 7 gravity field appeared. Kim stood up abruptly and signaled that even he would have trouble overcoming such a thing. The unknown man didn't understand how Kim was able to master the ability without his contraption. Tae-won cheerfully stood over his opponent and said it wasn't that big of a deal. He reached for his smartphone and said that gaming conflict was the best way to rack up rank. Kim suggested that his opponent think about the situation. He asked who in their right mind would get into a fight without even knowing how to fight. Kim, looking into the unknown man's eyes, clarified that he was making himself look weak to catch such fools. John Doe realized how unlucky he was to deal with such a brash candidate. He told Kim that he had been outplayed and he would admit defeat. Kneeling before his opponent, he offered to do with himself whatever he saw fit. Suddenly, the unknown man's entire body lit up with a purple glow and it was as if he had been electrocuted. Kim didn't understand what had just happened and what kind of light was coming from the guy. He thought he had stashed something for last, but he heard something about a promise kept. The unknown man shook and broke into a sweat several times before he could say anything intelligible. It was as if something had been injected into his body by a stream of unknown energy. After a second, he could speak clearly and said something about Nubiara's victory over the great general. He thought it was funny and laughed while Kim didn't understand anything at all. The unknown man changed in his face and pounced on Kim, asking how ASO was doing. Kim was even startled by this appearance of a rival and asked in confusion who he was. The unknown man replied that it didn't matter and reminded him that he had one more question. The rival mentioned Zane Hev, as new here as he was. He asked which of the two of them was stronger after all, him or his buddy. Kim said nothing and only attacked his opponent powerfully with a fire attack. He offered to let the unknown man find him if he was that interested. Looking at his opponent falling apart, Kim threatened to hurt him more next time. The man stood at the top and said he realized why him was so hard to control. He was having fun, but the assistant didn't share his joy and bluntly reported it. He remembered again the words about being able to find it himself if he was interested, and found it quite interesting. The man and his assistant discussed something else, and she expressed that he was right. They were both walking away from the burning guild, and the man decided that they would do as he wanted. Momo announced to everyone that they were now starting the final exam. Pastis was wandering through the desert as suddenly his body began to disappear and move somewhere, startling him. He completely teleported away, leaving his potion bottle behind, and gave a good swear for last. Mokiko's artificial intelligence announced that this time the exam was called a Pati Quest. The condition was to work in tandem with a member of your party to achieve the best results. At the same moment, Lilith unexpectedly fell to Zan as a member of his Pati. The girl, seeing where and with whom she found herself, was as surprised as the guy. Mokiko announced the end of the last round of the one-on-one tournament and the start of the final quest. Once the Pati Quest begins, all candidates will be moved to a random location. He also added that 2 candidates will meet at the same location. Kaylee inquired if the guy with yellow hair was still alive and heard that it couldn't be otherwise. Mokiko added that they didn't have to create a Pati with each player since there would be many of them, and the most important condition for completing the challenge was that they had to be paired up. Momo explained that it was beneficial for them to pair up with other candidates they were seeing for the first time. Since the introductory part of the final exam was over, we could begin. Instantly, the candidates began to move to a random location. Zan quickly warned Kaylee that whomever she got into the party with, let her be careful. She told him furiously one last time not to let himself meet that freak, or she would turn his yellow hair red. Zan only reacted calmly as usual to his partner's threats and agreed with her. Mokiko cheerfully said goodbye to everyone and wished them luck in the final battle. Lilith sat across from Zan as the candidates were asked to try and co-op with members of their Pati. Zanhev was somehow very surprised that it was Lilith who had gotten to him. Ever since she had helped him once, he had tried his best. Lilith, on the other hand, remembered how one stupid incident had gotten her teased. She thought the guy was a real stickler and it annoyed her terribly. And they looked at each other strangely and wondered what it was all called. Zan heard something about tension and began to quickly ask what she was doing here. She wondered for a moment, because she didn't know the answer to that question. Lilith didn't even show it and replied that he must not care where she was. The henchman advised her to talk less to him and do as he saw fit. Zan was about to say that he meant no harm when he heard a familiar voice. Out of the flare, a happy Kaylee was flying straight at him and yelling to catch her. There was no way Zanhev expected to see his partner here again so soon. He deftly caught her, and as she lay in his arms, asked if she wanted to get off. Kaylee jumped up off her boyfriend, and the first thing she noticed immediately was Kina Lilith. She was already running towards her and suggested that they create a Pati by a simple handshake. Kaylee shook Lilith's hand, but the tag on her hand appeared immediately to Zanhev. The Mokiko host announced that the Pati had been created and welcomed them to the quest. The tags appeared on Lilith and Zaina, and Kaylee didn't understand why she was the only one who didn't get one. Lastly, Mochiko said to reach the rally point without destroying the team, as there wouldn't necessarily be losers here. The description of the Pati quest was over, and Lilith's minion noticed something strange behind the candidates. Lilith also heard strange noises and quickly turned around, calling out loudly to her minion. Zanhev didn't wait a second and rushed to attack the fearsome beast. With a single strike, flashing lightning, the guy managed to destroy the huge monster. Kaylee immediately pounced on her partner and began to berate him loudly. Lilith and her minion watched as Kaylee yelled at Zanu about what happened to him last time and asked him not to do it again. The girl finished yelling and noticed the minion, hearing him marvel at Zan's strength. He flew closer to Kaylee and explained that almost all of Lilith's power was coming from him, and the girl excitedly said that they had the same. Zan noticed Lilith looking at something and asked if she could see something, hearing back a suggestion to see for himself. They saw something that looked like a cave or dungeon below, and Lilith said she would rather hunt monsters than fight players. The girl said she would go first, and Zan asked her to wait for him. Together, they walked quickly down to the cave and were already standing at its entrance. Zan asked them to go slower and didn't understand why they were so fearless. The boy lit the torches built into the wall, and they took turns following each other. Zan was a little apprehensive, but also uncomfortable with the fact that they had been walking in complete silence for half an hour now. He noticed that the paths in the cave were diverging and asked what they should do, but Lilith reminded him that there was no way they could separate. For some reason, Lilith's minion suggested that they all split up. The candidates looked at him in bewilderment, and he repeated what he had said. He asked Kaylee to go with him, and she immediately agreed. The minion informed Lilith and Zanu that they could do what they wanted to do themselves. Lilith became angry with her partner and began to ask why he was doing this, but all she heard was something about needing privacy. The henchman waited until the girl cooled down a bit and asked if she was afraid. Lilith turned away proudly and walked forward, ignoring her partner's wishes. Kaylee wondered what was wrong with him and learned that he was just amused. She still didn't understand what exactly he thought was fun or why. Kaylee and her minion followed one of the paths and came right to the wall. They realized they had come to a dead end, and the minion suggested they head back. The partners quickly ran back to the fork of the path through the narrow corridor of the cave. The henchman asked if they were close to Zan, and Kaylee replied that it was possible, since they were weapons with the master. He explained to her that he didn't mean that, but something else entirely. He asked if she was comfortable with the idea of Zan being together with Lilith. Kaylee still didn't see why she should be uncomfortable. The henchman noticed the girl's sincerity and felt embarrassed by his question. He quickly laughed and tried to turn it into a joke while Kaylee looked at him in bewilderment. He also added that he would love to have a friend like her. Kaylee wondered in surprise if they didn't have that kind of relationship with Lilith. The minion began to explain that he had tried everything to be her friend, but she had felt even more alone. He understood that it was a big burden for the child, and he had overdone it. After a bit of silence, the minion asked Kaylee to take care of Lilith. At this time, Lilith and Zan came along their chosen path to a huge door with guards. Zan offered to team up with their partners before going inside. He realized she was ignoring him and even bore Kaylee's annoyance. Lilith scrutinized Zan for some reason and smirked indefinitely. She inquired as to where he got the cloak and learned that a friend had given it to him. Lilith doubted the guy's words and tried to clarify why. Without waiting for an answer, she said that he looked like a pig in a dress. Lilith moved forward while Zan tried to stop her and said that it had been too long since the test had started. As it turned out, it had been about 22 hours from the start of the test. Lilith said she didn't know what he was thinking to himself, but it was time to get ready. The girl didn't want to think about what would happen if they exceeded the time limit. Suddenly, Zan grabbed Lilith's arm at the entrance to an unknown cave door. The girl turned around at the guy in surprise, and he tried to explain what he wanted her to do. He started to say that he understood having her own opinions, but they were on a party quest, after all. Zan actually wanted to hear what their partners thought about it. Lilith didn't want to listen to him either, and Zan started yelling at her why she was being so stubborn. He also asked if she was in a hurry, why she fell for such a stupid provocation. Zan had already noticed Lilith's arm swinging and realized he had made a big mistake. The boy didn't have time to do anything before the guards who were standing at the entrance flew over them. As he regarded them, Lilith grabbed him by his cloak and pulled him close to her. Zan saw how very angry the girl was and began to tell him to listen to her carefully. Lilith began to say that unlike him, she could defend herself. She also added that if he understood her, then let him just stay out of the way and take care of himself. Former images of unpleasant memories immediately popped up in the guy's mind. Zan was so angry that he didn't even notice he was shaking with anger. He decided to ask Lilith what she constantly disliked and why. The girl simply explained that she was supposed to be a player soon and didn't want to worry about anyone, including him. Zan still didn't understand Lilith's train of thought and wondered why she had saved him then. He began to recall all the instances and clarified that it had happened more than once. The boy really didn't understand why she had gone to so much effort to save him. Lilith didn't want to comment on that in any way and just turned away and walked away. Zan realized that she was again avoiding answering and thus running away from him. He asked if she was scared, and without waiting for an answer, he added that it looked good on her. The girl turned to the guy in a rage and started shouting that he didn't understand anything. As she continued to yell that he knew nothing about her, someone's overbearing hand tried to grab her. Lilith turned toward the hand late and didn't have time to dodge the grasp. Zan didn't hesitate to rush towards the girl, saving her from the trap. The huge hand from the door rumbled to the floor without catching its target. Lilith was a little startled and got up to see what had happened. She immediately realized that he had saved her and felt very embarrassed. Lilith started to scream, but Zan interrupted her, saying he wanted to clarify something. He started to say that she had helped him without knowing anything, and he just wanted to know why she had done it. Zan asked the girl if she could explain to him what was wrong, but Lilith was preoccupied with something else entirely and was only looking at one place. She shouted in horror to Zan to look at her leg, which had disappeared. The boy looked at the missing leg for a while and then laughed and fell down. Zan unconsciously lay right on top of Lilith, and she asked if he was okay. The girl quickly realized that he couldn't hear her and started to shake him and call out to him. At that moment, Lilith for some reason indulged in her old memories. It was an old time when she first met her minion. When she was much younger, many different things had happened to her. Letty sat and indulged in her memories until she noticed her partners. Kaylee immediately turned her attention to Zan lying there with no signs of life. Examining him closely, the next second she noticed one leg was missing. Kaylee rushed to her partner, and the henchman said that the guy's leg was broken. He also clarified that in the terrarium, wounds looked like that and didn't bleed. Kaylee grimaced and started asking him what they should do, but he didn't know. The henchman added that unless they were players with recovery powers, they had very little time to heal. He started to say how sorry he was and saw a completely distraught and sad Lilith. The minion immediately asked what was wrong with her, and if there was anything he could do to help. The girl began to tell him that she was about to be attacked by the boss outside the door. She also clarified that it was most likely due to her knocking on the door. Lilith revealed that she was the one responsible for Zane's injury. She began to regret letting her minion go and being without his help. The girl also reminded him of his words about needing privacy. The minion didn't know how else to comfort her and simply apologized. He confirmed Lilith's thoughts that everything had happened because of their separation. Lilith began to quickly replay in her head their last conversation with Zan. His words about her running away again and being scared didn't get out of her head. Meanwhile, Kaylee was trying to rouse her partner and calling loudly for him. She was trying to remember anything that could help her, and suddenly it hit her. Kaylee started to ask someone for help again and reminded them of the promise she had made. The girl promised to fulfill her dreams and go back. Lilith walked over to the guys and began to say that this thing had recently become holy, referring to Zane's cloak. Kaylee immediately started asking her if she even knew what the thing was. Lilith said it wasn't really important right now and asked when it had last glowed. Kaylee replied that it had been on the last test and Lilith decided to put it away. The girl grabbed the cloak and began to explain what the threads of the cloak were made of, having the properties of releasing and storing energy. Lilith had also heard that a glow accompanied these very processes. She knew that even a small piece was hard to buy, let alone the whole cloak. Lilith still couldn't understand how he even got it at the beginning of the game and asked Kaylee to calm down. The girl decided to try and do something for Zane Hev. Lilith enlisted the help of a minion who already knew about it. Several fiery trails of red flame lit up around the girl. The minion reminded her that he could only interact with her body safely, and to help the guy, she would need to make a contract. Lilith understood all of this perfectly well without explanation and replied that she knew everything. She looked at the guy and began to say that she had helped him more than once and he didn't react in any way. Lilith informed him that she would get him on his feet and make him say something. Kaylee immediately recognized that it was the same thing their previous rival had eaten and asked where she got it from. Lilith only replied that she would quietly give it to Zan to cure him. She quickly took one small bite of the healing apple. In that instant, everything around her was engulfed in a blinding flash. A special light of healing appeared in place of the boy's missing leg. Lilith reported that almost everything was ready, and only one condition remained. The minion couldn't believe what Lilith was about to do now. He saw her approaching the boy and asked if she was going to give him her blood. Lilith turned to the henchman in a bit of confusion and asked if he would help her in case of anything. He tried to stop her, for he probably wasn't sure he would, even though he wanted to. The minion began to quickly say that he might be able to do something, but if she did, Lilith didn't listen to him further and dripped blood on Zane. At that very second, there was a massive fiery explosion, shaking everything in the cave. A short time later, Zan was already calling out to Kaylee sitting next to him, and she was glad to see him return. He slowly got up and asked how she was doing and how long he had been waiting. Lilith grudgingly noted that he had no time to get up and was already starting the old one, and called him forward if he was ready, as there was no time to chill. The partners looked at each other in bewilderment and looked at Lilith again, calling out to her. She answered them irritably, for she knew as well as they did that she looked much younger. Lilith remembered how a minion had once been her teacher in human form. There had been a situation after which he was no longer the same, and he had apologized for it. He had to sacrifice his body, for all he could do at that point was to stop further processes. Lilith looked at the ashes and what was left of her teacher with tears in her eyes. She was desperately trying to figure out where everything had gone, what was wrong with him, and if it was all her fault. At that moment, the girl even wished she was dead, just so it would never happen. The teacher said that because of his new form, he could no longer hug her and apologized again. So Lilith's teacher became her henchman, and deep down he always knew he could hug her inside himself, in his own way. He looked at the confused girl and asked her to never forget the burden of their great clan. In front of Lilith's eyes, the fiery body turned into a small flash, forever taking that form and asking her to never forget anyone in the clan. This was necessary until they put an end to all this mayhem. Zanhev, still in shock at what he had seen, lay staring at Lilith. He stood up and tried to soften the situation somehow to find out why this had happened. The boy asked if she had become a child because she had helped him survive, while Kaylee was measuring her for height. Lilith started yelling again that she had already explained everything, but Zan still didn't know what she was talking about. The girl became furious and started ranting about how she used a special apple. She jabbed her finger into his forehead and clarified that she had given him her power to rebuild his body, so she in turn became smaller. Lilith jabbed her finger at him again and said that she had even torn up her contract to help him and didn't even know herself how much she had sacrificed for him. She still saw Zan's perplexed face and asked why he couldn't understand something so simple and, not knowing the basics, was trying to climb the tower. Zan finally realized that his dream was not a dream at all, but true, and that he even felt bad. So much so that Lilith's power spoke to him. He quickly recalled the scraps of visions again and realized that the little girl there was Lilith. Lilith noticed Kaylee's overly interested eyes on her and looked at her questioningly. Kaylee, on the other hand, told Zan how amazing it was that two people had already become little next to him. Lilith didn't understand what she was talking about, and clarified when she learned that Kaylee had been an adult before she met Zan when she was with the god as well. Zan panicked and started to say that they should keep quiet about it, but Kaylee decided that Lilith wouldn't even believe her. He wasn't going to take that risk and asked Kaylee not to make things even more complicated than they already were, which finally confused Lilith. The girl asked her partners what they were talking about, but the guy was quick to make an excuse. Lilith replied, though she didn't understand that she didn't want him to worry about her physical condition. She also added that maybe after a rest everything would be back to normal, and he could use his ability one or more times, as it would be useful on the party quest. The girl was about to say something else, but noticed Zan walk over to the door and started trying to open it. The guy slowly and carefully began to open the door from which he suffered from someone's hand. Lilith angrily asked if he was even listening to her since he kept opening the door. Zan wondered how soon she'd be back to her old self, but Lilith was just hinting at it. The boy realized what she meant and replied that he would protect her until then. The door suddenly opened with a crack and the boy was already approaching it to enter. Inside the room behind the door, a huge stone man sat on a throne. The giant statue spoke, saying that it couldn't believe that someone dared to bother Jim. Lilith was extremely surprised that the monster had intelligence, which could only mean one thing. Kaylee was surprised by the talking statue and asked Zane with interest if it had hurt his leg. The stone man asked them to leave because Jim wasn't just a statue to stare at in peace. Kaylee tried to quickly remember what it meant if the statue spoke, and Zane added that she was a higher B. Lilith was very worried about the situation and asked them to leave since the boss wouldn't leave the premises anyway. She tried to say that they would come back here with something else, but she already saw Zan moving towards the statue. The stone man raised his arm in defense, and Zan an Escalibra as his sword hit it just right. The boy asked Kaylee if she remembered what Ran had told them before the test. Sure enough, Kaylee remembered every word said about B-level and above. The partners simultaneously said that they could use their skill in such a situation. Zan gave the legendary Divine Ball a mighty lightning strike on the stone statue. Kaylee clarified that it wouldn't be cool if he got knocked out again, but Zan replied that he had rested enough already. Mr. Ran had told the boys that the most important thing in using an ability was the image. The prerequisite was to think of an image, to visualize it in your mind. The image of the weapon should fulfill a great requirement. It should be the strongest sword. This was also what the partner had been told by the teacher, that the sword should be an opening sword, but she warned them that it was strictly forbidden to use this ability. The ability usually depended on the strength of the individual, and Zan's super regeneration was used unknowingly by him. The teacher had told them that it was too dangerous because the power was too powerful, but she had no choice but to teach Zane how to use it. At that moment, it was dangerous to use it because he didn't have enough knowledge or a specific class. And then the teacher began to tell him what would happen if he encountered an enemy of level B or higher. In order for Zan to survive, he would need to do his best. The boy quickly remembered the teacher's words about the opening sword again. He walked with the Excalibur closer to the stone monster and swung for a strike. Jimmy's statue, waiting for his partners to get as close as possible, clasped them sharply in the palm of his hand. He thought he was done with them, but at that moment, a bright light appeared from his closed hands. The stone monster could not withstand such a mighty force and unclenched its palms. In the lightning, Zan stood there with his sword, asking Jim not to waste his power. Kaylee remembered something else curious about her opponent. Even if the enemy was stronger than you had to gather them in one place. The stone statue saw something so striking for the first time ever and asked what it was. Zane's eyes lit up at that second, and without answering Jim, he called for Kaylee to begin. The partners attacked the stone monster furiously, cleaving it with their swords in a powerful strike. Lilith seemed to be a bit shocked and looked at everything, only thinking that they were definitely mocking her. Kaylee clarified again to see if her partner was going to rumble now just for fun. Suddenly, from above the guys, a chest of some sort flew to the ground, chained in chains. Zane wondered what the hell that box was, and an in-world announcement informed them that the secret dungeon had been cleared. Turns out it wasn't just a chest, but a special reward for passing through. Meanwhile, there were other events taking place not far from the cave entrance. Somewhere in the stone mountains, a loud noise and sounds of battles could be heard. Candidate Pastis, along with his partner on a patty quest, were fighting stone giants. Pastis' partner was very tired and couldn't fight anymore, asking him to just give up. Pastis replied to her that he knew no such word, and was not going to do anything of the sort. He moved on to his next attack with fireballs and threw them at the monsters. Pastis expected to see defeated enemies, but instead he saw quite the opposite. The monsters continued to stand firmly on their feet, and the guy said that his options were limited at this point. At the same second, one of the stone giants struck powerfully at Pastis, who flew far back. The unknown candidates were happy with their flawless performance and the fact that it was hard to unravel. They were the D candidates with puppeteer and sculptor classes controlling those stone giants. Pastis looked at the approaching enemies and thought about the humiliating situation he was in. Because of the speed of the attacks, Pastis couldn't see the monster's hands and understand their abilities. He saw the other candidates in front of him and tried to figure out their strength. It was hard to fight from the fact that he wasn't familiar with these puppets, and he wanted so badly to end it all in one blow. Pastis thought that if the man in front of him hadn't shown his power yet, there was a chance. In his mind, there was a chance to take by psychological pressure, while his opponent was offering him surrender. The enemy continued to say that even if his partner continued to kill his puppets, he would use the rocks to create new ones. He specified that he could create new monsters and revitalize old monsters using absolutely any rocks around. The opponent was sure that absolutely everything was against Pastis, and suggested that he end it. Suddenly, Pastis told his enemies that things were not as good as they thought. He invited the sculptor to play a game with him, surprising the D candidate by doing so. Pastis was desperate to interest his opponent in playing his favorite game of rock, paper, scissors with him. The sculptor was sure he would smash him with his stone fists, but for some reason, the puppeteer didn't want to agree to that. As it turned out, the puppeteer didn't want to play this for a reason, as Pastis saw the sculptor's hands and, figuring out his ability, used it against them. Pastis cheerfully thanked his opponent for his courtesy and collected terms. It was as if he mentally addressed the game, saying that they had won again. Kim had been watching him the entire time and found his conditional ability to be a very interesting skill. He informed the Avalon member that with everything he had seen, it would be a great fight. The Avalon member accompanied Kim Tae-won for a reason. They had their own routines. Since Kim was the leader of the guild, he had to pass the test in complete safety. There shouldn't be any random variables in an elite squad. Trima's defeat was no exception, as Kim was able to avoid fighting a stronger opponent in the end. The Avalon member looked at the boy and believed that everything was going the right way for him. As soon as the party quest started, most of the strong candidates teamed up with each other. Therefore, Avalon immediately headed to the nearest destination and teamed up with Kim. As said before, there should be no variables, so Avalon found the desired route and reported to Kim. Kim knew it was a conditional ability, but only rumors of it had reached him. Suddenly, the newly minted leader decided to ask Avalon a question. He asked his potty quest partner if he thought he was strong. After a second, Kim learns that it turns out there are always random variables. Avalon replied that it was hard to judge strength, but if pure strength was taken into account, he would give him an A rank. Kim realized that if you don't take strength into account, he was below an A rank. He looked at the silent Avalon and asked if he had gotten it right. Not waiting for an answer from the guild member, Kim decided he didn't care since he had already figured it all out himself. He had already summoned his weapons for battle and ordered Avalon to stay out of his way. Kim Tae-won was desperate to catch Pastis and prove to Avalon what he could do. He also happened to be in the webtoon player and had to be sure to know the differences from the real world. The biggest difference was karma and the body that contained it plus mental energy. Kim Tae-won used to think that he understood it well, but he really didn't. He had a copying ability that worked well on weak enemies, but it was hard to even just hold his own against strong ones. Kim really wanted to be stronger, and for that he needed one small condition. In order to be able to face the strongest opponents, he needed to gain more strength. Kim Tae-won summoned all his great power at once and sent it at his opponents. Pastis and his partner immediately noticed the bright flash and thought about what to do. Kim, on the other hand, put out his full strength to double his power and threw a powerful punch. He felt depressed because of the fight with Dean and made a promise to himself to realize all the limitations of his ability. As a result of everything, the guy understood and realized a few important things. Kim could only copy the abilities of webtoon characters and could only use one power at a time. Each ability had limits on how much he could use in a day, and the risks from the power increased. Copy the abilities of others and was his ability if the opponent had a conditional power. Pastis managed to repel the attack in time and wondered who was in front of him. Kim was surprised that he didn't start his rock, paper, scissors, paper game right away, and maybe it was because of some conditions. It seems that distance was also important to Pastis's ability, and Kim decided to dialogue. Pastis remembered Kim when he fought Zane and knew he hit without talking. He guessed that Kim understood the terms of his ability, and there was nothing to do. He summoned to some power and decided to use the last ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the partners were awarded a chest for mopping up a hidden dungeon. This chest was a special reward for defeating Stone Jim. After a moment, the chest independently opened and a bright light appeared from there. The special rewards were self-distributed to the candidates according to the work they had done. Lilith got the unique award Tears of the Blue Dragon, which restores all conditions. The girl couldn't believe that this particular award went to her. As soon as she touched it, she was instantly reincarnated. Lilith examined herself carefully and found that she was indeed back to normal. She felt much stronger than before and didn't realize why she had received such a reward. She immediately wondered what Zan's reward was then and quickly looked around. Zan Hev was standing there looking at some sort of sealed book in bewilderment. Kaylee stepped in and said that something was definitely wrong with that book. She added that she could feel the god's power. though very faintly. Zan decided to touch the book and some sort of thing appeared in its place. This one turned out to be an epic player tag award with an unknown condition. ASO cheerfully remarked that Zan was finally done with the thing. The god praised Zan's ingenuity and decided to give him some credit. An in-world announcement announced that Zanhev's user recognition was over. A second later, the announcement added the definition of his class. Dean, stretching, left the room, and all he could think about was what a boring job this was. He didn't understand how guild heads did it all the time, because it wasn't interesting at all. He was brought out of his thoughts by a loud stomp with a strange noise, and a voice shouting at him to get out of the way. Some people rushed past him at breakneck speed, apologizing for the urgency. Dean scrutinized the outfits of those running and recognized them as healers. Only he didn't understand where they were going. He thought for a couple of seconds about what was happening and realized that something interesting had happened. The healers had already arrived at Momo's examiner and were quietly reporting something to her. Momo was joined by the rest of the examiners, and the healer reported that the test had to be stopped this minute. Lulu took this as just another delusion and resented being pulled out in the middle of the exam. Momo knew that this was all for a reason and suggested that the healer finish his story. The girl asked him to explain the situation, and the healer thanked her for it. The candidate from D had lost to Kim Tae-won from A, and the footage showed the destruction of their Mokiko drone, so they had to ask for the loser. What the healer said next shocked all the examiners. The fact was that this candidate had died permanently outside the test. BB immediately asked menacingly what he was even talking about, but he replied that he didn't know anything himself, even though he had been doing it all his life. The unbreakable rule was that if a candidate died in the terrarium, he would be reinstated in the temple with the right class. Lulu reported that if he didn't recover in the only temple, it meant true perdition. Beeb started shouting that it was impossible to perish in the terrarium territory as that truth was indestructible. Momo was silent and thinking about something the entire time, eventually suggesting that the test be postponed. Everything had to be sorted out as the safety of those taking the test was paramount. The other examiners had no choice but to silently agree with Momo. All this time, Mr. Dean had been eavesdropping on them and expressed that they had made the right decision. He stood in the doorway of their room and clarified that despite everything, he was against it. Momo clarified that no outsiders were allowed in here, even if he had a second rank. He cheerfully apologized and reminded them that he was strongly against stopping the exam. The examiners stared in bewilderment at the gentleman who was talking about some idea. Dean wanted to get the girls interested and asked if they wanted to hear his plan. Meanwhile, Pastis and his partner were sitting on the ground and retreating from a recent attack. Pastis, unlike the unconscious girl lying there, was still thinking a little. Kim pondered the fact that he couldn't keep the stolen power, but he could also feel it fully with him. He realized that the Pastis were using the same skills and decided that continuing the fight any further was a waste of time. Kim summoned the new power and said that if he had no more trump cards up his sleeve, it was over. Pastis, after hearing this, was somehow not frightened, but on the contrary smiled cheerfully. This behavior confused the surprised Kim Tae-won. Pastis summoned the mysterious hammer of justice and prepared to strike. The boy swung powerfully, and with all his might made a strike on the ground in front of him. Kim, standing on top of him, saw the ground shake and sand rise from the blows. He didn't understand why it was necessary to attack the ground and not him, unless his opponent was going to run away. Kim decided he wouldn't do that, though, as he had already used up most of his strength. He figured Pastis was just stalling for time and had set up a provocation. Kim decided that this was the perfect opportunity to test his strength levels. He knew he would definitely learn his lesson this time, so he went down to meet his opponent. Lastly, he informed Avalon that he would be back soon and heard a warning of danger. Avalon couldn't believe Kim had fallen for it like a child, though perhaps it was a great chance to learn a lesson. As Kim Tae-won flew down to the sandy whirlwinds, he thought that people with this ability were very naive. Conditioning was in all abilities. But how was it possible to recognize people with conditioned abilities? The answer to this question was simple. It was necessary to think outside the box. With a conditional ability, the user is given conditions that are far removed from the concept of convenience. He could play his favorite game with an opponent and get an astounding outcome. Kim didn't know anything about this, and didn't even think about it, so he boldly went into battle. He had an ineffective selfish behavior pattern with strange decisions born of stubbornness. Kim walked up to one of the offending sand sculptures and looked at it in incomprehension. At that moment, behind him, taking advantage of the moment of surprise, Pastis was already running with a spear. Someone familiar was already walking forward for the next trials with his partners. That someone turned out to be Zanhev with Kaylee and their partner in the Patty quest, Lilith. The guy informed everyone that they had arrived exactly at their destination point. Zan was given a player tag as an epic reward, which determined his player class. Lilith had never heard of such a thing and asked her minion if he knew anything about it. She informed her that there was no such class and maybe it was a living weapon class. Kaylee was very surprised to hear about such a class and asked about it again. Lilith began to tell her that living weapons are rare, but do exist, such as the legendary sword and the 8th rank mage. She added that there are living weapons among the other ranks as well, and Kaylee is not the only one. This seemed to make Kaylee very happy as she thought she was the only one of her kind. Zan cheerfully told his partner that maybe they would even meet them someday. The henchman at the time thought about how if Zan had enough punch on the boss even without the player class, what was his full potential? He really hoped that his little Lilith didn't feel belittled. Lilith had advised to keep her class a secret, much to the surprise of her partners. Zan was going to tell everyone about it after the exam, but the girl strictly forbade him. She asked him how he thought he had gotten into this class because it was just a random circumstance. And since no one had ever heard of this class, what could they think of it? Lilith clarified that they would start talking about his uselessness without this power. It was for this reason that he had to keep quiet, lest he turn all the players against him. Zan apologized and promised not to tell anyone or anything, for which the girl thanked him. After a moment's thought, he asked her what she thought of him. Lilith had not expected such a question and stared at him silently. The boy clarified what he meant by this unknown class of player. Lilith wondered to Zan if he had willingly informed her himself. She remembered that he was usually indecisive in such matters, and simply wouldn't be able to cheat. Lastly, she added that if he truly thought he was the only player, then that meant one thing. Lilith genuinely thought that such ambition made Zan the most worthy in the tower. The boy was clearly confused at what he heard, and even thought it sounded like a compliment from Lilith. The minion told Callie that Lilith was quite modest in her remarks. He cheerfully added that words of confidence would be quite enough. Lilith continued to say something, but Zan was so embarrassed that he wasn't really listening to her. Kaylee didn't seem to like it all very much and eyed the boys suspiciously. Pastis quickly flew with his spear straight at Kim, who had put up a defense in time. In a second, the guy's spear breaks against Kim's magical shield with a crack. Pastis realizes that there is nothing else to do and is about to strike with his fist. He swings powerfully and aims straight at the center of the protective barrier. Kim didn't expect the next attack and watches his opponent with bated breath. Pastis' fist furiously touches the magic shield in the very center. The guy himself kept his eyes on his opponent and expected some kind of recoil. Kim's protective barrier finally collapsed, but it threw Pastis back a bit. The guy immediately collected himself and prepared to deliver the next blow. He summoned his spear again and realized that he was very exhausted, and this might be his last attack. But he wasn't going to give up as he still had some sort of plan. Pastis released his throwing knives and decided to himself that as long as he stuck to his plan, he could win. Kim Tae-won instantly put up a large protective barrier at this moment. Pastis flew straight at him and thought that if he got it right, this barrier wouldn't be able to block him. Even in the last attack, the guy had realized that it could only block with eye contact. The throwing knives flew as close as possible at Kim's face, making him tense up. Kim was a little startled and turned around to follow the flying weapons. Pastis said cheerfully, already clearly hearing the sound of victory bells. He leaped at Kim and gave him a powerful blow where the defense was. The guy rumbled through the barrier and flew backwards from the meeting of attacks. Kim was a little frustrated that his opponent had found the weakness in his barrier in such a short time. He quickly realized that this guy was the strongest he had ever had to fight. However, Kim wasn't going to give up at all and felt that it wasn't enough to overpower him. Pastis decided to take a little break and just watched his opponent's actions. He clearly saw Kim's naive confidence in his abilities. He asked his opponent if he thought his strength was invincible. Pastis intrigued Tavon by saying he had something interesting to say. He seems to have hit right in the bullseye, saying that he can't defeat Zane Hev with that power. The partners, along with Lilith, finally reached the right location. Zan informed everyone that they had arrived at the location and began to look around. At the destination point, Mr. Dean himself stood in front of the company. Everyone wondered only one thing: what he was doing here and why. Dean cheerfully greeted Zan and said that he came first, surprising Lilith, who didn't even realize that they knew each other. The girl got really mad at the guy for not even telling her that. Lilith was furious and started yelling at Zanu if he was hiding something else from her, and Dean already regretted saying it. When he showed up to the examiners with the idea, he told them that if they didn't stop the test, it would be a disaster. Lulu started yelling that he was just messing with them, but Dean clarified that if they stopped it, it would be even worse. Mr. Dean informed the examiners that Avalon would then take away their power over the test. Avalon will want to keep the test takers safe first, not the defamed judges. This way, Avalon will show the case to everyone and prove their ability to administer the test. Dean clarified that before it's too late, they need to take things into their own hands, just like the first guild rules the terrarium. Lulu asked Dean if he was giving them such conspiratorial information, Where was the proof? Beebe intervened and reminded everyone that Van Ziemend always shows up on time. This man just appears out of nowhere at the test site. Mr. Dean politely apologized to the girls, but everything explained itself. He stood in the room with the examiners and persistently asked what they had decided. Dean asked them if they wanted to be fooled by his conspiracy theory. The gentleman scrutinized each of the girls in turn to see what side they were on. At the end, Dean added that they could either drop everything or follow the theory. Momo was probably the smartest of the bunch and decided to ask Dean about something. The girl looked straight into Dean's eyes and asked what would be in it for him. She clarified that depending on the answer, they would decide what they would do. At that moment, Dean remembered his working relationship with the mechanic girl helping him with his arm. Kim Tae-won stood over the exhausted Pastis and said that he had learned a lot about conditional abilities because of him. He also said he'd fight more if he could, but it was time to call it a day. Pastis knelt silently in front of Kim with his head down. Kim suddenly held out his hand and said he would help him get to the rally point. He realized something clearly in their battle. Pastis was not the kind of man who would let himself be pushed around. Kim promised that he wouldn't throw anything else away, so he could boldly grab onto him. At this point, unexpectedly for Kim, Pastis showed a scissors gesture. Kim said that he didn't have enough strength to use the ability and the fight was over. The guy didn't seem to be about to give up and replied that that wasn't true at all. At that moment, Kim was attacked from behind by a girl who was in a patty quest pairing with Pastis. She was full of anger and agreed with her partner's words. The girl gave her opponent a powerful punch, throwing him back into the sand swirls. While she was doing the crushing blow, Pastis asked where they were going next. The girl attacked Kim one last time and thanked him for the time he had gained. The partners grabbed each other and pushed off powerfully in a leap to get out of here as quickly as possible. They deftly flew beyond the sand swirls towards the completion of the test. Avalon had been watching all this time as the battlefield unfolded. Looking at his charge sealed into one of the sand vortices, he realized that it was a total defeat. Kim at this time was wondering why he lost. After all, he thought he was many times stronger. The whole fight he still felt like he was being played with and decided something for himself. Kim had a strange idea. Next time he would definitely win. The partners with Lilith were still standing across from Mr. Dean and looking at him. Momo announced to everyone present that the final exam had begun. She also said that Dean would be the observer, who would determine the course of the quest. Momo clarified that it was the decision of all three examiners, and added that the second rank was refusing to recruit candidates for their team for the sake of fairness. Geez. Ran immediately remembered Dean's words about promising to always play alone. Last, Momo announced some sort of message from Dean's watcher. Dean said on the broadcast screen that if anyone had any grievances, they could directly address them straight to him. Mr. Dean stood in front of Ziemund and had one simple goal in mind in his unsophisticated plan. He dreadfully wanted to see them fail, simply and without explanation. Van Ziemund replied thoughtfully to Dean that it wasn't good even for him. Whatever Dean wanted, the cards were already laid out and the outcome determined. Therefore, Van immediately warned him to behave especially well on the test. That was how the examiners had appointed him to observe the final exam. The candidates took turns gathering at the destination point next to Mr. Dean. He waited a certain amount of time and informed everyone that enough was now enough. Dean scrutinized everyone who came to the location and made an announcement. It was said that the final exam of the candidates was officially starting. The candidates silently looked at each other and at Mr. Dean. Everyone was very focused and determined to win. Van Ziemund was actually a mysterious person, shrouded in many unknown secrets. Nothing was known about his face, his age, or his past. But the fact that he was a player wasn't the only known fact either. For example, everyone knew that he had an 8th rank and was the deputy head of the Avalon Guild. There was another interesting fact about Van Ziemund's mysterious persona. As a player, he had the class of Master of Living Weapons, but on top of that, nothing was known about his weapons. Van couldn't stay in this place for long, as he would immediately fall asleep. He summoned his weapon named Lucia, who was chortling at the fact that her master had been spent after all. She warned him, saying that her power of prediction wouldn't be enough, and offered to destroy number 2. Lucia really wanted to fight alongside her master again, like she once did before. She sighed heavily in her dreams of getting out of her confinement as soon as possible and begged Van to do so. He gravely appealed to her that she should realize that it would never happen again. Lucia seemed upset by this outcome of the conversation, for she had hoped to prove herself again someday. She snorted angrily and quickly turned back into black tar, splashing across the floor. Van Ziemund stood silently for a while longer, thinking about something. He realized that he really wanted to dislodge Dean as much as he could, but he didn't expect him to start acting on his own. Van thought Dean was rather careless and worried that things weren't going according to plan and just wasting time. He smiled and thought that nothing could be changed anymore. What was done was done. Van decided that thanks to him, the other options had fallen away, and the worst-case scenario remained. He realized that he had no choice but to test the candidate's skills. The girl candidate looked closely at Mr. Dean, and even thought at first that it was an illusion. and not really him. For some reason, the thought of whether they could win if they attacked him crossed her mind. One of the candidates called the girl stupid and said that naturally they could win. This interested her even more, and she speculated what would happen if he started to fight back. Someone else from the unfamiliar candidates interrupted the conversation, saying that was enough. He informed her that they would be discussing all sorts of nonsense after the exam, and there were no changes to their plan. They had a couple variables, but also had a preponderance of errors throughout the test, so there was no way he would anticipate such a thing. The stranger said that everything was on track, and when the final test started, the gap would be open, and they were just waiting for that moment. He glanced at Zane and clarified that they were only targeting the capture site. Lilith said that because of the content of the final raid test, they won't be on the front lines. She added that they had good firepower but not enough defense, which pleased Zane in contrast. He liked not being ahead of everyone else, and it only bothered him that the girls trusted him completely. For some reason, it seemed to Zan that he was leaving them to their fate. As the candidates continued to talk amongst themselves, Mr. Dean began to speak. He announced that enough waiting and it was time for the exam to begin. From that very moment, the final raid exam was officially underway. The candidates, although they tried to quickly gather themselves, were still visibly anxious. Only Zanhev's company was determined and stood firmly on their feet. Suddenly, Zan remembered that he had to ask Lilith something. The boy decided to check something right now, just before the exam started. He pulled out the Epic Player's Mark reward, and immediately the screen opened. As expected, since no one had said anything, he was the only one who could see it, so he decided to be sure to ask Lilith about it after the exam. Dean, the exam watcher, clapped loudly and asked everyone to turn their attention to him. All he had time to do was tell no one to look away, but in the same second an enraged fire monster appeared in his place. Lilith thought it was a mockery to start up like that without warning, and Zan was already yelling for everyone to get ready. The monster was a dragon-like bird that paused for a moment to inspect the candidates. A second later, the monster pushed off powerfully and made a mighty leap. Zan was surprised by this kind of pressure from his opponent and didn't really want to hunt it down. While Zan was wondering if he could even do it, Dean noticed something strange. The monster was standing right above him and roared loudly, forcing Dean to stop it. The watcher took a powerful swing at the dragon-like bird, leaving a pall of smoke behind him. He was easily given this blow with the help of his new mechanical arm. Zan and his buddies were confused at what had just happened in the testing arena. Some girl shouted that he couldn't afford to destroy the monster meant for them. Another candidate asked their chief, calling him captain, what they should do now. The unknown candidate closed his eyes for a moment and ordered everyone not to move. The girl reminded him that this thing was powerful, but she didn't think he was aware of their presence. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she wondered if he wanted her to just go to the target. The candidates shouted that the other player had cleared the field on his own, and what they wanted from them in the exam in that case. They even decided that Mr. Dean was just showing off and let him stop it already because they were in charge here. As it turned out, Dean himself didn't realize how he let it out, and informed everyone that it wasn't something they would be after. At that point, Zan heard behind him that he would be back soon and wondered who they were talking about. The girl candidate jumped on the guy's shoulders and smiled achidically and said hello, telling him he was a real cutie. Zanhev was in a stupor from what was happening because he realized that they were not his partners. At the same second, Mr. Dean himself attacked this stranger from behind. The girl clearly didn't expect this turn of events, and Dean just mockingly called out to her. She became visibly nervous and laughed as the watcher inquired about her name. The girl examiners, who had been watching the broadcast all this time, suddenly lost the signal. One of the guild heads asked what happened, and Momo replied that they had probably lost contact with all the drones. Drones were simple mechanisms with the ability to communicate, and their number there was approaching infinity, so no one knew their exact number. Momo knew for sure that there weren't even tens of thousands of them, but hundreds of thousands, and such a thing was simply impossible. The other girl examiner said that it did happen. She added that if anyone was still doing it, it could only be the rankless ones. Sir Sirius, the head of the guild, became angry, saying that those nasty little people were sitting quieter than water, lower than grass. He threateningly said that they should do something about it immediately and suggested that they stop the test. While Momo was thinking of what to say to him, Van Zeeman came up behind him and asked him to calm down. He also said that although his judgment was correct, he was missing something important. Wang took advantage of the situation and recalled Dean, clarifying for everyone who is an observer of this exam. If it's something they can't deal with, it won't escalate even if they don't do anything about it. Van Zeeman simply offered to observe and wait for it to resolve itself. The moment Dean grabbed the girl named Noah, she instantly realized one thing. Everything she'd previously thought and the conclusions she'd drawn turned out to be fundamentally wrong. The distance between her group and the watcher Dean was just over a kilometer. If one had keen senses, he might notice the people around him, but she still hoped he wouldn't notice her presence. The reason was because he never once looked in her direction, and she figured that was a good sign. In the end, it turned out that such a conclusion was wrong. although Dean really didn't recognize their location. As it turned out later, the Watcher didn't need to know that at all. All that Dean was interested in was within 30 meters, and that was just the location of the test subjects. It all happened because Noah was sure he was only observing the location. She quickly realized that she had been overconfident when she thought he didn't care about them. But the girl knew one more thing in case she was going to run away. A portal opened above them and Dean was still holding Noah, who was sure he would follow her. Kim, watching what was happening, recognized the spatial bridge, which is a rather rare ability. It wasn't hard not to notice and feel that purple aura from the portal. In that second, Kim Tae-won immediately realized that it wasn't a girl at all, but the very candidate he had fought earlier. Dean noticed the open portal and cheerfully asked if she wanted to casually introduce him to her friends. At that moment, Zan jumped up, thanking Dean for his help and saying that he would fight as well. Kaylee instantly transformed into a legendary sword and Zan's eyes lit up with a blue glow. Dean noticed the outgoing light from the guy's eyes and realized he was already on a whole other level. Basically, he was fine with it, and so he called Dean over with pleasure to come along. Kim already knew that Dean had no idea who he was really dealing with. Kim was snapped out of his musings by Dean, loudly calling out his hurtful nickname. He asked if he was aware that he was the strongest candidate here. Dean politely asked Tavan to wait for him to return and be on the lookout. He also added for Kim to be careful and look around. Zan raced past Kim at breakneck speed, yelling for Dean to wait for him. All the candidates watched as Zan ran last into the spatial bridge. Kim Tae-won, in his usual manner, decided that this was Zan's way of avoiding meeting him. An unknown player jumped out of nowhere and shouted to someone to start the mission. He landed with a clatter in front of the other candidates who thought it was another monster. He quickly asked if the newcomers had time to prepare well. He also apologized, which really surprised the guys, saying that this was the first time he was available. For that reason, he had one request, that everyone die as soon as possible. Before he could do anything, Pastis's partner was already flying at him, throwing out fireballs. The impact was so powerful that there was an explosion with a bright flash. The girl swung for another strike and said that he had started it all on his own. She threw the next fireball and it hit her opponent right in the mouth. The blow must have been explosive, so the girl was confused for a while. The unknown man bit off the fireball and asked if it was supposed to be a destructive attack, clarifying that it was painful. He said that it was pretty good for a candidate, while the others were unconcerned with what was going on. The unknown man waved cheerfully at everyone and asked who had anything else interesting to show. The girl looked at the unknown man in utter despair and confusion. She didn't understand how he had so easily repelled all her crushing attacks. The girl didn't know what to do next anymore and collapsed to her knees. Mr. Dean and Zan, after going through the portal, found themselves in a very strange place. Zan asked Dean if he knew the place they were in, and heard that it was definitely somewhere in the tower. He also noticed that the place was obviously favorable to their rivals. Either way, Dean wasn't going to give up and he still had victory in his plans. There are times when some abilities are too strong even for its possessor. It happens rarely, but it still happens, and that was the reason why the following happened. All the players shook hands and made vow promises. No matter what happened, their exact level of power should match their class. The definition of class gives an understanding of the scope of a particular player's abilities. This allows one to understand what super measures can be taken in emergency situations. This is how the ranking system was born, which is why the strength of player classes and requires standards. This is necessary to maintain balance within the game, and to measure strength. Such a promise was made a long time ago for a reason, and to keep the Terrarium Tower of Heaven safe. Unfortunately, there are some people who break promises and do not want to show their strength to everyone. They are called rankless. Such a rankless player was that unknown person who attacked the candidates during the exam. He stood there and smirked eagerly, asking if anyone would attack next. The girl named Taya frantically thought that this was not a player, but a very real monster. Suddenly, Pastis ran up to her and clapped her on the back, asking her to gather herself quickly. He suggested that she not worry and just think that the target on the exam had changed to another. The guy reminded her that from the moment she entered the tower, she had to be ready to fight any monsters. These words from Pastis visibly calmed the girl down and put her in order. Kim Tae-won picked up on the meaning of his partner's conversation and immediately agreed with them. The rankless player watched as Tae-won directed an attack in his direction, unable to put up a defense in time. A loud blinding explosion occurred in his place, startling everyone. Kim noticed this and said that if they were still scared, they could get the hell out of here. He clarified that otherwise they should fight back with him. After his words, the guy furiously delivered the next crushing blow. A moment later, when everyone thought he was at least half finished, someone's hand appeared on the rock. The candidates watched with bated breath as the rankless player walked up to them. He appeared with a satisfied smirk, showing everyone that he would not be defeated so easily. Even Kim Tae-won himself realized that his plan had failed completely in this situation. He pulled himself together and remembered that he could last about 30 seconds with this ability. The guy decided that the monster wouldn't be able to get away from him, and the situation would be a slim chance of defeat. He envisioned his fight with Pastis, only in an improved winning version. Kim realized that he needed to avoid 5 minutes of contact with his opponent and focus on getting information. The guy was determined that he could do it, and he would definitely succeed. Except what he didn't take into account was that his opponent wasn't Pastis at all, but a bad guy. As the rangeless player swung to attack, Kim realized he was too late. The unknown player threw a powerful punch for all at once, hitting the ground violently. There was another majestic explosion on the field, scattering the candidates in different directions. At this moment, Kim was lying on the ground alive, and realized that someone had clearly helped him. He turned around and saw that everyone had come out to fight their common enemy. Taewon was extremely surprised at this turn of events, and asked confusedly why they were here. Unexpectedly, Lilith came to him and helped him up quickly. He wondered why she was suddenly here too, or if she had decided to try it too. Lilith asked in response if he even knew what a raid was, and added that it wasn't because they could to him. Kim still didn't understand what she was talking about, and Lilith sternly asked him not to be a hero. This was important in order to collectively defeat the rankless player. Lilith's henchman entered the duel with the unknown, gripping his opponent tightly. He was very surprised that this player was calmly touching his WoW and could obviously take it. The minion would have loved to increase his firepower, but the player was already pushing it. While the opponent questioned if this was all that the player was capable of, Lilith put her hand out. A second later, she raised her index finger upward, signifying something. The minion lit up even brighter and powerfully threw the rankless one backwards. He himself was surprised at such strength and figured it was because of the reward in the dungeon. Lilith was already standing with 2 fingers raised, and the minion wondered what she was going to do. The girl was terribly angry and began to yell loudly how everything annoyed her. She didn't understand why the other candidates were either standing or acting alone. Lilith began to scream that she couldn't take it anymore and ignited her palm. The minion was surprised to see the fire in the girl's hand, and didn't understand how she used his fire. The chief of the rankless marveled at the magnificent power of the fire and said standing here for them was a waste of time. He also added that the man just wanted to play around with the candidates. But where did that get him in the end? The man assumed that the fiery handshake had sent him to Vanguard, and would turn to the newcomer standing behind him. He meant to address him by his first name, but forgot, just as he said it was even better that way. The henchman pondered how the opponent was able to withstand such a temperature, and that perhaps he had a conditioned ability. Lilith reported that the fire was somehow warm, and she felt that the energy was somehow low. She decided that since she couldn't sizzle it, she would at least fry it for sure. The henchman didn't want Lilith to use her skill because everyone present would just burn. He shouted to the girl that a battle of attrition was a bad idea, and that they needed to remove the fire to understand its capabilities. Lilith wasn't going to stop at all and apologized to the minion for that. He called the girl by her full name and sternly asked her how many times she had been told not to use that power. Suddenly to everyone, the rankless player was able to get through the fire and was already running at Lilith. The henchman noticed this and rushed to her aid, though he was not in time. The player got as close to Lilith as possible and congratulated her on something. He had already swung his hand to strike, and the girl could only see his palm in front of her. The unexpected happened for all the candidates, especially for Lilith. Kim Taewon rushed to attack the player. He slammed into the rankless one with all his might with a stream of his crushing energy. Kim said that as expected, he had realized his ability, and now he was definitely finished. It wasn't long before Lilith in the dissipating smoke asked Kim to calm down as he only had a minute. Kim didn't understand her, and she clarified that they would need 5 minutes, but they wouldn't last that long. It was for that reason that he had to find a way to destroy him as soon as possible. They both remembered Zan, who would be very helpful right now, but he was gone. Taewon turned sternly to the other candidates who were sitting and playing amongst themselves. Taya yelled for Pastis to get up and think of something, but he was only shaking and couldn't think of anything. Kim walked over to his partners and said that he had finally found the conditional ability. He turned to Pastis to tell him how to defeat the monster. The partners were surprised and negative, not wanting to tell Kim anything. Taewon heard something about Avalon and clarified that he was just always watching him to make sure he was suitable for the role of enforcer in their guild. Pastis still didn't understand why Kim had asked him that question. Kim honestly answered that he thought he was the most honest and trustworthy person in the group. Taewon also added that he might need him in the plan he'd come up with. Kim assured Pastis that he would do whatever he told him to do just to win. Pastis began to say that he had some thoughts about that player's ability. He also clarified that Kim could probably win easily if he recognized them. Pastis also added that he had a few conditions before telling his theory. As it turned out, the kid had only 3 conditions, and they weren't complicated. The first was that Pastis wanted Kim to call him by his first name and respectfully. The second condition was to follow strictly his instructions in this battle. And the third condition was that Kim must tell all about his abilities to Pastis, which he did. Peerless didn't understand how Kim had figured out his ability so quickly, though he didn't care what he did, since he was only a candidate. He guessed that Kim had been tipped off by someone, and he was going to find that chatty candidate. The reason why Pastis realized the ability of the rankless player named Shingal was because he had reached that 23rd rank. That rank wasn't considered low, but there was a catch to it, although Pastis didn't even know the player's name. The number 23 was known far beyond just Pastis, but also by many of the people present. The case had once been on the front pages of every newspaper that stated the crimes. It told of 23 cases of victims who had died at the hands of a violent gambler. It was also said about a certain ability numbered 23, Gaho's gaze. In other words, Kim Tae-won used his ability to defend against Pastis's attack. It was a defense against an attack you look at, and Pastis thought that Kim had destroyed the 23 and taken his ability for himself. But that wasn't how it turned out, because Kim didn't know how to destroy, so it was fine. Pastis was sure that he knew exactly what he was doing and could be trusted this time. This was how he knew that Kim's ability was to copy the abilities of others, without needing to destroy. Despite that, Pastis couldn't say that there wasn't someone who could destroy Shingal and take his Gaho Eye. Based on what others used, it could be said that no one abused the ability. The moment the system's defense ability was detected, that was the moment it was attacked, thus slaying Shingal. However, the rankless player himself seemed to be completely at odds with this. Lying on the ground, Shingal asked Kim if he had accidentally forgotten anything. Someone behind him attacked Tavan with a sword, saying that they weren't playing with toys here. Shingal at this time shouted for his assistant to beat Kim to a pulp. Taewon looked at the sword in his body in confusion and wondered if this was how it was going to end. All the other candidates didn't understand what was happening in the final exam at all. The candidates who survived it and became players were considered the elite that was more experienced than others. It was only natural that some of them memorized the faces of their competitors. Some of the candidates looked at the rankless player's accomplice with horror. It turned out to be the unknown named Munyag, who didn't think that everyone there could risk themselves like that for Kim. The chief of the rankless said that his little Mirage had his eye on their superpowered one. This was coming from the fact that someone had figured out Shingal's ability after all, and passed it on to Kim, thus getting Mirage interested. Main thought that even he himself had never even tried to understand his ability limits, and someone had immediately realized that it was the eye of a Gaho. The chief wondered only one important question. How did he do it? He remembered that there was only one player who knew how to steal the abilities of others in the terrarium. The chief clearly didn't like the fact that someone had destroyed a player with a protective Gaho eye. Given all this information, one could only guess what would happen next. At that moment, a familiar candidate named Munyag appeared. The chief thought with obvious frustration that this was just the worst possible coincidence. It was now clear to him why the candidates were able to resist the unknown enemy. After Munyag appeared, everyone started asking who was controlling him since he was so strong. They also reminded him that they had gone through the last quest together, but he didn't seem to hear them. The chief rankless watched everything going on in the arena with interest. Pastis couldn't think about anything else and was furious with the situation. He decided that if one more enemy came here, he would not be able to stand it any longer. Pastis looked at Munyag again with his sword striking Kim and realized that they were finished. Bezran came to his senses a bit and stood up, telling Munyag to stop. He asked him not to destroy Kim as one of their men had plans for him. Shingal saw the furious looks of the candidates and asked them not to look at him like that because he was having trouble holding back too. He pointed his index finger at someone in the audience and began to speak. With a broad smile, Shingal suggested that instead of Kim, he should destroy the frightened chickens. With this gesture of his, the rankless player was pointing at the candidates, which included Lilith. Kim Tae-won, still lying on the ground, was breathing, but could no longer fight. Kina Lilith also looked tired, most likely because she was trying to buy time. They had essentially lost the strongest members of the group, and it was taking away their ability to crush their opponents. Pastis sadly thought that this would be the end of their fight, and not in their favor. The enemy's ability was unusual, and the candidates excelled in battle with him, not understanding why no one was intimidated. Pastis had time for a little recuperation to use the ability, as did the others. Shingal quickly began searching through the crowd of candidates for the character he needed. He met his gaze with Pastis, saying that he had found the last hope of their group. Pastis said through gritted teeth that it wasn't the end, but the head of the rankless thought the opposite. Pastis and his team only laughed out loud at their rival's words. Shingal reminded the candidate of Dean's words about leaving for 5 minutes. Lilith listened angrily as her rival repeated that it was still a full 5 minutes until the second ranker returned. Shingal clarified that he was sure the second rank would return within 5 minutes, as there was no more time left. Looking furtively at the injured Kim Tae-won, he said that there was one important but left. The rankless player asked the candidates how many of them would even live to see Dean's return. The main rankless one turned out to be a girl who said she couldn't get enough no matter how much she looked at it. She slowly pulled off her hood and said that they might want to become players, because they believe they are special. The girl stood facing everyone and continued to say that these people are so naive until they face reality. Everyone seemed to be extremely surprised by this, and the girl turned to them, calling them self-proclaimed player candidates. She looked at Munyag and informed them that it was time for that very reality. Most of the candidates, not even thinking of the consequences, rushed as far away from the place as possible. Pastis didn't understand how one could want to become players and run away, even though they didn't even try to do anything before that. An opportunity that never falls to those who believe in cooperation. Pastis quickly realized this and was shocked by such an unforgivable case from the other candidates. Munag was already swinging hard for a crushing blow to the remaining candidates. On this day, Pastis was the first to feel powerless against an incomparable force. The candidates, though terrified, tried their best to defend themselves no matter what. Zanhev was looking at something or just thinking about something and was called out by Dean. He, along with Mr. Dean, had followed the men who had led them to this place. Dean and Zan were determined, but the former, unlike the candidate, also remained completely calm. Noah and the player named Odin were rankless and were otherwise known as Anrankers. Zan was determined to be on his guard. Then since he was here, he couldn't be a burden to Dean. And since it was him they were interested in, the guy could create a couple of variables in the meantime. He also noticed that Noah was very fast, and likely had an attack ability, and the problem would be in a direct confrontation with her. The problem of the guy behind her was more mysterious, but he might be the one who created this space, but even that couldn't be sure due to the lack of information. Zan decided for himself that there was nothing left for him to do but to determine this guy's ability. If it was suddenly possible, they could make it back in 5 minutes. He even considered using his skill before more enemies showed up. Dean got tired of waiting and wondered what was even going on here and asked them to get the man in charge faster. He felt that there must be a reason why he was called here and wanted to resolve things soon. The mysterious one player said he was sorry to hear that, as their priority was to hold out here against them. Noah asked Dean if he was laughing because he was rank 2. She also clarified how interested he was in bothering with those meaningless rank numbers. After her words, she immediately rushed brokenly towards Mr. Dean. Dean deftly dodged and even managed to reply to the girl that he was not only interested, but also enjoyed it. He turned around and cheerfully shouted to her that it was a great performance. Dean himself was already standing in front of player 1 while the girl was far behind them. He stood demandingly in front of his opponent and wanted to get things sorted out quickly. Dean put out his new mechanical arm to strike his foe. He gave the usual flick to the player, warning that it would hurt. Clearly not lying, for the arm was quite powerful. Zan noticed that the flick was much stronger than last time, and realized that he had felt sorry for Kim then. He saw Dean start to attack, but didn't understand why he hadn't knocked him out with one punch. As he got closer, Zan noticed that Dean wasn't attacking the player at all, but the space next to him. Zan didn't understand why he did that, while Dean didn't understand why a chain was appearing on his arm. After a few seconds, Dean guessed that he was wearing the chains of fate. The exact same chains appeared on the girl, and Dean said they had to count for something. Creating these chains was the Fate Shackles ability. When used, the target and the user would be unable to engage in combat with other participants and vice versa. This ability was originally designed for one-on-one battles so that no one else could interrupt them, and it even had limitations. The thing is, there were no restrictions in the space created specifically for this ability. In this space, Noah could run wherever she wanted and the enemy had no other option but to fight her until she was exhausted. Since her opponent was Dean, Noah was probably in big trouble. But at that moment, Player 1 announced that it was the right time for him to come out. This clash was needed to determine the opponent's ability. Dean felt that these pointless hiding of theirs in the portal was a waste of time. From the beginning, this place wasn't for winning or losing. It was just a prison to hold a strong player who was interfering with the plan. Otherwise, this portal was also called the Prison of Endless Hardship. Noah wondered to Dean how long it would take him to find out what he could do here. The girl really wanted to see his real power and tried her best to provoke him. Dean listened to the girl carefully and, smiling, asked her to see for herself. He only had time to warn her to look back while Zan was already attacking in a powerful attack. Zan almost reached Noah and struck her, but his attack stopped for some reason. He quickly realized what had happened and informed Dean that the hooded guy had stopped his attack. Zan also added that he would deal with him, and Player 1 already felt it. The rankless player immediately started yelling something to Noah, and the latter said she already knew everything. Zan noticed how fast the girl was running away and warned Dean that she might be about to attack. Dean replied to Zan not to worry about him. The Watcher also clarified that in case anyone forgot, he was actually a second-ranked player. Zan realized that he could stand up for himself and turned around to look at Player 1. He realized he was up to something, but he didn't have time to say anything. Player 1 smirked merrily, and a second later there was a massive explosion. Noah quickly ran as far away from the blast site as possible as she saw what happened there. Dean had somehow managed to attack player 1 and was already sitting on top of him, pinning him to the ground. He cheerfully informed Zan that the fun part was about to begin. Dean knew that their boss was about to appear and someone was already entering the dimensional bridge. Coming out of the glowing portal was the same player named Mirage who had a connection to Munag and all the rankless players. Once upon a time, little Dean was a nameless trash child in a nameless trash town. Someone around him said that the people close to him had simply abandoned him. Even as a child, he tried to figure out exactly who had done it. The country, family, friends. He realized that most likely none of these things could be true. The reason for this was that he had none of the above from the beginning. The little boy was desperate to understand. Who had abandoned him then? The boy really wanted to know if there was even a god or something like that in this world. That was what the little boy's goal was. To conquer the Tower of Heaven one day. He tried every way he could to get the answer. But unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. No matter how high he climbed the tower, no matter what rank he got, he could never find the answer to his main question. That is why the boy made a purely logical conclusion that there was nothing like a god or himself in this world. Yes, the most conscious age, even when he reached the second rank, Dean was very lost. One day he was walking down the street with Ran and noticed something interesting. There were 2 homeless orphans sitting on the ground in an alleyway, wrapped in old worn plaids. Dean was lost until he looked into their clear, huge eyes, and it was then that he finally realized one thing. None of them had ever been abandoned by anyone, and instead had yet to be chosen by anyone. Then Dean made for himself important conclusions that changed his views on many things. He looked at these unwanted children and remembered himself once like them. From now on, Dean decided that he would be the one to choose all of them, including himself. He proudly called his name to all, knowing that he was capable of so much in this life. Dean came to the best vantage point and stared sternly at one familiar spot. He gazed intently at the sky tower and the village around the tower. To Dean, this was a place equal to all, and the village was the place of his choice. Player Mirage had completely emerged from the spatial bridge with his assistant. He looked rather strange. He had a blindfold on his eyes, and as he stepped out of the portal, he immediately called out a second rank. Mirage smiled widely and suggested that Dean just talk quietly. Before he could finish speaking, Dean was already in his face with his fist, saying he didn't feel like talking at all. It seemed Mirage wasn't even going to dodge and just stayed standing where he was, waiting for the blow. Dean's fist flew into his opponent's face, immediately throwing him back a few meters. Dean was surprised that this guy didn't try to repel the attack in any way, but just caught the blow. He said with a chuckle that he was too weak, but Mirage countered, clarifying that that was the reason Dean couldn't take the top spot. Mirage said that he was aware of Dean's great strength and equally couldn't beat him. He added that it doesn't mean he wants to lose or give up at all. Dean interrogated his opponent if he was sure of his words and was already preparing his hand for the next attack. He unfurled his arm into a powerful wheel and clarified that he would win after all. The guardian of the forest of the defeated sat and looked sadly at the tower. She thought that it had been 3 days since her children had left, and purely logically she realized that the time spent in the tower had increased. The more the teacher thought, the more she felt, worried and regretted. The girl put her palm out in the air as if trying to grab something, and after a second she squeezed it hard. None of the kids would ever come back to her again, and she had nothing to hold on to. The teacher was very frustrated, but still knew she had to try a little harder still. During their training session with Zan and Kaylee, the teacher informed them that there was something she hadn't told them. She apologized and said that the whole time she had been teaching them had been a series of coincidences. When they would take the test, they would begin to realize that the tower was a much better teacher than she was. The girl knew that they would definitely become stronger and would definitely forget her. She looked mysteriously at the very top of the celestial tower and wished they would climb up there. Somehow, the teacher was sure that Zanhev and Kaylee would definitely live up to her expectations. The whole time they were taking the test, the teacher's theory was confirmed. Zan and Kaylee were constantly growing and becoming stronger physically and mentally. The teacher, though she hadn't seen them, was sure that they were stronger than before. At this time, Dean continued to powerfully attack the Mirage player, splitting the rocks of space. Zan and Kaylee realized that all they could do now was stand there and just watch. Dean flew at breakneck speed at his opponent in another attack, creating a whirlwind with his hand. Mirage didn't stand idly by and prepared to attack as well, holding his sword at the ready. Dean leaped at his opponent, delivering fiery blows that he deftly cut with his sharp sword, leaving blinding marks. Dean asked with a chuckle why he'd brought his stick if he wasn't attacking, and added that he was disappointed in him. He really wanted to see some ability from the rangeless player who was in charge of their entire gang. Suddenly, Mirage began to smile widely and even chuckle, misleading Dean. He mockingly asked the watcher if he had already lost his temper as he attacked him. Dean didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and Mirage, seeing this, clarified that it was no surprise to anyone, since the Anrancer wasn't him. For some reason, Mirage was amused by the fact that Dean hadn't even heard of him. He also added that he couldn't verify that he knew much more about the Celestial Tower than his opponent, even though he had reached the second rank. Mirage thought it was a rather pathetic sight, and would definitely report it to him. Zanhev just stood there silently watching the whole thing, deciding what to do next. He thought that perhaps now was the right moment to help Mr. Dean. He began to quickly think over the plan of further actions while Dean blocked his opponent's movements. Zan was confused for a while, wondering if he could even do such a thing. He couldn't help but notice how, after Mirage stopped any movements, Dean's face became sterner. The guy was very curious about what the players were talking about, but they were too far away for Zan to hear anything. Zanhev had already gone over every possible scenario and settled on one. Suddenly, it just so happened that Mr. Ding would lose to his opponent, but there was no way to know that for sure. The guy was full of doubts and uncertainty, and because of that, he didn't know what was best to do now. One thing Zan knew with 100% certainty. He had to help Dean somehow. He also knew that he could always rely on his faithful partner. He decided that they were perfect in everything and had to do what was right. Zan vowed to Dean that he would be sure to remember a few things after this moment. The guy took Kaylee's hand and menacingly informed her that they would both be much stronger from that second on. Dean definitely heard Zan's conversation and cheerfully turned around, saying that he had finally waited for the right moment. Zan threw a fireball towards the rangeless player, exploding while still in flight. Mirage smiled and immediately realized why Dean had brought the kid with him. Zan had stripped Mirage of his arm with his punch, and Dean was on his way to finish the job. He accelerated abruptly and motioned for his partners to keep a close eye on what he was about to do. Kaylee and Zan stared at the gentleman, who rather clarified that he was showing at once. Once a year, the terrarium has a demonstration competition, and there was a reason so many players were watching. The competitions were more than just entertainment and a place for spectators to relax. The fact was that the ranks would battle each other, and the true goal of the players was to see the top at least once. Depending on what players can do, they are divided into those who feel the peak and those who don't. In this very battle in the enemy-created space, Kaylee and Zan became players for the first time. The partners became not just players, but those who felt the peak. Mirage already realized that he could no longer withstand such an attack, and he had no choice but to use it. While he was in his musings, Dean gave him a lightning-fast crushing blow, splitting his body in two. Mirage immediately sensed what was happening and laughed ambiguously. He looked after the departing Dean, and the situation amused him for some reason. Watcher Dean looked back at his defeated opponent and folded the mechanism of his hands back. He thought it would be nice to name his legendary strike something, like an instant cut. But there was something that confused Dean, like the fact that there was no such definition. At any rate, it was the secret to achieving the absolute realm and a long way to go. But the blow was given to Dean so instantly and easily that he was simply lost in speculation as to what to call it. His partners continued to watch from afar, unmoving. It was somehow not very clear whether they were happy about this outcome of events or not. Only one thing was obvious. The guys were a little confused by Dean's madness. Lying on the ground after the defeat, Mirage called out to Zane for some reason. Dean jumped up to him and spoke out about how he was just dirty trash and a worm that he had once stomped on as a kid without a second thought. He was going to end it all once and for all with one punch and asked Mirage not to move. Mirage only laughed at Dean's request not to move and said that those words were definitely worthy of the second rank. He was even able to stop Dean's punch and surprise him for a moment by saying that he acknowledges everything. Mirage laughed loudly and nervously and said that he had effectively lost to him. A second later, someone pulled out some sort of remote control with a button on it and pressed it. It was Mirage's assistant, triggering the spatial bridge and clarifying that the door was open. A disheveled Mirage was still laughing and said words of thanks to his assistant named Kiki for doing so. Dean stood up and covered the remains of Mirage's body with sand, who wondered what he would do if he did destroy him. Mirage started to ask Dean to stop it, as the dust from the sand was getting inside him, and Kiki told Zane that she was giving up. Mirage also asked Dean if it was hard to use the sword, but Kiki ordered him to stop fooling around if he didn't want to die. Zan and Kaylee watched the whole thing, and simultaneously felt as if something was wrong. The guy felt his hostility towards the player disappear abruptly after Kiki's words. Kiki picked up half of the rankless player and stood in front of Dean while Zan wondered what was going to happen next. Mirage bounced off Kiki and cheerfully thanked everyone there for waiting. He asked Dean what they were going to do now and if he should die, to which Kiki told Dean that he wasn't himself, and it wasn't a good idea to touch him at all. Dean thought about Kiki's words and was in no hurry to take any action. After thinking about it for a bit, he decided to still ask the player what he ultimately wanted. Mirage replied that it was actually very simple and easy. He wanted to spoil people he didn't like. Smiling wryly, he looked at Dean and asked if he wanted the same thing. They both knew that there were some characters that just did what needed to be done. As if to summarize, Mirage pointed his finger at Dean and said that he was just like him. In his opinion, they both hated people who made excuses like that. At that moment, Zan suddenly realized something to himself and decided to do something urgently. Without saying anything specific, he quickly summoned Kaylee to transform, and she, as always, understood without further ado. Zan's eyes were already flashing with lightning and knew exactly what he was going to do, calling out loudly to Dean. The guy was already running with Escalibra with fury towards Dean, who sharply put out his hand as if to let him know to stop. Mr. Dean did stop Zan, informing him that he had some request. The boy froze in anticipation and heard something he didn't expect to hear. Dean asked him to leave now. The Watcher gestured to the spatial bridge and apologized to Zane. Dean saw the guy's surprised face and assured him that it was actually okay. Mirage agreed to send them back, clarifying that he and Dean were in the same boat now, and he had a lot to tell him, but not all at once. He asked Dean intriguedly what he wanted to know from him, and agreed to tell him everything in great detail. The Watcher, after a little silence, hesitantly asked who or what he was. Mirage didn't quite understand his rival's question, and replied that he already knew everything. He smiled evilly and introduced himself as a rankless player named Mirage. At this time, Zan was crossing back over to the exam site to the rest of the candidates. He confusedly asked Kaylee why this was happening since he had done everything he could. Kaylee asked if maybe it wasn't really about that, but something else. The girl was sad too and didn't understand why this happened. After all, she had given her best too. At that moment, the same feelings that had overcome her while waiting in the other world came over her. As they traveled back, they noticed how long it had been happening to them. Zan called softly to Kaylee again, but he didn't even have time to say anything, for she already understood him. The girl interrupted his words and suggested they get stronger once more. Kim Tae-won in the arena was already close to passing away, and at that moment Zan Hev reappeared. Wang Zimund, who was watching the broadcast of the exam, said that everything was going according to plan so far. He turned to Avalon based on his reasoning of the situation. Since Avalon had a good amount of experience and background in such situations, Van asked who he thought would win. Avalon thought for a few seconds and fell silent, trying to consider all the circumstances. He remembered Zan Hev and his power again and informed him that it was too early to judge. Zan Hev and Escalibra finally finished passing through the dimensional bridge. He stepped out of the portal and abruptly grabbed the rankless Shingal's leg. The player turned around and grinned, wondering where he had lost his second rank. Zan turned angrily on his opponent, making it clear that it was best not to mess with him. The guy menacingly stated that he was the only one here who could ask questions. Immediately after his words, Zan delivered a mighty, crushing blow to his opponent. Lightning and sparks emanated from Shingal as he said that he had blocked Zan. The rankless player looked through his woundedness at the guy and couldn't believe it had really happened. Muna crawled over to Shingal in agony and grabbed his leg tightly. Zan looked closely at his opponents and realized that they were just like Mirage. A moment later, Zan was already beside Munag and struck him with his legendary sword with a lightning-fast strike. The guy simply told him to rest, and Munag, emitting his last breath, spoke his name. The last thing Zan heard from his opponent were words of thanks. The badly wounded Kim Tae-won was still squirming in pain, lying on the ground. As Zan stood and pondered Munag's words, someone called his name. He turned sharply at the voice and saw a player flying at him from above. Zan, taking advantage of the moment of surprise, was attacked by the main An ranker, but the guy withstood the defense. The girl said she was rather curious as to who had been replacing the second ranker all this time. She clarified if he was the same Zanhev that everyone was just talking about. Her partners thought she was rather sloppy, but definitely stronger than them, and had more arms. Zan, looking closely at the girl, noticed something else, possibly useful to them. Though she was stronger than them, she was definitely much weaker than Mirage. Zan realized that there was nothing more to lose, and menacingly asked Escalibra to do it. The girl with a few pairs of hands smilingly asked the guy not to be so naive and cocky. The opponents ran towards each other for powerful attacks. Zan made a majestic sword strike on the main which powerfully repelled the enemy attack. The fellow didn't give up and moved straight into the next attack while fending off his opponent's blows, creating great tension on the field. All the candidates present saw a bright, blinding flash from the powerful explosion of counterattacks. This spectacle was seen by everyone watching the fight, but it was impossible to join the battle. Pastis and the other strongest candidates of their group thought they had no choice but to just stand there and watch everything. The guy didn't know exactly how everything going on would affect the other candidates. But one thing Pastis felt for sure was that every spectator here felt a complete sense of helplessness. Everyone remembered Kim Tavan as they saw Avalon approaching. Avalon saw Tavan lying injured and walked straight towards him. Kim tried to get up and so far only sat up, holding on to the injured spot. He was angry with himself for everyone seeing his helpless state, and desperately wanted to prove to everyone that he was different. Kim thought to himself that the situation he was in was ridiculous, and the guy started to stand up to let everyone know that he wasn't weak. Zan realized that all those hands of his opponent were blocking and neutralizing Escalibra's power. He also noticed that the only thing that could block his attack was her hands too. The main wondered if Zan could do anything better than swinging his sword. just wasting their time. She also asked him not to tell her that he couldn't do anything without his divine sword. The girl asked the guy if he had many friends here willing to stand in his defense. As she got close to Zan, she said hello to Excalibur, surprising and pissing the guy off. He didn't want to put up with the insolent rival anymore and shoved her back sharply. Zan turned to her, saying he had no idea who she was or what she wanted. The only thing that annoyed him the most was that she was pretending to know him, and he found that disgusting. The main one didn't react to his words in any way and just rolled her eyes, folding her arms. She informed him that she hated that look, but it was too early for anything special. The girl also said that she knew why Mirage had sent her here in the first place. She laughed for some reason and asked Zan to be honest with each other. Zane did not like this behavior of the girl in any way and asked her to shut up, getting very angry. The girl introduced herself as Bibian and politely asked him to never forget her name. Just then, Kim Tae-won started to think of himself as something other than a brat. He didn't want to make anyone laugh, including himself, so he tried to stand up. Tae-won was sure it wasn't that bad, and he was perfectly fine at the moment. Clenching his teeth, he wanted only one thing: not to see all those pitying looks from the candidates. Kim watched Zan fight with Bibian and could only dream of fighting now. The girl had said that those who climb the tower crave great power, and that was a sadly unchanging truth. That was why Bibian had ordered Munag to pierce Kim with her sword. Thus she planted some special seeds in his body. Bibian turned to Zan, telling him that he was next, as the seeds only attract those who crave greater power. The girl laughed at the whole thing, unlike the others, and suggested that Zan even fight it. Zan immediately jumped up to Kim Tae-won and scrutinized him while Bibian said something about the player's curse. And then the guy realized that Kim had gained the power of the Unrankers because of those seeds, changing his gaze. Zan began to quickly think about what would happen if he destroyed him right now. A recent picture of a defeated Shingal flashed before his eyes. Zan was trying to attack Kim, who was fighting back hard and even succeeding until the explosive flames appeared. Kaylee watched the fire with bated breath and realized that she already knew who was its mistress. Zan, too, immediately realized where the help was coming from and turned sharply to Lilith. The girl only said that they were a solid team, and she wasn't the type to put him alone to his fate. The guy was very happy to see his partner from the last quest, and heard her ask if he was ready. Lilith noticed the already familiar look on Zan's face, and added that she was glad to see him back. Zan was at something of a loss, and just stared at the girl in silence. Unexpectedly to everyone, especially himself, he said that he liked her. Lilith was simply shocked by such a confession, and didn't know where to put herself from embarrassment. She quickly noticed Kim approaching him, and shouted to him to pull himself together immediately. Zan quickly pulled himself together and rushed to fend off Kim's attack, calling himself goofy. Pastis shouted to his partner that it was time for them to find a way to contact the outside world already. He asked Lilith not to get angry, even though he could see that it wasn't easy at all. But she urgently needed to pull herself together before the end of the fight, and also asked if she would help. Without a second thought, Lilith replied that of course she would help and lit a fire in her hand. Pastis was a little shocked that he was able to calm Lilith down so easily, though he was sure he didn't have any special communication skills. Either way, everything was going according to plan and he was going to turn to the others. Guy also called out to Zan and Kaylee, who were still fighting Kim. Pastis said that he was thinking too much about what the end result might be, and it was throwing him off. He asked Zane in a slightly commanding tone to just fight without thinking about anything. Pastis quickly looked around at all of his new partners in this battle. He quickly got into the excitement and cheerfully informed everyone that they were just warming up. Zan fought Kim and concurrently said that it had been a long time since their last conversation. Because of the change in Tae-won, it was unclear if he was listening to his opponent or just attacking. Zan's eyes lit up with blue lightning again, and he was more determined than ever. Kaylee heard her partner ask Kim who was the strongest in their battle and would win in the end. She informed him to be sure and have no doubt that she would give her best effort. Lilith shouted loudly to Zan to fight Kim, and if he failed her, she would destroy him herself. At that moment, Zan gave his best effort along with Kaylee, creating a legendary divine strike worthy of a sword. He did something akin to stopping time where Kim froze in his fiery strike. Pastis shouted in surprise that Zan had done the impossible and stopped the blow, but Lilith was sure it was something else. The girl pondered that perhaps the guy had missed the blow on purpose, creating a freezing effect. Her musings were interrupted by a henchman who suddenly appeared and asked her to watch Zan closely. He once again asked to watch the guy carefully and clarified that his attack didn't miss. Zan's powerful punch hit right into Kim Tae-won's body, paralyzing him. Avalon, looking at everything that was happening, now understood everything that Kim Tae-won himself didn't know. He revealed that the new recruit really didn't know how big Zanahev's heart was. Most likely at this point, Kim was feeling very insulted. He was just furious, and told Zaina that even at a moment like this, he was taking so long to do it. By that, Kim meant that Zan was once again looking down on him. Zan apologized to Kaylee for not using the energy she gave and added that he was sorry. Surprisingly, Escalibra didn't start yelling, only saying that she too had her doubts. The girl also said that when she cut, she had his memories from the other world flash back to her. Zan still had some doubts about what she had done and was confused. Kaylee seriously told him that she didn't think he had done anything wrong at all. After these words, they rushed back to attack Tavan, who managed to fend her off with a powerful punch. Zan was determined to finish off his opponent's unknown evil power. Not only was Kim not going to back down, but he produced a new skill in the form of a magic flower. Zan shouted in rage that there was no way the seed curse was backing down, and it had also sprouted. He attacks Kim again at a frantic pace and tries to destroy the flower of power. But Tavan only gets more angry, making Zan angry, shouting at him that he's crazy and doesn't know what he's doing. Kim didn't care what his opponent said, but he told him not to worry about him and to keep his mouth shut. Picking up his pace, he added that he himself would make sure the battle ended successfully. Kim wanted to own everything and got angry at the Mirage player who dared to play such a joke on him and prevent him from fully wielding his power. He looked in rage at the flower that had sprouted from the seeds of evil and wished for only one thing. By all means, Kim promised himself to master this power completely and take it within himself. Zan, as well as everyone else, had seen Kim's complete insanity and didn't even know how to help him anymore. Tavan thanked his opponent for waiting and decided to show him something. He swung angrily and summoned all the majestic power of a flower, saying that he was about to show a real burning sword. Pastis quickly guessed that the sneaky Kim had just copied this skill. On the battlefield, there were two sides of the forces. One side had Kim, who had copied rank 1 skills. On the other side of the field was Zan Hev, who possessed the burning sword ability. It was all about the fact that Zan couldn't attack Kim's copying ability. Pastis was sure that Zan knew all of this very well himself and would not make any mistakes. Zan watched his opponent carefully, trying to figure out what he was going to do. Kim merged with his mighty power and shouted in the light of the bright flames that he was already expecting a battle. For a moment, it was as if the whole world stopped and only Zan and Kaylee remained. He reminded his partner of how they had been taught that a skill was just an image. The girl had already realized that Kim was just imitating the ability. After a bit of silence, Zan suggested to Kaylee that they should get this place over with as soon as possible. He also specified to Excalibur to show now everything they were capable of. Kaylee visualized their power and wondered if they could use it to stop Kim. Zan answered without hesitation that they could, and added that, in any case, their ability was all he had. The only thing their teacher had taught them in case they faced stronger opponents. Avalon was secretly reporting to someone that things were a bit delayed, but still going according to plan. He also reported that this was the awakening of a powerful force. By that, Avalon meant the incredible ability of Zane Hev, which he had just used. Meanwhile, he was standing there completely powerless, and didn't understand why the attack was still going on, since he had blocked Kim, but perhaps he just didn't have enough strength. Then Zan felt a familiar feeling, noticing that everything around him was a blur, and he didn't even want to think about the fact that he was about to fall. He fought desperately against himself, but he couldn't do anything and just rolled off his feet. Zan said he only needed a second, but immediately collapsed to the ground with a thud. He didn't have time to fall completely, as Kaylee reverted back to human form and caught him. She realized that he had used all of his power and it was too much for him. The girl decided to cheer her partner up somehow and quietly told him that he fought well. Suddenly she heard a voice saying that she was helping Zan a lot and was it normal to try so hard for him. The voice went on to say that his body wouldn't last long if he kept fighting like this. Out of the shroud of thick smoke, Kim Tae-won himself emerged towards the partners. Kaylee clarified that Zan couldn't move right now, and he should know where she was going with this. Since he didn't say anything, she added that he'd won, but he wasn't satisfied with that answer. Suddenly he stated that the answer was fundamentally wrong, since they were actually tied. Since he was already out of energy too. He decided to clarify what he meant and asked her to pass on his words to Zanu when he woke up. Kaylee was extremely surprised by this, but continued to listen until Kim suddenly fell silent. Tavan almost reached his partners and collapsed face down on the ground without strength. The candidate stood silently trying to see something in the thick smoke. Pastis couldn't stand the lingering weight, and asked loudly if Zan was there or not. Suddenly Pastis heard a stern no, and was a little surprised. Callie was walking towards the guys and dragging both fighters by their collars, telling them they were out. The first thing everyone immediately looked at was Kim Tavan, still even trying to smile. Pastis finally exhaled quietly and realized that it was over. Lilith was also extremely surprised by this outcome and looked at the guys. Kaylee walked right up to the candidates and threw Zane and Kim at their feet. Pastis said he didn't expect Kim to just be picked up and dumped here, but he was definitely lucky. For some reason, the guy never left the strange feeling that he had forgotten something. At this time, Lilith's henchman appeared and began to say that he had asked him to just be a good friend, and he dared to approach his daughter. The henchman leaned closer to Zan and started to ask how dare he, but Lilith tried to stop him. Pastis decided to crouch on the hill and said that Samama was late after all. Kelly approached him and clarified if he was talking about his partner, to which he told her that he had asked Sumama to find a way out of here. Pastis began to explain that although the second rank had asked them to wait, they would have to figure something out. Kaylee hadn't heard anything yet, but was already excited that the guy had come up with a plan. Pastis was even upset that it wasn't like that at all and only said that she was just like Zanhev. Kaylee didn't understand what he meant, and he informed her that he didn't have a plan, and he didn't know how to use the fire sword. All he knew was that he wanted to become stronger, but he didn't want to be cast out in the process. Lilith overheard their conversation and moved closer, talking about how important this was. The guys turned to her and Pastis beckoned for her to come closer to them. The guy asked if her henchman had calmed down and she replied that he had gone to rest. Either way, Pastis had no way of knowing why she was making such a fuss about it. He also added that it was a natural reaction. After all, she had confessed in front of him. Lilith became furious because she had never confessed to anything and was trying to prove it to Pastis. The girl began to shake the guy violently, and he asked her to calm down a bit. Lilith stepped back a bit and said that it wasn't a confession at all, and he just doesn't know Zane. She went on to say that he didn't even know what he was talking about when she heard a familiar voice at her back. Lilith visibly became nervous and worried and asked him to explain everything to Pastis himself. Zan, for some reason, wasn't going to explain anything to anyone, and just asked her to give him some time alone. The boy caught the girl off guard with such a request, and she felt both shame, fear, and excitement at the same time. Without waiting for an answer, Zan took Lilith's hand and led her to find a comfortable place to talk. They came to one of the cliffs and stopped, not knowing where to begin. Pastis led Kaylee to a hill and hid behind one of the rocks, but the girl didn't understand why he wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation if they wanted to talk in private. The boy playfully asked what was going on between Lilith and Zan after all. Suddenly, Pastis cried and said that baby Lilith has grown up too fast and he's actually happy for her. He turns to Kaylee and said that he would be sad about it if he were her. The girl genuinely didn't understand why she should be sad, and Pastis clarified that Zan was her executor since she was his sword. It was obvious what would happen if Lilith and Zan started dating tonight. There was a good chance that Escalibra would no longer be needed by Zan. Kaylee was surprised to hear that and even startled for a moment, asking what he was even talking about. She was already starting to catch fire and sternly said that Zan was only hers and she wouldn't give him to anyone else. At this point, Pastis was surprised, not at all expecting to hear such a thing from Kaylee. The boy realized what a foolish thing he had done now, telling her everything. He looked at Kaylee carefully and did not immediately realize what was happening to her. Kim Tae-won was sitting on one of the rocks, admiring the bright night light from the full moon. His eyes were red and he was enjoying the view in front of him, not believing it was all inside the tower. For a while he thought about something and even seemed to get kind of sad. Since Kim had come into this world, this was the first time he had ever just looked up at the sky. He immediately remembered his smartphone and took it out and stared at the screen silently. Taewon realized and accepted something in that moment, promising himself to change. The smartphone suddenly flew quickly from Kim's hand straight down, as it turned out not by accident. He threw the phone into the abyss, saying that he was finally accepting this place in reality. Kim sat staring off into the distance, wondering what he should do now. At that time, Avalon came up behind him and informed him that he had lost. He also added that unfortunately he was no longer of value to the Avalon Guild. For some reason, Kim got a kick out of those words and wondered what he should do then. The guy asked to talk about it a little later, as it had been too little time. Kim stood up from the edge of the cliff and asked Avalon to give him time to catch his breath. He beckoned Avalon over to him and suggested that he start by looking down at something rather amusing. Zan and Lilith were still standing in awkward silence, wondering who would start first. Kim Taewon was looking at the guys with interest and still couldn't stop thinking about something. He turned to Avalon and asked if he thought he had learned his lesson. Zan realized that since he had called Lilith to talk, he should start to say something. But at that moment, his mind was filled with regret for what he had done. He remembered again the moment when he had confessed his sympathy for her, and realized that just thinking about it gave him goosebumps all over his body. He blamed himself for saying it so ridiculously and at the worst possible time and wanted to fall through the ground. Zan decided that the best atonement for this act would be to just die right now. Suddenly, they both turned to each other at the same time and started screaming. Zan felt ashamed and embarrassed by this, for he had not expected Lilith to be angry with him as well. The girl, on the other hand, became very upset and nervous. Xanu had a brilliant idea. He asked Lilith to speak at the same time on the count of 3. The girl seemed a little confused, but agreed, specifying that she would count. Lilith started counting, and Zan felt a strong tension, clenching his fists tightly. The girl kept counting, and the boy had no face at all from nerves. Finally, the countdown ended, and Lilith asked what he liked about her, and Zan said that he had the keys to the quest. At that moment, in her thoughts, Lilith burned Zan and angrily asked him not to get in her face again. The boy fell to his knees at his own stupidity and stared at the departing girl. He quickly realized that he had to do something immediately and grabbed her hand, asking her to continue. Lilith stopped and stared intently straight into the eyes of the hesitant boy. Without waiting for another word from Zan, the girl couldn't stand it and asked what he wanted. The first thing the guy felt necessary in the situation was to apologize. Lilith didn't quite understand what he meant, but Zan explained that she was right, and he was just changing the subject because he panicked. At that point, he realized it was time to pull himself together and started talking. Zan said that if she didn't mind, he would explain himself and sneaked a look at her confused face. Only the boy mustered up the courage as Kaylee appeared in front of them at that moment. Madness flashed in her eyes, and she wondered what they were doing here without her. On the ground lay a disassembled Mochiko drone that was broadcasting to the audience. Sumama picked it up and examined it, realizing why the examiners had done nothing. The girl stood in front of the huge mountain of downed drones and was mildly shocked by it. No matter how accurately the drones were modeled after Mokiki, unless you went crazy, you couldn't do it. Sumama quickly guessed who could have done it, remembering the evil flower from the seed. The girl made her way to Pastis and informed him that she realized why the raid wasn't over. As she was saying all this, the guy stood casually eating popcorn while peeking at the guys on the cliff. Pastis seemed to only be interested in the unfolding drama at that moment. Kaylee stood and looked innocently at the surprised Zan and Lilith, waiting for their response. Zan was beyond embarrassed by the awkwardness of the situation, for he had practically confessed everything to Lilith. Lilith was very confused by her appearance, as she was expecting something different now. She wondered again what they were doing here without her, and why they were silent. The boys blushed with embarrassment in a moment and started trying to say something about the misunderstanding. Kaylee laughed merrily and asked what kind of misunderstanding they were talking about. She asked if Zan had already told Lilith everything about the previous assignment. Lilith immediately seized on this and began to say that that was why he had brought her here, and was just about to do so. Kaylee sternly told Lilith that she hadn't asked her about that at all, which embarrassed the girl even more. Her partner looked sternly at Zan and informed her that she was addressing him. Zanhev saw the look on Kallie's face and asked why she was so angry. The girl didn't answer him anything and just grabbed his arm tightly. Kaylee dragged the guy somewhere and clarified that they needed to leave right away. Zan wasn't about to just leave without explaining himself to Lilith and yelled to Kaylee that it would be too rude. Excalibur squeezed her partner's hand even tighter and dragged him further forward. She called him by his full name and informed him that he was her enforcer as her hand began to ignite. After saying that, Zan looked at the girl who was still enraged and saw that she was all on fire. Zan noticed something strange and started yelling that there was something wrong with her head, or rather her hair. A second later, he was yelling about her whole body, and Kaylee noticed herself transforming into her former adult girl appearance. She quickly started touching herself, and Zan wondered if she was okay. Kaylee happily grabbed Zan and started yelling that she was back to normal and how great it felt. She immediately wanted to test their powers and asked Zan to do so, but he was a bit out of it still from the last battle. Lilith froze in place with surprise and listened to Zan talking to Kaylee. The girl didn't even think it would ever happen, or happen so soon, and a tear rolled down her cheek realizing that Kaylee had grown up. She looked at the grown-up beautiful Kaylee leading Zan by the hand somewhere and realized everything clearly. Lilith didn't want to say goodbye to everything so easily, and grabbed Zan by the edge of his cloak. The boy stopped and noticed Lilith slowly walking towards him, still holding onto the cloak. Zan looked at the girl and didn't know what to say, because the situation was already difficult. Lilith looked Zan in the eyes and quietly asked him to wait and not to leave right now. She added that they weren't done yet and she had something to say to him. Kaylee noticed the girl and yanked Zan's hand sharply, asking Lilith to give it back to her. Sumama saw all this and said menacingly, since they were so noisy, they can definitely still fight, because they need to get ready to fight immediately. The boys heard the stern tone of the girl and immediately realized that things were bad. Sumama shouted that they were coming, and Kim noticed a crowd of angry eyes running at them. Tavin gave them a quick look around and didn't understand what the hell they were doing here, or where the judges were coming from. In any case, dealing with everything would have to be dealt with later. But right now, what matters most is the fight. Kim was getting ready to attack when a voice behind him said that the fight was impossible. The voice was Avalon, clarifying that Kim had already used strength beyond his abilities. He also added that Taewon was not at all like Zanhev, and he knew that for sure now. Kim didn't care about what Avalon was saying, because he felt he had to fight. Avalon realized it was useless to argue and decided to just help him. He pulled out some book and summoned something powerful from it, telling him that he wouldn't have to run away anymore. Watcher Dean still hadn't returned from space. Enough time had passed. All the candidates were eagerly awaiting his return, but for now they had another goal in mind. Suddenly, Zan noticed a monster in the crowd that she had defeated before. The crowd of monsters was approaching faster and faster, and the candidates were able to get a better look at them. Pastis realized what Zan was talking about and couldn't believe what he was now seeing in front of him. At breakneck speed, a crowd of those very same rankless ones were rushing straight at the candidates. Pastis noticed their violet eyes and knew it was definitely an army of mongrels, though she thought Dean should have taken care of that by now. She realized what a fool he'd been to rely completely on Dean, and it was high time he realized the complexity of the situation. Zan, remaining completely calm, approached the guy and asked him not to worry about anything, as everything would be fine. He added that although he didn't trust Dean, he could replace the second-ranked player himself. Pastis smiled back at the guy and agreed with him, calming down a bit. The lad gathered his thoughts and decided to try his best, by all means. The candidates, though bravely standing right in the way of the rushing enemies, were feeling a little tense. Pastis commanded them all to hold out until Dean returned. The Avalon leader, whose real name was Absinthe, had worked for the guild from an early age. His main task was to find candidates that met Avalon's requirements. Absinthe also helped them a lot in various tournaments and competitions. The whole point was that while helping others, he himself always lost. Despite all this, he continued to serve them and even changed his appearance. Time and again, during his tasks, he found one common quality in the candidates. These candidates all thought they were better than everyone else, and that they could somehow change the world. Thought you stood out from the rest and imagined themselves to be special. Absinthe knew for a fact that each of the candidates had similar thoughts. He didn't really see it as a plus, but rather a minus, which was arrogance. It never bothered anyone and never bothered him, as it was Absinthe's personal opinion. He had one main objective and decided that now was the right time. Van Zymond, who had been watching everything happen all this time, said that it was a surprising decision even for him. When Absinthe took out the secret amulet from the book, Van clarified that he still didn't believe that he would choose this daring kid. From the amulet behind Absinthe's back, an unknown figure rose in front of Kim. Tavan had never suspected anything about Avalon and was surprised to ask him who he was. Avalon replied with a smile that it was simple enough, and he was something that every human had. Kim waited with bated breath for Avalon's answer and watched his every move carefully after hearing that he was Desire. His essence was the combined desires of all the players that created the basis of his power. This huge creature behind Avalon was called Green Angel's comeuppance. Absinthe clarified that he lived to transmit this power as it was his duty. Kim Tae-won seemed shocked by this information about his mentor. Absinthe revealed that he was going to pass that power on to him right now. In fact, it wasn't just his spontaneous decision. He already had thoughts about it. Absinthe seriously thought about the fact that Kim had the power to change this world. Kim didn't seem to mind, but he wasn't sure if he could do it. The guy honestly admitted that it was hard for him to change even himself. Absinthe tore the right pages out of the special book and replied that it didn't matter. He handed the page to Kim and informed him that he had chosen him, even though the spirit didn't agree. Tavan took the page and waited for some sort of instruction or guidance from his mentor. A green swirl of mysterious wish power swirled around him, and Absinthe simply wished Kim good luck. He called the guy a player and disappeared while the guy looked at the amulet he had received. Kim Tae-won noticed that the mentor had disappeared and realized he was alone with all of this. The candidates were very close to meeting the onrankers at this time. Pastis asked Lilith if she was well rested, for he was leaving the front men tour. Kaylee, terribly eager to try out her new power, rushed into the fray with genuine excitement, taking Zan's hand in hers. She transformed into a legendary sword in a second, and Zan was glad they could still fight. Kaylee sensed a slight change in Zan and asked if he was okay. Zan yelled for her not to worry as he was fine. He too felt his weakness and begged himself not to pass out. After all, this was just the beginning. At that moment, he somehow remembered Dean's words to Kim about being the strongest player for the time he was away. Zan stopped with all his might and stuck his sword into the ground, hearing someone tell him that he was overdoing it. The guy looked up and saw Kim Tavan safe and sound in front of him. Tavan said he would take care of everything and Zan could rest. Tavan walked forward, and as he took step after step, the ground beneath his feet split into small pieces. He was literally burning and smoking, calling it his skill number 392. Everyone saw Kim suddenly push off and powerfully jump up to the very sky, naming this skill Earth Crust Movement. Even Zanhev didn't expect such a mighty power from his old buddy. Kim created some kind of circle in the air, saying that this was skill number 29. From the circle, a huge block called Ice Spear was formed. Kim created several of these blocks and brought them down on the rankless opponents with all his might. The ice lances came crashing down on all the Anrankers at once and froze them for a while. Pastis realized that despite his injury, Kim was kicking their opponents' asses. He looked closely at Tavan and guessed that he had definitely gotten stronger. Kim looked at one of the enemies and said that it was as tough as the legendary boss in the last level. A giant Anranker had gotten out of the snowy ice and was about to strike the guy. Kim clenched his hand tightly into a fist and calmly told him to wait. A second later, the huge opponent screamed agonizingly while the crunching of all his bones could be heard. At this moment, Zanhev entered the battle and struck the monster with his sword. The opponent recognized Zanhev and Kaylee cheerfully said that he wasn't the only one here. Zan asked Kaylee if she was too excited since the sword looked completely different. Then the guy realized it was because Kaylee had regained her original form and thought he couldn't use more than 2 attacks. Suddenly, the guy heard someone yelling at him and calling him a frivolous fool. Kim yelled loudly, asking him not to get involved, but he still didn't listen to him. Zan didn't understand why he suddenly decided to help him, but Kim simply said that his body was much stronger now. While Zan was listening to him, he didn't notice his enemies were already approaching him. Someone decided to help the guy and was already preparing fireballs to attack him. That someone was Lilith, who was fighting everyone in her way with her flaming hands. Zan immediately noticed the girl and sweetly thanked her for saving him. The henchman quickly replied that he was the one who helped him, as it would be hard if he died right there. He also reminded her that they needed to talk about something later, and Zan realized that he was definitely done for. The minion earnestly asked the guy to take care of his only daughter. Lilith got angry at such words from the minion and asked what he was talking about. She also added that she did so to avoid misunderstandings and not to help him at all. Kaylee immediately shouted that she knew that, and that was why they needed to protect themselves. They started arguing with each other, and Kim, listening to all of this, asked them to calm down. Tavin took a quick look around the battlefield and thought about the next plan of action. He could already see the rankless advancing on the candidates from all sides. Lilith shouted loudly for Zan to join her as soon as possible. The boy realized that now was not the time to argue, and simply agreed. With a single tug, they took off powerfully, leaving all the enemies below. Kim liked Lilith's attitude, but only if she wasn't going to destroy everyone here. The rankless had already started climbing quickly up the cliff toward Tavin like crazy. Kim guessed something was strange with them, for they looked like they were possessed. Tavin decided to test his theory and took a moment to apologize to Zan. He formed a tight loop around Zane, preventing him from moving. Kim saw the guy's worried face and reassured him that he wasn't going to do anything to him. He lifted Zane up above the onrankers and told him that he was aware of how much the guy didn't want him to help them. But if they didn't want to die here, they'd have to accept it. Kim confirmed his theory that Zan was the enemy's main target and asked him, since he was the bait, to distract them. In an instant, Tavin made something like a suspended net and grabbed all the onrankers. Zan watched in amazement as Kim grabbed them all at once and marveled at such a powerful skill. Pastis was trying to figure out what Kim would do next, since he could only use one ability at a time and would just have to keep the enemies in the net. He wanted to ask him what to do, but Kim beat him to it and ordered Zan to stay in the air. Tavin's already red eyes filled with blood, and he informed him that it would be over soon. At that second, there was a massive explosion, and Sumama began to ask if Kim had done it. Pastis was sure it definitely wasn't Kim, since he knew about his ability. Tavin spotted someone and shouted cheerfully that he was too late for the best part. In a shroud of thick, dissipating smoke, Watcher Dean himself finally appeared. The Lord immediately went towards the rankless players for crushing attacks. All of the remaining candidates were overwhelmed with different feelings from what was happening. Dean literally snaked through all the onrankers in a second and dealt each one a powerful blow. The candidates were slightly shocked to see such strength from their watcher. Pastis smiled slyly, but he wasn't so surprised anymore, remembering that he was second rank after all. Zan cheerfully shouted to Dean that he was a little late, but made a cool attack. He added that he didn't doubt his return, and they had already stopped the other onrankers. Zan was about to go to Dean, but Kaylee suddenly grabbed his arm and begged him not to go anywhere. The guy asked what was wrong, but she couldn't really explain, saying she had a strange feeling. At that moment, Kim jumped up to all the candidates and tried to block them in. Pastis quickly asked Zan how close he was to Mr. Dean. Zan didn't understand his question, but the guy clarified if it was definitely the Dean he was familiar with before. Just then, Dean turned to the guys and said that they had done something amazing, and he hadn't even expected this. The Watcher looked away for a while and seemed to be plotting something. Dean turned to everyone and said that there was one last assignment awaiting them now. The assignment was that the candidates had to beat him. Zan couldn't believe his ears and the fact that Dean could obey Mirage. It couldn't be true since Mirage couldn't control Dean due to the fact that they had no such contract. Good and evil was an exceptionally fair contract was Mirage's ability. 3 elements were necessary to make such an agreement with him. First, it was necessary to write the mutual terms with a special pen created by Mirage. Second, once the contract was signed, a single fruit based on the agreement would appear. The third and final element was the need to share this fruit with each other. Once a deal was made, its duration was calculated into the concept of always. Such a contract could only be made with the voluntary consent of both participants. In addition, they had to disclose information about their abilities. Both parties to the contract had to carefully read the terms of the contract before signing it. Mirage gave the contract to Dean and told him that this was all he could offer. He asked him to read everything carefully and make the right decision. In fact, the terms of the contract were quite simple and clear. After signing, Mirage must answer 3 questions to Dean, and at that time he could only tell the truth. What was demanded for all these conditions from Mr. Dean himself? He in turn must allow Mirage's squad to leave alive. Mirage had already started to say that Dean already knew everything as he was about to take a bite out of the fruit. He added that he simply had no choice but to agree to the offer. Dean took a bite of the fruit, and Mirage cheerfully said that he could ask him anything now. He also clarified that no matter how much he explored the tower, he still wouldn't find the answers to his questions, so he would help him a little. Dean's first question was why Mirage had suddenly appeared. Mirage, smiling evilly, quickly answered that it wasn't his choice at all. There was nothing he could do about it, and maybe it was even fate. Well, or so he thought. Mirage said something about time in the Celestial Tower finally moving. He tried to explain in a simpler way and said that this was how the game started. It was all about finally having a real player in the tower. Mirage went on to say that if everything has a beginning, there is an end. He added that if it continued like this, the whole world would fall into darkness. That was the reason the rangeless players came into existence. To prevent this from happening. Their mission was pretty clear and simple, to destroy this player. Dean was someone who was close to the top of the tower, and therefore had to understand something. By that something, Mirage meant that there wasn't a single lie in his words. He knew perfectly well that Dean understood that too, because that was his nature. Mirage asked the Watcher if he was going to ask a second question. Dean was still trying to step back from such a flood of information, shrouded in mystery and riddles. His second question was already fully formulated, and he was determined. Dean asked Mirage who was the player that was the reason they were all here. Mirage crumpled and mumbled a bit, for this was really classified information. But he clearly knew that he couldn't hide it from Dean, because their contract didn't allow it. Mirage replied that the Watcher had known him for a long time, because he was his close friend. Just after the contract was finalized, Dean returned to the candidates and gave them their final assignment. The assignment that struck Zane the most, according to which they had to defeat Dean. He was already heading towards the candidates when Zan called out to him. Dean went past all the frozen rankers and removed the effect of the skill. The guys at this point became nervous and anxious, not understanding anything. Pastis said that he now understood how he felt by looking at this main character. In fact, it was quite easy to understand the feelings of the candidates, because just Dean's steps made them feel scared. All of them at that moment thought about only one thing. We definitely cannot escape. The guys realized that they had no other choice but to fight him. They moved towards Dean to attack, and Lilith asked everyone to close their eyes. Several fireballs flew towards Dean, but not at him, but near him. He stopped for a moment and looked at the explosions, thinking about something. Dean guessed that Lilith had missed on purpose, and that meant one thing. He looked up at the fire spirit and asked the boys what they were up to. The henchman thought about Dean being faster than anyone he'd ever met. The Watcher decided to make a sharp jump to avoid the next attack. Though he was cunning and agile, the henchman already knew this, and prepared himself by commanding someone to act right away. Kim Taewon put a tight noose on Dean, who swept up his good plan at the same second. Taewon yelled that it was too early to be surprised and summoned a fire spear. Dean was extremely surprised, because before this, Kim couldn't use two abilities at the same time. He thought it was impossible, but now he realized how wrong he was. Dean looked into Kim's eyes and had to admit that he had become much stronger. He told Tavon that he didn't expect to ever fight him one-on-one again. But in the end, Kim still lost to Dean, falling to the ground without strength. Dean noticed Pastis trying to attack him, and said he could use as much force as he wanted if he could stand it. Pastis was kneeling in front of Dean with his spirit in the light of active power. The guy realized he wouldn't be able to stand like that for long and was quite disappointed about it. Dean knew that the conditions had finally been met, but he couldn't accept the fact that he was stronger than he was. He pondered the fact that if he had a little more strength, things would have worked out. While he was thinking about that, behind him Sumama was already preparing to attack, and Pastis noticed it. She said that it was finally time for her 9th attack skill to be used. Sumama flew and could already see below her as Dean stepped back and wrapped his attack around her. The girl slammed powerfully into Pastis and sealed herself into the ground with him. From their impact, there was a massive, blinding explosion with a bright flash. Unconscious and with no visible signs of life, Sumama lay on top of Pastis after the attack had occurred. Dean turned around to look at them and afterward noticed another opponent. Standing across from Dean was Zanhev with a legendary sword and a minion of Lilith. The Watcher, without thinking, immediately moved quickly towards the guys. Kaylee became visibly anxious and nervous, for she did not know how to behave. The henchman promised Zan to do everything he could to stop Dean. At that moment, the guy realized for sure that Dean had come here just for him. Zanhev wondered with fear whether he would destroy him or come up with something else. The guy realized exactly one thing. Whatever decision Dean made, he had to face it. Even if he did something Zan didn't understand, nothing could be changed. Zan was sure it was because the Watcher hadn't told them everything at once. He quickly thought back to all the moments with Dean, and just thanked him for being his friend for so long. He considered it something he could do for Dean, and even thought it was his destiny. Zane was brought out of his deep thoughts by Lilith loudly calling out the guy's name. The girl gave her friend a stern look and told him to run away immediately. Lilith launched several fireballs at Dean, exploding in the air. The plan of the Anrankers was to destroy the real player Zane Hev. It was all to get rid of the reason why time began to move. Mirage kept saying only one thing the entire time Dean was inside the space. They needed to destroy the guy. He also said that they were just made of empty shells and shouldn't think so much about someone's life. Dean answered him that she didn't ask him what his plans were and he was talking too much. Mirage took that as a hint for him to help him with his plan. He added that it was like an addendum to his first question. Mirage began to say that he wasn't asking him to help him at all, but to let him think of one thing. Zan was getting stronger and stronger each time as he climbed higher and higher up the tower. At this rate, things were about to get complicated, and there would be a problem very soon. The problem would be that one day no one would be able to even touch him. Mirage quickly changed the subject, clarifying what he had already said so much. He asked for his next question if he had one. It was Mirage's third and final question, and Dean thought for a moment. The Watcher was standing in the field across from Zane where the guy's friends lay unconscious around them. The guy was scared and didn't want it to end like this at all. He called his name, but Dean didn't say anything back and just stared at him silently. Lilith was exhausted, but managed to yell to Dean not to dare run away. She said that if he was going to do it, let him destroy her first. Zan noticed the concerned look on Dean's face and rushed over to him. He started begging to destroy him, but just not to hurt any of his friends. Dean didn't believe he was serious, and Zan stated that he was his target and accepted it. Lilith saw Zan bow humbly and asked him not to hurt anyone else. The candidates slowly came to their senses and saw Dean's hand slowly reach for Zan's. Kim tried to get up, but to no avail, and cursed himself for not being able to do anything. Pastis was also furious that there was no strength left at all, and only wished Zan wouldn't give up. Unexpectedly, Dean hugged Zan, putting a hand on his shoulder, and told him that he was sorry. He added that as expected, it was too much for him to become a villain. Dean's time for the third question came up and Mirage humbly awaited it. He clarified for Dean that he could ask him anything, since it was the last question. Dean hesitated a bit, but still asked what Mirage himself believed in. Anranker was quite surprised by such a strange question, and even got confused for a while. He said cheerfully that Dean could have asked him that without a contract, since he wasn't a coward and would have easily answered, and asked him to think hard, since it was his last chance. Dean didn't seem interested in anything else, and he insisted that Mirage answer that very question. He insisted time and time again that the Anranker not be silent and answer. For some reason, it was very important for the Watcher to know what his opponent believed after all. Mirage hesitated and smirked, probably not wanting to answer Dean at all. After a while, Mirage replied that he didn't trust him, and that wouldn't change anything. He added that Dean should listen carefully because in this world, there are only lies and facts. He clarified that he didn't trust not only him, but no one in this world at all. In the same instant, Dean simply vanished from the Anranker space. The assistant saw the strange expression on the gentleman's face and turned to him. She clarified if he was all right, to which she saw a negative nod of the head. Mirage began cursing Dean angrily for asking him just that. He slashed space several times with his sword to create a portal for Dean to come back to him. Mirage had no choice but to admit one thing that was obvious to everyone. He had actually lost to Dean this time, given the circumstances. The candidates pounced on Dean at that very second, asking how dare he screw them over like that. After all, he's a second-ranked player. Dean tried to guffaw, saying that they were probably in a lot of pain, but he was only trying to adjust to their strength. He also added that he didn't intend to destroy any of them here at all. The candidates stared at him in silence, and Pastis asked him not to joke around like that anymore. Lilith continued to yell that it was too much, and Dean was in agreement with each of the claims addressed to him. Zan heard something about a trial test, but he didn't believe it in any way. He remembered the tension with which Dean had approached him, and clearly realized that he was not telling him something. The boy silently watched Dean and realized that everything was realistic. Kaylee at this point pounced on the guy asking if he was feeling okay, because she was using a lot of energy. Zan became uncomfortable with this and abruptly started yelling that he was perfectly fine. He noticed how strangely the girl looked at him and tried to come to his senses. Zan wanted to make it clear to himself that even though Kaylee was an adult, he was still the owner of that ball, and he shouldn't be afraid of her. Suddenly, Pastis thundered to the ground, saying he was losing his energy. He still couldn't believe Dean was just messing with them. After all, they were risking their lives. At this point, Lilith was making about something and looked like she was crazy. She started yelling at Dean again about the so-called test that almost made them go crazy. Lilith remembered her performance on the battlefield when she asked Zane to leave. For some reason, she felt embarrassed and ashamed that the whole thing was just a test. Dean tried to quickly rectify the situation he found himself in and started saying that they had just made a mistake. What he really meant was for them to stop him, not defeat him, because he couldn't have said that. Kim Tae-won entered the conversation, clarifying exactly what he meant. Dean started asking what the most important criteria is for a player to move up in the rankings. Someone suggested it was strength, but Dean disagreed because the most important thing can't be expressed in one word. He began to say what was most important for players with different characteristics. It was the firm intention to achieve the goal and the faith that supports that intention. These two criteria said that even though a player would know that he would lose, he would still not chicken out and would help his teammates until the end, which was actually what Dean saw. Zane was still unclear on many points, and he decided to clarify something. The Watcher quickly realized the essence of Zan's question, and without listening, confirmed everything. He announced to all the boys that from now on they were officially players. The guys did not immediately accept the announcement and looked at each other in bewilderment. A minute later, the former candidates shouted triumphantly and started laughing. Dean thought he was glad to see for himself that the level of the finalists was very different this time around. He decided that these were the 97 guys who had started the game, and he himself was going to make a big mark on the history of the tower. He no longer had any doubt that they were the ones they had been waiting for. Somewhere on the hill stood the all-famous girl, watching everything from afar. After the congratulations and formal announcement, the seal approached Pastis. With a crackling sound, it pressed on the guy's palm on its own, leaving a mark. The mark was in the shape of an eye, which meant the title of player. Pastis looked at it with delight, clarifying that he had only heard of the player's mark before. Dean clarified that the tag would become invisible tomorrow, so they had one day to scrutinize it. The seal began putting player tags on all the candidates one by one. Kim remembered that according to the webtoon, with this tag, the player's vitals would be registered by the guild union. All of this was necessary for the portal travel used by the upper class members. It was something that only real players could use. Kim also immediately realized that after receiving this tag, they were official players. Kim said that all the tests for the candidates were really difficult. Pastis asked if he had studied the topic since he was so well informed about it. The boys continued to talk loudly about their current situation. Lilith stood alone and silently watched everything that was going on. The minion wondered why she shouldn't join everyone else. Lilith, with a noticeable sadness in her eyes, said that it was all over now. She could understand the boys who were so happy about the end of it all, but she didn't share their feelings and emotions. So for her, it was normal after the end of the fight. It was enough for Lilith to just observe everything from afar. Suddenly, Zan came up to her and asked if she was tired enough to be so distant. She didn't seem to be expecting Zan to be here right now. The guys continued to cheer loudly at the completion of the ordeal. Sumama seemed to be not only in joy, but also confused after receiving the mark. Zanhev carefully crouched down on the hill next to Lilith and remained silent for a while. After a short period of time, he decided to speak to her after all. He noticed that after he called her name, her ears turned red. Zan decided that was definitely a good sign and he could keep talking. He moved a little closer and realized that Lilith wasn't avoiding him at all. Zan embarrassingly quietly called out to her again, placing his hand next to hers. He decided there was no point in mumbling anymore and asked permission to touch Lilith's hand. For a moment, he felt quite uncomfortable with this tense situation. Lilith, on the other hand, seemed perfectly calm, though a little embarrassed. Zan realized that she didn't mind and reached for her hand when Kaylee suddenly began to scream loudly. Sumama was crying loudly for some reason, and Kaylee began to worry that something was wrong with her. She calmed down a bit and said that it was all about the fact that they would finally be able to get to the top of the tower. Sumama clarified that now she finally had a chance to find her mom. They all lived their own reasons, and for some it was wealth and fame. Some of them were not interested in all of that, and they pursued everything by fate. Some just wanted to find themselves in this complicated and confusing world. There was a chance that they would never be able to find their true meaning of life. In that case, what would happen to them then, and who would be responsible for it all? Dean thought again about how strong the new finalists were. He hadn't given up his thoughts of leaving a big mark on the history of the tower, and he promised himself to do so. He envisioned it as a light that would illuminate this world with beings discovering their true potential. If they couldn't find the meaning of life, Dean had no choice but to protect them all. He realized for sure to himself that he would do his best, even if he had to risk his life. Dean was adamant that there was no way he was going to let Mirage run this world. He knew exactly what he was capable of for the sake of his rescue mission. Van Zymond was not left out of all the events either, and he knew something. He said that he had once seen the future, and today the one here would die. Dean looked at all the candidates, or rather already players, and knew that his future was now dedicated to these kids. He kept thinking about what he could usefully do for them now. The first priority was to determine the nature of this purple power. The Watcher went closer to the changeless ones and began to scrutinize them. He noticed that this purple thing was still active and the cracks had not stopped spreading. But the most important thing of all was that they were continuing to put roots in the body. Dean realized that his meddling could do a lot of damage and decided to show all of this to Marie's mechanic. He was also curious about how much the Avalon Guild knew about all this. They could actually be hiding something as horrible as all of this here after all. Dean was pulled out of his musings by a familiar voice greeting him. Dean turned around and saw Zeemond in front of him, wondering if he was having a hard time dealing with everything alone. Without waiting for an answer, the enigmatic Van Zeemond informed him that he was glad to see them. He went on to say that Dean had done so well on the test, which pissed the observer off. Dean suggested that Van look around and think before saying such things. Zickman mysteriously informed him that Dean still couldn't save all the people. He also said that if Dean hadn't shown up, everyone here would have been destroyed by now. Van didn't miss the opportunity to remind about the case of the village around the tower. Zeemond was wily and cunning, and with a smile on his face, he thanked Dean. He looked at the rankless and clarified that thanks to them, the useless people were wounded. Dean couldn't listen to any more of this nonsense and rushed over to Van, grabbing him by the collar. He sternly inquired if his interlocutor was up for a fight now. Sigmund replied cryptically, asking what would happen if he even did. They stared angrily into each other's eyes, and Sigmund raised a finger. Van motioned for Dean to look in the direction he was pointing now. The Watcher immediately turned in the right direction and began to look closely. Somewhere high up on one of the hills, someone's figure was visible, poorly discernible due to the darkness. The newfound players also quickly turned towards the figure and were shocked by what they saw. Kim Tae-wan couldn't believe his eyes and said in amazement that it couldn't be. Zanhev was one of the first to recognize it, as he simply couldn't help but recognize the player named Nagi. Zeemond walked right up to Dean and whispered to him that he had done a good job. Unfortunately, that wasn't all he wanted to say to Van Deen, who already felt it. Zeemond clarified that from now on, the Avalon Guild's top player would take the reins. Nagi walked forward, cutting through the air with her sword and creating an absolute area. Dean immediately guessed where this was going and was scared shitless for his boys. He quickly remembered the words of the predictions and realized that this was exactly how it was going to go. Van Zeemond asked Nagi to destroy Zanahev for Avalon right now. Nagi didn't stop for a second until she reached Zan. At that moment, Zan realized in desperation that he couldn't move at all. Kaylee also couldn't move, but she didn't give up trying to help her partner. She forced her body to take a single step, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Kaylee's only thought was that she had to protect Zainhev at all costs. Someone looked at everything that was happening and said that this sword should be used in a very different way. The god ASO was resting in his dwelling and said that Zana was destined to die on the day of his victory. He cheerfully remembered what he had told him before and hoped that Zan hadn't forgotten that either. The next time Zan died, he would have to pay the price, which was now apparently going to happen after Nagi's crushing blow. Zeemond told Dean that he had heard it all himself and should realize it. Van added that this boy simply shouldn't exist in this world. Lastly, he asked Dean not to do anything stupid, but he turned on him in fury. A second later, he aimed a mighty punch towards Nagi. The girl froze in anticipation and just stood there silently, as if not at all worried about her fate. Dean called out loudly to her and sent an even greater stream of energy force. He didn't have time to attack Nagi as he was stopped, appearing out of nowhere, by Mr. Ran. Dean was angry at Ran and asked what he was doing, since he was so close to Nagi. Ran asked Dean to stop as the entire guild association, including the judges, were just watching. All the examiners with the guild heads were really watching everything going on here intently. Ran asked to look at Dean at all the destruction done by the Anrankers. The guild heads, along with the judges, held a meeting and came to the conclusion that only by putting everything in Avalon's hands could the problem be solved. In other words, if Din went against Avalon, the whole village would be involved. Ran once again asked Mr. Dean to stop before it was too late. Lilith couldn't stand still and watch Zane being destroyed and no one defending him. The girl wanted to do something for him at least, and feigned for everyone to wait. She unleashed her fiery attack towards Nagi and Kim intercepted it. The judges saw the brutal attack and knew that if he didn't stop it, the irreparable would happen. Kim warned everyone not to move, or he would destroy everyone instantly. Lilith was shocked by Kim's statement and was about to reply, but she was interrupted by Pastis. He clarified that Tavan was telling the truth and she needed to stop now. Pastis asked her to listen to Kim Tavan at least for now, which surprised Lilith even more. The girl couldn't hold back her tears and asked Pastis if he would take responsibility. The responsibility was for the situation, to which Pastis just gave a fleeting glance. Pastis nodded approvingly, for he remembered that Kim had awakened during the test. Only those who had taken the test with him knew that Tavan could use 2 abilities at once. When Kim stopped Lilith's attack, he reminded them all of that again. Tavan noticed the acceptance of the situation in the guy's eyes and said it was good that everyone had cleared that up. Nagi fought Zainhev, but it all depended on how hard he fought back. Kaylee was furious and yelled at Zane to wake up immediately and stop just catching punches. Van Zeeman cheerfully informed her that it was all useless, because that was fate. He was silent for a few seconds and then sternly said that Zanhev would die tonight. As Nagi prepared for the next attack, Van added that it would be his payment. The girl split the air a few more times and launched her cold weapon at Zan. She was already sure of the successful end of the fight as she froze in place with surprise. Zanhev caught her sword with the ease of the strongest players. For a moment, the guy himself was surprised and didn't realize how he had done it. But after a second, Zan gathered his wits and shouted that he had repulsed her attack just by looking at her. The guy with eyes lit up with blue fire grinned and informed Nagi that it was about to be a game of rabid dogs. God ASO, looking at all of this, remembered that it had been a while since he had done anyone, and it was time for him to warm up. Van Sigmund's ability was one of the most powerful powers, the Eyes of Prophecy. In fact, it wasn't really his power, but the power of his weapon, the girl Lucia. The essence of this ability was that one could temporarily see the world through her eyes. Each ability had two sides to the answer, meaning that Ziemund had to give something in return. For this ability, Van Ziemund had to pay Lucia with his life. He made an incision on his hand and applied the flowing blood to Lucia's face. For the first time ever, something had changed a lot since that moment. In fact, it was exactly what Van Ziemund had been waiting for so long. Zanhev, with a lingering sword wound, stood in front of the screen announcing that the game was over. He honestly thought it was unfair after all, it wasn't enough and he must become stronger. And all that would have been fine. But Zanhev himself didn't understand why he needed all this anymore. At the same time, he noticed Kaylee there, who was completely transforming back to her former form. Zan was even more surprised than the last time she had transformed and watched her carefully. He waited for the transformation to finish and immediately rushed over to her. As soon as he ran up to her, he realized he wanted to do something meaningful. Zan desperately wanted to give her something, just as she had once given him the power to fight. He realized that the important thing was to create a reason for them to fight, and that would be enough. As he thought through his next steps, ASO came up behind him and asked if he needed help. He grabbed his shoulder and asked if he could use his body. After a couple seconds, ASO added that actually Zane had no choice either way. He asked Zane to just sit there quietly, watch and keep quiet. ASO explained to the still surprised guy that this was the payment. Zan was shocked and just stared at what was now in front of him. Staring at Zan was an exact replica of him with blue eyes full of madness. Just at this moment, the crushing fight between Naga and Zan that everyone was so rooting for was going on. The examiners were also quite surprised at how deftly Zan had repelled Nagi's attack. A crazy version of Zangod Aso looked at Nagi and demanded her move. The girl once again used her absolute territory power and split the air several times with her sword. Pseudo Zan was completely engrossed in his game and shouted to his opponent that he was advancing. He pushed off powerfully and flew straight into her absolute space. Nagi was calm, for no one had ever managed to defeat her before. The girl was created an additional reinforcement just in case. But even that didn't help, and Dean saw Zan make a hole in the absolute territory. He kept trying to figure out how he had managed to be faster than Naga herself. He watched the guy closely and knew he had used a technique that tore the territory apart. Pseudo-Zan jumped out in front of Nagi again and glowed with madness, saying he was here again. Nagi quickly realized that she had to defend herself from the next attack. The examiners with the guild heads did not move a step away from the scene. They were languidly waiting for the battle to end, but they were just as surprised as the rest of the group. The new players were also looking at Zan in shock and didn't recognize him. After dealing with all the attacks, the pseudo-Zan threw his sword on his shoulder and stood victoriously in front of everyone. He turned around to everyone present with a snide smile and asked if they wanted to know who was in front of them. The guy clarified that it wasn't actually the real Zan, and his name was ASO. He looked around each and every one of them carefully and began to tell them who he was in this world to them. ASO had no sooner finished his sentence than Van did it for him, telling everyone that he was their god. ASO in the guise of Zan stood proudly in front of everyone with his sword slung on his shoulder. He abruptly grabbed the legendary sword, clearly thinking of something, and clutched it tightly. A second later, he made a strong thrust at the space in an attempt to cleave it. Aso looked at the mark left behind and wondered why there was no damage. He was curious to see how many more blows it could take. Someone asked him to stop and told him that he wouldn't be able to do it since this sword had a special structure. Van Ziemund walked towards Aso, saying how nice it was to meet him, and that he probably already knew who he was talking to. God Aso was extremely surprised that he was known by any of the players in this world. Van Ziemund merely added that it was too early to be surprised. While Aso was talking to Van, Nagi decided not to waste any time and sent an attack at him. Aso didn't immediately realize who was attacking him and turned around to see an angry Nagi. He only laughed at her, saying that it was electric-type magic that was made for beginners. Aso tried to explain to the girl that something like that didn't bother him. It was all about the fact that such attacks simply couldn't defeat him. He powerfully deflected all the blows and threw himself into the attack, swinging his sword. Aso pounced on Nagi, giving her a powerful weapon attack that she successfully withstood. Lucia, who had come here with her master, was impressed by what she saw. She noticed how angry Aso was, but it was impossible to fight with the Excalibur sword for long as everyone heard a cracking sound. Zan on the other side of the screen saw this and called the girl's name loudly. He ran up to ASO and started yelling even louder. But the latter was only slightly surprised that Kaylee was at her limit. Zan tried to explain that he couldn't take advantage of Callie anymore. He knew full well how much his partner was in pain and agony right now. ASO was sure she was fine, after all she was the sword he had created, but Zan was sure otherwise, as Kaylee had already been hurt while protecting him. Excalibur wouldn't be able to take that much and would break quite soon. Zan was filled with mixed feelings over the situation. ASO calmly answered him that there were still many treasures like her. Zan was just furious, and there was no way he was going to let this happen to Kaylee. ASO hated admonishments, and so he asked Zan to just be quiet for a while longer. If Zan disagreed with something, he could quietly pay his price. ASO was asking Kaylee like crazy to hold out and deal with all of this. The girl was already at her limit, but she all agreed with God. Pseudo-Zan flew into another attack on Nagi and knocked her down, throwing her backwards. Before he could move away from that blow, he was already preparing for another one, pushing off in a leap. Nagi didn't want to lag behind either, and had already prepared a shattering crystal. ASO pounced on the girl, attacking powerfully with his sword and throwing back her blows. He shouted to Kaylee to find the wound site in her opponent and hit her right there. Van Zeeman, as well as everyone around him, was certain of one thing. After the sword cracked, everyone could see that Kaylee wouldn't last long. It seemed it was time to make the right decision about what was happening. He asked ASO again what he was doing, for it was hurting Kaylee badly. In case he hadn't noticed, she wasn't just a thing for his use. Zan remembered Aso's words about all sorts of other treasures like Kaylee, but the boy was certain of one thing. Nothing would ever compare to Kaylee because she wasn't a thing. He remembered his visions about the girl and added that Kaylee was really waiting for him. Zan didn't know how else to convince ASO to stop all this and just begged him to stop. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and threateningly informed ASO that he owned Kaylee. Suddenly, something in Zan's pocket lit up and he saw the player's mark. The guy didn't immediately realize what was happening or why it had activated. The player tag reported a system error and that Zanhev was not recognized. An in-world announcement brought up a screen suggesting that a self-healing program be started. The screen next showed a choice to confirm or decline the offer. Zanhev didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose confirmation. The girl examiners continued to watch the scene unfold. They saw Van Zeeman's ability in action and remembered that the last time he had used it was about 30 years ago. One of the guild heads clarified that it was exactly 34 years ago, which surprised the girls. He clarified that Van Zeeman was still quite young at that time. The head wasn't going to give all the details, but the fact that Van had demonstrated his strength today showed how much he was concerned about it. It could only mean one thing, that Wang was desperately trying to hide something. Kim Tae-won immediately realized that since God Aso was here, Zanhev was in danger somewhere right now. He didn't know exactly what he could do, but he decided he had to help. Tae-won gathered his wits and summoned his most powerful force. Suddenly, someone tried to stop him, telling him that now was not a good time. It was the voice of the spirit of his power, asking him to wait as it was not the right time. Waiting was necessary for Zanhev to be able to grow. Zanhev, meanwhile, in the space of God Aso, was fully adopting his power. He heard ASO say that this power didn't match him at all. ASO also said that he shouldn't rely on this power because there would be consequences. And the consequences would be that it would consume Zan, and he would not be able to return to his world. What Aso-san meant was that it would be better for Zan to transfer this power back to him. It was clear from the look on Zan's face alone that he wasn't going to give anything back to anyone. ASO chuckled and realized that the boy considered this power to be his own now, jokingly calling him greedy. He also added that it was a surprise to himself that the power would respond to Zan. Zan felt his body begin to weaken and give up with this power. He looked at ASO and realized that his vision was beginning to fail him. ASO cheerfully suggested that he should enjoy it, since it was actually a curse, not a gift. Suddenly, Zan looked up somewhere and thought about something. The boy finally got back into his body and called out to Kaylee. He held her unconscious, wounded body in his arms next to Nagi. Suddenly, everyone saw some kind of incomprehensible glow and got ready. Kim Tae-won decided to be ready too in case they needed to fight. The examiners were just being stern, but they weren't expecting anything serious. Zanhev reflected an unknown glow, drawing attention to himself. An in-world announcement announced that the test for the players was over. The newly minted players gathered at the gates of the Celestial Tower. The day after the trial, the Avalon Guild gathered to make an announcement. They hung an information poster on the main gate at the entrance of the tower and announced their official position. Due to the interference of the mysterious Anrankers who were hiding their identities, something happened. Nagi, as the president of Avalon, and Van Zeeman as the vice president, found the power of the judge to be inconsequential. Without any special meetings, they took control of the situation on their own. In the process, some candidates began to show deviations. In the Avalon Guild, this gruesome process was called monsterization. Since there was no known way to stop it, measures were taken to prevent it from spreading. By these measures, Avalon meant the use of force. They put up an informational poster with news about the 97th generation of players. Without a doubt, these strange facts caused numerous disputes among the residents and players. But despite all this, no one dared to oppose the Avalon Guild. There was another reason for this, which was that no one wanted to become a monster. There was also the fact that all 9 candidates were not resurrected in the tower, even though there was an unchangeable law that said that all players were revived in the tower when they died. Also, the fear of a player like Zanhev had not escaped everyone. It was because of all of this that Avalon released the 97th generation incident. Rumors of it spread widely within the tower outside of it. All of these changes combined to set time in the tower in motion. Kim Tae-won was sitting on one of the rooftops of a building in the village around the tower, as if he was contemplating some sort of plan. Outside the Sky Tower, there was one meeting scheduled in one of the alleyways. Someone was gathering there for a conversation and reported that they were just about there. Pastis, Lilith, and Sumama went to the secret meeting with Kim Tae-won already waiting for them. Pastis stated to Kim that they hadn't seen him in a while and why he was dressed so gloomily. Tavan didn't understand why the boy didn't like his appearance so much. He changed the subject and asked if they were really going to wait for Zayn to return, even if it took forever. Sumama replied that there was nothing else they could do, so they were just waiting. She also added that there was basically nothing they could do. Pastis couldn't stand it and said that Kim didn't even show up there, so why would he care now? Kim looked at them and sighed heavily, saying that it was all emotionally forced on them. He, in turn, only understands what's in front of him and doesn't want to take that responsibility. Kim Tae-won argued that he doesn't need it at all because it's confusing. Pastis couldn't take it anymore and lashed out at Kim again, asking if he wanted to accidentally fight. The guy was about to punch Kim when he suddenly stopped and stared at him. Pastis started to ask when he had managed to get Zan's cloak and learned that it was right before the other guy disappeared. The boy let Tavan go and stepped back while Kim asked them to listen to him carefully. He began to tell them that after that incident, he started using one skill at a time. The skill was called Hunter's Compass, and as the name made clear, it was needed for tracking. If a target was within a certain radius, he would immediately see its exact location. Kim also began to explain exactly how the cloak and the ability were connected. Lilith quickly realized that this was his way of trying to track Zayn. Pastis shouted that by doing so, they could find the place where Zan had been reborn. Kem contradicted him, saying that the compass had not responded in any way since that moment. Perhaps there was some condition missing to fully activate the ability, as there was much about it that Kim didn't know. But Tavan was sure of one thing. The ability was still active. If the cloak was responding to the compass, it meant that Zanhev was still alive. Meanwhile, there was one building located near the Terrarium Celestial Tower. This building belonged to the association of all the existing guilds. On the first floor of the building was a huge meeting room. Someone present raised her hand up and shouted that victory was hers. One of the guild heads announced that she had won, which meant the last candidate was hers. Someone present didn't like this method of choosing candidates and objected, which was with disgruntled looks from the others. That objecting someone was Sir Sirius, who felt that it was wrong to make the choice using rock, paper, scissors. Sirius had no choice but to simply agree with everyone else. A girl from Avalon named Aram announced that in that case, the distribution of candidates was over. The player named Pastis was going to join the North Street Guild. A Sumama girl was being sent to join the Knight of Demons Guild. Without a doubt, a player named Kim Tae-won was sent to the Avalon Guild unanimously. Rather unexpectedly for Lilith herself, she was also sent to the Avalon Guild. One of the judges present was surprised by this choice by Lilith. Kina Lilith didn't seem like someone who craved great power. The judge decided that the girl most likely had some sort of purpose of her own. At this time, the damaged terrarium was undergoing its own series of events. On the first floor was the portal entrance guarded by guards. One of the leaders was telling them that all of the 97th generation candidates had been successfully distributed, and now there were a few things they needed to know before entering this area. First, their inner strength would change slightly, so they needed to enter fully prepared. Secondly, the place they would be transported to was the second floor of the Terrarium Heavenly Rental, and when they arrived, the registered members of their guilds would be waiting for them. The leader finished his explanations regarding this place and wished all the players good luck. Lastly, he asked if anyone had any questions. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, he informed that since there were no questions, we could begin. He invited all the new players present to come forward. The boys simultaneously shuffled towards the leader, coming closer to the entrance. If any of them felt a little anxious, they did not show it in any way. Kim Tae-won walked ahead of everyone and was still thinking about his old buddy Zayn Hev. He wasn't the only one of the group of recruits thinking about Zayn. So Mama, along with everyone else, wanted to find him and meet him as soon as possible. Lilith, of course, was looking forward to it the most, expecting Zane with the honorary title of player. The leader said that it was very hopeful that they would all reach their goals. Everyone saw a bright flash and welcomed them into the celestial arena of the terrarium. Somewhere at this time was Zanhev, not quite understanding what was just happening. The destiny of the Celestial Tower was that whoever died in it would also be reborn in it. Everyone also knew the important condition for revival, partial memory loss. This fact was known to almost all terrarium players. However, a long time ago, some players began to question it. People wondered why they were losing their memories and where they were disappearing to. When what was known as perdition in normal life happened to players in terrarium, to the naked eye, the body would disintegrate into particles of light. They would then gather a certain shape, which was changed upon entering the tower. It was believed that it was during this process that memories were lost. There were also some criteria for memory loss, but nothing was known about them. There were some records of a player from the past who had experimented with this using his own body. First, this player outside the tower recorded his memories as much as possible. After that, already inside the tower, he experienced different variations of his own destruction. There was always a difference between death on the upper and lower floors, the amount of time before death, and the hands that destroyed the player. In addition to the difference in death from strong or weak hands, there was a difference between human and monster hands. Ultimately, the experiment failed, as he found no unity between all the data no matter how hard he tried. After all his work, he had a huge book of notes on his hands. At the very end of this book, there was only one interesting sentence written. It was written about how stupid he was and that no system in this tower made sense. It also said that if there was any standard, it was clearly not for losers. The player described his entire experiment in some detail in his book of memories. Things were such that there was something else important because of his failure. After everything he had experienced, this player now couldn't even remember them. Zanhev abruptly jerked sitting at his desk and quickly looked out the window. He noticed the darkness and realized it was night, surprised that he had slept for so long. For a while longer, he tried to regain consciousness and looked around. Staring in front of him, it came to the guy that it could all mean only one thing. Zane was filled with different feelings and emotions from the fact that it was all just a dream. Suddenly, Kaylee appeared behind him and was glad that he was finally awake. Zanhev was more surprised than usual. For if this was a dream, then what was Kaylee doing here? He didn't know how else to check the reality of what was happening and started touching the girl's cheeks. Kaylee waved him off and asked him to stop doing that, to which the guy replied that he thought it was a dream. The girl wondered if they were in a place called school where they were receiving knowledge. Kaylee also wondered why she was dressed in a school uniform, and remembered that Zan had been dressed the same way when they first met. She wondered if this was his world, but Zan wasn't sure since he was here with her. The boy offered to look out her window, which might have served as a clue. They saw several planets and Kaylee marveled at it, as she had only seen the moon before. Guy was sure they were in a tower somewhere, but didn't understand why the place looked like his school. He quickly remembered what had happened to him after confirming the player tag. Zan began to ponder if this could all be connected somehow. Callie looked around and asked if they were in his room now, to which she heard that it was just a school classroom. Zan explained that there were usually 30 of them here and everyone had their own place. Kaylee walked around the classroom curiously, looking around carefully. The girl took one of the chosen seats and cheerfully said she would sit there. Zan, for some reason, was angry that out of the entire class, she had chosen the seat at the back, where the VIP students usually sat. He immediately rushed to remember who exactly sat at the desks at the back of the class. Remembering only some vague scraps, Zan realized he was in a bad way. Kaylee wondered if there was supposed to be a teacher or something, but the boy was preoccupied with something else. He was desperately trying to remember anything regarding the school. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't remember his seat, his class, or the face of the class teacher. Zan remembered what he had been told before and decided that it was the aftermath of his death. He felt a little uneasy at the thought that with only 2 revivals he had forgotten so much. Zan was worried about how much more he would forget, and if it was possible that he wouldn't remember anything from his real life. The boy decided to talk to Kaylee about it, and was about to say something to her. He didn't have time to finish his sentence before Kaylee interrupted him. The girl with childish naivety asked Zan to show her around the place. She was very curious to see the place Zan went to every day. The guy had nothing else to do but just agree to it. He didn't say anything because he was glad to finally see Kaylee smile. He was relieved that it wasn't a dream after all. Meanwhile, the players had gathered on the 2nd floor of the terrarium's sky tower. Mia from North Street and Saito from Night of Demons greeted the player at the entrance. They made friendly introductions to Pastis and Sumama, completing the initiation. Both players bowed and indicated that they hoped for a good cooperation. Nearby, merchants were haggling with buyers for the sale of their goods. Somewhere some players were watching the blacksmith's technique in the forge. Some were just having fun and entertaining themselves by playing board games. Pastis was quite noisy here, and Sumama decided that he was just worried about being inside the tower. Mia intervened in their conversation and assured them that this was a neutral zone, and there was absolutely nothing to worry about. She explained that because of the climb up the tower and the battle for control of the floors here, they had made a sort of special zone where everyone lived in peace and harmony. Pasta said that, as expected, they have no choice but to fight each other. Saito clarified that not everyone participates in this. For example, North Street and Demon Knight don't participate. Mia also added that there was no need to antagonize each other at all, as there were alliances between guilds all the time. But there was one but, and she made it clear that they shouldn't even dare to mess with Avalon, as they are only fools there. Saito wondered where the other two players from the 90 villages of that generation were. Pastis and Samama remembered Lilith and Kim, who had gotten into Avalon, and hoped they were okay. Someone menacingly asked the players if they would obey and comply with requests. In complete silence, he padded over to speak and greeted the new arrivals. The player introduced himself as their elder and clarified that they obeyed him from now on. It was a player from Avalon, and he asked what they had been doing before they got here. After all, they had ruined the situation at the exam. He went on to say that if they continued like this, they would die here very soon. Kim saw Lilith's growing aggression and asked her to hold back. The elder announced that the welcoming ceremony would begin from now on. Kim told Lilith that it was now clear why they had come to this cave. The elder began to explain the rule that they have 10 minutes to catch 10 monsters. If they fail, they start over until they succeed, and if they die, they start over again. The older one also cheerfully added that if they catch all of them, he will become their dog, but that's practically impossible. A moment later, both players were already standing victoriously on the mountain of monsters and looked at the elder. He, at a loss, began to shout that it was impossible and they cheated. Lilith, seemingly oblivious, clarified to Kim what would happen if they finished off all the monsters. Tavin reminded her that in that case, the older man had promised to be their doggy. Kim menacingly called out to the elder, shivering in fear on the ground in front of them. The players simultaneously looked at him sternly and told him to get the hell out of here immediately. The older man didn't argue and just jumped up and ran away. Lilith told Kim that she knew it, and that was why she didn't want to go to Avalon. Kim tried to reassure her, but the girl was upset and became a waste of time. Lilith was sure they just didn't have time to just sit in the blue crystal. The player's handbook said that the levels of the tower were divided into 3 categories. They were gathered into general groups and named by color: blue, orange, and red. The color indicated the status of the floor gates that were needed to move between them, and the color itself depended on the level of clearance of the floor. Blue meant 80% clearance, and was with free movement through the gates being the safest place. The orange level had 30% clearance and could only be moved between the upper and lower floors, and also housed the most guilds. On the red level, there was an unknown percentage of clearance, where it was recommended to move only in groups with experienced players, or better yet, leave the area immediately. Meanwhile, back at the so-called Zan school, the boys were going around the classrooms. Kaylee found something interesting, and beckoned Zan over to hers with a wave of her hand. The guy walked into one of the classrooms with her, and started drawing something on the blackboard. They switched places, and now Kaylee was drawing and telling Zan something fun. After looking around almost the entire building, they decided to go out to the schoolyard. The guys stood looking at the school, and Kaylee said she was having a lot of fun. She couldn't believe that he went to it every day and thought he was very lucky. Kaylee asked Zan if school was a place from his memories. Zan wasn't sure of anything himself, and for some reason Kaylee assumed that they were dead. The girl began to blame herself for not being able to protect him after all. Zan jumped up in indignation and began to say that she had done her best, and it wasn't her fault. He considered himself to be to blame since he had done nothing, no matter how hard it was on his partner. Zan also blamed himself for the fact that she had partially lost her memory because of all of this. Kaylee didn't mind at all, as she never liked her memories. All she remembered was that she was always alone, so it didn't hurt her at all to lose them. Zan was outraged by this for some reason and told her not to say that. As he walked towards her, he didn't notice something under his feet and fell to the ground with a clatter. Kaylee tapped her fingers on the railing and only laughed at the clumsy guy. She asked him to stop being so serious so as not to ruin the whole atmosphere. Kaylee suggested that they finish looking around the school and move to the gym since there was a lot to see. They quickly got up and walked forward to the huge gym in the back of the school. The guys walked inside and saw a huge crystal-like thing in the middle of the gym. Zanhev had no idea what the object was, but was very surprised by its presence here. The partners examined the unknown thing from all sides and drew some conclusions. Zan figured it had something to do with the damaged terrarium because the sight was rather ominous. He saw Kaylee going towards the item and asked her to figure out what it was first before approaching it. Kaylee decided to figure it out in her own way and started kicking the crystal, which startled Zane. She tried to convince the guy that everything was fine and the thing wasn't reacting in any way. Kaylee suggested he go over and try to do something himself. Zan walked over and touched the crystal, and Kaylee asked if something was happening. The guy felt some kind of warmth, and a second later an unknown force threw him back. The system reported the completion of recognizing the user Zanahev. Next came a notification that the hidden condition for the first change of profession quest had been met. A second later, a new notification appeared asking to enter the first level of the former dungeon. Zan realized that they hadn't had a normal conversation with Kaylee after the test. He thought now was the perfect opportunity and told her absolutely everything. Kaylee didn't know about the information windows that only he could see. He also told her about the player class tag she had received earlier in the dungeon. She didn't know about all the stories he had heard from Lilith and the god ASO. The most important thing he considered was his thoughts on ASO hiding something. Surprisingly, Kaylee, remaining completely calm, just listened to him silently. It was somehow unusual for Zan to see her so quiet and calm. She should have asked a bunch of questions, but instead she was too polite. A while later, the girl replied that it was okay and she understood. Kaylee checked with Zan to see if this thing was the entrance to the former dungeon. The guy had already started to say that, if the window of information was to be believed, but never got to finish as he was interrupted by Kaylee. She cheerfully said that the answer was already given, and they just needed to go in there. Zan tried to talk her out of it, arguing that they didn't know anything yet. Kaylee didn't seem to be listening to her partner anymore and just stared silently into his eyes. Zan was a little embarrassed and confused, but quickly realized what that meant. She held out her hand to him, and he responded as he already recognized one thing. In her eyes, he saw complete trust in him and agreed to go on any adventure with her. Zan didn't know how yet, but he was certain that he would repay her for that faith. The guards of Avalon were discussing amongst themselves who the arriving players were. One of them said that he had heard that these newcomers had done something wrong. The other replied that they were the guys from the 97th generation, the ones everyone thought were troublesome. At this time, there was a girl sitting outside the main doors of the hall, tapping her fingers on the table. She was from the main Avalon and hoped that nothing more would happen to him on the way here. The girl waited for the guys to arrive and, skipping the friendly greetings part, got straight to the point. In front of her stood Kina Lilith and Kim Tae-wan, from whom the girl expected excuses. Lilith began to say that since the older man was with them, they thought he was worth taking care of. Kim started yelling at Lilith that they had agreed not to say anything. He felt like she would make things worse that way. But Lilith was of a different opinion. The girl said that if they didn't behave with common sense, the guild wouldn't just let it go. Lilith laughed out loud, saying that Avalon and common sense weren't even close. Kim added that it was their man who was the first to forget about common sense, and they should reconsider the situation. The Avalonian girl didn't want to tolerate this attitude of the newcomers and said that they were too arrogant. She also thought that this attitude comes from their belief in their own strength. The girl named Aram became very angry with the newcomers and froze for a second. A moment later, the guards outside the doors flew in different directions from the explosion. Aram wasn't just angry, she was furious, blowing up the table she was sitting at. She reminded the boys that they obeyed the elders of the title. It was the unalterable rules of the Avalon Guild to simply survive. Aram decided to teach the rebels that they were nobodies in the Celestial Tower. In fact, Kina Lilith and Kim Tae-wan could be seen as promising players in Avalon, but no more than that, because a sprout that has just begun its growth will never compare to a giant tree. Aram stood up and slowly headed towards the boys with her sword at the ready. Kim quickly thought that if their opponent was an Avalon warrior, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Tavin tried to think of what they should do and how to get out of the situation. Suddenly, he had a thought about whether they should fight her at all. In fact, her reaction was quite justified. After all, she was the older one. He also realized that everything they were demonstrating here was an extension of their disobedience. Kim even thought that it might be better to be quietly punished here. He had only one moment before the first action made by Lilith. Aram noticed Lilith's fervor to attack and asked if they were really going to fight her. Kim realized that he was not yet a full member of the Avalon Guild. That only meant that he only had one life to live. Kim decided to follow Lilith's example and took a fighting stance, intending to survive. Aram calmly said that it was okay if they made the right judgment. She was already preparing her sword, adding that it was their personal choice. Depending on their choice, a lot of things could happen and not factually in their favor. Kim noticed that he had pissed Aram off and realized that there was no turning back. He glanced fleetingly at his partner, noticing something interesting. For some reason, he thought she looked similar to Zan, though it didn't matter now. Kim Tavin's peculiarity was that he thought too much. As a result, he usually didn't have time to make the right decision in the end, and he always paid for it in full. This was Taewan's main weakness, but not this time for sure. The choice he was making right now was 100% right. While Lilith kept her attack to herself, Kim took one shot. He pinned Aram against the wall with the remains of the table, and she thought he wanted to block her view that way. Kim noticed the girl's hesitation and shouted for Lilith to join the attack. She shouted that she already knew everything and burst into a powerful flame. Kim thought he hadn't let Aram go wild and they had a chance of not getting killed. He knew he had to prepare for the next move right away and wondered where the next attack would come from. Tavin scrutinized his opponent and thought about what he would do if he were her. He quickly warned Lilith of the approaching attack from the front and put up a defense. Aram calmly walked forward through her, leaving the boys behind her. When Kim put up the defense, he blocked the view, but he was sure it would help. As it turned out, the defense didn't help, and Aram blew both it and the doors to the hall in one easy motion. The guards were shocked at what was coming, for they had not seen such a thing from Aram before. They looked at the unconscious bodies of Lilith and Kim and concluded that this was the best they had seen. The girl calmly exited the hall and headed away, telling the guards to clean up after her. The guards reacted quickly to Aram's order without a fraction of a doubt. Pausing last, the girl decided to say one more thing to the guards. Aram asked them to bring both players to the basement when they came to their senses. As the girl left, the guards discussed among themselves that this was the first time they had seen such a thing. Meanwhile, Aram walked down the corridor and reflected on what had happened. She found them amusing and couldn't believe that even after showing them the difference in strength, they hadn't given up. Aram took an interest in the newcomers, thinking this was a very impressive start. Whatever your goals are, even if you don't want to, something will still happen. Eventually, this celestial tower will force all players to grow up. Kaylee, along with Zane, ran forward and entered the first level of the dungeon. Mirage told Bibian that just as they had planned, he had safely survived. Bibian greeted Zanhev with a smile of kindness. The partners moved into the dungeon and Kaylee noticed the blinding light there. After a moment, she felt the light lessen and opened her eyes. The two of them, holding hands, stood in confusion in front of a huge flower garden. The partners weren't alone there, and someone had caught the flying scraps of a teleporting scroll. The unknown player was scrutinizing the accidental find. Kaylee was in the sweetest delight at what she saw, for this was completely different from the dungeons they had been in before. For some reason, the girl was sure that there must be a monster here anyway. Zan shouted not to turn around to the girl while running so as not to get tired, but was just as impressed with the place. He also noticed how there was only one type of flower growing in such a huge area. Zan figured that meant that something was running the place. They reached a hut at the end of the field and Zan swallowed nervously. The boy gathered his courage and knocked several times on the door of the house. At the same moment, an unknown man appeared behind them and menacingly asked who they were. Zan was creeped out that all this time someone had been standing behind them and they hadn't even noticed. Kaylee, on the other hand, began shouting excitedly that it was time to remember what their teacher had taught them about Class B monsters. Zan yelled for the girl to wait, but she was confident in her actions. She ran at the unknown, and in parallel said that if the opponent's level was B or higher, they should fight hard. Zan thought that this unknown person might be human since he was talking to them, and wanted to stop Kaylee as soon as possible. The girl was confident in her strength and abilities and swung for a leg kick. The unknown man easily caught Kaylee's foot in the air and held it firmly. She was quite surprised that he stopped her efforts so easily with one hand. While the girl was wondering what to do next, the unknown man struck back at her. Kaylee whistled and flew sideways from the stranger's powerful blow. Zan, of course, was very frightened at his partner and decided to help somehow. He decided to call her back for starters, but he felt something strange. A second later, Zan himself was lying half-conscious on the ground, unable to believe what was happening. He glanced at the girl and didn't understand why the two of them couldn't overpower him. The unknown man said quietly to someone that the garden had gotten dirty, and he needed to re-clean it. As he was reminiscing, it was as if he heard someone approach him again, calling him a Saurian, and saying that he had noticed something interesting. Some girl was inhaling the scent of flowers and said that this flower smelled delicious, just like him. She also said that all living things have their own scent, and asked how she herself smelled. The girl stepped closer to the unknown man, and placing her hand on his face, added that she hoped to learn it from him one day. Zanhev jumped up abruptly, and the first thing he could think of then was Kaylee. The boy started looking around quickly to see where he found himself, but the place didn't seem familiar to him. He started to look for Kaylee and heard a soft snore next to him, realizing that she was sleeping next to him. Zan immediately felt better, but also felt funny about the situation. He noticed the holstered sword hanging on the wall and realized that he didn't understand or know anything about what was happening to them here. There was nothing left to do but wake his partner, and Zan called out to her loudly. Meanwhile, Asarion was sitting quietly in the middle of a field of flowers, thinking about something. The unknown man, noticing the strangers in what he thought was his territory, ordered them to stop. Zan and Kaylee stood before him frowning, and he informed them that he did not allow outsiders into his garden. Zan sternly inquired if that was the reason he had attacked them, and who he even was, if this was a dungeon, of course. The unknown man exhaled loudly and only said that Zan had too many questions. At that moment, a special container appeared in front of Zan from nowhere. The stranger explained that it was for drinking that was made from the flowers here. He said that they had been sleeping for 3 days, so it would be good for them to restore their energy first. Kaylee was surprised at what she heard, but the stranger suggested they get straight to the point. He told them that he had cleared the entire dungeon and they would not be able to get anything from here. The partners still didn't understand why he was saying all this, but continued to listen. The unknown man asked them to just quietly leave the place without further questions. Zan felt something again and began to gaze into what he was now seeing. It was a memory where a girl touched a guy's face with her hand, but Zan didn't know any of them. There had already been a few instances where other people's memories had come through him. He looked forward at the unfamiliar mister and quickly guessed that these memories belonged to him. The unknown man sat all alone amongst the flowers and held one in his hands. He tried once again to inhale the fragrance, but once again he felt nothing. Asarion was upset and considered it a sin of his youth and a punishment at the same time. He thought that there were still 15 more days until the full moon, and then the path leading to the other levels would open. Asarion suggested they keep quiet until then and leave afterward, but Kaylee began to shout loudly that it was too long and they were very busy. The man didn't know what else to say to them and just replied that that was it. Zan got a little tired of everything and decided to switch to a more friendly atmosphere, asking if the stranger could give his name. The man turned away and quickly replied that he had given it up a long time ago. He had nothing more to say to the boys, so he took a seat in the middle of the flower field. Asarion noticed someone's piercing gaze and turned around to ask if she had anything else to say. Kaylee just stared at him silently, but Zan already knew that it definitely wouldn't be for long. She started yelling that if he thought she was here because she liked it, he was wrong, and besides, her partner wouldn't stop blaming her for her attack. Asarion nodded silently, and Kaylee was glad they could put this behind them, and wondered if she could ask one more question. The man seemed indifferent to absolutely everything and replied that it was up to her discretion. Kaylee asked with genuine interest what the name of the flowers he was growing were. Asarion replied that those flowers were called Love's Forget-Me-Not, which Kaylee immediately marveled at. After a moment, she added that the potion made from them was completely tasteless. The man only rolled his eyes at that, and the girl asked if he was aware that she was a living weapon. He stopped Zanuhev from summoning her as if he knew it could be dangerous. Kaylee watched Asarion's reaction carefully and noticed that he wasn't surprised at all to hear this. She cheerfully began to ask how he knew about it and if he had ever seen another weapon like it, but the man only rudely interrupted her, saying it was too late. Kaylee realized from his answer that he had seen it and didn't want to fall behind, clarifying where and when it was. She didn't even notice as she got quite close to Asarion, who immediately grabbed her arm. For a moment, Kaylee was scared and thought he wanted to do something to her. But then she saw his eyes full of regret, which he spoke out. He felt sorry that she was just a tool, albeit one with a heart, and added that she was a soul whose freedom had been taken away, and she was destined to be used and then discarded forever. Asarion looked directly into Kaylee's eyes and asked her to just walk away from her owner. He clarified that he was just using her like all owners use their weapons. Kaylee was at a loss for words at what she heard and couldn't utter a word. Mr. was leaving, saying lastly that it was the only thing he wanted to say to her. Kaylee wasn't the type to just give up or walk away in the middle of a conversation. She blocked his path, yelling at him for even saying such a thing. Kaylee started repeating his words about her freedom being taken away and being used. The girl clarified that she had no idea what kind of living weapon he had met before her. But she was different. She actually genuinely liked being Zanahev's weapon and liked being Kaylee. Kaylee also said that no matter who or what anyone says about Zane, he always fights for her as she fights for him. Asarion continued to walk further, and the girl shouted to him that they will have a proper talk tomorrow. She was still trying to convince him that she was right, and said that they would show him how they really are. Asarion replied that since she was so sure of it, tomorrow was the day they would watch them fight. Meanwhile, somewhere in one of the libraries with a bunch of bookshelves was Kim. Taewon had fallen asleep from exhaustion right at a table with a pile of books taken for study. The boy was snoring loudly and just couldn't hear someone walk up to him. It was Lilith, at first wondering why he had called her and was now asleep, but quickly realizing that he had been working too hard lately. Among all the books lying on the table, the girl noticed something interesting. In one of them were numerous records of all the owners of living weapons. Lilith figured that Kim had guessed Zanahev's player class by doing her own research. She quickly looked at the reports that only mentioned Zan's characteristics as an owner, and given the situation, decided that was even better. Owners of living weapons didn't live long, perhaps for some reason, or maybe because their life energy was gradually being absorbed by their own weapon. There was also a theory that it was because the god Aso hated them, though there were no facts to back that up. In any case, there weren't many owners of living weapons in the Celestial Arena. That was why there were only 2 registered users among the players of this class who had reached the level of Living Weapon Master. One of them was the universally known Avalon Guild Vice President Van Ziemend. The second player, on the other hand, was the legendary and disappeared swordsman Asarion. Asarion, after finishing his conversation with the girl, called for his weapon Varen to leave. Zanhev approached Kaylee and told her that she had done everything right and very well. The girl was pleasantly surprised that he had heard everything she was talking about. The only thing she didn't understand was how her apology had gotten her into a fight. But the guy clarified if she had apologized after all. Kaylee nodded, and Zan suggested she go to bed first, telling her that she had done a good thing anyway. Kaylee looked at him and realized something was wrong with him. But what exactly, she didn't know. He walked away, leaving the girl alone, and sat down against the wall thinking about something. Zan decided to check something and quickly pulled his player tag out of his pocket. At the same second, a system screen appeared with the information that the monster boss would appear in the dungeon in 14 days with a few hours. This meant that defeating the boss that would appear here was Zan's main goal in this dungeon. He felt a little crazy because of the huge stream of thoughts in his head about everything that had happened. He tried not to think about who had given him this information and why, because that was completely unimportant right now. All that mattered was that when the monster appeared, Zan would be ready to defeat it. Despite all his worries, he was sure of one thing. He must avoid perdition by any means necessary. In order to make his plan a reality, Zan had to do something useful for himself, such as getting close to Asarion to become his ally. Aside from avoiding an unnecessary confrontation, if things worked out, the man would be an incredible support for them. As well as trying to figure out why he had instigated the conflict, perhaps to draw Kaylee into it. The main reason was that Zan had been looking to the future all along. Even if they got help from Asarion now, there was still one big problem. The guy couldn't stop thinking about the first quest for some reason. Zan remembered the floors of the tower again, wondering how far he could go without getting killed. One thing was constant for him: he must continue to stay strong. Zan realized that he must train harder, because that would be the most useful thing for him right now. Asarion appeared on the field to test the abilities of his partners. The man pulled out his weapon, which looked very much like a stick from the side, and stepped closer to Zan. The guy at this time noticed that Asarion had gotten a haircut, and said that it looked really good on him. The man replied that he did it out of courtesy to Warren, as he didn't want to make the excuse that it was hard for him to look. Zan watched the weapon in Asarion's hands carefully and decided to defuse the situation. He asked if their training now would be done with this wooden stick. Hearing no response, Zan prepared to attack and swung the Excalibur, which ignited in a flash of blue flame. Asarion couldn't help but notice the size of the divine weapon, and guessed that there was a lot of energy in it. He quickly realized that this was the basis of their confidence in their powers. Zan delivered several sword strikes just in front of the man's face, deftly dodging them. The boy didn't lose hope and flew straight into the next attack on Asarion. The man dodged this attack as well, and even managed to return a powerful blow to the lad. Zan flew backwards, and it seemed that he would not wake up soon. Asarion thought that this was the end, and that Zan would be quiet for a while. But he was wrong, because Zan and Excalibur were rushing at full speed with renewed vigor. Asarion reflected the otaku again, but didn't strike again at the very guy who had noticed it. He was still very interested in how he could reverse stick block the blows and beat him up. None of that really mattered, for Zan realized the main thing. As he had guessed earlier, the man had no intention of destroying them at all. Asarion saw the undying excitement in the guy's eyes and asked him what he was going to do. Zan didn't seem to understand the question and cheerfully replied that he was just killing time. They all knew, after all, that they had a whole 15 more days to spare. That was why Zan was hoping for a favorable cooperation with Asarion. It was from that very day that training began between the man and his partners. Their training sessions had already lasted for 7 whole days, and the boy was doing his best. He kept hitting harder and more accurately, but he couldn't get the upper hand. Zan didn't understand how he hadn't given Asarion a single scratch all week, or if that made any sense at all. He immediately decided that he was failing, even if the man was trying to destroy him as well as her. In all that time, Zan had learned 2 skills that were not applicable against Asarion. The boy seriously considered acquiring some new skill. Asarion himself had a completely different opinion of the lad, thinking about how Zan had been able to grow over the past few days. As usual, everything just couldn't do without one important but, or rather several. First, Zan uses living weapons rather than relying on his own strength. Second, he works exclusively with a sword, which also interferes with his focus. And perhaps last and most importantly, which directly hinders his victory. In addition to all the skills and equipment, the player must have his own strength present. Zan had studied all of Asarion's requirements well and actively practiced them in training. In one of his regular training sessions, Zan felt that he could do more than usual and made a powerful cut with his sword. It wasn't just a cut like before, but something completely different, or rather, a new form of a blow. The guy furiously tore apart everything in his path, achieving his goal. Mr. Ran asked someone if everything was going to be all right. His interlocutor replied that it should be enough and everything would surely work out. She asked Dean to take care of her babies and to trust her completely. The girl went forward and called all her kids somewhere with her. This one was the partner teacher from the Forest of the Defeated moving towards the tower. She thought a lot about how her babies Zan and Kaylee were doing without her. whether they were being fed. Her heart was already fluttering at the thought of meeting them, for she couldn't wait to see who was the stronger of the two. The only thing she was sure of was that the boys had met the teacher much better than she had. The teacher mentally wished them to take care of themselves until they met again. Zan continued to train hard and work on his strikes with Asarion. At one point after another attack, the boy noticed that his sword had stopped glowing. While Zan was examining his weapon, Asarion took advantage of the moment of surprise and attacked him. Kaylee immediately yelled out if Zan was crazy for taking her out in the middle of the battle. The guy was already on the ground and quickly apologized, saying there was no way he could concentrate. Zan had focused so much on being light and fast that the sword became too thin and disappeared. It was obvious that this way of winning didn't work, and it was a complete failure. Asarion, on the other hand, guessed that this strike of his right now was not a mere coincidence. Perhaps Zan's desire was speed, and he was asking him if the guy would last a little longer. Zan lay there puzzled, wondering why the man suddenly decided to continue, but he quickly agreed. Asarion pointed with a gesture somewhere and asked him to continue with this, which confused the guy. The man noticed the surprise in Zan's eyes and pointed at his sword. The guy quickly stood up, gathered his thoughts, and the sword went back into battle mode. That was the first step to victory, first and foremost over himself. Aram stood in front of someone and sternly asked what they thought about it. Lilith and Kim were kneeling in front of her, and the girl clarified that she meant their first lesson. Tavin realized the eyes on Aram and asked why they had to suffer so much. Lilith supported her partner, saying that it wasn't even related to discipline, and in her opinion it was just a waste of time. Aram only replied that judging from their frustration they had no motivation. She began to say that she had heard about the boys sneaking into the Avalon library at night after work. The girl guessed that they didn't just go there to read books. Aram walked a little closer to the boys and asked them who they were looking for. She gave them 2 weeks to complete all of her lessons, and then she would help them find their lost comrade using Avalon's influence. Lilith stood up and quickly discussed something with Kim, preparing an attack just in case. Aram waited a bit and reported that they appeared to be in agreement. Kim Tae-wan looked menacingly at Aram and clarified that she had made a promise. Lilith added that she would make sure to keep it. At that moment, someone entered the room jingling keys and asked them to take their time. He would turn to Kina Lilith, clarifying that he, not Aram, was in charge of her. Lilith wasn't ready for such a statement and slowly turned around to see who it was that walked in on them. Seeing who was standing in front of her, the girl was simply shocked at what she heard. Lilith was approached by Trima with a snide smile and wondered if she thought she knew who she really was. Aram's terms were quite simple to keep the arrangement between them intact. It was also necessary to show convincing training results. Kim had one favorite skill, Sword of Light, and Aram considered it stubbornness rather than habit. She also didn't really like his fighting style against a strong player like her. She didn't understand why he only attacked but never defended. In other words, winning was Kim Tae-wan's only goal when fighting others. As long as he trained with her, he had to be as flexible as possible in his attacks. There were quite a few other opportunities to win. Aram believed that Kim was intoxicated by his power, and if he didn't get rid of his stubbornness, he would become an even bigger problem in his future mission. She wanted him to broaden his horizons, but the guy was too quick to use his power. In fact, Kim couldn't give his best because he was still trying to track down Zanahev. In this state, even he himself didn't know what he should do about it next. Aram saw this situation as quite problematic since the guy hadn't even used half of his claimed abilities. In the end, none of that mattered because Kim Tae-wan had to recognize the situation. He was at a disadvantage even though he didn't accept his weakness. Until Kim admitted it, Aram wouldn't finish training. That was her condition. Lilith was also in training at this time, only with a different handler. Trima laughed at how quickly Lilith was exhausted and asked her to get up. She also suggested that she would rather complain to her daddy, which pissed Lilith off even more. A girl who looked like Trima, who turned out to be her sister named Bailey, asked if Lilith had destroyed that one on the trial. Bailey laughed out loud and said she wouldn't let her rest, since they weren't playing here at all. Zan only had 1 week left before the D1 level boss appeared. Asarion looked at the exhausted Zan and said that he was sure he was satisfied with the agreement between them. In fact, the man realized that it was all he could do for them. Zanhev took a breath and tried to stand up, agreeing with every word Asarion said. He thanked the man from the bottom of his heart for helping him become stronger. Unexpectedly to Asarion, Zan called him teacher, which made the man wince. He reflected that in all this time, he had never had someone like an apprentice. Zan returned with Kaylee to rest after practice, and the latter began to merrily tease him. The girl reminded him to tell their other teacher about everything, to which the guy got angry, saying he didn't know what else to call him since they didn't know his name. Kaylee said she was joking and was actually really glad he tried. She honestly admitted to Zanu that she was angry that she couldn't create a new form. Kaylee remembered the moment when she had cut the teacher's wooden stick and was immediately relieved. She was sure it was all to be expected. After all, he was her master and they had already gotten this far. Kaylee seriously told them to do everything they could to defeat the boss. Zan got very embarrassed and quickly turned away, pretending to cough. Kaylee noticed Zan's red face anyway and asked what was going on with him. He reacted sharply, saying that she was the first one to start when she got embarrassed and called him master. Kaylee didn't really understand why Zan thought she was embarrassed, since she was acting normal as usual. Suddenly, she snapped out of her seat and ran, shouting stupid insults at the guy. The boy noticed in time that Kaylee didn't look under her feet and ran straight to the cliff. He rushed to her aid, wanting to grab her, but ended up falling with her into a field of flowers. Kaylee, who happened to be in Zane's arms, was creepily embarrassed and asked him to move away. The guy sat in the night gloom and looked up at the big, bright moon. Zan asked the girl why she had suddenly fallen, as she had always been prudent. Kaylee excused herself, saying that she had not just fallen but had stepped on something. Suddenly, Asarion joined them, saying that their time had come. Zan looked back at the man in bewilderment, who clarified that it had been 15 days. Asarun kept thinking about what they say that people remember smell best. He took one of his flowers again and inhaled its fragrance without smelling anything. It made the man very sad that the flowers meant nothing to him. He remembered her scent again and indulged in his old memories. Asarun wondered if he could smell it, if he could take better care of her. He snapped back to reality and spoke the word the boys had started calling him. Teacher was a funny word to the man, for no one had ever called him that before. Suddenly, the monsters appeared behind him, asking him why he was still hesitant. They wondered if he was worried because he had never been worried before. They informed him of their readiness, specifying that now was the time. Asarion still didn't move, and one of the monsters approached him, repeating, "Everything will start now." A second after that, the entire field around the players trembled and shook. Asarion quickly looked around and assessed the situation, not wanting to start all this at all. He asked the monsters not to push him like that and give him a few seconds to gather himself. No one, of course, was going to listen to Asarion, and the whole thing began. Zan and Kaylee saw everything going on around them and became surprised and distracted for what it was. The partners heard that everything around them now was a living weapon. Asarion said that they were the same as the partners themselves, and it was time. The man asked Zan to take his sword and remember everything he had learned. He also told him to get into position because the battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the man made a loud announcement, informing him that he was the master of this dungeon. If you had the ability to change the past, what would you do? About 300 years ago, something happened on the 86th floor of the tower. This floor was known to everyone since it had a red clearance level. This floor was inhabited by Cyclops monsters with a Class A threat level. The players from the Avalon Guild looked at the 3 huge Cyclops and pondered on what they should do next. These were the elite members of the Avalon Guild, sent on this mission with special orders. The purpose of the mission was to find the missing Avalon Guild members in the red level. The players had already come a long way and didn't want to give up right now. Their team leader realized that they would not retreat and made one single conclusion for them: declare war on their enemies. The giant Cyclops leaned closer to them and prepared to attack. A moment later, it opened its huge maw and tried to destroy all the players at once. The players at this moment noticed one familiar person calling out to Huaran. It was Asarion with his living weapon attacking the giant monster. The Avalon boys were shocked and pleasantly surprised at who was in front of them. The great swordsman Asarion came to rescue them and inquired if they were all right. He got down close to the boys and began to question them about everything that happened to them here and why they came up here. After listening to everything necessary, Asarion was clear with them and the other players missing here. One of Avalon's guild wanted to ask the great swordsman for something, but no sooner had she finished speaking than he understood and agreed. He said that if there are any players in danger, then rescuing them would be the right thing to do. Asarion also added that they shouldn't worry about anything when Huaran pounced on him from behind. The girl sternly warned her master not to pry again. Asarion grabbed the girl's arm and promised that this was the last time. He dragged her to his place and started saying that he knew of her kindness and desire to help. Besides, Avalon also has a young master with a live weapon. The girl couldn't refuse the master, and he said cheerfully that she was as kind as her appearance. He scrutinized the newcomers and said that he hadn't had such young players before. The players, on the other hand, were just thrilled to see Asarion with live weapons. He asked them not to worry and to go back first, clarifying that they would finish here on their own. The newcomer wondered if Asarion was sure of his decision, since there were only 2 of them. Asarion moved closer to Huaran and cheerfully replied that together they were invincible. Just after this incident, Asarion and Huaran disappeared from anyone's sight forever. Along with them, the gateway to this level also disappeared and is said to have never reappeared. After this high-profile incident, the necessary qualifications and threat level of the Red class were raised. It was the last story related to the great swordsman Asarion and his Varan weapon that was on the rumor. Part of the hand that held the Varan sword flew far away from its master. Asarion stood and watched as the mighty dragon easily dealt with all of his blows and attacked him. He was shocked that in so many years of success, This was the first time he couldn't win. Asarion looked at the body of the huge monster and saw the numerous cuts left by his sword. The mere touch of the dragon had corroded Asarion's flesh and part of his sword. At that moment, the great swordsman realized what would happen if the dragon touched him again. If he did it one more time, Asarion would be wiped out forever, meaning he would die. The boy fell to his knees before the mighty enemy and thought that his end had come. At that moment, his living weapon Varen reincarnated back into human form. Asarion heard someone calling him and opened his eyes to see Hwarin. The girl stood up for him and asked him to live no matter what happened. So Hwarin was gone, and Asarion, seeing an army of unknown men in front of him, asked if this was fair. The chief of the attackers gathered back all his magical power and said he was done. One of them spotted Asarion and laughing asked who the unfortunate man was. Kneeling before them was a completely lost great swordsman in the past with no arm and a stick instead of a sword. The unknown man continued to taunt and told the others that the poor boy was completely confused. He went out to meet Asarion and decided to tell him what had just happened. The unknown man started to say that the boy had just seen the Devour ability. It is possessed by a monster that must constantly eat others in order to live, and it was once also created by a god who had forgotten about it a long time ago. This monster is now called the Dragon of Destruction, and is a relic of a god abandoned without care. Also, the unknown added that there was no logic in its creation. Asarion could only think of one thing at this time, and could barely hear what was being said to him. The guy was still realizing what had happened, and finally realized the most important thing. Asarion would never see his good and faithful Hwarin again, ever and anywhere. He was completely broken, and the only thing he could do now was scream in pain and regret. The unknown man also realized that this had finally destroyed Asarion, but he could at least thank him for his rescue. In fact, this all amused the unknown man, and he asked Asarion how much longer he planned on lying around here doing nothing. He also noted that if the one was the best swordsman, he should utilize his potential to the fullest. The unknown man held out his hand with a wooden stick that looked like a sword. Asarion stopped suffering for a moment and grabbed the hope that it was his Hwarin. The unknown man clarified that his living weapon was not completely gone yet. The unknown finally dropped his hood and asked the boy if he wanted to change his past. Asarion quickly recognized the man by his eyes as a player named Mirage. He stood in all his glory in front of the exhausted guy and was about to offer him something. Mirage told Asarion something and specified that if all the conditions were met, he could make anything real. He tried to make a contract with Asarion, which he later made with Dean as well. Asarion walked to his partners and told them that he was already 99. That was how many living weapons he had collected during the full moon to fulfill the conditions. He specified that Zan's living weapon was his last sword under the contract. Kali was to be the 100th sword on the way to successful completion. Asarion told his partners in an orderly tone to take a fighting stance. He again menacingly repeated that he was the owner of this dungeon. The boys were his last chance to successfully fulfill the conditions. Zanhev and Kali took the proper position on the field amidst a pile of already inactive weapons. Zan thought with horror that all 99 of the weapons were of the same type as Kali. That meant that all of what they now saw in front of them were someone's corpses. Kali felt sick at what she saw and a little scared, for they had never encountered anything like this before. They quickly realized that there was nothing else to do and they would have to fight anyway. Zan commanded Escalibra and it turned into a weapon in the same second. The system announced the start of the mission, but Zan was still trying to find out from Asarion why he was doing this. Zan and Kali walked forward with only one question on their minds at the same time. Why? They looked at the determined Asarion, and again and again and again, they wondered that question. Asarion began to attack, and Zan was glad he was able to block it, and at this distance he had the advantage with his sword. While he was pondering his relatively good position, Asarion had already thrust his spear into him. He looked Zanu in the eye and said that if he wanted a weapon, let him choose any. At that moment, he pointed to a field full of former weapons to choose from. Asarion took the next step and attacked Zan with renewed vigor, throwing him backwards. The guy slowed down at some point and began to cough up after being wounded. Asarion reported that it had been a very long time since he had fought like this officially. The man swung his leg with all his might for a powerful kick to the ground. Taking a hard hit that sent all the weapons flying upwards along with chunks of earth, Asarion added that it was no big deal and he would fix it. Kali started yelling for Zanu to get up immediately and warned that this was going to hurt. Asarion ran at them with another attack and yelled that this was the end of everything. Kali became a support for Zane, trying to quickly get back on his feet. Asarion stopped and shifted his steps, watching the boy closely. Zan gathered his strength and stood up, throwing out a stream of powerful energy around him. He looked at Asarion in fury and told him that he was wrong and this wasn't over. Asarion saw the determined guy and agreed with him. Zan was going to attack his opponent to the victorious end, no matter what it cost him. The guy was visibly angry and frustrated, not understanding how the guy could destroy all of them with his own hands. He added that Asarion was so cruel that he threw them all away like trash afterwards. Zanhev looked straight into the eyes of his abuser and set a clear goal for himself. He would gather his courage and defeat Asarion right now. Zan really wanted to fix at least something that was related to the dungeon master. Asarion calmly replied that it was hardly possible, though he thought to himself that the boy was a quick study. He was actually very worried about Zan's strength, and if he weakened his defenses, he might be injured. At that moment, Asarion heard the voice of one of the spirits telling him how hurt he was. The spirit begged the man to save her soon so that they could always be together again. After that, Asarion could no longer stand still and rushed to attack Zan with lightning speed. Former memories of all the destruction and sacrifices quickly arose in his mind. He was only one step away from successfully completing the contract. If he did, he could finally see the one he had been waiting for. Zan ran to counterattack and felt something strange throughout his body. Here he noticed the too predictable trajectory of his opponent's attacks and tried to figure out what the trick was. After thinking over all the possible options, Zan latched onto only one. The guy decided that this was the perfect opportunity to prove himself and take the victory into his own hands. Asarion didn't see Zan stick his sword into the ground right in front of him and didn't understand why he did that here. While he was thinking about all this, Zan was already behind him with another attack. The guy flew around Asarion and soared to smash his weapon but got caught in a well-timed defense. Zan realized that even though it was a strong strike, his opponent was still able to block it and thought it was a good move. He thought it would be a good idea to break the weapon in his hands and maybe there would be a chance. It then came to him that he had seen scraps of Asarion's memories not long ago. He tried to recall any clue as to how to break his opponent's weapon. Asarion noticed the boy's concerned face and asked if he wanted to know how to use the sword. He also added that in that case he was asking the wrong person about it. Asarion immediately pointed his finger at Kali, who was surprised at such an unexpected statement. I also said that only the weapon itself will be able to answer the question about the weapon. Zan had already noticed that Kaylee was about to do something and started to call out to her, but Kaylee was more determined than ever and wasn't about to stop, asking Zan to just trust her. She quickly figured out the trajectory of the impact and shouted to her partner that she would lead this time. The guys believed in each other again and rushed towards their opponent with another kick. They were able to accomplish their first small victory and shattered Asarion's weapon. His sword, or rather what was left of it, flew in pieces in different directions. Asarion still couldn't believe that someone had managed to do this after all. Zan was furious, and in his eyes was a combination of Kaylee's energy and his own power. Asarion, remaining completely calm, simply reported that Zan had done it. Zan replied that it only worked out because of him and his training. The boy shouted to Escalibur that he could see some sort of vision now. It was as if he could see himself and feel how fast his body was moving, and even before he had time to think about it. It was something incredible, but as always, it couldn't be that good. The guy dropped to his knees, and Kaylee wondered if he was okay, hearing that it was just the first time he was experiencing something like this. He began to realize that moving too fast was squeezing him and his body couldn't take it. Zan hoped that things would return to normal if he took a little breather. Asarion walked towards Zan, with the picture of destruction still in front of his eyes. He looked at Zan and said that perhaps this was his true destiny. He grinned for some reason and apologized to his Varen. Asarion quietly asked Warren to support him some more. He held the wooden replica sword in his hands again and said he was asking one last time. Asarion advanced faster towards Zan and began to say that there was something he needed to know. He continued by saying that if anyone could stop him, it would be him. Zan cheered up at such words and immediately agreed, clutching the divine sword tightly in his hands. Suddenly, an angry girl appeared in front of Asarion and asked who said that. She reminded him that he must keep his promise and see it through. Asarion quickly remembered about Varen and rushed like a madman towards Zan, who didn't even have time to realize anything, thrusting his sword into him. The guy literally hung unconscious on the weapon, and that meant only one thing. The god ASO was sitting in front of the turned-off screen and thinking about something. Since he was a god, even without the screen, he realized what had happened during that time. There was no broadcast on the screen for some reason, but ASO didn't need it. He smiled and said that Zanhev just couldn't do without his help. ASO decided to rejoin the game and added that now it was his turn again. He opened his laptop and began to quickly click something to change the user. ASO pulled some sort of cartridge off the shelf and blew the dust that had accumulated off of it. The cartridge was made on Zanhev and triggered in-game actions through his body. ASO quickly inserted it into the console and started the game, waiting for it to load. He pulled out the joystick and plugged it in, going to take possession of the guy's body again. Asarion stared silently at the breathless body of the guy who once called him teacher. In his head, he had visualized 1,000,000 times how he would stand victoriously over his latest victim. He repeatedly replayed the moment of truth in minute detail, how he would deliver crushing blows to the last player time after time. Asarion finally decided to take a swing as suddenly Zan grabbed his arm and said that was enough. It was already Pseudo-Zan saying that he still wouldn't dare to do it early, and it was time to change the genre of the game. Asarion was shocked at what was happening and had no way of understanding what was going on here. ASO, of course, could not miss the opportunity to introduce himself to the player and clarified that he had returned only thanks to him. Kaylee was scared for Zane at this point, not paying attention to the god. She watched Zane's soul evaporate and Aso's soul appear in its place. ASO laughed it all off and just said hello cheerfully once again. Kaylee clearly heard Zan ask for her help and immediately closed her eyes. She saw ASO in Zan's body grabbing Asarion, but her only concern was where the real Zan was now. Asarion began to go through the memories of their battle and found the answers to her questions. That pressing force had given him reason to doubt before, but now he knew for certain that there was a god behind it. He had guessed there was some secret, of course, but to end up with something like that. Asarun didn't want to give up and kept thinking how much this was all going to cost him. Pseudo-Zan, with the strength of a madman, powerfully threw Asarion as far away as possible. At this time, ASO decided to look around a bit, where he had even disappeared to now. The place seemed strange to him, and he didn't even remember creating this floor. Since ASO had created too much, he might just not remember everything and everyone. Just like what had once happened with the dragon that had caused Warren to get hurt. Asarion was furious at such statements from ASO. After all, he was the reason for all of this. He desperately wanted him to remember what he had done to that monster back then. That tragedy was forever imprinted in his head and heart, while the god didn't even think about it. If it wasn't for young Aso's carelessness, none of this would have ever happened. Asarion was beyond enraged and summoned all his magical abilities, screaming that he would destroy the god forever. ASO was quite amused by the whole spectacle and energized even more. Asarion went on to say that only Aso's blood could soothe the soul of his good Huaran. He grabbed his weapon and gripped it tightly, focusing as much as possible on the coming attack. ASO said that this level of power was too much for him, and it would take him several hundred years to do it. Asarion didn't listen to him and only lunged into a furious attack, striking the sword with his weapon. He sprinted away and accelerated for his next attack, completely absorbing the power and energy of the violet field. At breakneck speed, he made several dozen weapon strikes through the air in an instant. Due to the sheer number of attacks, a force field was created in the air, squeezing ASO from all sides. The guy defended himself with all his might, eventually withstanding all the blows, and smirked merrily. He decided that there was nothing more fun than breaking a toy he had worked so hard on for so long. ASO then swung around and powerfully struck the weapon at Asarion, who just screamed his girlfriend's name in horror. ASO was confused for a while and wondered why his opponent was calling out some where. A few seconds later, it came to Mr. ASO and he guessed what he was talking about. He informed Asarion that he remembered him and his story, watching the man sobbing as he hugged what was left of the weapon. ASO recalled that the man had once been his candidate for one long-forgotten case. Zanhev pondered life and his place in it, remembering that he had always been an outcast. He had never understood the true reason for this attitude towards him, but there was none. At some point, he realized that the eyes of other people were fixed only on him. But after a couple of days, he became completely invisible to everyone around him. Zan decided that there was nothing left for him to do but just accept this fact. Since then, the guy was alone and not only physically, but also deep inside himself felt empty. The exact same state Zan was in now, with ASO playing for him. As he flew somewhere in the void, he thought sadly that it was time to accept reality even here. Even considering the fact of how hard he had tried and struggled against all odds here, this game reality was no easier than his real life, and even harder. He remembered the moment of his doom again and decided that the best option would be to just give up. No sooner had he thought about it than he heard Kaylee's loud voice yelling for him to come to his senses. Zan flew nowhere and clenched his fists tightly with resentment and anger, for there was nothing else he could do. He groaned and began to feel sorry for himself, and told himself that he had had enough and this all had to end. Zan didn't want to live up to anyone's expectations anymore, and screamed that he didn't want to make anyone else, because there was no point. He shouted in desperation how much he was tired of everything and wanted absolutely nothing anymore. ASO, on the other hand, looking at Asarion's agony, called him a legendary swordsman and master of living weapons. He remembered the details once and said that in his opinion, everything was just as he had customized it. In general, ASO thought that Asarion had already died like several hundred years ago, since no one had seen him. He couldn't even seriously believe that all this time the man had been hiding in this place, and today they met, making it clear that the man had thought it out well. ASO got as close to Asarion as possible, and asked what kind of person the man was in general. He took him by the hair and looked up and heard from the changed face that he himself should have guessed by now. ASO looked closely at the familiar face and quickly recognized it as Bibian. The girl smiled sweetly and said a polite hello, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. ASO bounced off and immediately returned to his fighting stance, preparing for a powerful strike. He flew in his usual frenzy at the girl, asking in parallel how she was doing. ASO grabbed Asarion by the throat with extreme ferocity and pushed forward to bring him to the ground. At this point, Bibian was already glowering behind him and cheerfully telling him that it was all useless. ASO was a bit confused and surprised to see the girl move so quickly. Bibian mysteriously began to say that while he was having so much fun, he wasn't paying attention. She held out small pauses in her sentences and kept talking to make him think of Zain Hev, for example. ASO tensed up and listened intently to the girl, who wondered if the whole point was getting through to him. She touched his real body and said that it no longer belonged to him at all. Bibian explained why. While he was busy with himself, she managed to put her special seed into him. Very soon, the girl would be able to take this body as a new candidate. ASO did not revive such an outcome from what was happening and tried to educate the girl, but all in vain. Bibian clarified with a chuckle that she would always interfere with his successful resurrection. At the same moment, there was some sort of flash in Zane's body, and it was as if a flame was ignited right inside of him. The flame burst out and consumed all the energy, surging powerfully upwards. Bibian was surprised, for she knew for a fact that Zane wasn't here right now, and ASO didn't have that kind of power. ASO, seeing this, laughed loudly and shouted with admiration and delight. He added that now Bibian would realize what it was and know their double damage. Zanhev knelt in front of the appearing girl in the firelight. He was expecting to be fully realized in human flesh and froze with surprise. Zan quietly wondered if she was the same Huaren, leaning on his scraps of visions. The girl shouted in rage that she couldn't look at it anymore and no one would take action. Huaren clarified that she had spent her last bit of energy to come here and he was sitting there chilling. Zan still hadn't said a word, and the girl asked if he'd heard that his partner was waiting for him. The guy still wasn't ready for more attacks or anything at all and sadly lowered his eyes. Varen didn't want to hear any objections either, slapping his cheek with the palm of her hand. She urged him to tell her everything that had happened to him and why he was acting this way. Zan began to tell her everything that had happened to him and how he had escaped to this world to avoid being a loser. But nothing changed. He even said that he tried to die so that he wouldn't be in the past situation again, but even that didn't help. Zan remembered Kaylee's words that they could be stronger together, but he thought that if he went back, it would end with her just dying in his arms. Suddenly, Huaren slapped him again, apologizing sweetly and saying that she always does that when she hears stupid things. She stepped closer and started saying that if he just stayed here like that, just sitting there, who knows what would happen to his weapons out there without him. Huaren also said that a certain Kali was here and was telling her that Zanhev would definitely come back and they would definitely become stronger together. The girl saw the boy's surprised face and asked if he was going to continue to sit here after all that he had heard. Zan couldn't stand it all and cried, regretting what he had done to Kaylee. It was very important to him to live up to her expectations, but he wasn't sure it would work out. Huaren cheerfully encouraged him and told him to go and check it out for himself. As a goodbye, the girl hugged the boy tightly to calm him down a bit. She also asked him not to worry so much as he would handle everything. Huaren clarified that he had been chosen by Asarion, and it was all for a reason. After saying goodbye, she promised to help him and asked him to never give up. Huaren told him to go to his Kali sooner and save her, for she was waiting for him. Zan watched in silence as the girl turned into a spirit and slowly evaporated. In the light of the fire trail, she asked him to make her promise to do all of this. Zan sat on his knees and felt a sharp jolt inside him. Asarion watched the boy's every move with bated breath and felt something. Kaylee went from being a living weapon to human form, and Zan rushed to hug her and apologize. He started to ask if she had to wait long for him, but she was just glad he was finally back. Asarion just watched and observed them, which Zan himself noticed. He moved away from the girl, apologizing and asking her to celebrate a little later. Zan glared menacingly at Asarion and said that they had more work to do here. Asarion didn't know exactly how to explain it, but he felt something on a gut level. He was sure that it was she who had saved this guy, and there was only one way out now. Zan stood up menacingly, assuming a fighting stance, and prepared for another battle. At that moment, Asarion jumped up and summoned all his might and power. Zan guessed what he was about to do and called out his name loudly. Asarion finally made the most important and correct decision for himself and pierced himself with his own weapon. Lastly, he asked Zanhev for one favor for him personally. With tears in his eyes, he asked on behalf of Huaren to teach him a lesson right now. Zan gave the man a stern look, but knew he would do it one last time. Asarion realized that the boy had agreed, even though he hadn't said a word, and thanked him. He gripped his weapon tighter and began to say that there was only one single way to truly thank him. Zan had to put his whole soul into this final blow to make Asarion feel it. Zanhev was more determined than ever and stood firm. He could already see that no matter what happened, this would be his final blow to Asarion. But he wasn't worried about it, because he knew that everything was fine. Zan now felt that he was finally not alone, and he had Kaylee. He had support. He saw a fleeting vision of all the living arms that had fallen here and knew they were not all alone. Zan plugged in all his knowledge and skills to fulfill the first goal. to become faster. The next goal was to become sharper, which Kaylee herself would help him do. Zan, along with Kaylee, prepared for a crushing attack, stepping forward confidently. In a second, he delivered such a blow that the ground beneath his feet shattered and scattered in different directions. The astonished Asarian fell to his knees and said quietly that he had a great sword. He closed his eyes and decided to tell something else important to the guy while there was still time. Zan stood not far from Asarian but did not move away, obediently waiting for a message from the man. Asarian seriously asked Zan to beware of the guy named Mirage. He noticed the cracked weapon but was already calm and said it was fine. The weapon began to disappear in the light of the blue fire, and Asarian added that Zan was the one Hwaran had chosen. Zan watched everything that was happening and even regretted something for a moment. Today, Asarian knew for sure that he would never see his Hwaran again. He also knew that because of this attachment, the ground was covered in the blood of thousands of people who had died here. He could finally accept this with peace of mind and pay for all his sins. The biggest sin he considered was that he had failed to save Varen once. Equally grave were the crimes against defenseless people. He would slowly fade away and regret it all, most of all not wanting one thing. Asarian in no way wanted all of his sins to sully her name in any way. In all these long years, he finally realized that he had to do one more important thing. In that second, he finally let her go for good, releasing his weapon from his hands. Hwaran appeared in front of Asarian as he was about to disappear. She took his hand affectionately, and for a moment he was confused and unable to move. In the very last moment of his life, he realized that she was still with him. Asarian extended her hand in farewell and slowly disappeared from this world. The system announced that the former Level 1 dungeon had been cleared. Next, the rewards received for defeating the boss were displayed on the screen: the Swordsman's Blessing and the Sword Barrage. Zan stood at the screen and silently studied the information about his new skills. He couldn't get Asarian's words about being chosen by Varen out of his head. At the same time, he remembered the words of the girl herself, who had said that he had been chosen by Asarian. The warning that he should avoid Mirage was not insignificant. He sat down on the ground and his eyes filled with tears after all that had happened to him here. Meanwhile, somewhere on one of the floors of the tower, Aram was reporting something to the guys. She, along with Bailey, having had enough of the training, announced that classes were over for the day. Bailey didn't miss the opportunity to taunt the guys, and Aram asked her to stop. She turned toward Kim and Lilith and looked at them with feigned sympathy. Bailey asked them if they really thought anyone here would feel sorry for them and they would actually succeed if they worked hard. Where it was funny to look at all of this, and she continued talking. Bailey clarified that no matter how much they tried, it would all be futile. Kim Tae-won and Kina Lilith sat in the room without energy and drank hot drinks. They were thinking about everything that was happening to them here, and Kim wondered what Lilith thought about it all. The girl was obviously frustrated, as she was not expected to succeed. Kim informed Lilith that she hadn't even expected to be in the top 300 players. The girl got angry, reminding her that her cheeky elder had imposed the no summoning spirits condition, and that was why she had lost. Lilith switched to yelling, clarifying how hard it was for a spirit summoner without that ability. She poked at the fact that he was constantly bragging about his results, but no success in the end. Kim sullenly reminded her of the Hunter's Compass ability that he must maintain throughout the day. That was why he couldn't use more than half of his power, and Aram's rank was a full 100 ranks higher than Bailey's. Lilith took that as humiliation and asked if he was up for a fight. Kim replied with the same sullen face that he thought about it every day. Suddenly, a guard burst into their room asking if they were here. The guard told them that they had visitors, which surprised them. Lilith shouted menacingly that they were in no mood to have guests right now. The guard began to say quietly that he had heard that these people were important to them. He also added that they knew Zanhev, catching the guys off guard. Someone came into the room and said that according to Dean, he wasn't as bad, even though he still had a long way to go. Mr. Ran entered the room greeted by Kim Tae-won, followed by Lilith. It was noticeable that the partners were very surprised at Mr. Ran's arrival. Following him, a teacher from the Forest of the Defeated entered the room, saying a polite hello. She asked the boys if they were actually friends of Zanahev. Kim and Lilith looked at each other and asked her the same question in bewilderment. She told them something about herself and how she'd met Zane and Kaylee and moved on to the outcome of the meeting. The teacher reported that she was sure that Zan and Kaylee were still alive. The only thing neither of them knew was the location of their partners. She asked if they were searching for them, and Kim nodded approvingly, clarifying that things were not going as well as she would have liked. Suddenly, the teacher ran up to the boys and hugged them tightly, thanking them for everything. She added that she couldn't believe they were working so hard for them. The teacher said that she was very happy that Kaylee and Zane had such wonderful friends. Mr. Rand stood in the corner and listened as the teacher once again thanked the boys. The girl decided to ask for some information out of personal curiosity. She looked at Lilith and Kim carefully and asked if they were dating. They said they weren't, and the teacher apologized because she thought they were on very good terms. But Lilith contradicted her by saying that she didn't know what she was talking about, Kim immediately agreed with Lilith, clarifying that she was absolutely right this time. He also calmly added that Zan had confessed his feelings to Lilith. Lilith clearly didn't expect that from Kim and was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She started yelling at him for saying it, but he was only reporting what he knew. And at that moment, Lilith's minion appeared, informing him that he was very pleased to meet them. The minion bowed to the teacher and introduced himself as Lilith's father, hearing pleasant words in return. He asked to take care of Lilith and wanted to give his name, but the girl interrupted him in anger. Mr. Ran had stayed out of their conversation all this time and thought things had changed a lot. They moved into the forest and Ran asked if everything was all right, to which the teacher replied that they didn't have many people anyway. It was already a great opportunity for her, and she suggested they start. Kim and Lilith were surprised that they would start right now in this strange place. Mr. Ran intervened, clarifying that he had forgotten to tell the guys something. He began to recall how right before the player selection, Zan Hev had suddenly grown very strong. Ran clarified to the boys that it was not a fluke at all, but a well-orchestrated plan. He saw Kim and Lilith's concerned faces and told them not to worry. Right behind his back, the teacher turned into a huge monster and Ran said it was time for them to find out for themselves. Aram was already standing in the training room waiting for Kim Tavon and Kina Lilith. Along with her was Bailey, having noticed that the guys were late for some reason. Aram kept trying to figure out if they had just overslept or if they had just given up. Her next thought was that she might not have taught well, but Bailey immediately dismissed that theory. Bailey also said that from the beginning they had been honored to have such representatives of Avalon teaching them. She reminded them that in any case their training had been a success and they could go get something to eat. Aram couldn't let the situation go that easily and still thought they had given up. She remembered the guys and after a second she dismissed those thoughts as they couldn't just give up. Aram was left standing in the hall and came up with a few more theories as to why this happened. At this point the thought occurred to her that they could have found a better teacher than her. The motor was finally running the partners down, and Kim begged them to stop. He wasn't the only one who was completely exhausted, for Lilith was begging for mercy as well. It was their first day of class, but they didn't even realize it yet. The teacher announced that the first day was complete, and that would be enough to warm them up. Kim and Lilith were completely exhausted and could barely look at the teacher. Ran asked if this game of hide-and-seek would be enough, to which the teacher replied that they didn't have much time, so it was good to have that as well. They told the boys that Zan and Kaylee had been doing it for 3 days, much to Kim and Lilith's surprise. Ran repeated what the teacher said about the missing guys doing it for 3 days straight. Lilith and Kim couldn't believe it, as they immediately heard a question about their readiness for the next class. Ran clarified that they had to learn about their abilities before they could continue with the class. Ran already had the canvases open behind his back and asked for their abilities. Kim wasn't sure it would be okay even if they launched an attack at the same time. Lilith was somehow in agreement with him and wanted to say something but didn't have time. Many strange rocks that looked like roots abruptly burst out of the ground around the guys. They lashed out powerfully and began to wrap around and knock Lilith and Kim off their feet. Kim quickly guessed the root and Ran's ability to control matter. At this moment, Mr. Ran was already flying at them in an offensive attack. He quickly twisted something spindle-like from his endless belt of dissection. Ran noticed that Kim had already put up a defense and began to attack his partners. He thought this was a great place to train, since they didn't have to worry about injuries at all. Taewon could barely contain himself anymore, and thought about how strong his opponent's attack was. He remembered his ability to control the force in past battles. Kim directed a stream of his power at Ran, shattering his own defenses with it. He shouted to Lilith to join the battle, and she was already stoking the fire. The girl mentally apologized in advance in case someone got hurt, but since she was not the one who had started the fight, she decided to give it her best shot. Mr. Ran thought of something and began to spin his cloth rapidly. A fraction of a second later, the cloth in the air turned into a huge face. Ran saw Lilith's flared attack and quickly directed the blade to strike. Lilith was surprised at how deftly he deflected her attack with a simple wind kick. Ran stopped and informed the two that they had done a good job. He finished checking their abilities. As the two players hung on the canvases with no energy, Ran asked them if they had any questions left. The teacher chuckled and said what obedient kids they were, and even the minion didn't expect it. Through this battle, Master Ran decided on the direction of their training. Master revealed the main goal for Kim and Lilith: overcoming weakness. He also said that there was something else they absolutely had to know. It probably didn't make sense to say it, but he was going to train them to hit hard. He also added that no matter who they fought, he would turn them into warriors capable of attacking. Their second day of training ended on the same principle. Meanwhile, somewhere in the sky tower of the terrarium on the 34th floor, in one of the rooms of a small lodge, someone was having a supportive conversation. Inside the lodge, the guild leaders of the North Street and Night of Demons guilds were standing around. They praised their newcomers and said that perhaps she could find what she had been looking for so long. The mysterious girl replied that anything was possible, but she needed to see them. Players Pastis and Sumama were invited into the room next. Pastis immediately indicated that he was very pleased to meet her. The girl turned out to be the girl who was once the leader of the Avalon trio who had seen the swordsman Asarian. She was all grown up now and looked too serious, and her name was Mrs. Balwini. Kim Tiwan and Kina Lilith were still going through their special course at that time. Since then, it had been 4 days since they had been practicing diligently. In a shroud of thick smoke, Ran walked by and asked Kim to stop hiding, because it wasn't like him at all. He also said he was sure that hiding wouldn't accomplish anything, but Kim was of a different opinion. Kim hid behind one of the walls, realizing that he had almost no energy left, and had not rested for hours, using his skills all the time. It was for this reason that he hid to get some rest and regain his strength. It was at this moment that some sort of device buzzed in Kim's pocket. It was an emergency communication system with Pastis, something like a phone from the real world that asked if Kim was here now. Tavin thought angrily, why did everything always happen at such an inopportune time? He quickly answered and heard some idle chatter, getting angry and snapping at the guy. Pastis cheerfully replied that so-and-so would get to the point of his call. He reported that he had a lead on that Asarian swordsman that Kim was looking for. Pastis went on to say that surprisingly, the guards of their guild had a lot to say about that incident. He was telling something else, but Kim was still out of earshot as Ran crept up behind him. Pastis at that moment heard a loud rumble, and someone screams through the tube. He wondered what the guys were even doing there, and what all that yelling was about. The North Street senior told Pastis that if he was done with his business, they could go. She went on to say that she was very surprised at the interest they had shown. The elder was referring to the information about Asarian's disappearance, which was now being treated like an urban legend. The elder of the Night of Demons asked why this was so important to them and what they were looking for. Pastis replied that this information was needed for a friend of his. The boy clarified that the man had simply asked him for it, and he had done what he could. The vice president of the Avalon Guild was walking somewhere surrounded by his men. One of them said that this player looked like a rookie from the 97th generation. The guy himself introduced himself as Pastis from the Server Street Guild and said that he had a few questions about the incident in their generation. Van Zieman's man shouted that he should get rid of him now for such brazen audacity. The vice president himself said nothing and only silently gestured for the man to shut up. Sickman said that sometimes it was good to watch the newcomers play detective. He looked at the guy carefully and asked what exactly he wanted to know. That afternoon, Pastis talked to Kim Tavan about everything that had happened. After that, he analyzed all aspects of the 97th generation incident without exception. He analyzed in detail all the situations related to Nagi's sword and her direct involvement in it. Next, he tried to analyze Avalon's influence in this as accurately as possible. Last, he paid attention to the black space that had appeared immediately after Zane's disappearance. Analyzing every last detail, he had a new question. This was what he had come to Van Sigmund for, as this was the place where he could find out everything. The vice president asked the fellow what question he ultimately wanted to ask. Pastis, without another word, immediately rushed forward to Zygmunt. Van Ziemund, for his part, seemed to be quite amused by this. He even somehow liked the fact that the boy chose actions over words. Pastis realized that he couldn't even match Van's strength, but he still felt a tangible difference when he took the powerful blow. Zeman didn't even seem to have applied even 1,000th to this attack. While Pastis himself whirled far backwards, kicking up dust behind him, he sat imprinted into the wall, trying to recover from this response. Van said that he couldn't even believe that there wasn't a single crack in the wall, and clarified that the place was indeed protected. He also expressed that he was regretful because he was unable to control the power due to not using it for a long time. Van Ziemund approached the lad and holding out his hand inquired if Rain could stand up. At this point, Pastis, as always, utilized his rock-paper-scissors skills and gestured to the scissors. There was a small explosion, but not at all from Pastis's skill, and Wang called Pastis a defiant child. The explosion was caused by the appearance of Lucia, who clarified that unfortunately the trick wasn't working. Van inquired if the kid had any other trump cards up his sleeve. Pastis was surprised for a moment, but afterward there was a look of relief on his face that it wasn't purple. He reported that he had achieved his goal and had nothing more to confirm. Pastis turned to Van without getting up, saying that he had better destroy him at once. He wasn't going to stop there and specified that he would let it happen just like when Zanhev was destroyed. Van Zieman did nothing and only moved closer, scrutinizing the guy. He laughed and said that Pastis actually had a great talent. He wondered how far he had gotten, and more importantly, how he knew about it all in the first place. He was interested in listening to the guy while he thought Van was definitely crazy. Pastis still saw this as a good opportunity to find out as much information as possible. He started to say that he had just witnessed Van Zieman's mistake. According to the information about the 97th generation incident, the reason why the 9 candidates were not revived was because they had become monsters. In other words, he was trying to say that there shouldn't be an exception for all 9 unrevived. Pastis clarified that Zemund had shown them something they shouldn't have seen. By that, the guy was referring to Zainhev's death before everyone's eyes. The power that dominated Zan wasn't purple, it was blue. That was what made him different from the other 9 unborn. Well, still, like the other 8 contestants, Zanhev never revived. From all of the above, there was only one logical conclusion he could draw. Regardless of the color of the power, those who were killed by Naga's sword were gone forever. Pastis went on to say that despite all of this, such a judgment was wrong. Nagi demonstrated her combat skills every year, but no one disappeared forever. If she had the Eternal Perdition ability, the Avalon Guild would definitely hide it for their own purposes. Pastis had some doubts about Zemund, but now he made sure that the color of his power wasn't purple, and that proved that he wasn't related to this ability. Van Zemund had been listening to the guy intently the whole time, but at one point he asked him to stop. He started to say that if Pastis continued like this, Lucia would just break him. Lucia was just at this time watching the kid closely and nodded approvingly at her master's words. She clarified that such a child was to her liking, and it was a pity that the contract got in the way. Pastis didn't understand what she was talking about and pondered Lucia's words. Van Zemund moved closer to the lad and began to talk about how great it would be. He was referring to Pastis joining their guild, but somehow he was sure he would refuse. The vice president said that if he had any more questions, he would answer them in detail for the kid's savvy. Pastis asked what eventually happened to the other 8 guys then on the field. Van Zickmund answered without concealment that they were there destroyed forever. The guy realized that he wasn't kidding, and the guys were wiped out of their world completely. After that, Van Zemund was simultaneously removing himself and his entourage away at the same time. The vice president turned around and gestured a careless goodbye to Pastis. It was at this moment that the boy realized one important thing about Zickmund. He quickly replayed their conversation in his head and clenched his fists in anger. It wasn't hard to guess that Zickmund had done it on purpose. Pastis was about to leave too, and one thing was clear to him. Van Zemund was an enemy to Pastis and his entire entourage, including Zane. He knew that absolutely no matter what happened next, he would definitely try to find Zane before he did. Meanwhile, Zanhev and Kaylee were resting peacefully on the former battlefield. They slept peacefully while all their comrades threw all their energies into searching for them. Zan didn't even realize how hard their friends were trying for them. After a while, he woke up and felt a severe headache from his long sleep. Due to the nature of the celestial arena, strength is restored simply by sleeping. Unfortunately, it doesn't help restore mental strength, especially in their situation. Zan thought that he could no longer continue living like this and covered the sleeping Kali. Despite all of this, he knew for sure that he still had a long way to go. He wanted to get closer to the skills and level of swordsmanship of Asarion himself. Zan decided it was time to leave this place and start working even harder. He looked wistfully at the sky and really hoped his friends were all right. Kina Lilith and Kim Taewon had finally deigned to report to their elders for practice. Aram and Bailey were still waiting for them, coming to the gym every day hoping for their return. Aram said they were finally back and wondered if they could start. The girl figured that since they were back, they'd found a way to pass their test. Kim Taewon calmly replied to her that she might be right about something. One thing Kim Taewon was finally 100% sure of. This time it would be different from their last training session, and he would show everything he could do. Kim got ready and took up a fighting stance while Aram prepared for a counterattack. She said it meant she finally didn't have to restrain herself in her attacks anymore. In the other room, a loud rumble could be heard behind the wall, and Bailey reported that it looked like they were getting things started. She cheerfully told Lilith that it couldn't be helped when her buddy was getting beaten up again. Bailey looked at the girl and suggested that she start practicing as well. Lilith was determined and suggested that Bailey attack first. She began to provoke him, saying that she was certainly not going to be defeated by some newcomer. Bailey was naturally fired up by these words and wanted to start even faster. The older woman said that even though Lilith was making a big mistake, she would do it her way. Bailey also suggested to try to solve everything at once in one blow. She summoned her mighty power and clarified that she would do something interesting first. Bailey attacked with the strongest stream of energy of her ability, forming a pink flame, and told Lilith not to even think she was close to her next time. She moved closer to the scorched earth in Lilith's place, and clarified that trash like her and her buddy would never reach high ranks. Meanwhile, a brooding henchman was in the defeated forest, and Ran asked him if he was worried about the kids. Ran told him that Kim continued to hold back due to the need to maintain searchability, and wasn't even sleeping, most likely having not rested properly in a long time. The minion replied that the extra battles to keep in shape were too much for Lilith as well. The teacher walked over to them and joined the conversation, adding that they were too harsh for Lilith. She also said that they should show something to the minion. The teacher cheerfully showed her bandaged hands, and Ran showed her tattered cloth. Mr. Ran reported that they got these wounds from the kids, who are actually stronger than they think. The teacher quipped that they might even exceed their expectations. Thanks to those words, the minion calmed down and said that Kaylee and Zane were good friends. While Bailey was already mentally celebrating another victory, Lilith raised her voice from the ceiling. Bailey was beyond surprised at this skill of Lilith's, looking at her in confusion. The girl guessed that she had used melting to claw her way into the ceiling, but there was no way to avoid getting burned that way. She quickly gathered herself and shouted to Lilith that she would throw her down from there right now. With spirit presence, there is a clear limit to the firepower available to the user, and even though Lilith had completely reduced the range of use to her fingertips, it still limited her speed. In such a situation, getting wounded meant a fatal outcome with no chance of escape, but Bailey simply couldn't ignore Lilith's destructive power. Previously, Kina was quite reluctant to receive wounds, and that was why she played quite passively when playing catch-up. Naturally, the exact same thing happened to her in the fight with Bailey. Without even realizing it herself, she was focusing on avoiding rather than fighting. Lilith also knew that if anything hit her, she wouldn't stand a chance. At this point, she made a decision for herself. If she wanted to get hit, she couldn't avoid it forever. Bailey noticed Lilith's change in position and asked her if she was about to jump. Lilith had already formed a protective seal and was tearing towards Bailey. Bailey shouted to her that she had only blocked one attack, but there was no way she would avoid the rest of the blows. Not for a second did Kina Lilith forget what she had been taught in training. She replied to Bailey that she had blocked the very thing and that was enough. Lilith quickly moved on to another tactic, getting rid of the fear of being hurt. As she expected, she had no choice but to control the force so it wouldn't hurt too much. Lilith jumped on top of Bailey and pinned her to the ground, telling her that it was her turn. Bailey screamed that attacking at such close range would hurt her and herself. One thing was obvious from the look on Lilith's face. She wasn't interested in these little things at all. She created what she had thought of earlier so that there would be minimal damage to her. A micro-purgatory. Being at zero distance from her opponent, Kina delivered a crushing blow. Her arm was only slightly hurt, but it was nothing compared to what Bailey was experiencing. She stood dirty in front of the older woman and reminded her of her words about the one-punch attack. Lilith, in all her long training, finally exhaled quietly. She was relieved, and hoped she had surrendered. Though if Bailey hadn't controlled her firepower to avoid destroying the place, it was unlikely Lilith would have been able to get that close to her. On the other hand, she thought Kim had a test that didn't require force adjustments in a small place. To top it all off, Tavan is playing against a top 100 Skyhead rancher. For some reason, she was worried if he would be okay given his restraint. Kim Taewon was still holding on from the last of his strength in a drill with Aram in another hall. For a second, he imagined Aram as his school teacher for some reason. Kim pushed those thoughts away and remembered Rand's words that the possibilities of his copying ability were limitless, and the outcome of the fight would depend on his skill in using it. This meant that every moment he would have to make a choice, and quick and accurate decisions would be required. To do it right, he would need to figure out his ability in the three-dimensional dimension. Kim didn't understand what Rand was talking about, and the latter suggested that he consider his ability as an example. He remembered how Kim had attacked him by imitating the use of Rand's ability, which had really surprised him then. Rand couldn't believe that the guy was so quick to use his skills, to which Kim replied that he had seen it a couple times on Webtoon. Mr. Rand explained that his ability isn't really specialized for attacks. It's used for defense, and in particular, it specializes in territorial defense. For example, the other day he used roots to replace Kim in a trap. Rand couldn't tell the guy everything because it would affect the safety of entering the village. But Kim could gain more advantage by using the ability that way. Taewon had never heard of this before or even seen one on the Webtoon. Hesitating at the correct concept of Rand's ability, he began quickly going through his memory of other skills he had used. Rand noticed the guy's puzzled face and said that he probably had a bunch of guesses already. He asked this, since he had to know how much Kim had realized about his abilities. But it didn't seem like the guy actually had any detailed insight. Kim knew even less than he thought he did. So Rand decided to ask one more thing. He walked right up to Tavan and asked exactly how the guy was using his ability. Kim was confused for a while and mumbled something inaudible. He looked Rand in the eye and explained that he did it by impression. He gets an impression of a person's skills in his own mind. Kim Taewon didn't exactly know the right answer himself, but he imagined it something like this. Rand asked him to embody that impression, not just mimic what the ability holder was doing. You have to make sure you understand what the opponent is capable of, and recreate the characteristics and limitations of that ability as your own. Rand went on to explain exactly what would happen when Kim used them in this way. It was obvious from everything he said that it would no longer be a copying, but an original power. They decided to practice on an ability from rank 73. Kim Taewon cut through the air with a weapon, calling it a light spear. The guy knew enough about this ability to successfully use it. Aram knew about it too, including the fact that it could be used about 60 times, which meant Kim had less than 10 of them left. Plus, he had summoned too many at a time, and now he needed the strength to recover them. Aram hoped this wasn't another emotional decision by Tavan. Kim snapped his fingers cheerfully, letting him know exactly what he was going to do. At that moment, All the spears on the training field lit up, replenished with energy. Aram, of course, realized that he was using this as a barrier, sending energy through the spear, and summarized that none of the newcomers had ever done such a thing before. Tavan rushed lightning fast into the oncoming attack towards Aram for a powerful strike. He managed to pierce her defense through his own, though it didn't hurt Aram herself. She thought it was even more annoying than her previous training. At that moment, Kim thought he had found her weak spot and aimed for the blow. Aram, on the other hand, deftly jumped past Kim's kick and swung her own leg to attack. Tavan felt the light touch of her foot just at this point and realized he was secured. With one powerful kick, Aram Tavan flew backwards at breakneck speed. Somehow Aram couldn't even believe it had happened, and Kim had not only improved her skills, but also increased her attacking ability. She was relieved that it was all an effect of their current battle. Though Aram had taught the boy a good lesson, it didn't stop there. She saw Kim's eagerness to overpower her and realized it wasn't enough. Tavan was already flying at full speed towards the girl with his energized spear. He swung his spear menacingly and announced that he would end it all right now. It seemed crazy to Aram, and she figured he was squeezing the last of it out of himself. Either way, she liked that kind of excitement from the guy, and she was ready to fight some more. The guy flew at Aram with a new attack, using his skills to the max. The girl easily repelled the attack and even struck back at him. She looked at the guy lying on the ground, said he was too obsessed with winning. Aram crouched down and leaned over to Kim, giving him advice to be more modest. When he continued to conquer the tower, he would willy-nilly encounter countless barriers, monsters, and strong opponents. Only when the player can recognize the strength of the enemy and accept his weaknesses, there is a chance. That chance lies not even in victory, but in the opportunity to simply fight someone stronger than oneself. A seemingly exhausted Kim lay back and listened to her intently. Tavan began to say that he would definitely take her advice with honor. As Aram sat on Kim, sandwiched between her and the floor, she didn't notice a spear flying at her back. When she sensed something and wanted to run away, Tavan immediately grabbed her arms. He pulled himself up and cheerfully asked Aram how she would dodge this time. Aram quickly calculated everything in her mind and realized that the guy was using a self-destruct attack. She had no choice but to admit that he had gotten her. After a bit of silence, Aram said she gave up and agreed with him. Kim stared at her and waited for the cherished words that the girl finally uttered, informing her that she was admitting defeat. Aram chuckled merrily and clarified that the training session had been successfully completed. Kim Tae-won was still staring at her in bewilderment, and Aram wondered when he was going to let her go. Meanwhile, near the terrarium sky tower, there were dragons flying around the 7th floor. Several dozen dragons lived there, having their own place called the Wyvern Nest. Aram once again congratulated the boys on passing the exam and clarified that she would keep her promise. She recognized the story, and if the partners wanted to find the missing Zayn Hev, they would have to go through the Red Gate. Kim still didn't understand why they had come to the Wyvern Nest then. Aram smiled and calmly informed everyone that she was already here. Everyone turned around to where Aram was looking, but all they saw was the serving stones. A man who could help in the search for Zayn rumbled to land next to them. In the light of her explosive appearance walked the unknown girl. Kim at this moment felt his body immobilized by the pressure of the approaching player. The girl came closer and closer and asked if Kina Lilith and Kim Tae-won were looking for their friends. She blurted out a wide smile and clarified that she was very much enjoying it. The next action unfolded in the Sky Tower on the 86th floor. Pastis and Sumama followed Miss Balvini to the entrance of the Cyclops dungeon. The boys were thrilled to be here and to have traveled so far in such a short time during their stay in the tower. Balvini heard the boys' admiration and beckoned them to go farther with her. She asked them to promise that they would stay close to him and not fall behind. The players looked at each other in confusion and obediently agreed with their mistress. Balvini made sure she was doing the right thing and announced that the time had come. Unveiling her weapon before the entrance to the dungeon, she said they were going inside. Just at that moment, the cave became light, and all the players noticed 3 huge cyclops above them. Pastis, seeing those Class A monsters, thought it was better to retreat. Balvini raised her weapon up and wasn't going to retreat at all. The giant cyclopes were coming straight at her, destroying everything in their path. None of them knew that for Balvini this was a habit, and she destroyed all of them in an instant. Pastis was shocked that she was destroying all 3 of them single-handedly and figured she was one of the top 300 strongest players. For the mistress herself, it didn't seem to be a problem, and she beckoned the boys to move on. She walked over to some memorial stone with flowers laid there. Pastis scrutinized the spot, and nothing came into his mind but that it was a grave. Mrs. Balvini was searching in her pockets for something and at last was about to take it out. It was the same Love's Forget-Me-Not flower that were on Asarian's dungeon field. The girl sat down on her knees in front of the memorial stone and laid the flower. She called the boys closer to her to tell them what this place was. As it turned out, it was the last place she had seen the great swordmaster once long ago. Balvini went on to say that at the time, She was the team leader of the Avalon Guild's Vanguard group. The lady clarified that it was only with the help of Asarian and Warren that she was able to escape. She asked the boys in what situation they would rely on someone. Pastis replied that only in the most critical one, as his call for help equaled a reduction in his leadership skills. Sumama responded quite differently, saying she would turn if there was mutual trust. Balvini was hooked by Sumama's answer, and she clarified that this was a very good reason. She added that she had once taken trust too lightly with her comrades. There is no such thing as perdition in the tower, resulting in some very interesting consequences. In the terrarium, feelings of fear are dulled and instead there is oblivion. Some would say this is a blessing, but can it really be called that? Balvini didn't think so at all and had her own opinion on the matter, describing it as a curse. There was no doom there, but they were all bound to come to an end anyway, albeit in different forms of understanding. Players who forgot to fear put themselves and their loved ones in danger. Balvini was worried that it might already be too late to talk about it. Unfortunately, she was only able to realize it after Asaran and Huaran had disappeared. Once she realized this, she could no longer move forward and was not ready to take responsibility for the lives of her group members or even her own. However, she felt that she had to do something about it, and so she began to go on duty in this place. Balvini never gave up hope that her saviors would come back to life. Sumama quietly asked if Madame had brought all these flowers here. Balvini nodded and said that was all she could tell about the Red Gate incident. After a moment, she shifted her gaze to the boys and asked them to answer one question. Without taking her eyes off them, she wondered if her decision was the right one. To stop going forward and stop here was the right thing to do. She looked very confused and sad and asked what she should do. Suddenly, Pastis decided to support the lady somehow and started talking. He said that not in spite of all this, she should keep moving forward. Pastis clarified that he was the kind of person who just enjoyed everything. The reason for that was his achieved goal of becoming a player in the tower. Balvini sadly replied that she understood him, but she wasn't sure if she could do that. Suddenly, the walls of the cave shook and rocks fell from above. Lilith and Kim and their new acquaintance quickly flew down the dungeon through the upper passage. The faces of the flying people could not be seen from below, so the boys became worried. Finally, the company of peas landed in the very center of the dungeon. Balvini immediately ordered everyone to move away immediately, but Pastis asked her to take her time. The boy thought he heard a familiar voice, and he began to peer into the shroud of thick smoke. The smoke quickly cleared and the entire trio appeared out of it, and Pastis shouted that they were his friends. The only one the boy didn't know was the blonde-haired girl who greeted them cheerfully. She quickly stepped forward and said she was here for help. The girl stepped into the light and introduced herself to everyone at once, giving her name as Scarlet Dragon. The gentlemen and their partners stood with exactly the same reaction to all of this. Scarlet Dragon said that she was especially pleased to meet Miss Balvini. The partners stood up and called their names one by one, introducing themselves as members of Avalon. Lilith felt terribly incongruous in the uniform of the Avalon Guild. The clothes were uncomfortable and tight, and she decided she would never wear them again. Balvini, meanwhile, pondered the name of the secret stranger. Even though she found it a useful introduction, she still couldn't believe it, even though she had once been a member of Avalon. Kim replied to her that it didn't matter what she said since they would still have to trust her. The Scarlet Dragon felt as if she sensed it was about her and quickly turned around. She next decided to take a close look around the dungeon. It felt like the girl was looking for something, examining every corner. She started to say that there was something here somewhere, and after a second she stopped, shouting that she had found it. In that very second, an entrance appeared before everyone's eyes on one wall of the dungeon. Kim Tae-wan was impressed and said it was just amazing. Balwini was confused and surprised to see it all again after so many years. She clarified that it was just like that day and that it was the Red Gate. The Scarlet Dragon stood at the gate and cheerfully called everyone to hurry up and join her. She looked at the astonished kids and said that it was time to enter. The Terrarium Sky Tower had always been a haven for peaceful people. The two unknown players stood in front of the brightly blazing city. One of them was very happy about the rather excellent profit this time. The other wasn't quite okay with it, as he didn't really like anything. At that moment, a bright purple glow appeared next to them. The player asked if Mirage had finally paid off his debts. That was the call to begin their actions, and one of them announced that they would begin. Mrs. Balvini didn't really want to dive into old memories and said she would stay in the dungeon. She clarified that the entrance could cause serious problems according to the current rules, and she wasn't going to break them. Sumama thought Balvini wanted it more than anyone, but Kim agreed, saying that at least one person should stay outside just in case. Someone started to say that in that case she was doing the right thing, and he would contact the Avalon Association just in case. The Scarlet Dragon heard where the voice was coming from and stepped closer to S. Pastis. Taking a closer look at him, she stopped shouting and even complimented him, which embarrassed the guy. Having decided on all the points, they finally decided to go inside. The players took turns one by one approaching the Red Gate for entry. Miss Balvina stayed behind to wait for them and silently watched them leave. The girl had rather mixed feelings about everything that was happening. Once the players were inside, they felt a strong spread of power. Lilith noted that there was too much disordered energy in the red gate. At this moment, Kim's hand activated, glowing brightly. Thus, his hunter's compass skill was activated. This could only mean one thing. That guy they had already vaguely seen was the right person. Suddenly, the spirit of his mighty power appeared in front of Kim Tae-wan. The spirit said that the guy had grown a lot in ability, and it was hard to recognize him now. She had appeared here to warn him since they were coming. The girl showed a fleeting vision to Zan where he saw the purple ones. The boy fell to his knees in despair, and the spirit warned him that this was all she could show him, and there was no way he could avoid meeting them. For a moment, he wondered who she even was and why she was helping him. Kim's next question was what purpose he had been summoned to this world for. The spirit decided that there was a lot of confusion in Tavon's memories. In fact, it only proved his power, and that was the only answer she could give. She said goodbye to Kim and wished to meet again someday. Kaylee gazed at something with rapt attention and marveled at how good Zan was. As it turned out, the guy had made an entire tombstone out of destroyed weapons. Kaylee complimented him on it, and Zan smiled back at her in a friendly manner. It had been a full 3 months since the partners had gotten to this place. To some extent, Zan could already handle the abilities he had gotten from Asarion, though he hadn't used them yet. They had tried to leave this place 15 days ago, but it hadn't worked. The boy could clearly feel the moment when he had last fought Asarion again, and the memories were haunting him. In the end, they decided to make the graves. Even though it was a mere formality, Kaylee had come up with the idea, and Zan willingly supported it. As of today, they had finished setting up all the graves. They looked out at the bright full moon and were determined to leave this place. Kaylee took Zan's hand and beckoned for them to go ahead so they could get home soon. The boy stopped for a second and thought about something, catching Kaylee's attention. He asked her if it was normal for them to leave like this. She reminded him that he had made them graves, and that should satisfy them. Zan himself realized that he had done all he could and could finally leave this place. He also said that all they had to do was make sure that something like this never happened again. It was at that moment that they saw an incomprehensible bright fiery slash in the air. Zan and Kaylee were startled, and he assumed it was some sort of crack that was only getting bigger. Without hesitation, the girl hugged the guy tightly and yelled that it could be dangerous. Literally a second later, the entire rescue team of partners came out of the portal. They caught a picture of Kaylee holding the confused guy tightly to her. At this point, everyone was confused and embarrassed, keeping their eyes on Kaylee and Zan. Zan quickly pulled away from his partner and awkwardly asked where they were from. Lilith stood silently until a certain point when her patience broke. She looked up at the guy and shouted loudly as to how to make sense of it all. Lilith began to yell even louder that he had no shame or conscience at all, because while they were out there searching for them with the last of their strength, he was sitting here quietly cuddling with Kaylee. Zan started making excuses and saying it was just a misunderstanding and they were just scared. He asked Kaylee to explain everything to Lilith, who already knew it wasn't going to happen. The rest of the guys simultaneously shouted out their partners' names in joy. They rather ran to the guys and began to all hug tightly together. Pastis couldn't stop saying how much they were worried about them and how happy they were to meet them. Scarlet Dragon, looking at all of this, didn't quite seem to understand what they were doing this for. She announced that she would find a way through the red gate as she could feel its energy. Kim Tae-wan asked her if she could inquire about one thing. He learned that she wasn't even a player, and he wondered why she was helping them. The Scarlet Dragon said that like them, she was looking for something, so it was basically just a bonus. She quickly turned around and headed in the other direction, leaving the boys behind. Tavin called out to her, asking her what to do, and learned that he just had to follow her. He had no choice but to just agree and silently follow the girl. He decided that was not even a bad thing, as he wanted to think about something in private. He couldn't help but think about the red spirit that had probably given him his powers and summoned him to this world. But much to his regret, he couldn't remember anything else from it. Strangely enough, his last memory was some sort of bright flash. After a while, he woke up and looked around carefully. Sitting on a hill, he saw the very same terrarium celestial tower in front of him. Even during the confusion, there were 3 thoughts that never left his head. Perhaps the most important matter in his mind was the power granted to him. The next but not insignificant question was the very existence of the god Aso, and at the end of it all, the thought of what he should do bothered him. While he was thinking about all this, another interesting thought occurred to him: how Zanhev had gotten into this world, ending up here beside him. He decided that they would have much to discuss between them upon their return. The Scarlet Dragon noticed the boy had stopped and said they weren't there yet. Tavin asked the girl if she'd finished looking around the area. As they walked, he wondered how old she was, but she herself didn't know exactly, since she hadn't counted in a while. Kim was finally confused and decided to find out where they were going. Unexpectedly for Kim, the girl said something very intriguing. She began to say that he smelled just like her, so she had one logical conclusion. Scarlet Dragon realized this immediately and clarified that came from another world. Kim was more surprised than usual and began to ask her more about it. The Scarlet Dragon somehow blurted out and began to explain that this was not quite true. It was her way of saying that she was glad he had come along with her anyway. She actually wanted to call Zan as well, because she noticed that they definitely had a lot to talk about. Kim Tae-won sullenly informed the girl that not only he, but all of them needed to. Pastis went to look around and came across the graves, and Kaylee yelled that they had made them. He turned to her and asked if she was kidding by calling her out for an adventure. Kaylee rushed toward the boys, and Lilith tried to stop her somehow, but to no avail. Pastis only silently returned and waved cheerfully at Lilith goodbye. He didn't miss the opportunity to hint that this was the perfect opportunity. Lilith immediately boiled over, guessing that he had done it on purpose. And so Zan and Lilith were left sitting alone with each other in awkward silence. Zanhev wanted to ease the tension and asked how they were doing. Lilith wasn't really ready to discuss anything distant and answered ambiguously. The girl immediately turned to the guy and asked him what it was like for him to be here all this time. He silently turned away and informed her a while later that a lot had happened here. Unexpectedly for both of them, Lilith came up behind him and hugged him tightly. Once upon a time long ago, Lilith's family had been called the Fire Family, and had eventually been reborn by fire and destroyed by it. Even as a little girl, she had heard people say they were cursed with fire. Her father told her he was proud of their fire family and she should be too. They could create and destroy, for they knew how to control the sacred fire. Meanwhile, all around them outside their home was going up in flames. Her father told her to listen carefully and stay in the temple, for the power of the Great Spirit would protect her. Little Lilith wondered what would happen to her father, and if the spirit could protect him as well. Two girls were walking through the village and discussing how many people had been destroyed here, and who would pay what price for it. The father informed the girl that he had to go as there was still one temple left. Lilith called out to him, but he informed her that she was the hope of all their family. The father asked the little girl to survive at all costs, no matter what happened. He would walk away and leave her in a protective circle, looking at her innocent baby eyes. The father could still hear Lilith crying loudly and calling for him for some time. After what had happened in the village, the little girl sat on the hill and watched as everything around her was in the embrace of fire. Suddenly she saw something beside her and could not believe her own eyes. Standing next to little Lilith was her father in the fiery form of a henchman spirit. She became even more angry and, igniting the flames in her hand, said she would destroy them all. Lilith promised to do it with her own hands for the sake of her family. Fire flashed in the little girl's eyes, and a spark of hatred was forever lit in her heart. After that day, Lilith never cried again, as she felt she didn't deserve it. She sat silently staring at Zane, wondering if it was all right. When she hugged him, you didn't want to talk about anything anymore, but just be like this in silence. She cried and said she didn't know what happened here, but it was okay now. Zan felt her tear on his cheek and was very surprised, never knowing that side of Lilith. She offered to let him cry if he wanted to, but he sweetly declined. He pulled away and asked her to give him just a moment to recover. However, that didn't put the girl off and she hugged him even tighter. At that moment, her henchman appeared and watched all of this sadly. He sincerely apologized to the girl for everything that had happened in her life. The henchman understood more than anyone how much she herself needed a hug. Suddenly, they were all distracted, hearing some sound and seeing a cut in space. A large crack appeared in the sky, looking like another entrance to the dungeon. Kim Tae-won guessed that it wasn't just a crack, but most likely someone was coming towards them. He and Zan remembered what the cut was at the same time, together reporting that it was the purple ones. Zanhev, without another word, quickly ran forward while Lilith called out for him back. He yelled that Kaylee had gone this way and he needed to check things out right away. The girl was about to get up, but the guy ordered her to stay put. He quickly realized that something was wrong here because Mirage was appearing differently. It occurred to Zan that it could be another new enemy, which, by the way, he had already met Kaylee. Violet eyed Kaylee curiously, wondering who it was in front of her. She wasn't going to wait for an answer as she knew it was a living weapon herself, and Kaylee sensed her purple aura. Kaylee immediately sensed that they were bad since they had such heavy energy coming from them. A second girl also appeared and said that even if it was true, there was nothing wrong with it. The blonde-haired girl said that it had been a long time since she had seen so many dead and felt so many spirits. She also clarified that at least this time Mirage had kept his promise, except that she hadn't felt the great swordsman's spirit. At the same moment, the girl felt an energy coming from somewhere, about to attack her. Several charged spears flew at the girl at the same second at breakneck speed. The majestic spirit saved her by creating a large defense around her and taking all the blows. Tavin noted to himself that he had never seen this on-ranker before. He said that although he was not aware of her purpose, there was no way he would let things go according to her plan. Since the monster with defenses came out of nowhere, it could only be her ability, and perhaps she was a summoner, though it was too early to judge. Fortunately, his attack worked, and though he wasn't sure if he would defeat her or stop her, he knew for sure that he would try to thwart her. And Kim Tae-won was quite determined exactly until he thought that no one else should show up. Just after that thought, Another Anranker girl appeared and let him know that she knew what he was thinking. The blonde-haired girl clarified that she wasn't the only Anranker to come here. They suggested that Kim go to his friends so as not to interfere with their business here. Tavan laughed and said he wasn't going to run away and would handle them both. He also thought it was funny that they were supposedly worried about him. Tavan clarified that they'd done well, of course, but they'd overlooked one important point. He wasn't alone, and his friend was already rushing over there to help him. At that moment, a spirit of doom appeared over Kaylee and the Anranker girl. He started shouting to the Anrankers that they wouldn't make it, and nothing would work. Pastis was already running to protect Kali from the purple while they considered the spirit. Moments later, someone made the first attack on the Anrankers, dropping a bomb. Sumama stepped into the fray, lighting up with wildfire and shouting to Kaylee to watch it. She wasn't kidding this time and was quite serious, sensing a real threat. Sumama quickly ran up to the Anranker and dealt her a powerful blow. Anranker was sure that Sumama was a beginner, but it was obvious that this was not the first time she had faced players like her. She didn't have time to put up a defense and flew backwards, trying to slow down. For some reason, the girl was really laughed at by the guy's attempts to wrestle with them. Pastis decided that now was a good time and shouted for Sumama to start. The girl jumped up with her sword and delivered a crushing, powerful blow. Zan saw a bright flash from afar and realized that they were already here. Lilith noticed it too, and she didn't like it all at all, even though she was bigger. An Anranker was already rushing at Sumama in a retaliatory attack, saying she wished to return the favor. Sumama barely had time to dodge the blow, thinking how fast her opponent was. Pastis shouted to Kaylee that it was her turn, and she was already flying at the Anranker. Her opponent took Kaylee's brutal blow and with a whisk flew away. Pastis shouted to Sumama to attack once more in the 7 o'clock position. When dealing with a strong opponent, do not let him discover your weakness and act firmly and confidently. If you don't have a physical advantage, then just be craftier. Anranker didn't understand what Pastis said about the 7 o'clock position meant, but she was amused by it. Her partner thought Pastis was stressing her out as he gave the others commands only they understood. The guy at this time noticed the piercing stares of both Anrankers and he felt a little uneasy. It was time for him to demonstrate something as well. Though the girls twitched that he had more passive skills, he had conditional abilities that required some conditions to activate. For example, you had to have an idea of your opponent's abilities and feel hostility towards him himself. Therefore, he could not borrow the power of Kali, Sumama, or anyone else. Hence, he had no choice but to find out what ability his opponent had in order to fulfill his conditions. In other words, Pastis had no value as a player right now. It wasn't really that sad, for there was always some sort of but. His opponents didn't know what exactly Pastis's abilities were either. He decided that keeping his distance when summoning the spirit of the referee should be enough to control her. The guy felt that the most important thing right now was to make sure none of their friends got hurt. Now was just the right moment as Kaylee held the Anranker for Sumama to strike. Pastis still realized he could be wrong after all. Assumptions don't always come true. That's why the guy was never sure of his theories until the very end. In any case, the main thing was that he trusted his friends completely. Zan, as he made his way to the battle site, only hoped that his friends would hold out a little longer. He didn't care who the battle was against. He was just determined to win. Unfortunately, just as Pastis thought, the situation was not turning out the way he had envisioned. Anranker covered her face with her hands and laughed loudly at the boys. She told them that they were too weak to show anything worthy. The signs pointed both ways, and Lilith didn't know exactly where she wanted to go, as she didn't keep up with Zan. She realized that now was not the time to fall into a stupor, and decided to choose randomly. Suddenly, the girl's path was blocked by her henchman, emerging in his most formidable form. Lilith stopped and didn't realize what he was doing, or why he looked like that now. In fact, the minion didn't just appear for no reason. He wanted to tell her something. He told her to listen to him carefully because there was important news. The henchman sensed that those who destroyed their family were very close by. Pastis asked Kaylee and Sumama if they were okay. Sumama replied that they were fine, but felt that they had been let go on purpose. Anranker asked the boys again if they felt their own weakness. The chief Anranker reported that she had perhaps seen all that those were capable of. She summoned her all-powerful purple aura and said it was time to call it a day. At that moment, Pastis realized that she was far more powerful than all of them put together. This meant only one thing to the boys. Unfortunately, their plan wasn't working. As the Anranker directed the flow of her sinister power at them, the guy realized that they wouldn't last that long. He noticed how the other girl was about to use her powers. Pastis, of course, had expected this much earlier, and now was absolutely not the right moment. Anranker was pulling out her mighty sword and was about to make her first strike. The henchmen and Lilith were rushing towards their enemies at breakneck speed and simply could not allow them to do the same thing they had once done to their family. Lilith herself was well aware of this and was hurrying as fast as she could. She knew that after that day, the Violet's harvest tree had sprouted. This was the reason why the power of the Violet Ones was so powerful. The blonde-haired Anranker stood in front of Kim and let her protective, sinister spirit flow. The monster let out a loud roar, but Kim remained completely calm and even said that it was somehow too noisy. Kim saw the spirit of his power making a clue again, but this time found its complete resemblance to Momo's examiner. It was with her help that Tavan had been able to perform the summoning of the giant golem. His opponent, of course, noticed Kim's skill and was even a little surprised. He realized that he couldn't win by completely copying her abilities. Tavan decided to apply them in his own way, considering his strengths, and show what he could do. The boy summoned his ability to appear in the guise of a powerful spirit. He also had a trump card up his sleeve in the form of a 7th skill which he was going to use. Taewon quickly recalled the sequence to properly utilize the skill, activating the gravity field first. The next step was to summon anti-gravity to amplify the effect. There was a powerful explosion from the mixing of energies, and Kim was guided into the energy field. He immersed himself in the field, summoning the next 73rd skill. This skill was the all-too-familiar powerful Spear of Light. Anranker quickly realized that Kim wasn't just any other newbie. She quickly opened her defense fan as the guy wasn't just blabbering away, but went straight to action. Kim's spear flew at the monster guarding the girl, deflecting the attacks. Tavan's eyes lit up with not only excitement, but also some of the energy power that was summoned by the 29th skill. Immediately on top of the fire attack, Kim aimed an ice spear that froze the blow for a while, thus producing a powerful attack that powerfully exploded upon contact with the target. Anranker saw that she had already reflected enough blows, and decided to move to an offensive attack. She summoned a vortex of magical energy using the Spirit Shaman's spell. Kim felt it was time to step up the tactics and activated the 392nd skill. It was one of the strongest earthquake-inducing skills. Anranker resiliently withstood all the blows, and Kim thought that this monster could really take a lot. Kim saw a huge tornado and tried to do something about it by shooting fireballs at it. Anranker laughed loudly at him, telling him that it was too late to do anything about it. She used all of her power, forming a flower seed tree, and clarified that from the moment she appeared, everything was already a foregone conclusion. Standing on her own vortex of fate, the girl beckoned Kim closer to her. She noticed that Kim was not giving up and was trying to appeal to the remaining powers, and added that he was trying in vain. The guy, on the other hand, could sense the incredibly strong aura and knew full well that he wasn't going to stop it with one weak skill. He firmly decided that he had no choice but to use all of his power at once. Anranker unleashed her first attack, calling her first attempt Dragon's Kiss. Kim understood that in order to stabilize this power, he had to use his secret weapon. Lilith was already approaching him at full steam, asking him to do nothing. She wanted him to not touch her anymore, as she was going to do it herself. Anranker, who had seen the fire from afar, felt that it was very familiar to her. She saw the blazing field and began to scrutinize the owner of the sacred fire. Anranker didn't even immediately believe her eyes, easily recognizing Kina Lilith. Lilith, too, recognized without a drop of doubt the Bari Anranker she had been searching for so long. The girl stood before Lilith just as she had once remembered her in her village as a little girl. Bari had said with a chuckle how lucky she was because she had not been able to take her soul back then, but it had come to her on its own. Anranker scrutinized Lilith, estimating her possible strength, and added that the princess of the Fire Clan had grown up. Kina Lilith was in a way even glad that the one still remembered her. It was because of this that the girl could fully concentrate on her revenge. Meanwhile, the second Anranker girl was attacking Pastis, Sumama, and Kaylee. The guys were simply furious and prepared to fight her with all their might. In that instant, the ground shuddered and it was as if it threw the guys staring forward a bit. They all saw something very powerful and majestic in the location of the other Anranker. The girl realized that apparently Bari had already started, and even resented her a bit for being in such a hurry. While she was looking at the scene of the battle, she heard something command behind her back. At that moment, all three boys pounced on the Anranker from all sides. The Anranker didn't even seem to be hurt by this, and she only asked with a sort of sadness if they were tired of trying this again. But the guys weren't going to stop there and launched their strongest attacks one after another. Pastis noticed that his opponent was getting even faster and realized that she was just holding back before. One important thing came to his attention. All this time, she was just playing with them. The girl easily threw all the guys in different directions in one motion. She looked contentedly at her efforts and took an interest in one individual. Anranker slowly approached Kali, having a special relationship with living weapons. Sumama managed to get up somehow and called out to her rival, telling her not to approach Kali. Anrankera was intrigued by this turn of events, and she just couldn't help but respond. She told Sumama that although she was strong, her brains were weak, and she would never be able to defeat her. The rival said that Sumama should just lie down on the ground and obediently tuck her tail. Sumama herself understood everything and never thought of herself as a strong player. She always thought that she was weak and useless, and didn't demand much from herself. But when something like this happened, Sumama was sure that at least for 1 second, but she would become useful. The girl accelerated, and with the last of her strength rushed to attack her opponent, who easily countered her with a crushing blow. Pastis knew her best and was very scared for his friend, calling out loudly to her. He began to frantically think how and what to do in the situation. Enemy abilities, inclinations, and goals were all useful to use right now. Pastis wanted to think of something urgently so that everyone could survive. Anranker had already approached Callie, who was still without a creature, and announced that she would deal with the living weapons first. She saw a slightly recovering Callie, and inquired as to how she wanted to see her doom. Pastis fell to the ground in despair and begged for Zan to get here soon. No one stopped short of distracting his rival at least for a while. He began to ask her if the performance in question gave her joy. Pastis added that she was hardly interested in fighting weaklings like them. He asked if she was willing to take down a living weapon only to have its master appear. The guy also said that was a good decision, so the one is the stronger of the two. He moved a little closer and repeated that Zan Hev was on his way here. Pastis realized that only by his chattering could make any difference right now. He decided to add that if she killed Kaylee now, she would lose her chance to fight Zan forever. Everyone would then think her utterly stupid for being afraid of some weaklings. Anranker suddenly laughed out loud, scaring the guy a little with it. She realized it was a provocation because she expected them to beg for mercy. But the guy turned out to have his own tactics. Anranker wondered if he was realistically going to catch her at it. Sumama, though lying there exhausted, heard their entire conversation, guessing that he didn't succeed. In fact, this was Pastis's last move, and now neither of them knew what to do next. To everyone's surprise, Anranker did give Pastis's words some thought. The girl shouted that he was right about something, and she just couldn't give up on a real fight after all this time. Anranker informed them that so-and-so would fall into their alleged trap. All she felt she needed to do was destroy all of them first. Pastis looked at her rival and tried to figure out if she was serious or joking. Kaylee and Sumama realized that with her attack, none of them would last long. Pastis had already seen everything he wanted to see and said that she could do whatever she wanted. He added that her time was up while Zan was taking Kaylee behind her back. Zanhev thanked all of his comrades profusely for making it through. The guy shifted his gaze to the Anranker and informed her that her main opponent was him. Her opponent noticed some unexplainable energy in Zan's eyes and thought of his strength. She didn't understand only one thing. Why attack from the back if you've already shown yourself? The girl was sure to strike back at him, preparing her weapon. She didn't have time to do anything before she received a powerful blow from the guy, pushing her down hard. Her opponent clarified if his name was Zanhev and wanted to give him her name. But that didn't happen because Zan didn't want to listen to her and immediately asked how Kaylee was doing. He said caringly that she was having a hard time and he would understand if she needed rest. Kaylee was already on full alert and told Zan that everything was fine because she was charging him, and since they were a team, they would fight together. The guy was happy to hear this and saw that she was telling the truth, thanking her for everything. Anranker had been watching them talk the whole time in bewilderment. It really pissed her off that the guy was acting so arrogant and didn't even bother to finish listening to her. She figured he didn't have long left to enjoy his power because right now she would fix that. Anranker readied her weapon, charged with purple power, and summoned her fifth strike. Before she could even swing it, her sword was immediately shattered to pieces. Anranker looked at the weapon in bewilderment and couldn't even move in surprise. Zan sternly told her to stay put as he was going to deal with her a little later. He immediately asked his friends how they were feeling and if they were all right. The guys thanked Zan for his concern and replied that he was probably pretty tired himself. Suddenly, Zan ran up to them and hugged them tightly, never stopping to thank them for saving Kaylee. Pastis hadn't expected this and awkwardly started to say that it wasn't hard at all. The boy thought that even just standing next to Zan, he felt a strong surge of energy and didn't even realize exactly how much stronger his comrade had become. It was a complete feeling that Zan finally had a clearer image of himself. The most interesting thing to Pastis was that the guy hadn't even gotten into the player rankings yet, and whether he was even as new as them. At this time, the Anranker recovered from her loss and asked if they would be chatting much longer. Without even thinking to wait for an answer, she immediately rushed into the attack with a slash of destruction. The girl flew straight at Zan and called into action her 10th strike. Zanhev wasn't as simple as he might seem at first glance, and asked her to wait with her conclusions. The guy quickly deflected her blow and powerfully struck her with his divine sword. Anranker was actually very surprised at how he was able to easily repel her 10th strike, and had to admit that Zan was really strong. At this point, Pastis decided to warn Zan, saying he must know something about her. He didn't know exactly how, but the girl could create weapons and heal herself with her accumulated power. Pastis also clarified that the source of this power was other people's souls. Zan turned directly to the Anranker, asking if what Pastis had just said was true or not. She responded by playfully asking if he wished to know the secret of her ability. Zan clarified that he was merely asking if it was true and not a gram more. After not hearing a single word from the girl, he asked again if she had actually stolen someone's souls. Anranker informed him that she didn't understand why people used living weapons at all. After all, They were wasting their powers and emotions. She also asked if it gave him an unnecessary headache. The girl answered after all, saying that she collects other people's souls, creating weapons out of them. That wasn't what she truly thought was the most important question, but something else. Onranker had already summoned a new portion of power, and said that it was far more important how many she had. Zan lunged back, replying that it didn't matter at all and swung for a powerful strike. His legendary mighty sword met the weapon from the souls of the Onranker in a fight for survival. The opponent offered to test right now to see who was the stronger of the two, calling out her name Robbie. She summoned all of her purple aura again and attacked Zan several times, ending up hurting him a bit. Pastis was even angry that there was no way this Robbie was going to settle down, and Zan was having such a hard time, even though he doesn't show it. As much as he resented it, the guy had to admit that Zan was protecting them all. He realized that they had no choice but to leave it all on him. Robbie told Zan that he was much stronger than she had imagined, and it was strange that she hadn't heard of him before. She looked like a madwoman, and in all her sinisterness decided to try another trick on him. Pastis realized this and shouted loudly to Zan that no matter how strong he was, let him be careful. To everyone's surprise, Zan remained completely calm and suggested that the guys rest. He also told them not to worry about him, as everything was fine. He lit a few lights and sternly said that he wouldn't mind trying out a few things himself. Meanwhile, Kina Lilith was imagining this day and moment over and over again. She kept thinking about how she would set fire to that tree that had gotten her family members killed. The girl had visualized it so many dozens and hundreds of times that she even lost count. It was from all these emotions that Lilith's original skill was formed. Everyone knew that in addition to the sacred fire, the girl also possessed the purgatory ability. Lilith, sparing no effort, fired about 10 shots of fire in a row at her opponent. Bari couldn't help but notice the amount of fire blasts she managed to inflict at once. She said that she was now personally convinced that little Lilith had not wasted any time. Bari also noted to herself that the girl had only attacked the harvest tree, and so the completion had been delayed, but she already had a plan. After a second, she chuckled and spoke up about how she thought the great swordsman was gone forever. Bari added, looking in Zan's direction, that she could feel his aura in the guy. Zanhev gathered all his strength and asked Kaylee to maximize his effort now as well. Pastis noticed how the shape of the sword changed, something he had never seen before. Bari noticed it too and thought it was quite interesting, suggesting that they have another fight. She said it would be her 100 souls fighting against their two. Onranker was fully convinced that it was her 100 souls who seemed more powerful. Zan spoke incredulously about the 100 souls and asked him not to make him laugh anymore. He clarified that the Onranker would be the only one he and Kaylee would destroy. Something incredibly powerful began to happen. Zan's blows intertwined closely with each other, as if exchanging energy, and circled around his victim. In a second, his sword dance technique destroyed his opponent, leaving her decapitated. Pastis and Sumama opened their mouths in amazement, still not believing that Zan had won. The most interesting thing about it all was that he held the victory in just one blow. A member of the Ranker class, Mirage, goes to any extreme to avoid perdition. After his demise, he would not be able to maintain the contract of absolute justice, meaning all contracts would simply be cancelled. This was the main reason why he was desperate to survive at all costs. Mirage was talking to someone, saying that he hated to even hear about such a thing, as he didn't know a single person who wanted to die voluntarily. He asked why his interlocutor was talking about it so suddenly. Mirage clarified that any battle is only called a battle when their lives are on the line. But if one used Bibian's Seed of Forbidden Fruit ability, one could easily defeat everyone. Mirage knew that through such a seed, one could obtain the desired power in exchange for another gift of true demise. Bibian asked to move his interlocutor closer to the point, for he didn't call for a chat. He wanted to know from the girl if Zanhev had used one of her seeds. On the battlefield in the dungeon, the boys felt some rumblings, like there was an earthquake, and thought it was a tree moving. Suddenly they all noticed all the energy around them and the magical aura moving somewhere to one place. Pastis looked around to see where it was all moving to, and noticed that it was being drawn into the tree itself. Zan noticed this as well and became eerily angry, turning to the dead girl. He sort of mentally told the Onranker that even after her demise, he would not leave her alone. At this time, Robbie's head was lying nearby and was still able to speak, shouting that the fight wasn't over yet. She tried to hurt him somehow by insulting him and added that she hadn't used even half of her power. Robbie was sure that the victory was unfair and the guy had cheated, because she couldn't believe that a guy whose name she had never heard before had defeated her so easily. At that moment, the girl thought she saw Bibian's shadow behind the guy. Robbie called out to her loudly and started insulting her in every possible way, blaming her for everything that had happened to her here. She specified that she would destroy her own toys with her own hands. Zan didn't understand what she was even talking about and asked her to just accept defeat and disappear finally. It didn't matter to him whether it was Bibian or someone else. Zan invited everyone to visit him. He was firmly convinced of one thing. No matter how many times he had to destroy them, he would eventually end all their souls. A swirl of purple aura rose in the air, and that meant that the opponents had left them. Zan looked and regretfully said that one still managed to escape, and he didn't rush to destroy it. He looked up at the sky for a while longer and turned back to his comrades. The guys weren't just surprised by this version of Zan. They were shocked when he called for them to return home. Sumama still hadn't fully realized what had happened here, and checked with Pastis to see if Zan had won in the end after hearing the confirmation. The Scarlet Dragon had been looking for something in the dungeon all this time, but there was no way she could find it. She turned around at the loud rumble and saw a purple aura receding. The girl realized that the battle was over anyway, and hoped that they had won, since because of some contract she couldn't help them in the fight. Lilith stood and watched the disappearing enemies as well, while something else appeared in front of her. The girl did not immediately realize what the image with the flame in its chest meant. Looking closely at the ghost's face, she realized it was the spirit of the Fire family. Lilith fell to the ground and began to blame herself for not being able to defeat them despite all her preparation. She cried because she felt that she would not be able to end her family's suffering, let alone take revenge. Lilith kept repeating the same thing over and over again and didn't even notice Kim walking up to her. The guy thought that even though she hadn't been able to defeat her opponent, she had still managed to suppress him for a while. Taewon even wondered that if he himself had come face to face with such an opponent, would he have been able to defeat him? The whole company finally came together and headed for the portal. Kaylee was smiling and couldn't hide her joy at their departure from this place. Pastis was literally dragging Sumama on his back as the girl still hadn't fully recovered. She could barely walk, but she was able to tell Pastis that she couldn't fight like she should. Sumama wondered how much stronger they had to get to be as powerful as Zan. It was finally over, but many still had something to regret. The boys passed through the portal back into the cave, but no doubt left their mark on the occasion. The influence of the 97th generation of players was certainly huge. They came out of the cave and were immediately pounced upon by people who introduced themselves as reporters from various magazines, eager to learn all about the Red Gate. The reporters jostled and shouted at each other, eager to be the first to capture all the information firsthand. From the crowd, they heard a familiar voice clarifying that everyone had returned unharmed. Standing in front of the boys was a happy Balvini who had dutifully waited for them here all along. Someone in the crowd asked which of the guys was the famous swordsman everyone had come to see. After another moment, Kaylee and Zan heard a very familiar voice speaking louder and louder. It was their teacher, running out to meet them and hugging them tightly. Noticing how much her children had grown, she kept asking if they were hungry, if they were tired, if they wanted to take a break, and so on, until Zan reminded them that there were a bunch of people looking at them right now. Not far away from everyone, Mr. Rand stood aside and said how long it had been since they had seen each other, and how strong the guy had become. Rand thanked the guys for coming back and said that Dean would be very happy about it too. The teacher noticed that Lilith and Kim had also come to help Zane and Kaylee and praised them for that. Only Pastis and Sumama didn't realize how they all knew each other, and had already realized that they were all close. The boys were brought out of their musings by someone's loud voices calling out to them. Balvini and her old buddies approached Sumama and Pastis and thanked them, bowing low. They said that the guys had realized their dream that they never dared to realize. The players continued to cry and said that no words of thanks would suffice, so they would always consider them their heroes. Rand brought the Ripples over for a snack and said that although it was good to see them alive, they still had a lot to look forward to. Kaylee quickly devoured the contents of her plate, and Zan clarified what Rand meant. The Lord began to explain that since they had not entered the heavenly gates of the terrarium through the normal way, they were considered unauthorized players. Zan didn't quite understand what that meant and looked puzzled at Ran, who clarified that the boys were now considered N-rankers. Ran also said that they probably knew who were considered such players. They were currently protected by the guarantee of their village around the tower, but that was temporary. So tomorrow at the hearing, they would have to prove that they were not an N-ranker like the others. Rand saw the boys' faces full of confusion and tried to explain in other words. After they demonstrated their abilities, they would need to convince some guild to accept them. Unfortunately, this was the only way they would be able to free themselves from the stigma of the N-rankers. After speaking with Mr. Ran, Zan went out for a walk and spotted Lilith on the bridge, asking what she was doing here. The girl jumped up in surprise and awkwardly said hello. She started to ask something like why he was awake, since it was late, and he asked the same thing in return. Lilith said something like nothing and turned away, but of course Zan didn't believe her. Zan ran his hand through the girl's hair, but she jumped up and yelled at him, to which he explained that he just wanted to stroke her head because she had hugged him once before. Lilith insisted that it was different and didn't count. Zan quickly apologized and said he understood and wouldn't do it again, so she could relax. Lilith calmed down and even asked him not to leave, offering to sit down next to him. She started to talk about what she had heard about the hearing tomorrow, but Zan wanted to believe that things would work themselves out somehow. Lilith also decided to cheer the guy up and said that since it was Zan Hev's case, it would definitely go well. They talked for a long time, and Zan even remembered the story of the old man who had given them a ride on the Mokiko to the main gate of the village around the tower. Very quickly, tomorrow came, and here Zan was on the 15th floor of the tower surrounded by a special jury. Aram was announcing to all present that the special hearing had begun. She activated the player's fate crystal, which exploded with a bright flash. In front of all the jury at the hearing stood a stern Zan Hev, determined to prove to everyone who was who. The crystal identified a future opponent for the guy, which was the Queen Lich. Aram announced that the special hearing of Zanhev's Anranker now begins. Guilds willing to take Zanahev in will have to change the red voting color to green, which will be a pass. Ran, upon seeing Zane's opponent, went into a wild rage, thinking that Avalon had gone completely out of their minds. The teacher didn't understand what was wrong, and asked Ran about it, learning that they usually use a monster with a certain class, and this queen was much stronger. As it turned out, the Queen was a C-class, which very few people fought at all. The jurors in the stands were also angered by this treatment of Zan, as the monster was indeed very powerful. Zan's friends heard the guild heads discussing that obviously the guy wouldn't be up to the task. The one who seemed to worry the most was Lilith, who didn't want such an outcome for him. Somewhere in his office, Van Ziemend was sitting watching the broadcast, clarifying that to defeat this monster, Zan would need to use all of his power, and that was why he had chosen the Queen Lich. The vice president of Avalon was overly cunning, and wanted Zan Hev, the god's chosen one, to show him all the power he had gained in the Red Gate. Zan himself had no idea what kind of enemy he was facing, and stood silently waiting for the fight to begin. Some of the players in the spectator stands were discussing that, in principle, the Lich Queen could be defeated, as she was not so much strong as she was with her intricate attacks, and that was why Zan had to confront her. His interlocutor replied that it was possible until the next stage, but if he suddenly passed it, he would move on. Meanwhile, Zanhev raised his hand to ask a question to the examiner, inquiring if safety was guaranteed for spectators here. Aram confirmed that, though it seemed that the field was quite close to the stands, but it was a separate space, so he should only worry about his own safety. The boy stood in the battle space surrounded by many monsters. He quickly thought about the fact that this place was rather cramped, but he was still grateful for it. And since this place was a separate space, there is enough distance between him and the spectators. Quickly, he smashed the queen with one punch, figuring it was a test task. He saw her recover, and realized he needed a few more strikes, so he wouldn't have to show off his skills too often. Zan pushed off powerfully and flew towards his opponent, deciding to aim for the main part. He inflicted a chopping sword technique on her, flying around her several times. Zan hoped that would be enough, landing in his seat, but he was wrong. The Lich Queen became even more angry and began to summon the strength to attack back. Zan thought his rival's roar was too loud when he noticed streams of destructive energy flying at him from all directions. From that moment on, the second phase, which was a magical attack, began, and the judges were sure that he would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, all the spectators from the stands noticed how deftly Zan had repelled the enemy attack, but they couldn't figure out how. Zan still had a lot of karma left, and the teacher realized with admiration that he had used her technique. Kaylee told her partner that the monster had blocked their attack, which was happening to them for the first time. The guy replied that there was still an effect since all of her summoned spirits were gone. The Lich Queen began to recite a spell for the rise of a few more helpers. She stood in the center of the engraved pentagram and summoned 3 loyal warriors. Kaylee quickly noticed and informed Zan that these spirits were different from the previous ones. The boy replied that she must have realized that she couldn't defeat them with numbers alone, so she decided to change tactics. Zan's eyes lit up with the 2 elements again, and he informed her that in that case, they would change tactics as well. Kim Taewon stood up from his seat and informed that it was time for him to leave. Pastis didn't understand why he was leaving right now, but Taewon explained himself. Kim just wasn't interested in watching a fight with an obvious outcome. A huge warrior spirit was approaching Zan, and he was preparing to defend himself before he attacked. The guy lightning fast circled the enemies several times, delivering crushing blows to all of them at once. Van Ziemend couldn't believe his eyes and watched the fight in amazement. Zan's skill had destroyed not only the warrior spirits, but also the queen herself in a single blow, and yet he still had energy left. After what they had seen, the guilds quickly began to change their red voting color to green. Aram guessed that this was the friend Kim and Lilith were looking for, but she never thought he would have the strength to pass the test. She even liked it, and thought she had underestimated his abilities. Zanhev looked at the jury's votes and didn't even expect to get a 100% pass. The special hearing had ended much sooner than he had expected, even thinking about stalling for a bit. After his victory, 2 rings fell out in space, with a sign appearing for him to take them. Aram explained to Zan that this dropped-out item was the treasure of the Lich Queen. Since he had defeated her, this treasure now belonged to him. Zan quickly picked up the dropped item with a successful activation of the passive skill Emotion. The guy was a little surprised that this passive skill was with the characteristic of the player class, because he thought it was a more mysterious class, but it seemed to have the usual functions. Zane had 2 rings in his hands, a sun ring with sun protection and fire resistance plus 50, and a moon ring with moon blessing and cold resistance plus 50. He thought a little disappointedly that these rings were probably useless to him. The system reported that the passive skill setting was activated. The boss monster, C-class monster, had been defeated, and there would be a reward for it. Zan somehow became worried about the special reward, and decided to get it in a more secluded place. Aram congratulated Zanhev on his victory and introduced himself as a member of the Avalon Guild. He said a polite hello and thought she looked like a pretty good person for a guild member. Aram wanted to have a longer conversation, but there was no time for that and she got straight to the point. It was time to choose a guild, and since each one was willing to accept him, he had to make the choice himself. Zan hesitated a bit, but still said he wasn't going to join any of them. His friends in the stands along with the other players were shocked by this statement. Aram explained that joining a guild gives certain privileges, and asked if he really wanted to give that up, to which Zan replied with a firm refusal. He said that he just wanted to be recognized as a player, but he was actually afraid that everyone would find out about his secret player class. Aram couldn't help it and agreed with his decision. But she also added that his decision meant that he was giving up his right to defend himself as an Anranker. Aram saw the boy's slightly puzzled face and wondered what he would do. Zanhev stood in the middle of the space in front of everyone and asked for a moment of attention. The guy said that the reason he was showing off his abilities and following the rules here was to show that he was different from the Anrankers. He had no other reason, even if no one wanted to believe him. Zanhev was determined and added that he would prove it anyway. Pastis laughed out loud and said that his friend was definitely crazy. He also clarified what a fool Kim was for leaving here without waiting for such an ending. Lilith was truly disturbed by the guy's statement, because he didn't have a decent excuse for refusing to join the guild. There was an atmosphere in the stands that needed to be changed urgently so that the hearing wouldn't end this way, and everyone would support Zan. She even decided to take desperate measures, thinking that there was no other option right now. Lilith didn't have time to do anything before she heard applause behind her. Mr. Dean sat among the players and clapped loudly, saying that it was fun. For some reason, Rand felt uncomfortable with the presence of a second-ranked player here. The teacher, on the other hand, was sure that this Mr. Ding was just drawing attention to himself. After saying his words, Mr. Ding quickly walked straight down to Zanhev's space. Zan was surprised to see him as Dean talked about how much the guy had grown. Dean cheerfully hugged him and told him that there was no trace of his childishness left and he was now a full-fledged player. He suggested moving to the diner for further conversation, but Zan wasn't sure that was appropriate right in the middle of a special hearing. Dean informed everyone that they might as well call it a day right now. He looked around at everyone present and asked if anyone had any complaints. The stands erupted in loud discussion that this guy even knew Dean and could definitely be trusted. The heads of the various guilds were happy with the outcome anyway, for Zan had so cleverly rendered Avalon speechless. Pastis couldn't stop laughing at the situation. Aram wondered if Avalon's guild really had a chance. The boys were sitting in the cafe, quickly devouring a pile of food, when they heard the other customers discussing the famous second-ranked player and his companions. Dean cheerfully suggested that Zan see how strong he had become and fight a hand-to-hand battle. Zan was very confused by Dean's offer to arm wrestle. He also thanked him for his support and wondered if it would get him in trouble, since his act might have hurt the people there. Dean laughed merrily and said that he was a second-ranked player, and if anyone was not happy with anything, they could always fight him in person. The visitors were shocked to hear how Zan dared to dare a second-ranked player without any repercussions for him. Dean remembered that he had once been like that himself, though today all the glory was Zan's. The key moment of the entire hearing was Zan declaring himself an independent player. Zane replied that he didn't see anything wrong with that, since several players had declared themselves independent before him. Dean still disagreed with Zane, saying that he had a completely different case. He clarified that the guy was the very same Enranker who solved the mystery of the Red Gate. It was obvious that Avalon had set up that special hearing with the intention of trapping the guy, but the guy had eventually pulled through and declared himself an independent player. Dean clarified that it was a great show and the guy is the star of tonight. Zane definitely liked what he heard, and he even moved in closer to Dean. The gentleman wasn't going to back down and added that it was completely true. He also suggested that his actions would have a positive impact on many players, including himself. Dean proudly told Zanuhev that he had become a truly great terrarium player. A short while later, Dean announced that he had something he was interested in. He looked into the guy's eyes and asked how they were going to make a living now. Zan hadn't expected such a question at all and had completely forgotten that it was necessary. They finished their conversation and went to rest, where Kaylee threw herself onto the soft bed with delight. She was infinitely glad that they had passed the test, eaten delicious food, and even got comfortable beds. Kaylee urged Zan to try out the miracle soft bed as well, but the boy had only one thing on his mind. He had no idea what they were going to do now, or how the other players made any money at all. Kaylee told him to think about it a little later and enjoy the rest of the day. Zan was still saying how important it was and didn't understand why she didn't care, to which Kaylee simply said that after everything they could afford a proper rest. Kaylee turned on her side and suggested that her partner sleep together. The guy was confused for a while, and afterwards he got embarrassed, realizing that it was Kaylee, and she didn't mean anything by it. He decided that it would be better to think about where to find money, and told the girl that he had borrowed money for this hotel from Dean. Kaylee gave Zane a disapproving look and reminded him to check the rewards for winning, which the guy had completely forgotten about. Since the Lich Queen had been defeated, he could safely get the reward. Zan opened it up and a quest popped up on the screen with the countdown starting, where you had to participate in a large-scale sortie within a week. Next, Zan read what would happen if the conditions were not met. He would receive a death sentence. The guy was literally broken, as he was hoping for a reward, but in the end, he was just so cruelly pranked. The system reported that he had managed to get publicity for himself, and the passive skill's special reward was activated. At this moment, a running game machine with numbers appeared on the screen. The values started spinning frantically at the same second and stopped at 3 sevens. For such luck, Zan was promised to receive the biggest prize in history. A moment later, mountains of gold coins sprinkled on the stunned guy. He shouted that it was a fortune of money while Kaylee slept peacefully. The guy shared with his partner everything that had happened to him, and the next day they decided to visit a place together. The manager of the bank branch on the 15th floor sat in front of them and talked about what an honor it was to serve them. He explained that the boys would be able to withdraw this money at any time at their branch on the other floor, but not a large sum at once. The old man inquired if Zan was a top-ranked player, as he seemed familiar. After a second, he recognized him and shouted out if it was the same player Zanuhev was from. After the bank, the partners met Lilith at a cafe reading a newspaper about a local celebrity. She inquired as to what they even had going on right now, but Zan didn't really know. The visitors, of course, also recognized Zanuhev and began discussing his large investment in the bank and his two companions. Lilith heard everything perfectly well and, unable to stand it, at some point exploded. Kina asked why he had brought her to such a crowded place after all that had happened and suggested that he wanted to attract even more attention. Zan quickly dismissed that theory to Lilia, who persisted in asking why they were here. She assumed he wanted her to tell him how to participate in a large-scale sortie. Zan nodded, and the girl thought he was being too hasty with that decision. Lilith began to say that she didn't know about it in detail herself, but it was usually guilds that participated, not independent players. She advised him to go to a mercenary guild, but the guy thought that might be a problem. Lilith said that these quests were usually catastrophic-level monster hunts, so entire guilds were involved together. The mercenary guild was different in that they only did things for their own gain. People from this guild are insane, so everyone tries to avoid them. Lilith would have gladly helped Zan, but she had some things of her own to do. She apologized, but the guy replied that the girl had already given a lot of useful information. He knew she was now in Avalon, and he considered it because of revenge issues for her family. Zan realized that despite his workload, Lilith had still come to help him. He suddenly had a very strong urge to do something for her as well. That's when Zan got what he thought was a brilliant idea. Remembering the rings, he called out to her and asked her to wait a moment, rummaging through his pockets. Zan walked over and took her hand and slipped the ring onto her finger, much to the girl's embarrassment and confusion. Lilith looked at her hand and saw the ring there, not realizing what was happening. She knew what it meant in normal life and immediately blushed. Lilith wasn't just confused. She was in shock and tried to quickly figure out why he had given her the ring. Zan saw the girl's ambiguous reaction and asked what was going on with her and if she liked the gift. She quickly came to her senses and began to guess that it was probably just a reward for winning. No matter how hard Lilith tried to stay calm, there was still one thing keeping her calm. She was very much concerned about the location of the gift ring on her hand. She decided to let the situation go again. After all, it was just a coincidence. But at the same second, she had an image in her mind of what usually happened when a guy put a ring on a girl's ring finger. Zan, on the other hand, couldn't figure out what he had done wrong that made Lilith's ears redden. He decided to explain that the ring was a reward, and had a cold resistance that might come in handy in the future. and Lilith quickly mumbled that that was exactly what she thought it was. She clenched her fist tighter and looked at the ring once more, thanking Zane. She was still pleased to receive the ring from him, and Lilith clarified that she would keep it safe. Kaylee didn't really like the situation and decided to speak up to her partner about it. She explained that she understood, but that it now made her feel like a third extra. Kaylee held out her hand to Zane and said that he could give the ring to her as well. The guy had no choice but to present the second ring to his partner. It had been over 800 years since the celestial terrarium had appeared, but the tower was still not completely taken over. To date, floors 1 through 88 had been captured, despite the fact that the sorties were quite frequent. As the conquest progressed, movement between floors became more frequent and the use of the blue gate, which was used to move from the 1st to the 50th floors, increased. However, you had to pay a sum proportional to the distance between the floors you had to move through. If you were not a member of the guild, you had to pay an additional fee, and it was quite a hefty one. This was invented by the guilds for power, but Zan couldn't stop that, surprising the girl working at the payment reception. The girl let them pass, and Zan thought it was more expensive, he supposed, and should be saved in the future. The past staff were quietly discussing amongst themselves that they had seen this newcomer's picture in the paper. Zan heard their conversation anyway, and he didn't like it at all that he was attracting so much completely unnecessary attention. Then he thought that it might play into his hands and he could get into the Mercenary Guild to participate in a large-scale sortie. On the 10th floor was the Mercenary Guild, specifically the headquarters of Sirius's unit. It was where they could get information about large-scale raids. The giant guards at the entrance told little guys like them to get out of here. Kaylee was angry and wanted to pick a fight, but Zan stopped her and tried to negotiate. One of the guards recognized the missing 97th generation N-rankers. They laughed and said that this was no place for fans and idols to meet, so they should leave. The bouncers still wondered why such famous players looked so harmless. Kaylee was starting to get annoyed with these guys, but Zan asked her to hold back since he had an ace up his sleeve. He handed them a letter of recommendation from Dean from the Scarlet Wings Guild and asked them to give it to their head. While Zan was saying this, he stealthily walked to the very gates of the guild past them. One guard noticed this and asked who had allowed him to set foot on their land. The bouncers began to smash the place where the partners stood with all their might. One of them said that although he could not overturn the results of the special hearing, he would not go back on his word. Kaylee shouted menacingly at them that they were lawless, for they had the letter. The bouncer rudely and insultingly told her that this wasn't just their guild, but a real battle bowl, and they didn't care about any paperwork. He laughed and added that there was no place for people like them here, especially a stupid girl. Zan would not stand for that, and immediately went on the attack at the speed of light. He asked them to remember that he didn't care what they thought or said about him. The guy specified that he would never allow anyone to insult his partner. With those words, he delivered powerful blows to the bouncers one after another. Zan accelerated and took the combined skill elements in his next move. Zan delivered another majestic blow, and both giants fell unconscious to the ground. Other players were already running up to the gate, shouting that the twin brothers were being attacked. They were running and already dreaming that they would definitely be rewarded for that criminal. Zan looked sadly at the fleeing players and thought that everyone was making the same mistake. On the other hand, this was a great opportunity to show himself to them in all his glory. Zan charged with Kaylee and announced that right now they were going to show what they were here for. But he didn't have time to do anything as he heard a voice behind him saying that it was unlikely they had come here to fight. Zan quickly went over in his head who the familiar voice belonged to. Standing in front of Zan was Senyos Dason himself, apparently having become a member of this guild. The guy said hello to Zan and wondered when he had time to become so strong. Kaylee reminded Zan that this player was a rough and nasty type from the selection, but not mean. The guy remembered that he'd won then only because he'd gotten distracted, but that number might not fly now. If Senyos started fighting for real, things would be bad for them. Senyos yelled to all the players running to attack that they had it all wrong, and they were his friends. He started to say that they were just here to talk, and besides, since they knocked out the twin brothers, they were definitely worthy of joining them. The fat man said with annoyance that he had hoped to have fun today for nothing. The players quickly gathered their weapons and walked back out while Senyos apologized to them. Senyos addressed his partners that he wanted to chat with them, but since they had come here on their own, they wanted to participate in a large-scale raid. He indicated that he would help them, but for some reason Zan wasn't particularly trusting of him. The Avalon Guild was located on the 50th floor of the Sky Tower. Someone was having a conversation with Kim Tavin, praising him for all the feats he had accomplished, even though he was relatively new to the guild. Van Ziemend was complimenting the boy, saying that he was the pride of their guild because he had uncovered the truth behind the Red Gate. He also admired his persistence and diligence in training immediately after returning from the portal. Kim Tae-won thanked the vice president for saying that he was honored, but wondered what he had really called him for. Wang Ziemund explained that he had actually called him for a reward. He held out his hand to Tavin, informing him of his reward for such great deeds. Van Ziemund appointed the boy as Master Nagi's personal assistant. Kim didn't doubt for a second that Van was up to something, as it would be strange to appoint a novice to such a position. Nagi was the strongest weapon Avalon possessed, and appointing him as her assistant could only mean that they were wary of her themselves. He wondered who had come up with this plan and was so obsessed with these red gates. One of the guild assistants met Kim and asked him to follow her. The girl accompanied a tense Tavan to Nagi's private room. At this point, the boy had determined his most important goal, to learn Nagi's position. He needed information to do so, but first he had to calm down. He walked in, introduced himself, and bowed, saying that he had been appointed her personal assistant. Nagi stood at the window and listened as Kim informed her that she could call on him any minute. She didn't even look back at him as she continued to stand by the window and just went along with everything. At that moment, Kim Tae-wan realized that it was the first time he was hearing her voice at all. From the moment she had agreed, he had never heard it again. He continued to stand, and a rather awkward atmosphere was created around them. Kim knew enough about Nagi's accomplishments as a primal player from the webtoon and understood that side of her more or less, but as a person, he didn't know her at all. He was curious about her character, voice, appearance, and habits before she came here, and frankly, she was a great curiosity to him. Well, since she hadn't spoken to him, it was hard to find out anything. The only thing he had learned was that she just stared out the window all day long. Kim thought that she lived her life isolated from everyone, and it could be quite boring, since there was only a garden outside the window. Suddenly, Nagi turned to him, and he flinched at the thought that she had noticed him staring at her. Surprisingly, the girl simply motioned for Tavan to sit down next to her. After that, they began to watch the happenings outside the window together, silently, without speaking. He knew that Zan's main goal was to eliminate her, but now he couldn't imagine it. Kim felt that there was no evil aura or anything coming from Nagi, and he didn't even understand how she could be like that. He dared to speak to her, saying that if she liked to take in the sun waves, they could go for a walk sometime. Kim added that it would be better than just sitting and looking at the garden, which was so beautifully done on this estate. Nagi gave Kim a strange stare, and he wondered why she was looking at him like that. After a short time, they were already walking through the garden, and the boy thought that maybe he had suggested all this for nothing. It seemed to him that she was moving as if under orders, and he was no different from Seamund. Tavan wanted to show that he wasn't like that at all, he decided tactfully. He saw her stop at the Mokiko and began to explain to her who they were. Kim walked over to one of them and said that this one was still very small, and they really liked people. He offered Nagi to pet it too, saying how soft it was. The girl didn't have time to touch the creature, which quickly ran away from her. Kim noticed another one in the bushes, but only an adult Mokiko, and assumed it was his family. Suddenly, the girl asked where Kim's family was now. The boy didn't hesitate to reply that he had no family and never had, having heard the same thing from Nagi. Senyos escorted the boys to his private room and said he got it after the entrance exam for his abilities. Zan still didn't understand how Senyos managed to get into the tower, since he had failed the player test. Senyos chuckled in response and asked if Zan meant how he got here. He informed that he was stuck here, but the test was run again not too long ago. That was all. Senyos clarified that the tests were done every 5 years, but this time they decided to make an exception for such a small number of 97th generation players. And since there was still that incident, they were recognizing new players as soon as possible to keep things quiet. Senyos asked if the guys had any more questions for him. Kaylee asked if he had anything else to eat, but the guy was outraged that she had eaten so much. The girl wasn't going to tolerate any objections in her direction and lashed out at him, telling him that he had changed. Senyos only put his hands up in a friendly manner and politely agreed with her. They left the tent, and the guy told Zanu that he had indeed changed a lot. He even commented that after losing to Zanu, he had reconsidered his whole attitude towards the world in general. Senyos even clarified that he was just a little monkey who had left his master. He saw Zan's surprised face and said he realized it much faster than he was expected to. They finally got to the point of the conversation, and Senyos started talking about partnership. He also expressed that his desire to prove his abilities to the world had not changed at all. It was for that very purpose that he was going to take part in a large-scale raid. Senyos, using his father's name, had gathered enough necessary information. Zan still couldn't believe that the guy was willing to use everything he had without looking proud. He decided to clarify why the guy had agreed to cooperate with him specifically after all. Senyos answered thoughtfully that Zan was not like the others and was very different from them. The boy added that it was because he had defeated him that he was so confident in his strength. He held out his hand to Zan and said that was why he was offering him cooperation. Senyos actually wanted to go on a large-scale raid with him. After some minor negotiations, they all moved to the 24th floor of the Sky Tower. Around them was a sandy desert with a few pyramids called the Northern Frontier. Senyos began to explain that many relics could be found in this desert. It is through a large-scale raid that they want to solve the situation of too rapid and abnormal desertification. Senyos suggested that they start by getting rid of the monsters below them. Zan had been thinking about something the whole time and said that they would divide the valuables they found 7-3. He decided to make it clear that 7 parts would go to him and 3 to Senyos. Senyos was immediately enraged, shouting that he had done all the work and Zan was doing an unfair division. Zan stepped closer to the guy and clarified that they were done discussing the division. He pushed the boy over the edge into the abyss, wishing him a happy journey. Zan shouted after him that if he realized anything, he should let him know. Senyos was still in shock and shouted back something inaudible. Kaylee walked closer to the cliff and looked down and concluded that he was falling well. Kaylee wondered if he had to do that, to which she heard the reply that it was to test his abilities. Zan thought that since Senyos had asked him to cooperate, he trusted him, and since he himself would need reliable allies in the future, he should test what he could do. The most interesting part was that Zan actually thought Senyos was one of the most capable players he had ever met. Zanhev wanted to see Senyos put his powers into action, not just talk. Senyos landed and realized it was time to warm up, waiting for his opponents. Coming towards the guy were huge angry monsters emitting an ominous aura. Senyos quickly realized that he had been given false information, telling him about the insect monsters. In any case, he didn't think it was that important, because he needed to get to work. First, it was necessary to concentrate on the enemy in front of him. Senyos used the space-breaking technique, throwing a spear at the monsters. Kaylee noticed that the boy was a good fighter, and Zan agreed with her. Senyos was already flying into a new attack at breakneck speed, summoning the next skill. The next combat level was a second mighty rift with a huge weapon. Everything was almost perfect until the guy was attacked from the back. A bunch of monsters literally clothed Senyos and pinned him against his own weapon with no way to attack. The guy could feel the monsters sucking out his karma and couldn't move. Zan watched his comrade while the fellow had thoughts that if this continued, he would die. Kaylee offered her partner to help Senom, but Zan decided to wait a little longer. He did have thoughts of helping, but at the same time he realized that he would hurt the guy's pride. There was nothing left for Zan to do now but just trust in Senyos' abilities. At that moment, he noticed that the monsters had torn some of the clothes on the guy. He figured that if Senyos was going to use his other form, he should do it right now. Senyos summoned all of his powers, and with a powerful blow, he destroyed them all at once. He turned to Zan and shouted that he was the leader from now on, and if anyone was against it, let them come down and prove otherwise. Senyos didn't miss the opportunity to tease the girl as well, yelling that she was probably already in love with him. The guy was full of vigor and energy and yelled that now they should finish the raid. While he was there merrily galloping around and rejoicing in his victory, he didn't notice something behind him. Senyos sensed something and turned around, seeing a bright blue glow. Zan was already standing over the monster he had defeated and apologized for his interference. He also said that he was unfortunately not as good as Dean and Ran. Senyos wasn't interested in anything other than the fact that Zan had defeated the monster boss with one punch, and when he became so strong. He had definitely decided he didn't want to be his enemy, and agreed to go along with him. Zan suddenly realized that he hadn't believed in Senyos for some reason until the very end. The guy also realized that if any player from his generation had been in this situation, he would have done the same thing. It was a very bad idea to try to deal with the unrankers with that kind of attitude. Zan felt like he was too weak and pathetic right now, especially with this kind of mood. He lacked calmness and coolness in every way and sense. It was simply necessary in order to live up to the expectations of others. Kaylee suddenly appeared at the wrong time and wondered if her partner was thinking about all sorts of silly things again. Zan didn't quite understand how she always knew what he was thinking, and Kaylee reminded him that they were partners. The girl tried to say something but wasn't quite sure how to go about it. She finally decided to say it the way she thought, and gave away that she liked him just the way he was. She tried to explain that she meant not to overdo her changes. After her words, she transformed into a sword and announced that she had gone to rest. From afar, Senyos watched Zan from afar and was a bit surprised at what he saw. He had never seen Zan talking to himself before, which seemed strange. The boys came to the entrance of the main tall pyramid in the middle of the desert. Zan noticed that it was a very deep dungeon, and there were many things written on the entrance. For this, Senyos had brought a sheet with him that said that if they followed the rules, they would be fine. There were only 2 safe entrances to this dungeon, and if they went in by force, a trap would be triggered. The safe entrance was through the small door, but Senyos had a key to the larger one with a shortcut. Zane, of course, wondered how much shorter the path would be with that key. Senyos replied that at best with this device it would take a week or 2. At this point, Zan had one big problem. His timer was running out in 4 days. Zan was already thinking about something while Senyos was figuring out the key to get in. Suddenly, Zan asked Senyos if he trusted him, surprising the guy a little. Senyos noticed a bright glow behind him and turned around in horror. He noticed that Zan had decided to directly enter the dungeon, activating a trap by doing so. Zan apologized to his companion, saying he didn't have time to wait at all. Senyos continued to scream in horror that this was suicide, and he didn't sign up for this. Zan felt a huge amount of karma inside, which could only mean the death of all the monsters, which was unlikely. The karma was actually moving in a certain direction for a reason. Senyos saw something very huge and ominous with a strong aura. Zan indicated that he would go ahead and asked his companion to cover him. Senyos was still questioning the choice, but Zan asked if he wanted to achieve high rank and fame. That was what they could do together now, but they needed to act quickly. Senyos stood silently and seemed to ponder Zan's words, especially about fame and honor. He thundered that he couldn't be human if he just stood after saying that. Zan realized that Senyos no longer had a choice, and he would definitely go along with it. Senyos thought that it was his stubborn heroism that Zan had attracted Lilith. The first floor dungeon boss was the voracious Duamutef, in the form of a sphinx. The second floor had its own dungeon boss, cursed Kebasanuf, and the third floor had wrathful Amset. The fourth floor's dungeon boss was the thread of sadness Isis. Senyos and Zan looked at all of them were determined to fight. Once upon a time long ago, things were different on this very pyramid in the desert. Crowds of courtiers and subordinates would gather around to see her. In front of the multitudes, the thread of sadness Isis would step out with reverence and honor. At that time, she was something like the highest chief queen of the desert. At every meeting with her people, she made a solemn speech. On that day, her speech was addressed to enemies and generally anyone who would pollute their lands again. The words also applied to anyone who would break their sacred oath again. Unfortunately, they were unable to keep their oath on that fateful day. And now the four bosses were hungry for revenge for everything that happened that day. Meanwhile, the god Aso was watching everything that was happening from his space. He cheerfully agreed with everything, saying that everything sounded pretty good. For some reason, Senyos was surprised and thought it was strange to hear such promises from the bosses. He was also curious as to why no one had ever mentioned these monsters until now. He decided that his strength was enough to quickly deal with them all at once. Senyos didn't even have time to strike as his spear was grabbed by the monster itself. The boy quickly realized that the monster was actually not as weak as they seemed. He definitely determined for himself that he couldn't lose anymore, especially now. Senyos went into dialogue with the monster, attempting to provoke him. He mockingly asked his opponent to just admit defeat before things got too far. The monster wasn't even going to answer him, and only completely immobilized the guy. The boss tied Senyos up with bandages and began to clamp down harder each time for victory. He couldn't take it anymore and called for Zan's help, who immediately joined the fight. Zan attacked the first time and was surprised that the monster didn't even move. He decided to switch to another tactic, gripping his sword tighter and calling on the power of the sword. He felt that something wasn't working, but he still hoped that he would be able to respond. Only the thread of sadness Isis remained untouched, watching everyone. She began to recite the spell and asked the sun god to fulfill his vow. Isis remembered all the words of the oath for anyone who would defile their lands. The payback was great. Whoever attacked their domain would lose their sight. Zan and Senyos stopped seeing and distinguishing anything in a second and lost some of their power. Senyos, realizing what had happened, shouted loudly that he could see nothing in front of him. Zan also saw nothing and no one, but felt several attacks. At that moment, he heard the sound of an enemy approaching in his direction. He realized he was cut, but he couldn't see how badly, so he had to feel the depth of the wounds. But Zan had no idea how to fight any further. He clearly heard footsteps approaching and knew he had to fight. Zan shuddered at the thought that he was helpless, and he had to think of something immediately. Perhaps he needed to engage his other senses, but the darkness radiated a strong sense of fear. It was precisely because of this that many players and mere humans lost their minds forever. Although only sight was lost, but the body and mind were also immobilized. Each of them thought to themselves that they were left all alone in the darkness. While Zan was trying to come up with some sort of plan, Kaylee appeared and cheerfully reminded him of himself. She wondered if he had forgotten about her, since she could be his eyes. Zan turned to the girl, and though he couldn't see her, he felt incredibly supported. Kaylee gave instructions to her partner, and he quickly moved to counterattack. Zanhev was angrier than usual, as he was now also driven by fear. Senyos was also trying to find a way out, but suddenly he felt the floor under his feet move. Zan realized that he would not be able to maintain his position in such a situation. Sensing that the monsters were not giving up their position, he decided that this was a common occurrence for them. Zan needed more than ever to find some support to realize what he had planned. Suddenly it hit him, and he had a great idea on the matter. He asked Senyos if he could hear him, to which he replied that he was a little busy. Zan asked him to immediately create his huge weapon and throw it in his direction. Senyos was a little surprised at this, as he too had forgotten about Kali and didn't want to hit Zan. He sensed the monster's attack and deftly defended himself with all his might, even though he couldn't see anything. Senyos triggered his spear to activate and shouted that if anything happened, it wasn't his fault. The spear turned into his huge weapon and became some sort of stable support for them. Zan stood confidently on his two, and shouted to the monster that now they would get even. Senyos joined him in the battle and began to attack with a scattering strike. The pillar split into many shards, one of which the boss remained on. Zan had already swung for a non-monster attack, shouting for Senyos to join in. Both guys attacked at the same time and received the binding of Heaven's Slit and Mountain Rift. The guys fought courageously and stood to the last, letting out all their strength. The monster with a loud roar could not withstand such powerful blows and fell. At that moment, the vision curse dissipated, and that's what they needed. After all the threat of sadness, Isis remained standing like that with her head lowered without moving. Zan thought this was quite strange, and he expected some sort of trick. Senyos approached and, looking at the girl, suggested to get it over with as soon as possible. The boy didn't wait for an answer and ran towards Isidi himself to battle. Suddenly, the girl stepped forward and put her arms out to the sides as if for a barrier. Senyos was a little surprised, but said that even if she didn't fight back, he didn't care. He was about to launch his spear when Zan stopped him, informing him that something was wrong here. Senyos didn't understand what was wrong, as they would soon run out of time and the monsters would recover. Zan reflected on the fact that the two remaining bosses hadn't even attacked them. Even now, it looked like they were just protecting each other, but they weren't going to attack. Zan knew for sure that a monster was a creature full of aggression with inferior intelligence. He began to think that he could have destroyed those previous two for no particular reason. To him, that meant only one thing. He was no different from the purple ones. Zan scooted closer to Isidi and decided to talk to her instead of fighting. He wanted the girl to answer what kind of creatures they were and what had happened to them. When the boy touched the girl's shoulder, she showed him everything that had happened to them before, and the spell with the god Aso. Senyos didn't see the vision, but noticed Zan standing next to her like an enchanted man. Zan asked his companion if he had seen anything, clarifying that these guys had something to do with Aso. He realized what he had to do and threw his special cloak at them. There was a massive burst of energy surge, and Senyos realized what had happened. He looked at the revived bosses and shouted that they were fully restored. All this time, of course, Aso himself had been watching them, and was surprised by this act of Zan. He laughed and tried to figure out how he got there, not expecting to see him. Aso found it odd that this was the second time their interests had crossed. He began to stand up and say that there was only one person worthy of doing it. Aso laughed slyly and added that now they would see who could beat Merlin. Isidi looked in amazement at the hands shimmering in the lightning light, and Zan informed her that this was the power coming. She wondered if Zan could have been sent by a god, but quickly dismissed it because his karma was too warm. Isidi wondered what kind of beings were in front of her, and Kaylee realized they were trying to communicate with them. Senyos, on the other hand, was in no mood for conversation at all at this time and was just yelling incessantly. He didn't understand how it was possible to actually rebuild the monsters, but Zan just couldn't destroy them. Senyos couldn't take it anymore and said he didn't care anymore and would go rest. Kaylee didn't mind, as he seemed too chatty and intrusive to her. Isidi moved closer to Zan and called him Your Majesty, and asked why he had saved them. Zan hesitated and was confused for a while, replying that he didn't expect anything from them. He just couldn't and wouldn't watch someone's life being used as a joke. Kaylee sensed something strange and wanted to warn Zan. The guy said he saw their memories and realized what had happened to them. Zan didn't know exactly what they were going to do, but he was sure everything was going to be okay. At one point, the ground shook, and Isidi sat up on her knees, startling Zan. She bowed and informed him that she wanted to thank him for saving her. They were stuck in the past and dependent on the curse, left without even a will. Zan not only freed them today, but gave them a chance at a new life. She said that in gratitude she would like to serve him for life and asked him to take them in. Zan was confused and began to say that he no longer understood how to do it or why. He shouted that it was okay, and he didn't need any reward for it. The guy also added that they didn't need to sacrifice themselves for others anymore. Isidi replied that they weren't willingly doing what they were told. Her partner added that of their own free will, they had chosen to follow them. He once again asked Zane to take them in, swearing eternal loyalty. Kaylee intervened and advised her partner to just accept their offer. She also clarified that somehow she understood exactly how they felt. The game screen appeared and announced the successful completion of a large-scale raid, with a special reward being given out. Zan exhaled a sigh of relief that it was over, but he was once again stressed by the special reward. There was nothing to do, so the guy decided to click on accepting the award after all. He stared at the screen in utter shock as the reward was an encounter with a god. Zan became very tense and didn't want to meet him at all, considering the past. Suddenly, the ground shuddered and shook, releasing a stream of bright blinding light from the ground. Senyos didn't understand what was happening here again, for just now everything was normal. A majestic spirit in the form of a girl appeared in front of his partners. Zan clearly remembered that it said God, but it wasn't Aso who appeared at all. The girl greeted Zanhev and his faithful companion Kaylee, introducing herself as Merlin. She went on to say that Zan had previously been loyal to ASO, but things had changed. Merlin clarified that there was a reason for her appearance, and it was to help them. Zan, although he was a very bright guy, he didn't understand a word yet. Merlin began to say that Zan would do anything for the love of people and all living things. The boy was even more tense after these words, feeling a strong sense of responsibility. At that moment, the partners felt the ground beneath them shake, but it was already Aso's strength. Merlin turned to the boys, saying that it looked like their time had come. She looked at Zane and added to do what she wanted him to do. Merlin meant his every action in this world he had grown to love so much. The system announced that the following monsters belonged to player Zanhev. Thread of Sadness Isity was appointed as the ruler of the 24th floor. Since the monsters belonged to the player, a closing attack was announced. Someone at the gate of the tower noticed how it began to glow white, something no one had ever seen before. He couldn't believe that there was something else in the tower that they didn't know about. Bari turned to Rabi, saying that she could feel it. Time had moved in the tower. Rabi, keeping her eyes on the tower, replied that she felt it too, and suggested that it might be it. She promised herself to destroy the Zanahev player with her bare hands. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor, the Avalon Guild had their own business to attend to. In the office of the vice president of Avalon stood waiting near Aram's desk. He was reading some reports that said that monsters were appearing more frequently. Van Ziemund had been hearing it from everyone everywhere and all the time lately. He asked how things were on the second floor under her control. Without raising her head, she replied that everything was fine and that she had a report. She clarified that various guilds were currently training there under Bailey's supervision. Van Ziemund also heard that the second floor was currently the more stable of the two. For some reason, the vice president thought that this was just Aram's guess and nothing more. The girl didn't answer anything, and Sickman said that he was in a good mood. That was why he was ready to tell her an interesting story. The case was a long time ago, when Van had just entered the tower, and even at that time, the color of the gate determined the level of risk. The vice president of Avalon was still young and full of ambition back then, being an ordinary player. He asked Aram if she knew that from long ago the level of risk was determined by color. He had even wondered for a long time who had come up with such a thing, for it made no sense. He also suggested that perhaps the color of the gate had an entirely different meaning. Van Ziemund also touched on the theory of the structure of the tower itself in floors. Aram guessed that this conversation had a direct bearing on the recent incident with the white glow of the gate. Van went on to say that perhaps it was common sense or perhaps just a ruse. He asked the girl not to delay the notification of the white gate's appearance. Aram guessed that Zeman wanted all the players to know about it. The girl had no idea how this would further affect the Celestial Tower. One thing she did know for sure was that the tower would become very noisy very soon. Kim Taiwan asked to see the vice president, who inquired about the topic of their conversation. Taiwan desperately asked Wang Zeman to give him some kind of assignment. Wang was surprised, since he had just recently sent him to General Nagi's hard service. Kim realized that he wouldn't get results just like that, and Van was just ignoring him. The boy didn't know how else to influence Zeemund, but he had to say something. He started talking about how he had heard that Kina Lilith was on the attack team on the upper floors. Kim confidently stated that he too wanted to contribute to the development of the tower as a player. He literally begged the vice president to give him any mission at all. Taiwan shifted gears on the promotion and said he wanted a chance to grow. Wang replied that he thought the guy had already accomplished so much. He also added that power in his hands was not the most important thing to have. Zeemund moved closer and said that if he ran after Zanahev's tail, he would never realize anything. He suggested that Kim look at the existence of the tower with his own eyes. It was for this reason that Zeemund had made him Nagi's personal assistant. Kim was very sorry that he had never been able to say a single word in justification. He decided that Wang was right, and he was constantly trying to be like Zanhev. Nagi was making her rounds and at one point ordered all the attendants back. They started yelling that they had been assigned as assistants and they couldn't back out. The girl turned to them and nodded silently with sadness in her eyes. At that moment, she spotted the suited Kim and informed everyone that one would be enough for her. She added that the rest of the people would just get in the way under her feet. Nagi and Kim went to the 34th floor of the Sky Tower. It was gloomy and gray all around, which was not surprising since this was a conflict zone. Kim still didn't understand why Zeemund had sent him on a mission to subdue a monster. Nagi turned to Tavan, thus quickly bringing him out of his musings. She reminded him of his own words about wanting a separate mission. Tavan annoyingly informed her that it hadn't worked out, so she could forget about it. He also added that Wang had ordered him to be her personal assistant and broaden her horizons. Kim didn't know exactly what that meant, and Nagi just called him along. She was going off ahead and told him to keep up, to which Kim quickly responded with action. The monster colony was in the next area, and Nagi figured it wouldn't be a problem for Kim to mop it up in return. Kim remembered that he had new abilities after activating the Hunter's Compass skill. He also didn't understand why Wang had sent a valuable player like Nagi here. Kim finally admitted to himself that he didn't understand this devious type's plans at all. He quickly dismissed all thoughts and decided to concentrate on the task at hand. Someone from hiding reported that the vile players from Avalon were already here. They were outraged that the Avalonians were entering their territory so easily. Someone else came out behind everyone and asked them to calm down immediately. A certain player noticed and informed everyone that the Avalon Doll Queen herself was finally here. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and so he suggested that the others go talk to them. Meanwhile, Bailey resented the fact that she had to be alone and train guildmates while Aram went somewhere. Sumama lay on the ground with no energy and asked Pastis if they had made it. Pastis suggested that the girl show off her new skills now. With this, the guys wanted to prove that they were not just ordinary players, someone more serious. Sometime after practice, Pastis and Sumama met up with Ran and the teacher. They chatted and exchanged pleasantries, saying they were happy to see each other. The teacher asked to drop by occasionally when they were in the village, and the boys agreed. Ran looked at the boys obliquely and thought that their energy looked more imposing than it appeared at first glance. It was important to him, as these kids would have to fight the on-rankers. Ran really regretted that he couldn't spend more time practicing with them, but he had to get back to the village. Now that Dean was gone, he would have to deal with the defense of the village. It was finally time for Mr. Ran to fulfill his destiny as a protector. Somewhere in the depths of the narrow gorges, Nagi was walking, and Kim was following, keeping pace with her. Tavin realized that they had taken the wrong path, and he didn't like it very much, as there could be monsters here. They walked quietly past the other players, and only Kim thought that he didn't expect to see anyone else here. The unknown players were discussing amongst themselves that they had been spotted, but it didn't matter anymore. The player with the glasses reminded everyone that it wasn't the queen they were after, so everyone should be on their guard. Once the battle starts, they'll have to attack the guy and take him hostage. Kim informed him that his feed is highly reactive, so there's probably a boss somewhere nearby. He wouldn't want to meet the monster from behind, so when he saw it up ahead, he rejoiced. Taewon clarified that the ground here was loose and they could take damage during the battle. He realized from the look in her eyes that there was no need to say anything more, and simply asked her to hurry up. Nagi looked at Tavon for a moment longer and then went into battle. The huge monster flew straight at the girl who had already pulled out her explosive sword. The glasses player was surprised that Nagi destroyed the monster with one blow. Kim, looking at it, asked himself if it was definitely the same person. The guy guessed that the monster had not been a problem for them from the beginning. He remembered the players they had passed by and decided that they were their main target. Kim also realized that it was impossible to suppress them with some rules, even though they were still players. Hence, it was necessary to show indestructible strength to prove their rank. Nagi was actually a warning from the Avalon Guild. There wasn't an ounce of emotion on her face and one would think she was stupid, but Kim knew everything. Such an emotionless expression on her face was part of Nagi's perfection. Nagi stared at the guy when she noticed that he kept his eyes on her. The guy quickly came to his senses and said that they should head back. The unknown players began to quickly ask their captain what they should do now. He also thought about the fact that these idiots had mistaken him for one of their own, even though he had no plans to fight against Avalon. In fact, he just wanted to show off his skills and prove that he was worthy of joining them too. But at this moment, he was in trouble since Kim Tae-won was with her. The player began to quickly think of a plan for their next move regarding Kim. Meanwhile, Mirage was looking at something and said that all the data was quite accurate. He took off his glasses and said that the guy did a good job, but he forgot his name. Mirage sat in the sewer and looked at a large, nasty-looking creature. The creature looked up and reminded him that his name was Mezcal, and he was born in the village. Mezcal also clarified that he grew up here as well, so he could get any information he needed. Mirage refused, and then Mezcal asked him to gain the power of the seed. A moment later, the monster was already lying in a pool of his own blood as Mirage wasn't even going to fulfill his promise. He knew that giving such a lunatic enormous power was quite dangerous for everyone. Besides, seed power was not available to everyone, but only to those who earned it. He looked at Mezcal's pathetic body and told his assistant that this was the reason he had not left the tower. The assistant informed the Lord that everyone had already gathered, and it was time for them to leave. Mirage thought it made sense that everyone had been there for a long time, as it had been a long time since there had been a meeting. The main topic of their discussion was the first step in the coming war. The player with the glasses was quickly thinking of the best course of action to take in this situation. Before he could give a command to anyone, one of the players started shouting something. The player, along with the others, came out of hiding and started telling Kim and Nagi that they were here to destroy everything again. Kim, however, decided that the guys were inconsiderate, since they didn't even thank them for getting rid of the monster. The players rebelled even more, as they already had a lot of things to do. Kim pondered the stranger's words, thinking that he might be right about something. A player with glasses came out of hiding, informing them that this was the third time this month. He introduced himself as Ryu Jin, the head of a small alliance of guilds. He wasn't actually going to come out, but he was left with no choice. Kim noticed how arrogant Ryujin was looking at him and decided he had a worthy opponent here. Kim introduced himself and asked the guy what he meant. Ryujin explained that so many times Avalon had destroyed the hunting ground they had found. He added that they had destroyed their opportunities for a better life like garbage. Tavin was not moved in the slightest by this speech and wondered why he had to listen to such complaints. Ryujin assumed that Kim was just a little boy who had never left the confines of Avalon. That was good enough for him, and he informed him that he would be looking for a new place to hunt. His subordinates fundamentally disagreed with the captain's decision and began to resent it. Ryujin only asked them to step back and warned the newcomer of the dangers. He specified that strange things had been happening lately with the monsters and hoped they would keep an eye on the tower. Kim decided that this guy blamed all his failures on Avalon, making you look pathetic. Ryujin suddenly wondered what Nagi thought about that. He looked at her blank face and realized that she didn't care at all. That was the reason why he thought she was a doll, because she always looked like that. With that, the only chance Ryujin had hoped for was gone. There was no way he had expected it to be exactly as Dean had told him earlier. There was a perforated area on the 75th floor of the Sky Tower. There was a cave with a lot of dangerous monsters and demons. Just at this moment, some of them were engaged in a battle of attrition. Lilith's minion was loudly shouting to her to hurry up and tie up all the opponents. The other players were discussing amongst themselves about the new girl from Avalon who had great power. They also knew that it was simply impossible to talk to her, as she was too cold to everyone. The guys quickly stopped talking as they noticed that the girl was approaching. They noticed her arrogant look and realized that they were definitely right. Lilith, as she walked past the guys, once again created her usual Ice Girl atmosphere. The minion thought his daughters were better at interacting with humans. Lilith replied that she had never been distant, and people kept their own distance. Right now, she had no time to socialize and needed to get stronger. Her target was the purple players, to destroy them at any moment. Lilith quickly pulled herself together and decided that she just didn't have time to get discouraged. She heard some commotion by the notice board and walked over. Players were discussing a recent large-scale raid with 2 players. They continued to have a discussion about it, but Lilith stopped her gaze elsewhere. On the board, albeit from the back, she noticed and recognized Zanhev in the picture. Senyos had gotten quite far with Zan and doubted the right path. Zan explained that he had read a lot about it, and it had to be exactly on the 75th floor. He looked around carefully and said that it was much more crowded than he had expected. Come to think of it, he remembered hearing that Lilith was somewhere nearby. It was actually important for the guy to know if she was okay. Lilith sat back and thought back to the photo and decided that he was definitely fine. She was also a little surprised that Zanu had managed to convince Senyos to go together. Suddenly, she noticed a girl watching her and started yelling out what the hell else was that? The girl turned out to be John Garam, the owner of the bookstore, who decided from the look on Lilith's face that she had fallen in love. She also added that usually people who didn't want attention hid in bookstores, so this was the perfect place. Lilith replied that if that was the case, everyone would soon know about it, and she would have more visitors. Jean gave Lilith a serious look and asked what her ring was. Kina started to quickly change the subject, but Jin noticed that she wasn't parting with it. Jin also noticed that Lilith wasn't wearing it on her finger, but hiding it on a chain. Lilith started a fire that very second, and the girl rushed over to beg her not to do it. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Jean took a seat at the counter. Zan walked in, saying he needed to open the seal on the book and was advised to come here. Lilith jumped up like crazy and looked in horror at Zan, who didn't expect to see her either. Jean listened intently as the players began to ask each other what they were both doing here. She loved stories like that and sighed sweetly as she guessed their feelings. Zan had found a certain mysterious book during a large-scale raid. He also explained to Jin that he had already tried to open it, but then realized it was sealed, and that's why he was here. The girl replied that he had come to the right place and set to work. After a second, she replied that she couldn't help, and Zan began to resent her for saying otherwise a minute ago. Jean began to explain to the guy that he had gotten it all wrong, and breaking the seal wasn't a problem for her. She explained that judging by the cover, deciphering it would take a lot of money, and a mere player couldn't have that much. The girl didn't even get a chance to speak before Zan dumped a bag of jewelry on her desk. While Jean was admiring the wealth, Lilith quietly asked him where he got it all from. Zan didn't know what to answer and turned back to Jean, who was happy to decipher everything. She stood at the table, broke the seal, and set about deciphering it with her ability. At one point, it was as if she was electrocuted by something in the book and fell over. The boys immediately rushed over to the girl, wondering if she was all right. Jean sat on the floor and said that maybe this book wasn't as simple as it seemed. The girl there also clarified that apparently the book had something to do with an ancient dragon. She needed any dragon-related ingredient to fully decipher it. She jumped up and cheerfully shouted that she just knew just the right one. Jin asked the boys to run somewhere to get it if they didn't mind. That's how Lilith and Zan ended up on the 31st floor in the perforated area. Zan found himself at one of the street fairs where everyone was selling something. He bought himself a snack and thought Jin would send him somewhere like a dungeon. The atmosphere here was something like some kind of festival, and he figured Lilith wouldn't be comfortable here and needed to get back soon. Zan was snapped out of his musings by Lilith saying that she had been looking for him for a long time. A relaxed Lilith stood in front of him with a donut, and Zan was extremely surprised that she was enjoying it all. She asked why he was looking at her like that, and Zan noticed a ring around her neck. The guy figured it meant something and held out his hand to her with a proposal. He clarified that since they had gotten this far, they could take a little walk. Lilith was confused for a while, but afterward she immediately agreed. They were having fun, and at some point they heard that somewhere they were offered to test their powers. The host said that any player could try just hitting a hammer. The rules were simple. Pour your energy into the hammer and hit with all your might. The mark would rise according to the force, and whoever had the higher score would win. The host intrigued everyone by telling them not to be surprised by the prize for winning. It was a legend that appeared once every 100 years, the scales of a white dragon. There was a fee of 40,000 gold pieces to participate in this competition. Zan, though he realized that it was very expensive, but they had no other choice. Lilith also suggested that he try it, and he immediately agreed. There was the sound of the start of the competition, and Kaylee shouted that a real festival was starting somewhere. Sumama wanted to get out of here soon as she felt uncomfortable in places like this. Kaylee noticed this and rather led the girl behind her towards the big Mokiko. Pastis realized that actually having fun altogether wasn't so bad after all. The guys walked further past the fair and decided where to go and more. Kaylee started to say that it would be great if Zan was here, but she remembered that she didn't even know where he was. Sumama replied that they were usually always together. But this time, Kaylee didn't know where he was. Kaylee, for some reason, thought that Zan might have gone somewhere with Senyos. Sumama decided to cheer the girl up a bit by saying that everything was for the best. The girl added that ever since, and they had gotten into the tower, they had been fighting every now and then, so Zan had given her the day off. Kaylee was still worried lest her partner get into some dangerous situation. At that moment, the girls heard the announcer's voice ordering them to compete. He shouted that everyone should challenge themselves and try their luck. The girls heard someone had already tried their luck and failed and decided to get closer. Someone passed them trying to get ahead of them, saying that the prime candidate to win wanted to pass. A high-ranked player named Demian appeared, deciding to use his power. Everyone around him knew that this guy was from the attacking squad, and was intrigued. Demian knew exactly how valuable the prize was, and wanted to get it sooner rather than later. In other words, he wanted to use any trump cards up his sleeve just to win. Pastis noticed someone trying to help him and thought it was unfair, even though it was none of his business. Damian grabbed his hammer and filled it with his power, shouting to everyone that he would take the white dragon's scales. A second later, he powerfully struck the game panel with the certainty of victory. The value on the scale quickly flew upwards, setting a new record. Everyone present realized that such a value could not be beaten by any of them. Pastis thought it was too fast and boring and not worth his money at all. He also noticed that the guy had reached almost the top of the scale. Zan, looking at all of this, suggested that Lilith back off, but she was against it. Pastis was shocked to notice the two of them together, and immediately decided that it was definitely a date. The guy started to think further about everything that was going on, and realized something else. That was probably why Zan had gone to the festival without Kaylee. Lilith saw Zan's hesitation and headed off, saying she'd be right there. She was on her way to the competition, asking him to rely on her. Zan saw fire flare up in the girl's hand and didn't realize what it was for. Lilith stood and scrutinized the playing field, thinking about something. She realized that it was the machine reacting to the power, and Zan didn't know how to control it. It was for this reason that the girl decided to win the white dragon scales. She took the hammer and began to infuse it with her karma for victory. A second later, she struck the game bar, activating a scale with a value. In the same instant, the game bar lit up with fire and rushed upwards. The host cheerfully announced that the previous player had been beaten by a girl. He also asked if there would be any new candidates with that record. Lilith noticed as Zan grabbed the hammer and began to infuse it with her power. She tried to talk him out of it, but it was too late because Zan swung. Zan hit the game panel powerfully, blinding everyone around him, something Lilith didn't want at all. He began to make excuses that the power was actually much harder to control than he thought. Lilith wasn't interested in any of that anymore, and she silently turned away and walked away. Zan didn't understand why the girl's mood had changed abruptly and began to ask what was wrong. Lilith slapped the boy lightly, showing him her displeasure. She asked why Zan couldn't just trust her for once and leave it at that. Sumama and Pastis were quietly watching Lilith and Zan from around the corner. They wondered if their reason for coming here was business or romantic after all. Pastis realized that whatever it was too problematic to keep quiet about it. He looked at Kaylee and decided it would be right to tell her everything. The henchman understood more than anyone how much she herself needed a hug. Kaylee saw everything with her own eyes and was silent for a moment. But after a second, she called everyone with her. She walked forward, saying that it was long past time for them to head back. Kaylee immediately walked away and Sumama rushed after her, asking her to wait. Pastis caught up with the girl and asked if she was just going to leave. He wondered if she would regret doing nothing later. Pastis looked at Kaylee demandingly and waited for some sort of response from her. The Excalibur was simply a living weapon, once created by a god. After existing in its world for a while, it had learned a few things. She sat there and often thought about what she liked and what she didn't like here. Kaylee loved counting down time, finding treasures, and figuring things out for herself. But there was something else she loved to do more than anything else. She loved brushing her long hair and thinking about God while she did it. Of course, there was also something else that the girl absolutely hated doing here. For a very long time, Kaylee spent a very long time alone, just sitting around waiting. Sometimes she was embarrassed to admit to herself that she had some thoughts. She thought about the fact that she didn't have to wait at all, and could go to the god herself. But a second later, she realized that it was a very stupid idea. She realized that there was no way she could do it, so she just kept waiting. Kaylee realized that God was everything in this world to her, and she was nothing to him. She realized that there were many other things in this world besides her. In contrast to all this, she was just a living instrument. Sometimes the girl hated God for giving her a heart and soul. If she didn't have any of that, she wouldn't feel so awful. Every day, Excalibur just waited and waited, not really knowing what it was. At some points, she even had thoughts that she might just be thrown out. ASO had a completely different view of the situation. He didn't try to justify himself, but he did explain why it was happening. ASO compared it to a discarded animal on the street, or an unwanted item that was sure to be brought home. To everyone's surprise, he couldn't see someone else's suffering, and so he helped. He also knew that most people had these thoughts, but no one did anything about it. That was why he didn't think he was bad and wouldn't let anyone do it. If suddenly ASO didn't help someone, it was because he didn't go along with his emotions. No one else knew how heavy and important responsibility was. He even had his own thoughts on the matter, which he was happy to express. ASO didn't understand why take on responsibility if you couldn't carry it to the end. He really wished Zanhev agreed with him completely on that. Lilith saw the immobile boy and wondered what was wrong with him. Zan didn't react to that in any way, and the girl asked again if he was okay. He finally came to his senses and began to say that he was just thinking about something. Zan said that he had found everything he needed and hoped they would have fun at the festival. The guys were going to go have some more fun before heading back. Pastis asked Kaylee if she left everything like that. Would she have a place to stay? Kaylee continued onward, and Pastis called out if she was even okay. The girl tried to pull her arm out, and replied that it was none of his business. The boy tried to say something else, but he was interrupted by Sumama, signaling that it was time to shut up. Pastis honestly admitted that he used to think of her as a child who was just being cranky, so now he didn't understand exactly how Kaylee felt about it. He informed her that he was dying of annoyance, so he would ask directly. Pastis asked Kaylee how she really felt about Zanu. The girl reintroduced the picture she had seen earlier of Lilith and Zane. She continued to stand silently, which annoyed the impatient Pastis even more. The boy decided that silence was also a kind of answer to such a question. He asked her to be honest with herself, but she shouted sharply that she didn't know. Kaylee continued to shout loudly that she herself didn't know how she felt. Such feelings were unknown to her, and she didn't understand how she could know that. Suddenly, the girl rushed forward quickly, not listening to anyone. Pastis was thinking about something when Sumama came closer to him. The girl immediately punched him without warning, knocking him to the ground. Pastis began to resent why she did that and hurt him so badly. Sumama began to scold him that it was all his fault and now he was responsible for it. He saw the girl running somewhere and started asking where she was going. Pastis still didn't understand. As by his calculations, it wasn't Sumama who should have hit him. He realized that he would never get to the truth of someone's feelings that easily. Kaylee sobbed and screamed that she hated the god, wherever he was now. If he hadn't created her heart, she wouldn't be having such a hard time going through all of this. Sumama, meanwhile, was running around trying to find the girl. Pastis had no idea where she might have gone either, but he really wanted to find her. It started raining heavily and the guys hid under an awning, realizing they couldn't search for Kaylee non-stop. Pastis said that there was simply no place they hadn't been already. Suddenly he ran somewhere, telling the girl to just go ahead. Pastis figured that Lilith and Zan were still at the gate and he would check it out quickly now. Sumama only replied that if it bothered him so much, he didn't even need to start. The girl sincerely hoped that Kaylee wouldn't get caught in the rain and find shelter. Meanwhile, Kaylee didn't even look for a place to hide and just sat in the rain. She realized that nothing had changed, and instead of a god, she was now waiting for Zane. Kaylee was disgusted with herself, thinking she was a pathetic and naive girl. She didn't even understand when exactly this interest had come about. At the beginning of their journey, Zanhev had seemed like a completely unattractive guy. Most interestingly, Kaylee even thought he was a total loser. She saw him as a coward, incapable of doing anything. But in reality, Zanhev was the first person who actually cared about her. He was the first human to appear in the world of Kali, where before there was only a god. That was all she knew about him. But what about her importance to Zan himself? She couldn't stop wondering who she was to him. Kaylee covered her face with her hands and continued to cry, not knowing the answer to that question. She didn't understand why she was crying at all or why she cared so much. At the moment, Kaylee hated everything and everyone, believing it was all Zane's fault. If he hadn't reached out to her once, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, a spirit appeared, asking if the girl was waiting for someone again. Kaylee tried to calm down and heard from the spirit that Zan was not coming. The spirit advised the girl to go look for him herself, as it wasn't hard to do. Kaylee continued to sob, saying she was scared and would not do it. The girl was left all alone in the rain with her fear. Pastis finally found Lilith and Zane and asked them to give him a moment. He looked around quickly, and without noticing Zane, he asked the girl where he was. Lilith was surprised by the panting Pastis and replied that Zan had left. Kaylee noticed her partner and without raising her head asked why he was here. More than anything, the girl hated it when someone felt sorry for her. She felt like she was nobody to him, and Zan replied that he felt her tears. Kaylee was sure of her assumptions and decided she was acting like a stupid child. At that moment, she hated herself so much that she was ready to laugh. Kaylee told Zane that she realized that she was just a tool for him. She added that she knew that perfectly well, so there was no reason for him to come. Kaylee also knew that she wasn't useless to him since he had come for her. He needed her, and she wished that was actually the case, just in a slightly different way. As it was, she considered herself to be nothing more than his living weapon. Either way, she considered it unimportant since she wasn't human. Kaylee also knew that everything would be fine. It was just that right now he should leave her alone. Zan walked over and held out his hand to her, telling her to get up and walk back. Kaylee jumped up and yelled for him to leave her alone and get out of here immediately. She noticed Zan's sad face and immediately tempered her tone by asking why he looked like that. Kaylee looked him over and immediately added that he was completely soaked to the skin. Zan tried to joke that it was better to have wet clothes than nothing at all. Kaylee got angry again and punched her partner, knocking him back into a puddle. The guy got up and started asking why she did it and what was wrong with her in the first place. Kaylee couldn't hold back any longer and started yelling why he was being so nice to her. She clarified that she was just his tool and didn't need to be like that to her at all. The guy couldn't hold back the tears and replied that he himself didn't know why he was like that. Kaylee expected to hear anything but not that because he was human and should know. She yelled that he was a fool and Zan wasn't even going to deny it. The guy looked her in the eye and replied that she was one since they were both here. Kaylee didn't understand what exactly he was talking about and got really angry again. The girl started yelling at him that she had considered herself superfluous the last few days. Then she informed him that she didn't like him at all in the beginning and was a loser. Kaylee continued to yell something, but Zan interrupted her after noticing that something was going on with her hair. The girl didn't even pay attention to it and pulled the guy to her. Kaylee, glowing with bright flames, grabbed Zan by his shirt and kissed him. She wove a ring into his braid and informed him that they were bound from now on. Pulling away from him, the girl asked him to come up with a better answer next time. Meanwhile, at the Terrarium Celestial Castle, life was not standing still. The tower had been explored up to the 88th floor, and the next was an unoccupied level. It was there that Dean was now located and fighting the horrible monsters. He realized to himself that no matter how many times he looked at them, there were still goosebumps. For this reason, Dean decided that it was necessary to catch them all at once and calm down. After a while, having defeated all the enemies, he sat quietly and thought about something. He pondered the moment at which time in the tower began to move. It was also impossible not to hint that it didn't stop as Zan grew. That was why they all needed to speed up as quickly as possible. As of today, the tower was completely different from what it was before. Everyone could see that inexplicable and unexpected things were happening in the tower right now. Mr. Ding knew for sure that it was simply vital for him to become stronger. It was necessary in order to be a strong support at the right moment. Dean struck up a conversation with someone after the fight, asking them to get it over with quickly. Standing in front of the second-ranked player was none other than Anranker Mirage himself. He was surprised that Dean had spotted him so quickly, even though he had tried to hide. Dean mockingly wondered if Mirage had lost all fear now that he'd shown up to him. Mirage replied that he hadn't been prepared before, adding that Dean had used a cheap trick last time anyway. He also said that was exactly why Dean was still second. Dean was starting to get annoyed with Mirage and his speeches, so he asked him to move on to the Case Network. Anranker seemed surprised by such a question, replying that he was here because he was ready. Mirage wanted to fight Dean one more time as a return fight. He began to insult Dean, shouting that he was more confident now than ever. Lilith, Pastis, and Sumama were left standing at the gate, waiting for the guys to return. Kaylee came running in at full speed and spun around in front of everyone, telling them how she had grown up. The boys were amazed at Kaylee's transformation in such a short time. They began to simultaneously ask where she had even been and what had happened to her. The girl laughed merrily and asked them to take turns asking questions. Lilia was the most surprised and asked if anything special had happened. Kaylee hugged Zan and began to say that it was a secret and she couldn't tell. Zan tried to free himself, citing that she had him in too tight a grip. The guys were still puzzled as to how a living weapon had grown so quickly. Kaylee began to explain that it had actually just returned to its original form. Pastis was surprised to hear this and asked if she had been like this before. Kaylee began to say that it was all because of God and her new master, and Zan quickly covered her mouth with his hand. He started yelling that the girl had something on her lips and he should wipe it off quickly. The guys didn't have time to finish listening to Kaylee's explanation and were upset about it. Zan took the girl aside and started yelling that he had already talked to her about this topic. He hadn't let her talk to anyone before, and never about the god and their connection to him. At this time, the girl was preoccupied with something else entirely, catching his hand gently. Zan realized that Kadi was doing it on purpose and became even more angry. Lilith sensed that it wasn't just Kaylee's appearance that had changed, but something else as well. The guys went back up to the 75th floor of the terrarium. They brought Joan what was needed to unseal the book. Kaylee was surprised that it required a single scale. Jin realized it all at once and whispered to Lilith that she had a rival. Lilith had already guessed it herself, but still wasn't sure. Jean walked over to the table and announced that she was about to start printing out the book. She used her deciphering ability to transfer knowledge. Lilith saw the book open, but Zan noticed something else. After unsealing the book, a crack appeared in their space. Suddenly, the crack began to widen, forming something like a portal. The terrified boys saw someone's eye from the crack and began to wonder who or what was in front of them. They began to frantically think what kind of immense power they had just summoned. Jin alone began to guess what was just happening. She explained to everyone that dragons could not interfere with the players because of the pact. But against all odds, a white dragon summoned from the scales appeared to them. A voice from the crack spoke up, saying that the girl was quite intelligent. The dragon glanced at the book and clarified that he didn't think the book was still in the tower. He looked at Zane and informed him that he was the one who had summoned him to this world. The dragon offered to let the boy feed himself with his karma, and in return he would give the most valuable information. He wondered if Zan needed it, though it was still up to him to decide. Zan saw some strange object from the dragon and decided it was a compass. A moment later, a bursting stream of light erupted from the guy's chest. Kaylee yelled that she didn't care if he was a dragon or what, and she would deal with him. Jean suddenly stopped the running girls and asked them to wait. Lilith and Kaylee stopped in bewilderment and asked what she was doing. Jean warned that everything was fine for now, but if they interfered, the consequences would be dire. She suggested that they trust the moment and just wait for the end. Zan fell to his knees, giving most of his karma to the dragon through radiation. The dragon reported that Zan was pretty good, as he was going to take all of his karma. He added that he always keeps his promises, and this time was no exception. The dragon said he informed the mortals where the shame of their clan lived. He was referring to the red dragon, but Lilith didn't understand how that information was valuable to them. But the dragon was merely reading information from Zan, who was guessing at something. Asarion had attacked this particular red dragon with Warren's help some time ago. The white dragon began to search for the monster's location and was silent for a moment. After a moment, he reported that the red dragon was in the closest area to the tower. On the hill in the village around the tower were the three worst players of this world. It was the purple trio, Bibian, Bari, and Robbie, who had come for revenge. They felt someone peeking at them for a moment and immediately realized what it could be. No one had found it that only Zanu Hev was subject to such a powerful aura. Bibian thought that it wouldn't be long before she could track him thanks to his class. She realized that the boy was forming as a player too quickly, even outpacing them. Though she realized it, she knew it was still too soon. She asked her partners what they usually said in these situations. Bibian meant from the player's point of view, how would the player resolve the issue at hand? Zan, taking Callie with him, ran headlong in search of the Anrankers. He realized that even if he got there in time, nothing would change. So he decided to tell Dean about it. It seemed to Zan that Mr. Dean would definitely be able to do something about it. Dragon stopped Zane with a shout, telling him that nothing would change in 1 minute. He explained to the guy that the exchange of valuable information wasn't over yet. Dragon began to say that unfortunately, this is the first time he's ever seen such a thing, and another one is here. This second one is right now on the 89th floor. He is standing in front of the second strongest player, preparing for something. Zan had already changed his mind about running somewhere and looked at the dragon in confusion. The dragon clarified that Zan was at a crossroads and must make his own choice. Meanwhile, Mirage and Dean were already in a fight. Mirage once again swung his club at Dean, but Dean caught it deftly. Anranker laughed, forgetting about Dean's incredible new custom-made arm. Dean prepared to strike with his free hand, clarifying that it was none of his business. The whistling Mirage flew far enough away, and Dean began to think about what was happening. He had a distinct feeling that something was definitely wrong with all of this. Mirage hadn't changed enough to get into a fight with Dean, so what was this all about? He wondered what the Anranker's plan really was. Either way, he couldn't let his guard down and had to attack. Dean realized that the more he worried, the faster Mirage would get what he wanted. Mirage also realized how strong Dean was, but he couldn't stop marveling at it every time. There was nothing to do, so he decided it was time to use it. Dean was just accelerating and was about to take a powerful swing for a punch. He launched an attack, but it was blocked, or rather paused. Dean at first thought it was part of Mirage's skill, but quickly realized it was the power of his weapon. Mirage sat down to catch his breath, for he wasn't sure until the very end when to use it. But he still decided to start using it on Dean right now. Mirage laughed and shouted that Dean should be flattered by such an honor. Everyone knew to some degree that Mirage's weapon was out of this world. The truth was that Mirage himself didn't know exactly how it worked either. It was unknown what would actually happen to this item from another world. Mirage's decision, his specialization, and his first use of the weapon. All of these together made Mirage's karma omnipresent and powerful. As a result, one simple but powerful rule applies to those who use and are attacked by these weapons. 2 players had to make moves according to the rules, but the moves had to be made in a specific order, one at a time. Mirage took the lead and shouted that it was quite effective. He added that it wouldn't hurt to use the same strategy twice. Dean was already flying into a counterattack as Mirage considered whether to start the next number. Onranker brought up his contract of absolute honor again. Mirage summoned the number slot machine and started it up, getting a combination of 3 6s. Dean realized that if he attacked too soon, he could get hurt. 2 magical cloths fell out of the slot machine, which Mirage took. One cloth wounded the Onranker, and the other immediately healed him, granting him special powers. Dean stared at the 2 things that made wounds in Mirage and then healed them. He didn't immediately realize what was happening, but then it hit him. The Mirage had created a contract with good and evil. Dean realized he had to hurry before he could experience his powers. He headed toward his opponent with the intention of delivering a devastating blow. But Dean didn't have time to get far, as he was restrained by the purple power. He quickly realized it was one of those Mirage things and he couldn't move. Mirage informed Dean with a smirk that this skill was called Branding the Sinner. This skill worked as long as Mirage stayed still and didn't use another skill. Onranker asked his opponent why he was explaining all this to him. He looked at Dean and shouted that he didn't need to answer as he would tell him himself. Mirage wanted Dean to know how hard he had worked for this moment. He looked at the guy's incredulous face and told him that he didn't understand anything. Everyone thought Dean was a genius, except that Mirage now didn't understand why. Onranker explained to Dean the essence of his strategy in detail and promised to help in everything, offering to join him.